Chapter 22. The structure of Yerushalmi Shabbat. Whether or not the Talmud of the land of Israel is carefully organized in large-scale, recurrent structures, and guided by a program that we may call systematic forms the principal question addressed by an academic commentary. The preceding chapters therefore have pointed toward the presentation set forth here. By structure I mean, a clearly articulated pattern that governs the location of fully spelled out statements. By system, I mean, a well-crafted and coherent set of ideas that explain the social order of the community addressed by the writers of a document, a social philosophy, a theory of the way of life, worldview, and character of the social entity formed by a given social group. I see a collective, anonymous, and political document, such as the one before us, as a statement to, and about, the way in which people should organize their lives and govern their actions. At issue then in any document such as the remarkable one before us is simple: does this piece of writing present information or a program, facts to whom it may concern, or a philosophically and aesthetically cogent statement about how things should be? The connection between structure and system is plain to see. From the way in which people consistently frame their thoughts, we move to the world that, in saying things in one way rather than in some other, they wish to imagine. Modes of formulating thought adumbrate modes of imagining the world in which people wish to live, to which they address these thoughts. If the document exhibits structure and sets forth a system, then it is accessible to questions of rationality. We may ask about the statement that its framers or compilers wished to make by putting the document together as they did. But if we discern no structure and perceive no systematic inquiry or governing points of analysis, then all we find here is inert and miscellaneous information, facts but no propositions, arguments, viewpoints. Now as a matter of fact the Talmud of the land of Israel commonly finds itself represented as lacking organization and exhibiting a certain episodic and notional character. That view moreover characterizes the reading and representation of the document by learned and experienced scholars, who have devoted their entire lives to Talmud study and exegesis. It must follow that upon the advocate of the contrary view, the one implicit in the representation of the document for academic analysis, rests the burden of proof. I set forth the allegation that the Talmud of the land of Israel exhibits a structure and follows a system and therefore exhibits a commonly intelligible rationality. The claim to write an academic commentary explicitly states that proposition. For the tractate before us, I have therefore to adduce evidence and argument. I maintain that through the normal procedures of reasoned analysis we may discern in the tractate a well-crafted structure. I hold that the structure made manifest, we may further identify the purpose and perspective, the governing system of thought and argument, of those who collected and arranged the tractate's composites and put them together in the way in which we now have them. By structure I mean, how is a document organized? And by system, what do the compilers of the document propose to accomplish in producing this complete, organized piece of writing? The answers to both questions derive from a simple outline of the tractate as a whole, underscoring the types of compositions and composites of which it is comprised. Such an outline tells us what is principal and what subordinate, and how each unit composition formed into composites formed into a complete statement holds together and also fits with other units, fore and aft. The purpose of the outline then is to identify the character of each component of the whole, and to specify its purpose or statement. The former information permits us to describe the document's structure, the latter, its system. While the idea of simply outlining a Talmud tractate beginning to end may seem obvious, I have never made such an outline before, nor has anyone else. Yet, as we shall now see, the character of the outline dictates all further analytical initiatives. Specifically, when we follow the layout of the whole, we readily see the principles of organization that govern. These same guidelines on organizing discourse point also to the character of what is organized, complete units of thought, with a beginning, middle, and end, often made up of smaller, equally complete units of thought. The former we know as composites, the latter as compositions. Identifying and classifying the components of the tractate, the composites, the compositions of which they are made up, we see clearly how the document coheres, the plan and program worked out from beginning to end. When we define that plan and program, we identify the facts of a pattern that permit us to say in a specific and concrete way precisely what the compilers of the tractate intended to accomplish. The structure realizes the system, the program of analysis and thought that takes the form of the presentation we have before us. From what people do, meaning, the way in which they formulate their ideas and organized them into cogent statements, we discern what they propose to do, meaning, the intellectual goals that they set for themselves. These goals the received document they wish to examine, the questions that they brought to that document realized in the layout and construction of their writing, dictate the points of uniformity and persistence that throughout come to the surface. How people lay out their ideas guides us into what they wish to find out and set forth in their writing, and that constitutes the system that define the work they set out to accomplish. We move from how people speak to the system that the mode of discourse means to express, in the theory that modes of speech or writing convey modes of thought and inquiry. We move from the act of thought and its written result backward to the theory of thinking, which is, by definition, an act of social consequence. We therefore turn to the matter of intention that provokes reflection and produces a system of inquiry. That statement does not mean to imply I begin with the premise of order, which sustains the thesis of a prior system that defines the order. To the contrary, the possibility of forming a coherent outline out of the data we have examined defines the first test of whether or not the document exhibits a structure and realizes a system. So everything depends upon the possibility of outlining the writing, from which all else flows. If we can see the order and demonstrate that the allegation of order rests on ample evidence, then we may proceed to describe the structure that gives expression to the order, and the system that the structure sustains. The present work undertakes the exegesis of exegesis, for the Yerushalmi, like its counterpart in the one of Babylonia, is laid out as a commentary to the Mishnah. That obvious fact defined the character of my academic commentary, since we have already faced the reality that our tractate is something other than a commentary, though it surely encompasses one. The problems that captured my attention derived from the deeper question of how people make connections and draw conclusions. To ask about how people make connections means that we identify a problem, otherwise we should not have to ask, and what precipitated the problem here has been how a composition or a composite fits into its context, when the context is defined by the tasks of Mishnah commentary, and the composition or composite clearly does not comment on the Mishnah passage that is subjected to comment. The experience of analyzing the document with the question of cogency and coherence in mind therefore yields a simple recognition. Viewed whole, the tractate contains no gibberish but only completed units of thought, sentences formed into intelligible thought and self-contained in that we require no further information to understand those sentences, beginning to end. The tractate organizes these statements as commentary to the Mishnah. But large tracts of the writing do not comment on the Mishnah in the way in which other, still larger, tracts do. Then how the former fit together with the latter frames the single most urgent question of structure and system that I can identify. Since we have already examined enormous composites that find their cogency in an other than exegetical program, alongside composites that hold together by appeal to a common, prior, coherent statement, the Mishnah sentences at hand, what justifies my insistence that an outline of the document, resting on the premise that we deal with a Mishnah commentary, govern all further description? To begin with, the very possibility of outlining this tractate derives from the simple fact that the framers have given to their document the form of a commentary to the Mishnah. It is in the structure of the Mishnah tractate that they locate everything together that they wish to compile. We know that is the fact because the Mishnah tractate defines the order of topics and the sequence of problems. Relationships to the Mishnah are readily discerned. A paragraph stands at the head of a unit of thought. Even without the full citation of the paragraph, we should find our way back to the Mishnah because at the head of numerous compositions, laid out in sequence one to the next, clauses of the Mishnah paragraph are cited in so many words or alluded to in an unmistakable way. So without printing the entire Mishnah paragraph at the head, we should know that the received code formed the fundamental structure because so many compositions cite and gloss sentences of the Mishnah paragraph and are set forth in sequence dictated by the order of sentences of said Mishnah paragraph. Internal evidence alone suffices, then, to demonstrate that the structure of the tractate rests upon the Mishnah tractate cited and discussed here. Not only so, but the sentences of the Mishnah paragraphs of our tractate are discussed in no other place in the entire Talmud of the land of Israel in the sequence and systematic exegetical framework in which they are set forth here. Elsewhere we may find bits or pieces, but only here, the entirety of the tractate. That statement requires one qualification, and that further leads us to the analytical task of our outline. While the entire Mishnah tractate treated here is cited in the Talmud of the land of Israel, the framers of the Talmud of the land of Israel by no means find themselves required to say something about every word, every sentence, every paragraph. On the contrary, they discuss only what they choose to discuss, and glide without comment by large stretches of the tractate. A process of selectivity, which requires description and analysis, has told the compilers of the Talmud of the land of Israel's composites and the authors of its compositions we may describe with great accuracy the kinds of materials they wished to include and the shape and structure they set forth out of those materials. We know what they did, and that permits us to investigate why they did what they did. What we cannot know is what they did not do, or why they chose not to do what they did not do. People familiar with the character of speculation and criticism in Talmudic studies will understand why I have to spell out these rather commonplace observations. I lay out an argument based on evidence, not on the silences of evidence, or on the absence of evidence that alone, what demands attention, and what does not. Our outline has therefore to signal not only what passage of the Mishnah tractate is discussed, but also what is not discussed, and we require a general theory to explain the principles of selection. For that purpose, in the outline, I reproduce the entirety of a Mishnah paragraph that stands at the head of a Talmudic composite, and I underscore those sentences that are addressed, so highlighting also those that are not. It follows that the same evidence that justifies identifying the Mishnah tractate as the structure of Yerushalmi tractate before us also presents puzzles for considerable reflection. The exegesis of Mishnah exegesis is only one of these. Another concerns the purpose of introducing into the document enormous compositions and composites that clearly hold together around a shared topic or proposition, example my appendix on one theme or another, my elaborate footnote providing information that is not required but merely useful, and the like. My earlier characterization of composites as appendices and footnotes signaled the fact that the framers of the document chose a not entirely satisfactory way of setting out the materials they wished to include here, for large components of the tractate do not contribute to Mishnah exegesis in any way at all. If these intrusions of other than exegetical compositions were proportionately modest, or of topical composites negligible in size, we might dismiss them as appendages, not structural components that bear much of the weight of the edifice as a whole. Indeed, the language that I chose for identifying and defining these composites, footnotes, appendices, and the like bore the implication that what is not Mishnah commentary also is extrinsic to the Talmud of the land of Israel's structure and system. But that language served only for the occasion. In fact, the outline before us will show that the compositions are large and ambitious, the composites formidable and defining. Any description of the tractate's structure that dismisses as mere accretions or intrusions so large a proportion of the whole misleads. Any notion that footnotes and appendices impede exposition and disrupt thought, contribute extraneous information or form tacked on appendages, any such notion begs the question, then why fill up so much space with such purposeless information? The right way is to ask whether the document's topical composites play a role in the representation of the Mishnah tractate by the compilers of the Talmud of the land of Israel. We have therefore to test two hypotheses: 1. The topical composites do belong and serve the compiler's purpose, or 2. The topical composites do not participate in the representation of the Mishnah tractate by Yerushalmi and do not belong because they add nothing and change nothing. The two hypotheses may be tested against the evidence framed in response to a single question, Is this topical composite necessary? The answer to that question lies in our asking, what happens to the reading of the Mishnah tractate in light of the topical composites that would not happen were we to read the same tractate without them? The outline that follows systematically raises that question, with results specified in due course. It suffices here to state the simple result of our reading of the tractate, start to finish. The question of structure, therefore also that of system, rests upon the position we identify for that massive component of the tractate that comprises not Mishnah commentary but freestanding compositions and composites of compositions formed for a purpose other than Mishnah commentary. The principal rubrics are given in small caps. The outline takes as its principal rubrics two large-scale organizing principles. The first is the divisions of the Mishnah tractate to which the Talmud of the Land of Israel tractate serves as a commentary. That simple fact validates the claim that the tractate exhibits a fully articulated structure. But the outline must also underscore that the Mishnah tractate provides both more and less than the paramount outline of the Talmud of the Land of Israel tractate. It is more because sentences in the Mishnah tractate are not analyzed at all. These untreated Mishnah sentences are given in boldface lowercase caps, like the rest of the Mishnah, but then are specified by underlining and enclosure in square brackets. Second, it is less because the structure of the tractate accommodates large composites that address topics not defined by the Mishnah tractate. That brings us to the second of the two large-scale modes of holding together both sustained analytical exercises and also large sets of compositions formed into cogent composites. These are treated also as major units and are indicated by Roman numerals. Alongside the Mishnah paragraphs themselves, they are also signified in small caps. But the principal rubrics that do not focus on Mishnah commentary but on freestanding topics or propositions or problems are not given in boldface type. Consequently, for the purposes of a coherent outline we have to identify as autonomous entries in our outline those important composites that treat themes or topics not contributed by the Mishnah tractate. Yerushalmi Shabbat 1:1 transporting objects from one domain to another. The Sabbath are two, which are four inside, and two which are four outside. 1 is the meaning of two sorts, which yield four subdivisions, to impose liability, and of two sorts, which yield four subdivisions, to declare exempt from punishment. Four subdivisions to impart liability, and four to exempt from punishment. 2 Yaseh in the name of Ar Yohanan, if one brought in a half of a dried fig and took out a half of a dried fig, he is liable whole fig from private to public domain. What Ar Yohanan has said does not accord with the view of Ar Yaseh. For it has been taught, if one took out a half of a fig and went and took out another half of a fig in a single spell of inadvertence, he is liable. If this was in two spells of inadvertence, he is exempt. Ar Yaseh said, if it was in a single spell of inadvertence, and it was a single domain, he is liable. Even if it was in a single spell of inadvertence, but if it involves two domains, or if it involved two spells of inadvertence but only a single domain, the man is exempt. Now here is our question, if in the view of Ar Yaseh, two distinct acts of bringing out are deemed not to join together, is it not an argument a fortiori that one act of bringing in and another act of taking out? It follows that what Ar Yohanan has said is not in accord with the view of Ar Yaseh. 3 Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Yohanan, he who takes an object from private to public domain is liable only when he puts the object down. Ar Jacob bar Ada in the name of Ar Yohanan, he is liable only if he both takes the object up and puts it down. 4 said Ar Yaneh, if one swallowed a half of an olive's bulk and vomited it up, and then he swallowed it again, he is liable. If he put half a fig into his mouth and went and took it out into public domain, he is exempt. 5 said Ar Yohanan, he who takes an object from private domain to public domain through neutral domain, is liable. 6 Ar Huna in the name of Rab, all concur in the case of one who throws, that he is liable. All parties take the view that the airspace over a piece of neutral domain is not equivalent to the actual neutral domain itself. Where they differ, it concerns taking an object. Ben Azay declares the person exempt in the count of transporting the object, since, if the object passes through neutral domain, it is as if it has come to rest there. And sages declare him liable. R. Judah in the name of Rab, all concur in the case of one who takes an object out that he is exempt. All parties take the view that transporting the object is equivalent to putting it down. Where they differ, it concerns tossing the object. Ben Azay declares the person exempt, and sages impose liability. Ben Azay treats the airspace over neutral domain as equivalent to the actual neutral domain itself. Sages do not treat the airspace over neutral domain as equivalent to the actual neutral domain itself. 7i7, R. Yohanan raised the following question: if one was standing in public domain, and he tossed an object, but, before it fell to the ground, he went ahead and caught it, what is the law? 8i8, said R. Yohanan, if one was standing in public domain and collected some rain from the contained airspace of private domain, and took the rain back into public domain, he is liable. 9i9, if one was standing inside private domain with his hand full of fruit, and he stuck his hand out the window into public domain, and at that instant, the Sabbath day became sanctified, he is forbidden from bringing his hand back inside the window. How so? The beggar stands outside and the householder inside, the beggar stuck his hand inside and put into the hand of the householder, or if he took from inside it and brought it out, the beggar is liable, the householder is exempt. 1:2:1, R. Judah in the name of Samuel, and that rule applies when the hand of the beggar is within 10 cubits of the ground. 2:2:2, R. Hisdah in the name of Ashi, in the case of a reed, poked into the ground of public domain, 10 handbreadths in height to make use of the space from inside the reed to public domain, or from public domain to the space inside the reed. Rab said, a chair in front of a building that stands in the public domain 10 handbreadths high and 4 cubits broad, he who makes use of it for transporting objects from within the house to the public domain or vice versa is liable. R. Hoshea taught, a candlestick standing in the public domain, 10 handbreadths high, with the holders at the top 4 cubits in breadth, he who utilizes what is in and takes the contents to the public domain, or from the public domain to the candlestick, is liable. 2:3, how do we know that the airspace 10 handbreadths above the ground constitutes a different domain? The householder stuck his hand outside and put into the hand of the beggar, or if he took from it and brought it inside, the householder is liable, and the beggar is exempt. The beggar stuck his hand inside, and the householder took from it, or if put something in it and he removed it, both of them are exempt. The householder put his hand outside and the beggar took from it, or if put something into it and brought it back inside, both of them are exempt. 1:3:1, R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of Hezekiah, rabbis in the name of R. Yohanan, because Rab asked Rabbi, if another party lifted up a burden and put it on someone's shoulder, and the latter forgot and took it out. 2:3:2, there are 4 domains so far as the Sabbath is concerned: private domain, public domain, neutral domain, and closed alleyways. What is private domain? A ditch 10 deep and 4 wide, and so too, a mound 10 handbreadths high and 4 wide. This constitutes absolutely private domain. What is public domain? A high road or a public square, and open alleyways. This constitutes absolutely public domain. They do not transport an object from private domain into public domain, and they do not transport an object from public domain into private domain. And if one transported an object out, or brought an object in, advertently, he is liable for a sin offering. Deliberately, he is subject to the punishment of extirpation, or he is stoned. The same rules apply to the one who takes out and the one who brings in, the one who stretches out, and the one who throws in. He is liable. But the sea, a valley, a colonnade, and a threshold ground are neither private domain nor public domain. They do not carry out of, or put into, such places. But if one carried out or put into, he is exempt. 3:3:3, as to the meaning of the word for neutral domain, Carmelit, Arhaya taught, it follows the meaning of barley which is tender and fully ripened. It is not green or dried up but middling. Here too, it is not public domain nor private domain but neutral domain. 4:3:4, what is the definition of neutral domain? Aryase in the name of Aryohanan, it would be, for example, typified by the store of Bar Yustaini. 5:3:5, a courtyard belonging to public domain, with blind alleyways, they prepared an Arab, they are permitted. They did not prepare an Arab, they are prohibited. 6:3:6, and said Aryase, the threshold of which they spoke is one which is 4 handbreadths broad and is not 10 high. If you say it is 10 high and 4 broad, it constitutes a domain unto itself. But that is on condition that one not exchange positions. Rather, the threshold with which we deal is one which is not 4 handbreadths broad or 10 high. 2 Yerushalmi Shabbat 1:2 A man should not sit down close to the afternoon, unless he already has prayed. 1. I1, we have learned, close to the afternoon prayer. Arhaya taught, close to nightfall. The Mishnah as we have it must be supplemented by Arhaya's version, and Arhaya's version likewise must be supplemented by the Mishnah as we have it. If Arhaya's version had been available, but not that of the Mishnah, we should have supposed that the rule not to applies only to nightfall, and not to the afternoon prayer. It was necessary therefore to have the formulation of the Mishnah as we have it. For if the version of the Mishnah were in hand, as we have it, and we had not learned the version of Arhaya, we should have supposed that the rule pertains solely to the time of the afternoon prayer, and if both versions referred solely to the matter of nightfall, we should have supposed that the rule pertains solely to nightfall. Before the barber, nor should a man go into a bathhouse. 1. 2:1, what is the point at which we regard a haircut as having begun? 2. 2:2, what is the point at which the bath begins? A. 2:3, exegetical gloss. Or into a tannery. 1. 3:1, now look here. One is supposed to keep distant from someone who smells bad. Nor to eat. 1. 4:1, what is the beginning of the eating of a meal? Nor to enter into judgment. 1v1, Jeremiah and Joseph, one said, once they have gone into session in court. The other said, once the judges have heard the claims of the contending parties. If they began, they do not interrupt. But if they began, they do not break off. They interrupt to say the Shema. But they do not interrupt to say the prayer. 1:6:1, said Aha, the recitation of the Shema derives from the authority of the Torah, while the recitation of the prayer does not derive from the authority of the Torah. Said Rba, as to the recitation of the Shema, the time for saying it is fixed, while the time for saying the prayer is not fixed. Said Aryase, recitation of the Shema need not be accompanied by appropriate concentration, while saying the prayer must be accompanied by appropriate concentration. 3 Yerushalmi Shabbat 1:3 A tailor should not go out carrying his needle near nightfall, lest he forget and cross, nor a scribe with his pen. 1I1, a tailor should not go out carrying his needle near nightfall, lest he forget and cross a boundary, nor a carpenter with the beam on his shoulder, nor a dyer with the color sample behind his ear, nor a money changer with the dinar behind his ear, nor a wool carder with a cord around his neck. But if they went forth, all of them are exempt, the words of Meir.R. Judah says, a craftsman in the usual way of his craft, he is liable. But all the other men go out thus. And one should not search his clothes. 1:2:1, this is forbidden even on other days of the week because it is not Gentile. He who picks vermin out of his garments, lo, this one should squeeze them and toss them out, on condition that he not squeeze them. Abbasal says, he takes them off and tosses them out, on condition that he not kill them. 2:2:2, Arhaya taught, but he may make use of a light inside a cup or inside a dish, and he need not scruple about the matter. Or read by the light of a lamp. 1. 3:1, Samuel said, this rule has been taught only in the case of a person reading by himself. But in the case of two, since they can stop one another, it is permitted. 2:3:2, said R. Ishmael, one time I read by the light of a lamp and I wanted to tilt it and I said, how great are the words of sages, who rule. R. Nathan says, he most certainly did tilt it. And written on his notebook is the following, Ishmael b. Elisha tilted a lamp on the Sabbath. When the sanctuary will be rebuilt, he will bring a sin offering. Nonetheless they state, a teacher sees where the children are reading, but he does not read. 1:4:1, said R. Eliezer, in any case in which we have learned, nonetheless, we deal with the law revealed to Moses at Sinai. 2:4:2, it has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, children prepare their chapters on Sabbath nights with the light of a lamp. Similarly, a man's ab should not eat a meal with a woman's ab, because it leads to transgression. 1v1, it has been taught, said R. Simeon b. Eliezer, come and see how far the keeping of cleanness has spread. For the ancients did not decree, making a rule that a clean man should not eat a meal with a menstruating woman. For the ancients did not eat with menstruating women. But the ancients did rule, a zab should not eat a meal with a woman, because it leads to transgression. 2v2, it has been taught, for the house of Shammai say, a zab who is an abstainer should not eat with a zab who is of the common folk. And the house of Hillel permit. 3v3, on this basis, R. Phineas b. Yair says, heedfulness leads to cleanliness, cleanliness leads to cultic purity leads to holiness, holiness leads to modesty, modesty leads to the fear of sin leads to the Holy Spirit leads to the piety leads to the resurrection of the dead, and the resurrection of the dead leads to Elijah, blessed be his memory. 4 Yerushalmi Shabbat 1:4 These are some of the laws which they stated in the upper room of Hananiah b. Hezekiah b. Gurion when they went up to visit him. They took a vote, and the house of Shammai outnumbered the house of Hillel. And 18 rules did they decree on that very day. 1:1, and that day was as harsh for Israel as the day on which the golden calf was made. R. Eliezer says, on that day they overfilled sea measure. R. Joshua says, on that day they leveled the sea measure. 2:2, these are the matters on which they issued decrees, bread prepared by Gentiles, their cheese, their oil, and their daughters, their semen and urine, the laws governing one who has suffered a nocturnal emission, the laws covering the uncleanness of Gentile territory. There we have learned, these render heave offering unfit, he who eats food unclean in the first remove, and he who eats food unclean in the second remove, he who drinks unclean liquid, he whose head and the greater part of whose body enter drawn water, one who was clean, on whose head and the greater part of whose body 3 logs of drawn water fall, a holy book, hands, a tibul yam, and food and utensils which have been made unclean by unclean liquids. I3, their bread, the law was an irregular measure. b. I4, they said before Arhiah the Great, R. Simeon b. Yohei taught so likewise, you shall purchase food from them for money, that you may eat, and you shall also buy water of them for money, that you may drink. Just as water is something which does not change from its natural state, so anything which is not changed from its natural state c. I5, their cheese, said R. Jeremiah, milk produced by a Gentile's cow. Why is it forbidden? Because of the mixture an unclean beast. And so it has been taught in a Tannaitic tradition, an Israelite may sit at the other side of his corral, and a Gentile may milk the cows and bring the milk to him, and he need not scruple. d. I6, who forbade their oil? Judah said, Daniel forbade it, and Daniel resolved. R. Aha, R. Tanhum bar Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, and some say it is in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, because saw that were go up to the royal mountain they were put to death on account. Who permitted it? Rabbi and his court. I7, their daughters, said R. Eliezer, in 7 places it is written, you should not intermarry with them. Hence how can you claim that it was prohibited as one of the 18 matters? F. I8, R. Joshua and Ayah taught, prohibiting eggs cooked by them. G. I9, their semen, but did not R. Aha say, R. Hinana in the name of R. Yohanan, the semen of a Gentile is insusceptible to uncleanness. II10, as to one who has suffered a nocturnal emission, RBA bar Aha in the name of Rabbi, he may repeat laws, though he may not repeat sayings pertaining to lore H. I11, and concerning the laws about territory of the Gentiles, did not R. Zira bar Abana in the name of R. Jeremiah say, Yasebi. Yozer of Sarada and Yasebi. Yohanan of Jerusalem decreed that the territory of the Gentiles should be unclean, and likewise that is the case for glass utensils. R. Yase said, R. Judah b. Tabai. R. Judah said, R. Judah b. Tabay and Simeon b. Shada made a decree concerning metal utensils. Hillel and Shammai made a decree concerning the cleanness of hands. 3:12, Samuel said, that statement applies, in particular, to the 18 matters. But as to matters other than these 18, even a lesser court may nullify the ruling of another court. V. Yerushalmi Shabbat 1:5 The house of Shammai say, they do not soak ink, dyestuffs, or vetches, unless there is sufficient time for them to be soaked while it is still day. And the house of Hillel permit. 1I1, what is the scriptural basis for the view of the house of Shammai? The house of Shammai say, 6 days shall you labor and do all your work complete all while it is still day. And what is the scriptural basis for the view of the house of Hillel? 6 days shall you labor and on the 7th. 2I2, the house of Shammai stated one argument to the house of Hillel, and they could not answer them. The house of Hillel stated one argument to the house of Shammai, and they could not answer them. Said to them the house of Hillel, to the house of Shammai, do you not concede that, they lay down olive press beams and suspend wine press rollers at dusk? 6 Yerushalmi Shabbat 1:6 The house of Shammai says, they do not put bundles of flax into the oven unless there is time for them to steam off while it is still day. And wool into the cauldron unless there is sufficient time for it to absorb the color while it is still day. And the house of Hillel permit. 1I1, what do the house of Shammai profit? 2I2, are Judah in the name of Samuel, and in a case in which the cauldron is movable. But if the cauldron was fixed, it is forbidden, for the dyer will be concerned that his dye not be totally consumed and so he will add water. 7 Yerushalmi Shabbat 1:7 The house of Shammai say, they do not spread out nets for wild beasts, fowl, or fish, unless there is sufficient time for them to be caught while it is still day. And the house of Hillel permit. 1I1, was caught by the eve of the holiday. Who lets know, if the trap was in disarray, it is obvious that the beast was caught while it was still day. If it was not in disarray, then it is obvious that nothing was trapped in it while it was still day. Even if the trap was in disarray, one takes account of the possibility that a beast was not trapped while it was yet daylight. 2I2, Arhiah in the name of Rab declared that rule is indeed the law. 3I3, they considered ruling that they are permitted on the next day. R. Hezekiah and Arutziel b. Arhonia of Beth Oron, they are permitted literally. They contemplated ruling that in a case of doubt the matter is permitted. R. Hananiah and R. Jonathan both maintain, in the case of a doubt such as this, it is forbidden. 8 Yerushalmi Shabbat 1:8 The house of Shammai say, they do not sell anything to a Gentile or bear a burden with him, and they do not lift up a burden onto his back, unless there is sufficient time for him to reach a nearby place. And the house of Hillel permit. 1. I1, what is the definition of a nearby place? 2. I2, there is he who wishes to say, until he reaches his house. And there is he who wishes to say, until he reaches his village. 3I3, they do not hand over to a Gentile on the stipulation that he will take it out. If he took it and went out on his own, one is not subject to They do not hand over to a dog so that he will take it and go out. If he took it and went out on his own, one is not subject. 4:4, it has been taught, Israelite workmen who were working with a Gentile in the case of in an Israelite's household, it is prohibited. In the case of in a Gentile's household, it is permitted. R. Simeon B. Eliezer says, Under what circumstances? In the case of working on what is plucked. But as to working on what is not yet plucked, it is prohibited. And in another town, one way or the other, it is permitted. 5:5, they do not send letters with a Gentile either on Friday or on Thursday. The house of Shammai prohibit doing so even on Wednesday. And the house of Hillel permit. They said concerning Aryase the priest that writing of his was never found in the hand of a Gentile. They do not set sail on the Great Sea either on Friday or on Thursday. The house of Shammai prohibit doing so even on Wednesday. And the house of Hillel permit. But if it was because of a dire necessity, then, for instance, in the case of from Tyre to Sidon, it is permitted to make such a trip, even on Friday. They do not set sail with a ship, neither on the eve of the Sabbath nor on Thursday. The house of Shammai prohibit doing so even on Wednesday. And the house of Hillel permit. If it was to a near place, for example, from Tyre to Sidon, it is permitted. They do not besiege a Gentile town less than 3 days before the Sabbath. That which you have said applies to making an optional war. But as to making an obligatory war, even on the Sabbath. For so we find that Jericho was conquered only on the Sabbath. For it is written, You shall march around the city, all the men of war going around the city once. Thus shall you do for 6 days. And it is written, And on the 7th day you shall march around the city 7 times. And it is written, Until it falls, even on the Sabbath. 9 Yerushalmi Shabbat 1:9 The house of Shammai say, they do not give hides to a tanner, or clothing to a Gentile laundryman, unless there is sufficient time for them to be done while it is still day. And in the case of all of them, the house of Hillel permit, while the sun is still shining. 1:1, what constitutes sufficient time? 2:2, if one handed over his garments to a Gentile laundryman, and came and found him working on it on the Sabbath, it is forbidden. Said Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel, the household of father had the habit of giving white clothes to a Gentile laundryman 3 days before the Sabbath. 1:2:1, they referred only to white ones. Lo, as to colored ones, that is not the case. Accordingly, we infer that white ones are harder to do than colored ones. And these and those concur that they lay down olive press beams and wine press rollers. 1:3:1, both are Samuel and Aryase b. Hananiah say, each drop already has been uprooted from its place. X Yerushalmi Shabbat 1:10 they do not roast meat, onions, and eggs, unless there is time for them to be roasted while it is still day. 1:1, Arbun bar kahana in the name of rabbis, a dish that had sufficiently cooked may remain on an oven, the flame of which had not been covered with ashes. They do not put bread into an oven at dusk, nor cakes on the coals, unless there is time for them to form a crust on the top surface while it is still day. 1:2:1, R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of Arasi, women are more prompt with regard to bread than to a cooked dish. R. Eliezer says, sufficient time for its bottom surface to form a crust. 1:3:1, R. Eliezer concurs in the case of show bread, for it is called bread only when its upper face has formed a crust in the oven. 11 Yerushalmi Shabbat 1:11 they lower the Passover offering into an oven at dusk. 1:1, there we have learned, after nightfall they went out and roasted their Passover offerings, and you say this. 2:2, if the Passover offering is whole, one may put it back into the oven. But if it was cut into pieces, one may not put it back onto the flame. And they light the fire in the fireplace of the house of the hearth. But in the provinces, there is sufficient time for the flame to catch over the larger part of R. Judah says, in the case of charcoal any quantity whatsoever. 1:2:1, R. Zira, R. Judah in the name of Rab, 4 sorts of fires any amount whatsoever, a fire made from olive scraps, mulch, oil, and pits. If such a fire has caught any amount at all, it is permitted. 12 Yerushalmi Shabbat 2:1 With what do they kindle and with what do they not kindle? They do not kindle with cedar fiber. 1:1, Arhaya bar Ba said, it is the woolly substance of cedar twigs. Araha in the name of Arhaya, cedar wood. Uncarded flax. 1:2:1, Arhinana in the name of Arphinius, it is linen that has not been hatcheled. Raw silk. 1:3:1, the Cicero's blossom. Wick or bast. 1:4:1, ornata. Wick of the desert. 1:1, this is meant literally. Or seaweed. 1:6:1, it is similar to flax. With pitch, wax. 1:7:1, up to this point we have dealt with wicks. From this point onward we deal with fuel for the lamp. Arabau in the name of Ar Yohanan, it is because the flame is drawn backward, and the householder may forget and remove the wick. Furthermore, the flame may not kindle over the greater part of the oil. Castor oil. 1:8:1, Ar Yase in the name of Arhaya, it is oil of ivy seeds. Oil burned, the fat tail. 1:9:1, said Arhisda, that is to say that it is prohibited to light a fire out of holy things, which will continue burning on the Sabbath. 2:9:2, Ar Yase taught before Ar Yohanan, how do we know from scripture that all of those who are to be circumcised should be circumcised only by day? Scripture states, and on the day. 3:9:4, an Israelite girl who came to kindle a lamp from a priest girl, she dips the wick in oil in the status of heave offering which is fit for burning, and so lights the lamp for her or tallow. Nahum the Mede says, they kindle with melted tallow. And sages say, all the same is that which is melted and that which is not melted, they do not kindle with it. A double stove which have heated with stubble or straw, they put cooked food on it. With peat or with wood, one may not put on it until he has swept it out, or until he has covered it with ashes. The house of Shammai say, hot water but not cooked food. And the house of Hillel say, hot water and cooked food. The house of Shammai say, they take off but they do not put it back. And the house of Hillel say, also, they put it back. 1:1, Our Barona said, in the case of tallow, one may drip into it any amount of oil and kindle such a lamp for the Sabbath. 2:2, Our Hananiah, Our Barana in the name of Rab, tallow which one has chopped up, and the innards of fish they kindle a lamp with them. 3:3, there is a Tanite authority who teaches, they may kindle the lamp with naphtha. There is a Tanite authority who teaches, they may not kindle the lamp with naphtha. 13 Yerushalmi Shabbat 2:2 They do not kindle for the festival day with oil burned. 1:1, lo, all of the other items listed above are permitted for use in the lamp for the festival day. R. Ishmael says, they do not kindle with tar, because of the honor owing to the Sabbath. 1:2:1, what is the difference between tar and the innards of fish? And sages permit all kinds of oils, sesame oil, nut oil, radish oil, fish oil, tar, and naphtha. 1:3:1, Ar Yohanan b. Nuri got up on his feet and said, what will the people in Babylonia do, who have only sesame oil? What will the people in Media do, who have only nut oil? What will the people in Alexandria do, who have only radish oil? What will the people of Cappadocia do, who have neither one nor the other? 2:3:2, it has been taught, Our Simeon b. Eleazar says, they do not kindle with balsam. 14 Yerushalmi Shabbat 2:3 With nothing which exudes from a tree do they light, except for flax. And nothing which exudes from a tree contracts uncle Anas through overshadowing except for flax. A wick made of cloth which one twisted but did not singe. Our Eliezer says, it is susceptible to uncle Anas, and they do not kindle with it. 1:1, said Our Simeon bar Our Isaac, it is written, that a lamp may be set up to burn continually. drew the inference that you have only flax that produces a suitable flame. 2i2, it has been taught, R. Simeon b. Eliezer says, whatever exudes from a tree is not subject to the rule concerning 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths, and they make use of it for sikuk, except for flax. 3i3, said R. Eliezer, they derived the law that flax falls under the category of tent from the statements concerning the tabernacle. R. Akaba says, it is insusceptible to Uncle Anas, and they do kindle with it. 1. 2:1, R. Eliezer asked, what is the law as to treating under the category of tent a covering made of the hide of an unclean beast? 2:2, there we have learned, less than 3 by 3 handbreadths which one used to stop up a hole in the bath house. To empty out a cooking pot, or to wipe off the millstones, whether kept in readiness or not kept in readiness, is still susceptible to uncleanness, the words of R. Eliezer. R. Joshua says, whether kept in readiness or not kept in readiness, it is insusceptible to uncleanness. R. Akaba says, that which is kept in readiness is susceptible, and that which is not kept in readiness is insusceptible. 3:2:3, it is not the end of the matter that the cloth is insusceptible to uncleanness. 15 Yerushalmi Shabbat 2:4, a person should not pierce an eggshell with oil and put it on the opening of a lamp so that will drip, even if it is made out of earthenware. And R. Judah permits. 1. I1, why may one not do what is prohibited at M2:4a? Because the begun on each and every drop. Or perhaps the reason is different, namely, so that the householder will not forget and tip the lamp. But if the potter joined it to begin with, it is permitted, because it is one utensil. A person may not fill a dish with oil and put it beside a lamp and place the head of the wick into it, so that it will draw. 1:2:1, it is different in this case, for the whole constitutes one utensil. And R. Judah permits. 1:3:1, Judah is consistent with rulings stated elsewhere. For R. Judah said, flowing liquid is regarded as a single entity. It has been taught, if there is a single wick drawing from 2 cups, dishes, or plates of oil, it is forbidden. R. Judah permits such an arrangement. 16 Yerushalmi Shabbat 2:5, he who puts out a lamp because he is afraid of Gentiles, thugs, a bad spirit, or if it is so that a sick person might sleep, is exempt. 1I1, said R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, because of Gentiles, it is specifically to Gentiles who pose a danger, and likewise, thugs. R. Yase asked, if it is on account of thugs who pose a danger, then it should be taught in the language, it is permitted. To spare the lamp, the oil, the wick, he is liable. 1. 2:1, what is the difference between saving from what is in the lamp and saving from what is in the olive? And Ryose exempts in all instances except for the wick, because he makes charcoal. 1:3:1, said R. Yohanan, R. Yase said R. Simeon both maintain the same principle. Just as R. Yase has said, only if he will have need of the wick itself, so R. Simeon has said, only if he has need of the thing itself. 2:3:2, there we have learned, all who cause damage are exempt, except for him who sets fire to a stack of grain and him who makes a wound. 3:3:3, if one made a fire and blew it out with a single breath, one is liable on both counts. 4. 3:4, he who stirs up coals on the Sabbath is liable for a sin offering. R. Simeon b. Eliezer says in the name of R. Eliezer b. R. Sadok, he is liable for 2 sin offerings, for he puts out the ones on top and makes the ones on the bottom glow. He who stirs up coals in order to warm himself by them is exempt. 5:3:5, kindled a fire and cooked, there is a Tannite authority who teaches, he is liable on 2 counts. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, he is liable on only 1 count. 6:3:6, a non-priest who served in the temple on the Sabbath, or a blemished priest who served at the altar while in a state of uncleanness, Arhiah the elder said, such a one is liable on 2 counts. Bar Kappara said, he is liable on 1 count. 17 Yerushalmi Shabbat 2:6 On account of 3 transgressions do women die in childbirth. 1. I1, there is a Tanite authority who repeats the formulation as, die young. There is a Tanite authority who repeats it as, die in childbirth. Because they are not meticulous in the laws of menstrual separation. 1. 2:1, the first man was the lifeblood of the world. In the dough offering. 1. 3:1, the first man was the clean dough offering for the world, for it is written, but a flow would well up from the ground and water the whole face of the earth. And it is written, then the Lord God formed man of dust from the ground. And in the kindling of a lamp. 1. 4:1, the first man was the light of the world, since it is written, the spirit of man is the lamp of the Lord. But Eve caused him to die. Therefore the religious requirement concerning kindling a lamp for the Sabbath was assigned to woman. 18 Yerushalmi Shabbat 2:7 Three things must a man state in his house on the eve of Sabbath at dusk. Have you tithed? Have you prepared the erub? Kindle the lamp. It is a matter of doubt whether or not it is getting dark. They do not tithe that which is certainly untithed. 1I1, it has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, the laws of holy things, purification water and rendering food susceptible to uncleanness truly are the essentials of the Torah. And all 3 of them are given over to ordinary folk. 1I2, would it not have been more appropriate to follow the following order? Kindle the lamp for the Sabbath, then have you tithed? Have you prepared the erub? And they do not immerse utensils, and they do not kindle lamps. 1:3:1, the Mishnah speaks of large utensils. But as to small ones, one may practice cunning and immerse them. But they do tithe that which is doubtfully tithed produce. 1:4:1, Ar Yaseh in the name of Arabahu, Ar. Hezekiah in the name of Ar Judah b. Pazi, who has properly separated the tithes from this produce, who has not done so. And they do prepare the erub, and they do cover up what is to be kept hot. 1v1, said Arhiah bar Ashi, that which you say concerns preparing the Arab union for courtyards. But as to the Arab meal covering the union of Sabbath boundaries, that is a matter of the law of the Torah. 19 Yerushalmi Shabbat 3:1 A double stove which have heated with stubble or straw they put cooked food on it. 1I1, the meaning of the Mishnah is that they may keep cooked food on the stove. The formulation of the Mishnah's rule accords with the principle of Ar Judah. For we have learned, 2 double stoves which are paired, one of them swept out and with its ashes covered, and one of them not swept out and with its ashes covered they keep something on the one which has been swept out and had its ashes covered. And what is it that they keep on it? The house of Shammai say, they do not keep anything at all on it. And the house of Hillel say, they keep on it hot water but not cooked food. 1 removed the cooking pot, all concur that he should not put it back, the words of Ar Meir. Ar Judah says, the house of Shammai say, hot water, but not cooked food. And the house of Hillel say, hot water and cooked food. He removed, the house of Shammai say, he should not put it back. And the house of Hillel say, he may put it back. I2, secondary expansion of the foregoing. With peat or with wood, one may not put on it until he has swept it out, or until he has covered it with ashes. The house of Shammai say, hot water but not cooked food. And the house of Hillel say, hot water and cooked food. 1:2:1, Daniel, son of Arcatana, in the name of Arasi, the spines of palm branches are in the category of peat and wood. 2:2:2, he who sweeps out the ashes must he do so until he sweeps out all that is necessary. He who covers over the fire with ashes must he do so all that is necessary. If one covered the fire with ashes, and it flamed up again, what is the law? 3:2:3, for it has been taught, one who tithes his produce or who cooks on the Sabbath, inadvertently, he may eat. Deliberately, he may not eat it, the words of Ar Meir. Ar Judah says, he did so inadvertently, he may eat it at the end of the Sabbath. If he did so deliberately, he may not eat it. R. Yohanan Hassandler says, inadvertently, it may be eaten at the end of the Sabbath by others, but not by him. Deliberately, it should not be eaten either by him or by others. 4:2:4, it has been taught, a woman should not fill a pot with peas and pulse and put it into the oven on the eve of the Sabbath at dusk. If she put them in, at the end of the Sabbath they are forbidden for as long as they take to prepare fresh. 5:2:5, he who plants seed on the Sabbath, if he did so inadvertently, may preserve. But if he did so deliberately, he must uproot. But in the case of the seventh year, whether this is done inadvertently or deliberately, he must uproot. R. Judah says, matters are precisely the opposite. In the case of one who plants on the Sabbath, whether one has done the deed inadvertently or deliberately, one must uproot. In the case of the seventh year, inadvertently, he may allow the plants to grow. Deliberately, he must uproot them. The house of Shammai say, they take off but they do not put it back. And the house of Hillel say, also, they put it back. 1. 3:1, if one removed the pot while it was still day, he puts it back while it was still day. If he removed it after it had gotten dark, he puts it back after it had gotten dark. If he removed the pot while it was still day, and then the day became sanctified. XX Yerushalmi Shabbat 3:2, an oven which have heated with stubble or with straw, one should not put anything either into it or on top of it. A single stove which have heated with stubble or with straw, lo, this is equivalent to a double stove. With peat or with wood, lo, it is equivalent to an oven. 1:1, Bar Kaparat taught, it is forbidden even to put anything near it. 2:2, said Aryase, as to laws of the Sabbath, with respect to a single stove, you are guided by the rules governing heating the stove up. But as to matters of uncleanness, the single stove follows the rules governing the purpose for which it is made. XXI Yerushalmi Shabbat 3:3, they do not put an egg beside a kettle so that it will be cooked. 1:1, there we have learned, an apple in the status of heave offering which one chopped up and placed in dough, as a result of which the dough was leavened, lo, this dough is forbidden. It has been taught, Aryase permits. Arabau in the name of Aryase Bar Hananah, where they differ, it is in the case of the apples causing leavening through its juice. But as to its causing leavening through its substance, all parties concur that is permitted. Aryase is consistent with his positions held elsewhere, for just as he has said there, the effect of leavening on the part of the apple is not wholly established, so he maintains here that the work of cooking the food is not wholly established. 2:2, it has been taught, said R. Yohanan Bar Mary, that rule applies in a case in which he did not remove his hand from the kettle. But if he removed his hand from the kettle, it is forbidden. 3:3, an unripe fig which one stored in straw, and so too a cake which one stored under coals, if part of it is in the open, one may take it on the Sabbath. But if not, one may not take it. Eliezer B. Tadai says, one may spear them with a spit or with a knife and take them on the Sabbath. And one should not crack it into wrappings. And Ryose permits. And one should nor bury it in sand or in road dirt so that it will be roasted. 1:2:1, there they say, what has been heated in the sun is permitted, while what is a secondary effect having been heated in the sun is forbidden. Rabbis here, by contrast, say, both utilizing the sun and utilizing what is comparable to the sun is permitted. MSHS, the people of Tiberias brought a pipe of cold water through a spring of hot water. Sages said to them, if on the Sabbath, is in the status of hot water which has been heated on the Sabbath, it is prohibited for use in washing and in drinking. 1:3:1, at first they would stop up the stoppers to the bath on the eve of the Sabbath, and people would come in and wash on the Sabbath. They were suspect of filling the with wood on the eve of the Sabbath, so that the fire would continue burning on the Sabbath. Accordingly, they prohibited washing in the water on the Sabbath, but they permitted merely perspiring there. The then suspected the people of going in and washing and then saying, we were only perspiring. The prohibited both washing and perspiring. On the festival day, is in the status of hot water which has been heated on the festival day. It is prohibited for use in washing, but permitted for use in drinking. 14:1, as to hot water heated on the festival, and so too, hot water heated on the eve of the Sabbath for use on the Sabbath. Rab and Samuel, one of them said, one may with such water wash one's face, hands, and feet. The other said, one may with such water wash his entire body, limb by limb. 24:2, a certain philosopher asked Bar Kappara, Ablat asked Levi Sarasa, why should it be permitted to drink the water but forbidden to wash in it? A miliarum which is clear of ashes they drink from it on the Sabbath. 1. v1, lo, if it is not clear of ashes, one may not do so. An Antiki, even though it is clear of ashes they do not drink from it. 16:1, Ar Hananiah, Ar Yase, Ar Ahaba in the name of Ar Yohanan. It is because it will be heated up by its sides. XXII Yerushalmi Shabbat 3:4 A kettle which one removed one should not put cold water into it so that it may get warm. But one may put into it or into a cup so that will cool off. 1:1, Arba the son of Arhiah Barba, Arhiah in the name of Ar Yohanan, they have taught only that one may pour the cold water into a cup. Lo, as to into, that may not. 2:2, it has been taught, they put hot water into cold water, but not cold water into hot water, in accord with the view of the house of Shammai. And the house of Hillel say, they put hot water into cold water, or cold water into hot water. Under what circumstances? In the case of a cup, but as to a bath, they put hot water into cold water, but as to putting cold water into hot water, that is forbidden. And our Simeon permits doing so. 3:3, a man may go down and immerse in cold water and come up and heat himself by the fire, the words of our Meir. And sages prohibit doing so. 4:4, all concur with regard to pouring the hot water from the first vessel, in which it has been heated, into a second vessel, that it is permitted. XXII Yerushalmi Shabbat 3:5 The pan or pot which one has taken off the stove while it is boiling one may not put spices into it. But he may put into in a plate or a dish. 1:1, what is the law as to putting spices in on the bottom, and pouring boiling food on top of spices? 2:2, what is the law as to pouring out the contents of the original pot, in which food has been brought to the boiling point, through the spout of the pot? Our Judah says, into anything may one put, except what has vinegar or fish brine. 12:1, in the view of our Judah, anything salted falls into the category of fish brine, and wine falls into the category of vinegar. XXIV Yerushalmi Shabbat 3:6 They do not put a utensil under a lamp to catch the oil. But if one put it there while it is still day, it is permitted. But they do not use any of that oil, since it is not something which was prepared. 1:1, Our Haggai asked, if the flame, kindled prior to sunset, went out while it was still daylight on Friday, but the householder found out about it only after it had gotten dark. 2:2, said Ar Yohanan, you have nothing that is in fact available and not regarded as ready and designated for use on the Sabbath except for one thing alone. XXV Yerushalmi Shabbat 3:7 They carry a new lamp, but not an old one. 1:1, Bar Aha objected, and lo, we have learned, a basket may be turned over for chickens, so they may run up and down it by themselves, one may not move them they say. This rule represents the opinion of our Judah. It has been taught, they carry a new lamp, but not an old one, the words of our Judah. Our Meir says, all sorts of lamps do they carry, except for a lamp which one has lit on that very Sabbath. Our Simeon says, all sorts of lamps do they carry, except for a lamp which is burning on the Sabbath. The flame went out, it is permitted to carry it. 2:2, our Simeon b. Lachish gave a decision in Tripolis, a small candlestick may be carried about. 3i3, it has been taught, a lamp which is on a plank, if one tilts the plank, and the lamp falls off. Said R. Yohanan, one who does such a thing is nearly liable to bring a sin offering. If he tips it forward, on the count of moving the flame about, and if he tips it backward, on the count of putting out the flame. Samuel bar Abel before R. Yaseh, this is so if he put the flame out. He said to him, let your mind be at ease. R. Simeon says, any sort of lamp do they carry, except for a lamp which is burning on the Sabbath. 1:2:1, but a cup, a dish, and a lantern which they extinguished one should not move from their place. 2:2:2, Rba bar Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, as to a counter it is forbidden to move it about. Rmi gave a decision that it is permitted to do so. 3:2:3, R. Aha bar Hinana, R. Yaseh in the name of R. Yohanan, as to a small candelabrum, it is permitted to move it about. And is it not a utensil? And is not everything in the house regarded as ready for use on the Sabbath? Said R. Yaseh br Bun, interpret the case to be one in which the man took the object with him for business. Or perhaps the object came to hand only at dark on the eve of the Sabbath, and you should not draw any conclusions from that fact. XXVI Yerushalmi Shabbat 3:8 They put a utensil under a lamp to catch the sparks. 1. I1, here you say, on the Sabbath they do not put a utensil under a lamp to capture the sparks, nor should one put water into it, because he thereby puts out the sparks, while here you say, they do put a utensil under the lamp but one may not put water into it, because he thereby puts out. 1:2:1, R. Samuel in the name of R. Zirah, this represents the view of R. Yaseh. XXVII Yerushalmi Shabbat 4:1 With what do they cover, and with what do they not cover up? They do not cover with peat, compost, salt, lime. 1I1, the reason is that these things both boil and cause boiling, so while it is still day the cook will remove them. The food may lose some of their heat in his hand, and then he will put them back, and they will continue to add heat. Accordingly, sages have forbidden covering up food in them. 2I2, there we have learned, if it is a matter of doubt whether or not it is getting dark, they do cover up what is to be kept hot. The reason, then, is that it has not gotten dark. But if it had gotten dark, one would not have been allowed to cover the food over at all. 3I3, and contrariwise, they have forbidden leaving food on the stove on account of the possibility of covering it up. They forbade using a stove for keeping food warm, in the case of a stove which produces only a small amount of hot air, on account of the possibility of one's then using a stove which produces a great deal of hot air. They forbade keeping warm on the Sabbath itself food that had been thoroughly cooked, because food that had not been thoroughly cooked. They forbade keeping water hot because keep food hot that had been cooked thoroughly. Then they retracted and permitted keeping water hot. 4I4, it has been taught, they do not cover food in hot ashes. 5I5, if mixed up, what is the law as to using it for a covering? Let us derive the rule from the following: they cover up food to keep it hot with cloth, produce, and the wings of a dove. Or sand, whether wet or dry. 1. 2:1, there we have learned, they put the corpse in sand so that it will keep. Or with straw, grape skins, flocking, or grass, when wet. 1. 3:1, straw is like a bailee, it returns just what you give to it. But they do cover up with them when they are dry. 1. 4:1, it is not the end of the matter that they may not do so when they are wet. But even if they were dry and were artificially moistened, on the analogy of flocking rags. For are not flocking rags in the category of things which had been dried and then were moistened? They cover up with cloth, produce, the wings of a dove. 1v1, there we have learned, and so is the rule with new olive peat. But with respect to old olive peat, the oven is clean. What is the definition of new and of old? Hackled flax, and carpenter's sawdust. R. Judah prohibits in the case of soft and permits in the case of coarse. 16:1, we have learned the formulation of the Mishnah using the word nisarit, while teachers of the house of Rabbi read, neorad. XXVIII Yerushalmi Shabbat 4:2 They cover up with fresh hides, and they carry them. 1. I1, R Judah b. Pazi in the name of R Jonathan, that which you say applies when they are with the householder. But if they are in storage, it is not in such an instance that the rule applies. With wool sharings, but they do not carry them. How does one? He takes off the cover, and fall off. R. Eliezer b. Azariah says, a basket does he turn on its side, and he removes, lest he should take it and not be able to put it back. And sages say, he takes and puts it back. 1. 2:1, R Judah and R Yohanan, that which you say applies when they are in storage. But if they are with the householder, it is not in such an instance that the rule applies. 2:2, R Jeremiah in the name of Rab, they spread out mats on trays of bricks on the Sabbath. 3:3, R Bisna in the name of R Yase bar Hanana, it is forbidden to carry the teeth of a comb used for weaving veils. There were nets spread on the ground, and they were drying up in the sun. They came and asked Rab, what is the law about carrying them out of the sun? He said to them, consider using them to place them under your heads, and on the strength of that possible use on the Sabbath, he permitted them to carry the nets. XXIX Yerushalmi Shabbat 4:3 He did not cover up while it is still day, he should not cover it up after dark. He covered it up and it became uncovered. It is permitted to cover it up again. One fills a jug and puts it under a pillow or a blanket. 1:1, if one removed the cover from the food while it was still day, he may put it back while it is still day. If he removed it once it had gotten dark, he may put it back thereafter as well. If he took it off while it was still daylight, and then the day became sanctified. 2:2, RBA in the name of R Judah, if in removing the kettle from the wool flocking, the hole in which the kettle had been placed was spoiled, it is forbidden to put the kettle back. But it is permitted to move the kettle from one stove to another. 3:3, it has been taught, they do not cover up hot food or water once it has gotten dark, but they may add cloths or utensils to put over them. 4:4, and just as they do not cover up hot water to begin with on the Sabbath, so they do not cover up snow and ice. XXX Yerushalmi Shabbat 5:1 With what does a beast go out, and with what does it not go out? A camel goes out with its curb, a female camel with its nose ring. 1:1, it has been taught, R Ishmael b R Yase in the name of his father, there are 4 domesticated beasts that are led by a curb, and these are they, a horse, mule, asses, and camel. A Libyan ass with its bridle. 1:2:1, there is a Tanite authority who gives the word as LDGQS. He who gives the word as LWBDQS cites in support of his view the following verse, and the Libyans and the Ethiopians shall follow in his train. He who gives the word as LGDQS ambados. What is the meaning of the word ambados? It is an ass that goes up, and a horse with its chain. And all beasts which wear a chain go out with a chain. 1:3:1, R Samuel in the name of R Zirah, just as you make that point with respect to the prohibition, so the same point applies with regard to all other beasts in respect to the absence of such a prohibition. 2:3:2, and a horse with its chain, and has it not been taught, a ring of man is susceptible to uncleanness as an ornament. A ring of a beast and one serving a utensil, and all other rings when not attached to something susceptible to uncleanness, are insusceptible to uncleanness. And are led by a chain. 1:4:1, and will the chain not make some sort of a ditch? And they sprinkle on the and immerse them in place. 1:1, there we have learned, and she should not immerse when dressed in them, unless she loosens them, and here you say this. XXXI Yerushalmi Shabbat 5:2 An ass goes out with its saddle cloth when it is tied onto him. 1:1, Samuel said, that is the case if it is tied to him in advance of the Sabbath. Rams go out strapped up. 1:2:1, one puts a tanned hide against the heart, and it protects the female. And female go forth strapped over their tails, under their tails, or wearing protective cloths. And goats go forth bound. RYOSE prohibits in the case of all of them, except for the case of ewes wearing protective cloths. 1:3:1, there is a Tannite authority who repeats the word as SHWZWT, and there is a Tannite authority who repeats the word as SWZWT. 2:3:2, as to protective cloths, it is something soft and thick. 3:3:3, as to tying something under their tails, it is so that a male will not mount them. R. Judah says, goats go forth with bound udders to keep them dry, but not to collect the milk. 1:4:1, it has been taught, R. Judah b. Betera says, whether it is to keep them dry or to collect the milk, it is forbidden. XXXII Yerushalmi Shabbat 5:3 and with what does not go out? A camel does not go out with a pad, nor with 4 legs bound together or with a hoof tied back to the shoulder. And so is the rule for all other beasts. 1:1, is like a rock to level the crookedness. One should not tie camels to one another and lead them. But one puts the ropes into his hand and leads them, so long as he does not twist. 1:2:1, said RBA, it is so that people will not suspect the man, saying, so and so went out to do his ordinary labor on the Sabbath day. A C says, it is because of the consideration of mixed seeds. R. Judah in the name of Samuel said, if it is tied to the neck of the beast, it is prohibited. If it is hung down from the neck of the beast, it is permitted. XXXII Yerushalmi Shabbat 5:4 an ass does not go out with its saddle cloth when it is not tied to him, or with a bell, even though it is plugged, or with the ladder yoke around its neck, or with a strap on its leg. And fowl do not go forth with ribbons or straps on their legs. 1:1, it has been taught, but it walks about in the courtyard. It has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says an ass goes forth with its saddle when it is tied onto it to keep it warm, and this is on condition that one not tie the band onto it and pass the strap under its tail. 2:2, R. Jeremiah asked before R. Zira, whence do we learn these various rules? For we have learned, the laws of the Sabbath are like mountains suspended from a thread. And you say this. And rams do not go forth with a wagon under their fat tail. 1:2:1, it is because it makes a ditch in the ground. And ewes do not go forth protected. 1:3:1, R. Judah said, it is a ball of wool. R. Yaseh in the name of Arhama bar Hanana, it is a root of an herb, and it is called Yahanona. And a calf does not go out with its rush yoke. 1:4:1, R. Hunah said, it is a small plow. R. Hisdah said, it is a wooden board. Abba bar Hunah said, it is a furcated spear. Nor a cow with a hedgehog skin, or with a strap between its horns. 1:1, the herdsman puts such a skin around her teat so that it will not give suck to its calf. The cow of R. Eleazar b. Azariah would go out with a strap between its horns, not with the approval of the sages. 1:6:1, RBA, Rab, and Samuel both of them say, in the view of sages, even is to lead the cow, it is forbidden. RBA in the name of Samuel, if the cow's horns were pierced, it is permitted. 2:6:2, Geneba said, it is merely a law that Eleazar came to teach. THIRD Yerushalmi Shabbat 6:1 with what does a woman go out, and with what does she not go out? A woman should not go out with woolen ribbons, flaxen ribbons, or with bands around her head. 1:1, R. Naaman bar Jacob said, since the woman loosens, for they interpose her menstrual period, she may forget and walk for 4 cubits. 2:2, there we have learned, these interpose on human beings, threads of wool, threads of flax, and ribbons on the heads of girls. R. Judah says, those made of wool or hair do not interpose, because water enters into them. Samuel said, we should not list the threads of hair in the opinion of our Judah, but only threads of wool. But as to threads of hair, in the view of all parties, they do not interpose. The words of the sages, Rba in the name of our Judah, Zira in the name of rabbis, if there was a single thread, it interposes. If there were two, they are subject to doubt. If there were three, they do not interpose. 3:3, Kahana asked Rab, what is the law on going out wearing cord chains? He said to him, so do they rule, it is forbidden to a person to go forth wearing belts. 4:4, and we learn thus, a man may not go out with a bell around his neck, but he goes forth with a bell on his garment. Or with a forehead band, head bangles, when they are not sewn on, or with a hair net, into the public domain. 1:2:1, or with a forehead band, arbun barhaya, it is a kind of charm which one places on the forehead. Head bangles, fixed dyed. Or with a hair net, a kind of net. It has been taught, R. Simeon b. Eliezer permits. The view of R. Simeon b. Eliezer accords with the position of Rabbi. Just as Rabbi has said, something which is not visible is permitted, so R. Simeon b. Eliezer said, something which is not visible is permitted. 2:2:2, on what account are ornaments prohibited? 3:2:3, are halopta b. Saul taught, it is forbidden to send them. Said Armana, they have stated only that it is forbidden to send them. Lo, as to wearing them, that is permitted. 4:2:4, they do not look into a mirror on the Sabbath. But if it was affixed to the wall, Rabbi permits doing so. And sages prohibit. 5:2:5, it has been taught, they do not go out wearing a chaplet. 3 things were said concerning a chaplet, it is not subject to the prohibitions of diverse materials. Nor with a golden city, a necklace, nose rings, a ring lacking a seal, or a needle lacking a hole. 1:3:1, our Judah said, for instance, a Jerusalem of gold. Rabbis of Caesarea say, a crown. 2:3:2, there we have learned, 2 in the name of our Eliezer, a woman may go out into public domain on the Sabbath wearing a golden city and pigeon flyers are disqualified as witnesses. It has been taught, our Meir declares liable. The shared language between our Meir and rabbis poses no problems, our Meir declares liable, and sages exempt. The shared language between our Eliezer and rabbis poses no problems. Our Eliezer permits, and sages prohibit. But there is a problem harmonizing the word choices used by our Meir and our Eliezer. Our Meir declares liable for a sin offering, while Eliezer permits doing so to begin with. 3:3:3, our Inyano Bar Sisai said in the name of our Eliezer, in any setting in which they have said, she should not go forth, and if she went forth, she is liable to bring a sin offering, a woman may not go forth wearing such an item even in her courtyard. And in any place in which they have said, she may not go forth, but if she did go forth, she is not liable to a sin offering, she is permitted to wear such an item in her courtyard. XXXV Yerushalmi Shabbat 6:2 A man should not go out with a nail-studded sandal. 1. I1, for what reason did they make a decree against wearing a nail-studded sandal? Some say, because pregnant women might see the top of it and miscarry. Some say, because pregnant women might hear the noise of clomping and miscarry. Some say, because, frightened by the sound of the noise, people would press together in flight and kill one another. 2I2, and how many nails may there be in a sandal? Ar Yohanan said, 5, for the 5 books of the Torah. Ar Hananah said, 7, as in and as your days, so shall your strength be. Rabbis practice the law in accord with the statement of Ar Hananah. Ar Aha expounded in the name of Ar Hananah, 9. Rabbi would put 11 on this one and 13 on the other, that is, the number of priestly cohorts. The sayings of the wise are like goads, and like nails firmly fixed. Just as there are 24 priestly watches, so there may be 24 nails. 3I3, a sandal whose 2 straps were broken, or whose strappings were torn, or from which even one sole separated, is insusceptible to uncleanness. If one of its ears tore off, or one of its strappings, or if the larger part of one sole was separated from it, it is susceptible to uncleanness. R. Judah says, if it is the inner one, it is susceptible to uncleanness, if it is the outer one it is not susceptible to uncleanness. A single sandal 1. 2:1, said R. Abba, it is because of the possibility of bringing the man under suspicion. It is so that people will not say, we saw that Mr. So-and-so's sandal snapped, and he carried it under his arm. If he has no wound on his foot, 1. 3:1, lo, if he has a wound on his foot, he may put on his sandal. On which foot does he put his sandal? Tefillin, 1. 4:1, they leave home on Friday, near dark, wearing phylacteries, but they do not leave home wearing a nail-studded sandal on Friday at dark. An amulet when it is not by an expert, a breastplate, a helmet, or with greaves. But if he went out, he is not liable to a sin offering. 1v1, what is the definition of an amulet made by an expert? It is any which has served to bring healing, and which did so a second and a third time. They go forth wearing an amulet made by an expert, whether it contains writing or is made of roots. But that is on condition that one not put it into a ring or a bracelet. 2v2, Ar Yaseh Br Bun in the name of Ar Yaseh, in the case of a wound that has healed, they may put on it some sort of poultice, because it serves only to protect it. A bun in the name of rabbis from over there. They may put such a thing on a wound on the Sabbath, because it serves only to protect the wound. Said R. Tenhuma, the exception is grape leaves, which serve to promote healing. Said R. Huna, as to the pea root, it is very good for healing, when it has 5 or 7 knots, 9 knots even better, so long as one does not put water on it on the Sabbath. 30 Yerushalmi Shabbat 6:3 A woman should not go out with a needle which has a hole, with a ring which has a seal, with a cochlea brooch, with a spice box, or with a perfume flask. And if she went out, she is liable to a sin offering, the words of Ar Meir. And sages declare exempt in the case of a spice box and a perfume flask. 1I1, a tailor should not go out carrying his needle on the eve of the Sabbath near nightfall, lest he forget and cross a boundary, nor a carpenter with the beam on his shoulder, nor a dyer with the color sample behind his ear, nor a money changer with the dinar behind his ear, nor a wool corder with a cord around his neck. But if they went forth, all of them are exempt, the words of Ar Meir. Sages say, a craftsman in the usual way of his craft, he is liable. But all the other men are exempt. 2I2, with reference to M6:3a, a ring which has a seal produces liability. Hence such a ring is not an ornament for a woman. But in general women's rings are regarded as ornaments, whether with a seal or not. Ar Aha in the name of Ar Abba Bar Ar Naaman, it represents the view of Ar Nehemiah. For we have learned there, a ring which is of metal, and its seal of coral, is unclean. A ring which is of coral, and its seal of metal, is clean. XXXVII Yerushalmi Shabbat 6:4 A man should not go out with a sword, bow, shield, club, or spear. And if he went out, he is liable to a sin offering. Our Eliezer says, they are ornaments for him. And sages say, they are nothing but ugly, since it is said, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks, nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. A garter is insusceptible to Uncle Anes, and they go out in it on the Sabbath. Ankle chains are susceptible to Uncle Anes, and they do not go out in them on the Sabbath. 1I1, it is written, and the people of Israel went up out of the land of Egypt equipped for battle. This teaches that they were armed with 5 different types of weapons. 2I2, what is the scriptural basis for the position of Ar Eliezer? 3I3, Arhaya in the name of Ar Yohanan, Abirat is on one leg, while Kabbalim are joined by a chain. Ar Judah says, Abirat is a knee band. 4:4, it is written, in that day the Lord will take away the finery of the anklets, the headbands, and the crescents. Finery of the anklets, slippers, as you say, tinkling with their feet. Veils are braided bands worn in the hair, as you find, a band with which the hair net is fastened. Crescents are necklace chains. 38th Yerushalmi Shabbat 6:5 A woman goes out in hair ribbons, whether made of her own hair or of the hair of another woman or of a beast, and with forehead band, head bangles sewn, a hair net, and false locks, in the courtyard, with wool in her ear, wool in her sandals, wool she has used for a napkin for her menstrual flow. 1:1, Hanan Manasseh bar Jeremiah, but that is on condition that a girl should not go out wearing ribbons appropriate for an old woman, nor an old woman with ribbons appropriate for a girl. 2:2, said Arabahu, whatever rests on the hair is called a lock. 3:3, Aryane, the wool in the ear of Zirah fell out. He wanted to put it back on the Sabbath. His associates rebuked him. A false tooth and a gold tooth are Abi permits. And sages prohibit. 1. 2:1, said Armana, I heard a reason for this matter from our Samuel in the name of our Zirah, but I don't know what I heard. What is the upshot of the matter? 2:2, Ar Yase and Rmi, one of them had a toothache, and the other gave him instructions, and the other had an earache, and the one gave him instructions. But we do not know who said this and who said that. Pepper, a lump of salt, and anything she puts into her mouth, on condition that she not first put it there on the Sabbath. And if it fell out, she may not put it back. 1:3:1, Aryane interpreted to speak in particular of pepper and a lump of salt. 6 Yerushalmi Shabbat 6:6 People may go out with a silicoin on a bunion. Little girls go out with threads and even chips in their ears. Arabian women veiled. Median women with cloaks looped up over their shoulders. And for any person, but sages spoke concerning prevailing conditions. 1:1, they go out with a silicoin on a bunion, sore on the sole of the foot. Ar-aha in the name of Rba bar mammal. Even a piece of silver foil. XL Yerushalmi Shabbat 6:7 She weights her cloak with a stone, a nut, or a coin, on condition that she not attach the weight first on the Sabbath. 1:1, it has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, they have referred to weighting a cloak only with a coin or a stone. Lo, as to a nut it is permitted, because that is something which may be handled on the Sabbath. XLI Yerushalmi Shabbat 6:8 A cripple goes forth with his wooden stump, the words of our Meir. And Ryose prohibits it. And if it has a receptacle for pads, it is susceptible to Uncle Anes. His knee pads are susceptible to Uncle Anes imparted by pressure, they go forth with them on the Sabbath, and they go into a courtyard with them. His chair and its pads are susceptible to Uncle Anes imparted by pressure, they do not go out with them on the Sabbath, and they do not go in with them into a courtyard. 1:1, Samuel said, they go forth in it on the count of its serving as a shoe, and they enter a courtyard wearing it. Aryane raised the following question, they go forth in it since it is a shoe, so it falls into the category of a shoe. They enter the courtyard wearing it. Then is it not a shoe? An artificial arm is insusceptible to Uncle Anes, and they do not go out in it. 1:2:1, what is the meaning of, an artificial arm is insusceptible to uncleanness? XLII Yerushalmi Shabbat 6:9 Boys go out in garlands, and princes with bells. For any person, but sages spoke concerning prevailing conditions. 1:1, boys go out in garlands, garlands of leaves. And princes with bells, Zirah said, bells on his shoulder. What is the meaning of, for any person? Whether poor boys or rich boys? Ila said, it refers to bells on his clothes. What is the meaning of, for any person? whether adult or minor. They go out with a locust's egg, a fox's tooth, a nail from the gallows of an impaled convict, for purposes of healing, the words of Ryose. And our Meir says, even on a weekday it is prohibited. 1:2:1, they go out with a locust's egg, it is good for the ear. And with a fox's tooth, it is good for the teeth. And with a nail from the gallows of an impaled convict, it is good to heal a spider's bite. Because of the ways of the Amorite. 1:3:1, Samuel, Arabau in the name of Yohanan, whatever serves to bring healing is not prohibited on the count of the ways of the Amorite. He who says, Dargan, Cardan, lo, this is one of the ways of the Amorites. Judah says, they may say Dagon on account of the idol of that name, since it says, to Dagon their God, and to rejoice. He who says, Dani, Dano, lo, this is one of the ways of the Amorites. Judah says, this is because of the idol, Dan, since it says, as thy God lives, O Dan, and as the way of Beersheba lives. Talmud Yerushalmi Shabbat 7:1 A general principle did they state concerning the Sabbath. 1. I1, what is the meaning of this reference to a general principle? Said Yase Br Bun, it is to indicate that the generalization before us is more important than the generalization at Tractate Shabbat. For the restrictions of the Sabbath apply to everything, while those of the seventh year apply only to work in the fields alone. There we have learned, a general principle have they laid down concerning produce of the seventh year. What is the meaning of this reference to a general principle? Said Yase Br Bun, it is to indicate that the generalization before us is more important than the generalization concerning tithing. For the rules of the seventh year apply both to food for man and food for beasts, while the rules of tithing apply only to food for man alone. Whoever forgets the basic principle of the Sabbath 1:2:1, we have learned, whoever forgets the basic principle of the Sabbath. But there is a Tannite authority of the household of Rabbi who repeats the tradition as follows, whoever does not know the principle of the Sabbath. Eliezer concurs with the version of our Mishnah. Yohanan repeats the passage in accord with the view of the authority of the house of Rabbi. Lo, it follows, Eliezer said, whoever forgets the basic principle of the Sabbath, that if he does not know it to begin with, he is entirely exempt. And performed many acts of labor on many different Sabbath days is liable only for a single sin offering. He who knows the principle of the Sabbath and performed many acts of labor on many different Sabbaths is liable for the violation of each and every Sabbath. He who knows that it is the Sabbath and performed many acts of labor on many different Sabbaths is liable for the violation of each and every generative category of labor. He who performs many acts of labor of a single type is liable only for a single sin offering. 1:3:1, how do we know? And does any one of them and does one, and does then, and does of them, and does one, serves to impose liability for each and every deed. Them to impose liability on all the deeds on a single count. Of them to impose liability for doing a deed analogous to a principal type of prohibited deed. 2:3:2, associates say, 6 days shall work be done, but on the seventh day is a Sabbath of solemn rest, a holy convocation, you shall do not work, it is a Sabbath to the Lord in all your dwellings. This serves to impose liability for each and every Sabbath. 3:3:3, an adult who was taken captive among Gentiles Rab and Samuel, one said, he counts 6 days and then serves the Sabbath. The other said, he observes the Sabbath and then counts 6 days. Isaac bar Eliezer in the name of Naaman bar Jacob, he counts 6 days and observes the Sabbath, 5 and observes the Sabbath, 4 and observes the Sabbath, 3 and observes the Sabbath, 2 and observes the Sabbath, 1 and observes the Sabbath. 4:3:4, we have learned there, said Akiba, I asked Eliezer, he who performs many acts of prohibited labor on many Sabbaths in a single spell of inadvertence, what is the law? Is he liable for a single offering for all of them, or is he liable for an offering for each and every one? He said to me, he is liable for an offering for each and every such action, on the basis of an argument a fortiori. Now if in the case of a menstruating woman, who does not yield many sorts of subdivisions of transgression or many sorts of sin offerings, one is liable for each and every act of sexual relations, the Sabbath, which yields many sorts of subdivisions of transgression and many sorts of sin offerings on their account, is it not logical that he should be liable for each and every act of labor? I said to him, no. If you have so stated in the case of having sexual relations with a menstruating woman, who is subject to two distinct warnings, for the man is subject to warning against having sexual relations with a menstruating woman, and a menstruating woman is subject to warning against having sexual relations with the man, will you say the same for the Sabbath, to which applies only a single warning? He said to me, he who has sexual relations with minors will prove the matter. For to them applies only a single warning. Yet he is liable for each and every act of sexual relations. I said to him, no. If you have so stated in connection with him who has sexual relations with minors, in which instance, even though there is no warning applicable to them now, there will be such a warning applicable to them in due course, will you so rule in the case of the Sabbath, which is subject to a warning neither now nor in due course? He said to me, he who has sexual relations with a beast will prove the matter. I said to him, the beast is subject to the same rule as the Sabbath. Both are Zira in the name of our Hisdah, are Ila in the name of our Simeon B. Lakish say, he asked him about the case in which one deliberately violated the Sabbath, but inadvertently performed forbidden acts of labor. It is in such a case that we have learned many acts of labor, not with regard to doing so on many Sabbaths, that one becomes liable. 5:3:5 What is the difference between a case in which there have been deliberate violations of the Sabbath and inadvertent practice of many acts of forbidden labor, and a case in which there have been inadvertent violations of the Sabbath and deliberate performance of acts of forbidden labor? Said Aryase, and why is one who deliberately violates the Sabbath but inadvertently performs forbidden acts of labor liable on each count? It is because if you say to him, it is a forbidden act of labor, he will cease to do it, and do some other acts of labor instead. And why is one who inadvertently violates the Sabbath but deliberately performs many acts of labor liable only on one count? For if you should say to him, it is the Sabbath, he forthwith will stop his actions. 6:3:6 If one inadvertently violated the Sabbath and also inadvertently performed acts of forbidden labor, our Hamnuna says, he is liable on only one count alone. Said to him Arzira, is not that view not a matter of an argument a fortiori? If one who deliberately violated the Sabbath and inadvertently performed acts of forbidden labor is not liable for each such action, he adds, because of inadvertent of Sabbath, should he lose inadvertent acts of labor? 7:3:7 Jeremiah asked before Arzira, if one harvested a half fig on one Sabbath, doing so deliberately in knowledge that it was the Sabbath, but inadvertently in respect to the prohibition of acts of labor, and if he cut a half fig on another Sabbath, inadvertently doing so as to the Sabbath but deliberately doing so as to the prohibited acts of labor, as to the inadvertent acts of labor involved in this deed, what is the law on their joining together? Is it plausible to say that Sabbaths may be treated as distinct from one another, or that Sabbaths may be treated as joined together to one another? Lo, dishes may be treated as separate from one another, and dishes of food may be treated as joined together. He said to him, I do not know the reason for the rule of the dish. But is it not a teaching of the Mishnah, if one has written a single letter on an ordinary day and another letter on the Sabbath, our Eliezer declares him liable to a sin offering, and our Joshua exempts him? Said our Azariah before our Mana, interpret the case to involve deliberate action. He said to him, is it not an argument a fortiori? If in the case of a deliberate action, in which instance one does not make distinctions, there also is no issue of joining together, in the case of inadvertent action, where one may divide actions from one another, is it not an argument a fortiori that there should be no joining together? Said our Hananiah, the law has held as you have said only in the case of one's harvesting a half fig deliberately on the Sabbath, and inadvertently performing prohibited acts of labor, and a half fig at twilight, in inadvertence as to the Sabbath but deliberate knowledge as to forbidden acts of labor. As to the inadvertent aspects of the one and the other, what is the law on their joining together? XLIV Yerushalmi Shabbat 7:2 The generative categories of acts of labor. 1. I1. How from the Torah do we know that there are these generative categories? R. Samuel bar Naaman in the name of R. Jonathan, they stand for the 40-1 times the word, work, is written in the Torah. Simeon b. Yohei taught, for 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord your God, you shall do no work on it. Lo, this reference to the word, work, comes to complete the count of 40-1 acts of labor that are written in the Torah. R. Yasebi R. Bun in the name of R. Samuel bar Naamani, the number stands for the 40-1 times that the words labor and work are written in connection with the building of the tabernacle. Said R. Yasebi. Hananiah, this is the thing, is not written, but rather, these are the things which the Lord has commanded you to do. The expansion from thing through things of to things is meant to signify that there are both generative categories and also secondary analogies. R. Yasebi R. Bun in the name of R. Samuel bar Naamani, the number stands for the 40-1 times that the words labor and work are written in connection with the building of the tabernacle. R. 40-1, 1. 2:1, for what purpose? It is to indicate that if one has carried out all of these acts of labor in a single spell of inadvertence, he is liable on only one count. 2:2, if two things were specified as distinct from the general rule, what is the law as to their being divided? Let us derive the answer from the following, from where, he who offers up a piece of the meat of a sin offering, a piece of the meat of the guilt offering, a piece of the meat of most holy things, a piece of the meat of lesser holy things, a bit of the remnant of the omer, of the 2 loaves and the showbread and of the residue of meal offerings, or of leaven or of honey transgress a negative commandment. Scripture says, for you shall burn no leaven nor any honey as an offering by fire to the Lord. Lo, anything, part of which is offered on the altar. Fires, lo, it is subject to the prohibition against offering up. A. 2:3, where we have a general rule stated affirmatively, and a specific instance of the rule expressed negatively. In the opinion of R. Eliezer, you have a case of a general rule followed by a specific explication of the general rule. R. Eliezer says, people receive a flogging on the count of plowing in the sabbatical year. R. Yohanan said, people do not receive a flogging on the count of plowing in the sabbatical year. 3. 2:4, there we have learned, there are 4 generative causes of damages, ox, pit, crop-destroying beast, and conflagration equals MBQ 1:1a. An ox refers to damage done by the horn. There we have learned, the generative categories of uncleanness are, the creeping things, semen. What are the derivatives of the creeping thing? R. Judah in the name of R. Nahum, the indirect contact. He who sows, plows, 1. 3:1, and is plowing a generative category. R. Hayatot, digging a hole, digging a ditch, and piercing a hole are secondary derivatives of plowing. All the generative categories of forbidden labor have been derived from the sanctuary. 2. 3:2, R. Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, he who cooks carrion on a festival day is not subjected to a flogging, for is permitted under the general principle that cook on the festival. R. Simeon b. Lakish says, he is flogged, for not permitted under the general principle that cook on the festival, and that covers cooking only what in fact one is permitted to eat. 3:3, on account of any action that serves to improve the produce, one is liable on the count of sowing, bending, grafting, trimming, nipping shoots, cutting, tying up wounds on a tree, stripping, covering with powder, fumigating, removing wormy parts, cutting, anointing, watering, perforating, preparing a covering, and doing any sort of deed which improves the produce. Liability on the count of sowing. Reaps, 1. 4:1, Arhaya taught, he who pulls up, reaps, cuts grapes, harvests olives, cuts dates, and hoes, these are all deemed a single type of forbidden labor. Binds sheaves, 1. v1, he who binds sheaves. R. Samuel bar Sisarta asked, what are the derivatives of sheaf binding? R. Yase, I heard some sort of logic in this matter from R. Simeon in the name of R. Aha, but I don't know what I heard. How am I to differentiate the case of pounding rice, barley, or beans, in which instance one is liable on the count of threshing, and the case of laying out for drying dates, raisins, or brittle cakes, in which instance one is liable on the count of binding sheaves? 2. v2, as to a woman, when she mixes wheat, she is liable on the count of winnowing. When she husks the heads of garlic, the liability is on the count of threshing. For breaking them open at the sides, liability is on the count of selecting. For cutting it in slices, it is on the count of milling. For sifting, it is on the count of winnowing. When she completes the act of labor, it is on the count of smiting the hammer on the anvil. As to him who works in flax stalks, he is liable on the count of threshing. He who beats flax using a rolling pin is liable on the count of grinding. If he works on flax stalks with a rake, he is liable on the count of winnowing. If he works them with a shovel, he is liable on the count of selecting. When he strips the heads, he is liable on the count of threshing. When he sifts the garlic in a sieve, he is liable on the count of selecting. When he grinds it in the pestle, he is liable on the count of milling. When he puts liquid on it, he is liable on the count of threshing. When he completes the labor, he is liable on the count of the hammer striking the anvil. 3v3, Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, fish which one pressed out, if it was so as to eat the flesh of the fish itself, he is exempt. If it was to get at the brine, he is liable. Rab said, pickled vegetables which one pressed out, if it was so as to eat the vegetables themselves, he is exempt. If it was to get at the juice, he is liable. As to steamed, whether it is to get at their substance or at their juice, it is forbidden. Samuel said, all the same are pickles and steamed, whether it is to get at their food substance or at their juice, it is forbidden. THRE shees, winnows, selects, grinds, sifts, kneads. 16:1, said R. Yudan, there is he who may choose pebbles all day long and will not be liable. There is he who takes no more than a fig's bulk and forthwith is subject to liability. 26:2, R. Jonah asked, if one did so on the Sabbath, in the view of the house of Shammai, what is the law as to his being liable? 36:3, if one selected one kind of food from some other kinds of food, Hezekiah said, he is liable. R. Yohanan said, he is exempt. 46:4, it is taught, they do not select, grind, or sift. He who selects, grinds, or sifts on the Sabbath is stoned, and on a festival day incurs 40 lashes. And lo, we have learned, he makes his selection in his usual way, putting it down using his lap, a basket. Said R. Hanana of Antonia, the former represents the view of Rabban Gamaliel, who has said, he swills and separates the husks, and lo, it is taught, the members of the household of Rabban Gamaliel would crush pepper in their pepper mill. It is permitted to grind, but prohibited to make a selection. 56:5, R. Zira, R. Hayabar Ashi in the name of Samuel, he who strains is liable on the count of selection. Grinding, 1. 7:1, grinding, one who crushes salt or pulverizes pepper is liable on the count of grinding. One who sifts powder of gypsum is liable on the count of winnowing. One who kneads gypsum, powder for collyrium, or spices is liable on the count of kneading. He who kneads, tears a lump of dough into pieces to form cakes, lays out dough, all of them are subject to the single count of kneading. Bakes, 1. 8:1, with reference to the inclusion of baking, M7:2, and the failure to mention cooking, we note that in the tabernacle, the source for the generative categories, there was no baking, but only cooking the spices, so you see that baking is a derivative of cooking, and you phrase matters in this way. 2. 8:2, as to all of these measures, as to food, the bulk of a fig. As to food for a beast, enough to fill the mouth of a lamb. As to cooking, sufficient time over the heat to cook an egg lightly. As to weaving, sufficient to weave the breadth of a sit, doubled over. As to spinning, sufficient to spin the length of a sit, doubled. He who shears wool, 1. 9:1, he who shears wool, if one sheared without further specification of purpose, what is the law? 2. 9:2, there we have learned, our Yaseh ben Meshullam says, he who slaughters a firstling makes a place with the hatchet on either side and pulls out the hair so as to clear a place for the slaughtering cut, and this is on condition that he does not remove the wool from its place. And so he who pulls up the hair to examine the place of a blemish. Our Ilah in the name of our Simeon b. Lakish, he who pulls up a hair from a beast in the status of holy things is exempt. Washes it, 1. X1, he who washes it, he who pitches wood for vessels or ropes for a windlass. Beats it, 1. 11:1, he who hatchels baste, down, or papyrus is liable on the count of beating. Dyes it, spins, 1. 12:1, what sort of dyeing was there in the tabernacle? 2. 12:2, he who launders and he who wrings out it is a single type of forbidden labor. It is taught, R. Ishmael b. R. Yohanan b. Barakah says, in the case of dyers in Jerusalem did they deem wringing out as an act of labor unto itself. Weaves, 1. 13:1, he who makes ropes and he who makes cord are liable on the count of weaving. He who on the Sabbath makes knotted webs, sieves, and mats is liable on the count of weaving. If a woman begins to arrange the threads for weaving a knitted mat, she is liable on the count of weaving. Makes 2 loops, weaves 2 threads, separates 2 threads, ties, unties, sews 2 stitches, tears in order to sew 2 stitches. 1:14:1, what sort of tying was done in the tabernacle? 2:14:2, our Hashaya taught, wicker baskets for dates and plated baskets for dates does one untie and retie, on condition that he not tie a knot. But is this not untying a knot? It is treated as tantamount to breaking a jar to eat the figs therein. 3:14:3, our Hananiah said, that rule applies if the thread and the needle pass entirely through the entire breadth of the 2 fabrics. 4:14:4, the language of tearing is used with reference to garments, and of ripping apart for leather or hides. He who traps a deer, 1. 15:1, he who captures a mollusk and crushes it, there is a Tannite authority who teaches, he is liable on 2 counts. And there is a Tannite authority who teaches, he is liable on only 1 count. Slaughters it, 1. 16:1, our Simeon b. Lakish said, there should be no reference to slaughtering here. For slaughtering is a derivative of inflicting an injury. Flays it, salts it, cures its hide, 1. 17:1, he who cures its hide, what sort of curing of hides was done in the tabernacle? Scrapes it, and cuts it up, 1. 18:1, what sort of scraping was in the tabernacle? 2:18:2, he who rubs a hide on a pillar is liable. On what count is he liable? Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Judah b. Levi, Ar Aha in the name of Ar Judah b. Levi, on the count of scraping. That which you have said applies to a newly, but in the case of an old, there is a dispute between our Eliezer and sages, for they have the following debate, he who sweeps the floor, he who sprinkles it, he who curdles milk or cheese, and he who takes out a loaf of honey, on the Sabbath, is liable for a sin offering if he does so on a festival day, he is given 40 stripes, the words of our Eliezer. And sages say, because of the principle of Sabbath rest, he who writes 2 letters, erases 2 letters in order to write 2 letters. 119:1, if one blotted out a single large letter, in the space of which there is sufficient area to write 2 ordinary letters, he is liable. If he wrote 1 very large letter, even though there is in the space occupied by it sufficient area for writing 2 ordinary letters, he is exempt. He who builds 1xx1, what sort of building was involved in the tabernacle? They would put the boards on top of the bases. But was this not merely temporary? Said Aryase, since they would encamp and journey on the instructions, was it as if it was temporary? Said Aryase Barbun, since the Holy One, blessed be he, had promised them that he would bring them into the land, was it as if it was permanent? Tears down, he who puts out a fire, kindles a fire, he who hits with a hammer. 1xxi1, he who destroys, that pertains in particular to one who does so on account of need. Arhama bar Ukba in the name of Simeon b. Lakish, he who increases the size of a utensil made of wicker is liable on the count of building. Ila in the name of Simeon b. Lakish, he who blows up a glass utensil is liable on the count of building. He who transports an object from one domain to another. These are the 40 generative acts of labor less 1. 1xxii1, are liable on the count of transporting the refuse. 2xxii2, and why is the matter of stretching out not taught along with the list? XLV Yerushalmi Shabbat 7:3 and a further general rule did they state, whatever is suitable for storage, which people generally store in such quantity as one has taken out on the Sabbath, he is liable to a sin offering on its account on the Sabbath. And whatever is not suitable for storage, which people generally do not store in such quantity as one has taken out on the Sabbath, only he is liable on its account who stores it away. 1I1, Arhuna in the name of Eliezer, this speaks of something which has been used for idolatry. Yohanan said, it speaks of things from which one may not derive benefit. Hisda said, it refers merely to minute quantities of materials. XLVI Yerushalmi Shabbat 7:4 he who takes out a quantity of straw sufficient for a cow's mouthful, pea stalks sufficient for a camel's mouthful, ears of grain sufficient for a lamb's mouthful, grass sufficient for a kid's mouthful, garlic or onion leaves. 1I1, Jonah, Aryase of Galilee in the name of Aryase b. Hananah. What is subject to a stricter rule completes the requisite volume for a less severe ruling, but what is a less severe ruling does not complete to a more severe ruling. Herbs complete the volume required of straw, but straw does not complete the volume required of herbs. 2I2, Arhashaya taught, if one took out straw for a cow in the volume sufficient to fill the mouth of a cow, if one took out straw for a lamb in the volume sufficient for a mouthful for a lamb, he is liable. Ila said Yohanan asked, if so, then if one took out food for a sick person, if it is enough to fill the mouth of a sick person, he should be liable. Fresh, a dried fig's bulk, dry, sufficient for a kid's mouthful and they do not join together with one another, because they are not subject to equivalent measures. He who takes out foodstuffs in the volume of a dried fig is liable. And they do join together with one another, because they are subject to equivalent measures, except for their husks, kernels, stalks, coarse bran, and fine bran. 1:2:1, Arbun Barhaya asked, but what if the dish the man took out was not of a fig's bulk? Judah says, except for the husks of lentils, which are cooked with them. 1:3:1, Zira bar Hananiah in the name of Hananiah. That which you have said applies to red lentils, but as to black ones, which are easily separated. Slai Yerushalmi Shabbat 8:1. He who takes out wine enough to mix a cup, milk enough for a gulp, honey enough to put on a sore, oil enough to anoint a small limb, water enough to rub off an eye salve, and of all other liquids, a quarter log, and of all slops, a quarter log. 1I1, Zira asked Josiah, what is the minimum measure of the cups? He said to him, let us derive what is not explicated from what is made explicit. For Arhaya taught, the 4 cups of which they have spoken are to contain a quarter according to the Italian measure. 2I2, Ar Yasabi Ar Bun in the name of Ar Yohanan, this represents the view of Ar Judah. For it has been taught, water enough for a swallow. Ar Judah says, enough to rub off an eye salve. He who takes out wine enough for a gulp. Ar Judah says, enough for mixing a cup 1/4 of a 1/4 log. 3I3, what is the requisite measure of the cups of wine? Ar Abin said, a tetartan, that is, a quarter. What is the law on drinking all 4 cups in a single span? On the basis of what Ar Yohanan has said, in the case of the Hallel Psalms, if one has heard them in the synagogue, he has carried out his obligation, that is to say that even if one drank all 4 cups in a single span, he has carried out his obligation. What is the law on drinking them bit by bit? Have they maintained that one should get drunk, not drink? If one drinks the wine in widely separated gulps, will he not get drunk? What is the law on carrying out one's obligation to drink 4 cups of wine with wine that has been produced in the 7th year? Ar Hashaya taught, they carry out the obligation to drink 4 cups of wine with wine that has been produced in the 7th year. 4I4, it has been taught, in the case of dry wine, and olives bulk the words of Ar Nathan. 5I5, Ar Simon in the name of Ar Joshua b. Levi, there was the case of a mule, belonging to the household of Rabbi, which died. They declared its blood insusceptible to uncleanness on the count of carrion. Ar Eliezer asked Ar Simon, to what extent? But the latter did not respond. 6I6, it has been taught, blood enough for eye shadow for one eye. 7I7, milk, that which you have said speaks of milk of a clean domesticated beast, but as to milk from unclean domesticated beast, it must be enough to provide eye salve for one eye. 8I8, honey, that which you have said speaks of the old kind. 9I9, oil enough to anoint a small limb that refers in particular to the small limb of a 1-day-old baby. 10I10, water enough to rub off an eye salve, said Ar Eliezer, that which you have said applies to water that comes from dew. 11I11, RBA in the name of Ar Hisdah, the Mishnah speaks of slops poured from one house to another. Ar Simeon says, all of them are a quarter log. 12:1, sages reply to Ar Simeon, surely it is not possible to speak of honey in the measure of a quarter log, or vinegar in the measure of a quarter log. He replied to them, just as you maintain that all sorts of foodstuffs join together to form the volume of a dried fig, so we maintain that all liquids join together to form the volume of a quarter log, and they have stated all these measures only with reference to those who store them away. 13:1, said Armana, so far as people who store them away are concerned, any volume at all will be culpable. Slayeth Yerushalmi Shabbat 8:2 He who takes out rope enough to make a handle for a basket, reed cord enough to make a hanger for a sifter or a sieve. 1I1, that which you have said refers to soft rope. But as to hard rope, it must be sufficient to kindle a fire capable of cooking a small egg. 2I2, reed cord enough to make a hanger for a sifter or a sieve, that which you have said refers to rope used for the inner side of the sifter or a sieve. But as to rope used for the outer side, it must be sufficient to tie 2 loops to a sifter or a sieve. It is taught, palm sprouts enough to make a handle for a twig basket. That which you have said refers to soft ones. But as to hard ones, it must be sufficient to make a border. If one took out a utensil made of twigs, he is liable. Strings made of the fibrous bast of the palm too. A root for planting too. For a beast a lamb's mouthful. If it is for use as wood, in the measure of wood. He who takes out 2 hairs of a horse's tail or of a cow's tail, lo, this one is liable. Because he makes them into hunting traps. Ar Judah says, enough to use it to take the measure of a shoe for a child, paper enough to write on it a receipt for a tax collector. 12:1, but that refers to a child who knows how to lace up a sandal. And he who takes out a receipt for a tax collector is liable. 13:1, it has been taught, he who takes out a receipt of a tax collector before he has shown it to the tax collector is liable. After he has shown it to the tax collector, he is exempt. R. Judah says, also, after he has shown it to the tax collector, he is liable, because he keeps it to show it to the tax farmer. He who takes out a bond, before he has shown it to the creditor, is liable. After he has shown it to the creditor, he is exempt. R. Judah says, also, after he has shown it to the creditor, he is liable, because he may be able to show it to another creditor as well. Used paper enough to wrap around a small perfume bottle. 14:1, it is taught, if there is open space sufficient to contain 2 letters, he is liable. XLIX Yerushalmi Shabbat 8:3 leather enough to make an amulet, enough to put on an amulet. Superior parchment enough to write a small pericope for the tefillin on it, which is Hear O Israel. Ink enough to write 2 letters. 12:1, that which you have said applies to the better surface of the hide, but as to the inferior surface of the hide, it is sufficient to write 2 pericope that go into the mezuzah. 2:2:2, as to ink, if one took out ink with a quill, it is sufficient to write 2 letters. Eye shadow enough to shadow one eye. Pitch or sulfur enough for making a small hole. 14:1, R. Yaseh Bar Hanana said, they have taught this rule with reference to these things in liquid state. Wax enough to put over a small hole. 1. V1, R. Haya taught, enough to put over a crack. El Yerushalmi Shabbat 8:4 glue enough to put on the head of a lime twig. Clay enough to make the hole of the crucible of a goldsmith. R. Judah says, enough to make a prop. Bran enough to put on the mouth of the crucible of a goldsmith, quicklime enough to smear the little finger of a girl. 1I1, what is clay? It is white powder clay. 2I2, Samuel said, as to dirt, enough to cover up the blood of a small bird. 3I3, it has been taught, as to pottery, any amount, and as to reed rope, any amount, is it permitted to carry in the house. R. Judah says, enough to make a hair crown. R. Nehemiah says, enough to make side curls. 12:1, said Rabbi, the opinion of R. Judah appears to me preferable when it is of the volume of an egg, and the opinion of R. Nehemiah when it is mashed. Li Yerushalmi Shabbat 8:5 earth for clay enough to make a seal for a large sack, the words of R. Akiba. And sages say, a seal for a letter. Manure or fine sand enough to manure a cabbage stalk, the words of R. Akiba. And sages say, enough to manure a leek. Coarse sand enough to cover a plasterer's trowel, reed enough to make a pen. And if it was thick or broken, enough to cook the smallest sort of egg, mixed and put in a pan. 1I1, R. Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, that is to say, a pen which reaches up to the joints of the fingers. 2I2, said R. Yaseh, every reference to an egg which we have learned with reference to Mishnah Tractate Kelim refers to an actual egg. But in Tractate Shabbat, the volume of a fig is equivalent to that of an egg. Li Yerushalmi Shabbat 8:6 bone enough to make a spoon. R. Judah says, enough to make a tooth with it. 1I1, what is the meaning of a tooth? Glass enough to scrape the end of a shuttle. 1:2:1, there we have learned, fragments of a glass vessel into which one may pour oil are regarded as useful, and here you say this. While in 17:5 sages speak of a glass fragment even if the glass has never formed part of a utensil, while in 8:6 the anonymous sages apparently require that the fragment have such a function. Pebble or stone enough to throw at a bird. R. Eliezer B. R. Jacob says, enough to throw at a beast. 1:3:1, Simeon Bar Ba in the name of R. Yohanan, sufficient in weight to throw at the back of a bird and the bird will feel it. 2:3:2, it has been taught, a rounded and smooth pebble the size of an olive, the size of a nut, or the size of an egg one takes it and dries his feet off with it. R. Ishmael B. R. Yaseh says in the name of his father, one the size of his hand. 3:3:3, Haya taught, a shirt of any character at all it is forbidden to wipe oneself therewith. Said R. Yaseh B. R. Bun, it is not the end of the matter that prohibition applies to a shirt, but even the handles of jugs to anything that goes into the kill and is taken out. R. Yase B. Yase said, a pebble used by his fellow for wiping himself and water of a volume of less than 40 c's is it forbidden to use for wiping oneself? Lii Yerushalmi Shabbat 8:7 pots heard enough to put between one board and another, the words of R. Judah. R. Meir says, enough to scoop up fire. R. Yose says, enough to hold a quarter log. Said R. Meir, even though there is no proof for the proposition, there is at least a hint for it, and there shall not be found among the pieces of it assured to take fire from the hearth. Said to him R. Yose, from that same verse there is proof, or to scoop up water withal out of the cistern. 1:1, a pots heard of any size R. Yohanan said, they consecrate with it. R. Simeon B. Lakish says, they do not do so. Liv Yerushalmi Shabbat 9:1 said R. Akaba, how do we know of an idol that it imparts uncle Anes when it is carried as a menstruating woman? Since it is said, you shall cast them away like a menstrual thing, you shall say to it, get thee hence. 1:1, abomination is written in connection with the menstruating woman, abomination is written in connection with dead creeping things, and abomination is written in connection with an idol. In connection with the menstruating woman, for whoever shall do any of these abominations that do them shall be cut off. In connection with idolatry, and you shall not bring an abominable thing into your house. In connection with dead creeping things, you shall not eat any abominable thing. But I do not know to which matter an analogy is to be drawn. R. Akaba said, it is to be compared to the abomination stated with reference to the menstruating woman, just as a menstruating woman imparts uncleanness to the one who carried her, so an idol imparts uncleanness to the one who carries it. 2:2, said R. Hananah, that is to say that the uncleanness imputed to an idol is not clear. For if that were not so, would one compare it to a lesser, and not compare it to a more severe? Said R. Mana, it is clear. Now why does one compare it to a corpse and to a dead creeping thing? To derive evidence therefrom for the minor which apply to 3:3, what is the scriptural basis of R. Akaba? You shall abhor it like menstrual uncleanness. What is the scriptural basis of the rabbis? You shall utterly detest like a dead creeping thing. 4:4, there is a version of the Mishnah tradition which states, an idol is like a menstruating woman, and the appurtenances of an idol are like a menstruating woman. And there is a version of the Mishnah tradition which states, an idol is like a menstruating woman but its appurtenances are like a dead creeping thing. Just as the menstruating woman imparts uncle Anes when she is carried, so an idol imparts uncle Anes when it is carried. 1:2:1, now does this statement not stand at variance with that which R. Yohanan said, an idol which was broken is permitted? And we have had the theory, if in the future one does not plan to put the sherds back together, all parties concur that it is permitted? But lo, we have learned, there are three sorts of stones. 2:2:2, RBA in the name of Rab, one who prostrates himself to a house has forbidden it. But if he did so to a tree, he has not prohibited it. LV Yerushalmi Shabbat 9:2 how do we know of a boat that it is insusceptible to uncle Anes? Since it says, the way of a ship in the midst of the sea, 1:1, may one not derive the same fact from the analogy to the sea itself? That is to say, just as the sea is insusceptible to uncleanness, so the ship is insusceptible to uncleanness. And may one not derive the same fact from the analogy to sacking? While sacking serves on both sea and land, a boat serves only on the sea and not on the land. How do we know of a garden bed, 6 handbreadth square, that may be sown in it, 4 on the sides and 1 in the middle? Since it says, for as the earth brings forth her bud and as the garden causes seed sown in it to spring forth. Its seed is not said, but its seeds. 1:2:1, the smallest number of its seeds is 2 varieties. Said R. Samuel bar Sisreda, from 2 you may then derive 4. In the case of 2 varieties of seeds, You plant at the outset rows 6 handbreadths long and then proceed to plant progressively shorter rows, and likewise, in the case of 4 varieties of seeds, you plant rows of 6 handbreadths and progressively shorten the rows. Lvi Yerushalmi Shabbat 9:3 How do we know of her who emits semen on the 3rd day that she is unclean? Since it says, and be ready against the 3rd day, come not near a woman. 1. I1, said R. Yohanan, it was from the procedure at Sinai that they derived the rule. Moses came down on Tuesday, saying to them, be ready against the 3rd day, do not come near a woman. Now whoever ceased to have sexual relations on the 3rd day then may count Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday, and as to Thursday night and Friday, if a woman emitted semen on Thursday night, she is unclean, but if it was on Friday, she is clean. As to whoever ceased to have sexual relations on Wednesday, we may then count Wednesday night, Thursday, and as to Thursday night and Friday, if a woman emitted semen at night on Thursday night, she would be unclean, while if it was on Friday by day, she is clean. How do we know that they bathe the child on the 3rd day after circumcision, even if this coincides with the Sabbath? Since it says, and it came to pass on the 3rd day when they were sore. 1. 2:1, we have learned, they bathe the child, a Tannite authority of the house of Rabbi, they wash the mark of circumcision. Arabau in the name of R. Yohanan, the law follows the view of him who says, they wash the child. How do we know that they tie a red thread on the head of the scapegoat? Since it says, though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be white as snow. 1:3:1, at first they would tie a crimson thread onto their windows. In the case of some of them it turned white, and in the case of some of them it remained red. The result was that these became ashamed before those. So they went and tied it at the door of the temple. There were years in which it turned white, and there were years in which it remained red. They went and tied it to a rock. Lvii Yerushalmi Shabbat 9:4 How do we know that on the Day of Atonement anointing is tantamount to drinking? Even though there is no direct proof of the proposition, there is a hint at it, since it says, and it came into his inward parts like water and like oil into his bones. 1:1, there is the following pertinent statement, on the Sabbath, anointing with oil both for enjoyment and otherwise is permitted. On the Day of Atonement, anointing both for enjoyment and otherwise is forbidden. On the 9th of Ab and on any other fast day of the community, anointing for enjoyment is forbidden, but that which is not merely for enjoyment is permitted. Le'ayin Yerushalmi Shabbat 9:5 He who brings out wood enough to cook a small egg, spices enough to spice a small egg, and they join together with one another. Nuts hells, pomegranate shells, woad, and dye matter enough to dye a garment as small as a hair net. 1:1, there is a problem. Do cinnamon and salt join together? 2:2, there we have learned, the prohibited measure is for bleachers, hacklers, dyers, and spinners, and yet you say this. Urine, soda, soap, chimoli and earth, or lion's leaf enough to launder a garment as small as a hair net. R. Judah says, enough to spread over a blood stain. 1:2:1, soda is carbonate of soda, soap is sulfur, chimoli and earth is alkaline ashes. Lion's leaf R. Yasebi R. Bun said, stones of wind. Lix Yerushalmi Shabbat 9:6 Pepper in any quantity at all, tar in any quantity at all, various sorts of spices and metal tools in any quantity at all, stones of the altar, dirt of the altar, worn out holy scrolls, and their worn out covers in any quantity at all. For they store them away in order to hide them. R. Judah says, also, he who takes out any of the appurtenances of an idol in any quantity at all, since it says, and there shall cleave not of the devoted thing to your hand. 1:1, it has been taught, also of anything that smells bad any quantity at all. Lx Yerushalmi Shabbat 9:7 He who takes out a peddler's basket, even though there are many different sorts of things in it, is liable only for a single sin offering. 1:1, M9:7a's specification that there is only liability for a single sin offering hardly requires specification. So there is this problem: if the man had taken out over and over again various things, in a single spell of inadvertence, would he not be liable only for a single sin offering? Garden seeds less than a dried fig's bulk. R. Judah B. Bidera says, 5. 12:1, what is the reasoning of R. Judah B. Bidera? That is the way seeds usually are sown in a furrow. 2 cucumber seeds, 2 gourd seeds, 2 Egyptian bean seeds, a clean. 13:1, it has been taught, meat and grain seeds too. R. Samuel in the name of R. Zira, seeds for wheat, since they are especially prized, are treated in the category of other garden seeds which are not going to be eaten. A live locust in any quantity whatsoever, a dead one the size of a dried fig. 14:1, that which you have said applies to a clean locust. But as to an unclean one, the appropriate minimum is enough to fill the mouth of a dog. A vineyard bird, whether alive or dead in any quantity at all, for they store it away for a remedy. 1v1, said R. Aha, a woman having a pustulate face sucks on such a locust and is healed. R. Judah says, also one who takes out a living unclean locust in any quantity at all, for they store it away for a child to play with it. 16:1, lo, may we then conclude, in the case of a clean one whether it is alive or dead, the requisite measure is a fig's bulk. THIRD Yerushalmi Shabbat 10:1 he who put away for seed, for a sample, or for a remedy, and took it out on the Sabbath is liable for any amount whatsoever. But any person is liable on its account only for the specified measure pertinent to it. Went and put it back, he is liable only for the specified measure pertinent to it. 1:1, R. Jeremiah said R. Yaseh B. R. Hananah asked, may we say that this law of the Mishnah represents the view of R. Judah, who has said, a man will be liable on account of the tools of his trade. 2:2, if one party put the substance away and another one took it out, the latter is exempt. R. Simeon B. Eliezer declares him liable. Lxii Yerushalmi Shabbat 10:2 he who takes out food and put it down on the threshold, whether he then went and took it out, or someone else took it out, is exempt, for he has not performed his act of labor at one time. A basket which is full of produce, which one put on the outer threshold, even though the larger quantity of the produce is outside, he is exempt unless he takes out the entire basket. 1:1, Hezekiah said, the Mishnah speaks of a basket of cucumbers or gourds, in which case part of the food is inside and part out. But in the case of a basket full of produce, once one has taken a dried fig's bulk of food outside, he has incurred liability. They said that a statement of R. Yohanan differs from this view. For R. Hiah said in the name of R. Yohanan, a frame with shelves, part of which is standing inside and part outside, if one took something from one part and put it into the other part, he is exempt. If he took it up, only when he takes up the whole thing at once. 2:2, Hezekiah said, if one removed a bundle from private domain to public domain, if before he put it down in public domain, the top of the bundle was above 10, since the whole of it has not come to rest in public domain, the man is exempt. Said R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, if one took a beam from private domain to public domain, if before he put it down in public domain, the beam went into a different private domain, since the whole of it has not come to rest in public domain, he is exempt. Said R. Yohanan, a stone located in public domain, 10 high and 4 broad, he who takes something in it into public domain, or from public domain to the stone, is liable. Samuel said, a basket full of produce located in public domain 10 high and 4 broad, he who takes produce from it to the public domain, or from the public domain to the basket, is exempt. L'ziath Yerushalmi Shabbat 10:3 he who takes out, whether in his right hand or in his left, in his lap or on his shoulder, is liable, for so is the manner of carrying by the children of Kohat. For he has not carried out the way people carry out. 1:1, R. Yaseh raised the question, if so, If one took as much as a fig out on his shoulder, he is liable. The oil for the light in his right hand, the fragrant incense, in his left hand, the continual cereal offering for that day suspended from his arm, and as to the anointing oil, where was it located? LXIV Yerushalmi Shabbat 10:4 He who intends to carry out something in front of him, and it slipped behind him, is exempt. Behind him and it slipped in front of him, he is liable. 1. There we have learned, our Simeon Chazuri and our Simeon say, they did not dispute about something that falls into a single category, that he is liable. Concerning what did they dispute? Concerning something that falls into two distinct categories. For our Eliezer declares him liable for a sin offering and our Joshua exempts. Our Ila in the name of our Eliezer, we deal with something which falls into two categories, and he is exempt. Truly did they say, a woman who wore drawers, whether in front of her or behind her, is liable, for they are likely to be moved around. Our Judah says, also, letter carriers. 1:1, truly, said our Eliezer, every place in which the language, truly, is used, represents a law revealed to Moses at Sinai. LXV Yerushalmi Shabbat 10:5 One who carries out a loaf of bread into the public domain is liable. If two people carried it out, they are exempt. One person could not carry it out, but two people carried it out, they are liable. And our Simeon declares 1. By doing, an individual who performed is liable, while 2 or 3 who performed it are exempt. One who carries out food in a volume less than the specified measure in a utensil is exempt even on account of the utensil, for the utensil is secondary to it. 1:1, said our Samuel bar our Isaac, that which you have said addresses a case in which they needed the utensils, for instance, in the case of berries. But if they did not need the utensils, one is liable also for taking out the utensil. A living person in a bed is exempt even on account of the bed, for the bed is secondary to him. A corpse in a bed, he is liable. And so an olive-s bulk of corpse matter and an olive-s bulk of carrion and a lentil-s bulk of a dead creeping thing is liable. And our Simeon declares exempt. 1:3:1, a living person in a bed is exempt even on account of taking out the bed, for a living person bears his own weight. If he carried out a corpse in a bed, he is liable. This represents the view of all parties, for has it not been taught, a bad smell, in any volume at all. LXVI Yerushalmi Shabbat 10:6 He who pares his fingernails with one another, or with his teeth, so too his head, mustache, or beard, and likewise she who dresses her hair, puts on eyeshadow, or rouges her face. Our Eliezer declares liable. And sages prohibit because of from a pot which has a hole is liable. 1. Our Abau in the name of our Yasebi our Hanana, where do they differ? It is when the person has pared his own nails, but if someone else did so, they are repulsive. And as to the view of sages, our Aha, our Nahum in the name of Rab, under no circumstances is one liable unless he removes into a basket. 2. She who puts on eyeshadow is liable on account of writing. She who rouges her face is liable on account of dyeing. Which has no hole, he is exempt. But our Simeon exempts him both in this case and in that case. 1:1, Isaac bar Orion said, where do they dispute? Only in a case in which one did not pull up the plant at the point of perforation. But if one pulled up the plant at the point of perforation, even our Simeon concurs. LXI Yerushalmi Shabbat 11:1 One who throws from private domain to public domain, from public domain to private domain, is liable. 1. Throwing is a derivative of transporting an object. From private domain to private domain, and public domain intervenes. R. Aqiba declares liable. And sages exempt. 1:1, despite the dispute there is no difference between the view of and the view of rabbis, that the object must come to rest from public domain into the private domain. In the view of rabbi, even if it did not come to rest. In the view of rabbis, if it came to rest. 2:2:2, Samuel said, they have reported the tradition only when the object remains below 10 handbreadths. Lo, if it passes above 10 handbreadths, it is forbidden. 3:2:3, R. Isaac B. R. Eliezer asked, if one tossed an object from private domain to public domain, and realized before the object was in public domain, do we maintain, in the theory of our Akaba, that the object is treated as if it has come to rest in public domain, in which case the one who tossed it is liable on 2 counts? 4. 2:4, R. Abahu says in the name of R. Eliezer in the name of R. Yohanan, if one was standing in public domain and tossed an object higher than 10 handbreadths, they examine, so that if the object falls back and comes to rest within 4 cubits of the man, he is exempt, and if not, he is liable. 5:2:5, it has been taught in the name of R. Judah, if one tossed an object 4 cubits in public domain, he is liable. THIRD Yerushalmi Shabbat 11:2 How so? 2 balconies opposite one another into the public domain, he who stretches out or throws from this one to that one is exempt. If both of them were at the same story, he who stretches is liable, and he who throws from one to the other is exempt. For thus was the mode of labor of the Levites, 2 wagons, one behind the other, in the public domain they stretch beams from this one to that one, but they do not throw. 1. I1, Rab said, one should read not exempt but permitted. In the view of Rab, as to space above 10 handbreadths, it is permitted. In the opinion of Samuel, as to the space above 10 handbreadths, it is forbidden. 2. I2, said R. Yohanan, a standing part and a hole joined together to form the requisite volume of 4 cubits. And that is the case when the standing part is larger in breadth than the whole. The bank of a cistern, or a rock, 10 handbreadths high and 4 broad, he who takes from that area or who puts something onto that area is liable. Less than the stated measurements, he is exempt. 1:2:2, with what sort of case do we deal? If they are 10 handbreadths high and 4 broad, they constitute a domain by themselves. If they are 10 but are not 4 broad, it is to this case that R. Hisda in the name of Isi addressed this statement, as to a reed stuck in the public domain 10 handbreadths high, it is permitted to put things in from one domain or from the other, so long as one not then exchange. 2:2:2, said R. Yohanan, one should read here not exempt, but permitted. LXIX Yerushalmi Shabbat 11:3 He who throws 4 cubits toward a wall above 10 handbreadths, it is as if he threw it into the air. Below 10 handbreadths, it is as if he threw it onto the ground. He who throws 4 cubits on the ground is liable. If he threw within the space of 4 cubits and it rolled beyond 4 cubits, he is exempt. Beyond 4 cubits and it rolled back within 4 cubits, he is liable. 1I1, the Mishnah speaks of which has no niche. But if there is a niche, then there is a dispute between our Meir and sages. 2I2, our Hisda said, we deal with a wall that slopes downward toward the earth. But will the object not in the end come back down to the earth? LXX Yerushalmi Shabbat 11:4 He who throws 4 cubits into the sea is exempt. 1I1, it is not the end of the matter that one throws the object only 4 cubits into the sea. But even if he should throw it over the entire sea, he would be exempt, for the entire sea is regarded as neutral domain. If it was shallow water and a public path passed through it, he who throws into it 4 cubits is liable. And what is the measure of shallow water? Less than 10 handbreadths in depth. Shallow water, and a public path passed through it, he who throws into it to a distance of 4 cubits is liable. 1:2:1, and why have you repeated the same statement twice? Our Hananah in the name of our Phineas, it deals with 2 different shallow areas, one in which the public go, the other in which the public go only in case of dire necessity that you should not say, in this latter instance, since the public use this path only in a case of dire necessity, it does not fall into the category of public domain, but rather private domain. Accordingly, it is necessary to say that it is public domain too. LXXI Yerushalmi Shabbat 11:5 He who throws from the sea to dry land, or from dry land to the sea, or from the sea to a boat, or from a boat to the sea, or from one boat to another, is exempt. Boats are tied together, they move. If they are not tied together, even though they lie close together, they do not move from one to the other. 1. I1, Abba Bar Arhuna said, it is a case in which they are tied together by reed. Yasabi Arbun said, and applies to a case in which they prepared a meal of commingling. Both Arhaya and Arima, both in the name of Ar Eliezer, one said, when there is a space no greater than 4 cubits between. The other said, that is so even when there is a space of 4 cubits between. 2. I2, a boat in the sea, 10 handbreadths high they do not carry from to the sea or from the sea into it. Ar Judah says, 10 handbreadths deep but not 10 handbreadths high, they do carry from it to the sea, but not from the sea to it. 3I3, a rock in the sea 10 handbreadths high they do not carry anything from it to the sea or from the sea to it. Less than the specified dimensions, lo, this is permitted. So long as it is equivalent in area to a space sufficient for the sowing of 2 seahs of seed. 4I4, Ar Hamnuna said, a plank which protrudes from a ship, and is less than 4 cubits in breadth, it is permitted to sit on it and to utilize it for one's bodily needs on the Sabbath. Said Armana, if he had referred to a broken down box, it would have been preferable. Said Arabun, he who wants to provide a remedy for a ship, so that he may pour out slops from it on the Sabbath, puts a board out for 3 cubits, in the case of a board which is 4 cubits broad, and you regard the partitions as if they ascend. LCI Yerushalmi Shabbat 11:6 He who throws and realizes after it leaves his hand, another person caught it, a dog caught it, or it burned up in a fire, he is exempt. If he threw it intending to inflict a wound, whether on a man or on a beast, and realizes before it inflicted the wound, he is exempt. This is the general principle. All those who may be liable to sin offerings in fact are not liable unless both at the beginning and the end, there is done inadvertently. If the beginning of there is inadvertent and the end is deliberate, the beginning deliberate and the end inadvertent, they are exempt unless both at the beginning and at the end there is inadvertent. 1I1, the meaning of the Mishnah is that the man then acted deliberately. And this poses a problem, for if someone shot an arrow to kill a living being, and people admonished him, and he repented, does that fact mean a thing? 2I2, Ar Yasabi. Hananah said, if the man acted inadvertently, this means, in ignorance of the fact that he violates a negative commandment, and if he acted deliberately, this means, in full awareness of the fact that he violates a negative commandment. Ar Joshua B. Levi said, if the man did the deed inadvertently, this means, in ignorance of the fact that the penalty is extirpation, and if he did it deliberately, it is in full awareness of the fact that the penalty is extirpation. 3I3, it has been taught, people should not engage themselves in forbidden fat or forbidden sexual connections. He who engages himself in a matter involving the Sabbath is exempt, while if he does so in a matter involving forbidden fat or forbidden marital connections, he is liable. LCAth Yerushalmi Shabbat 12:1 He who builds, how much must he build so as to become liable? He who builds in any measure at all. 1I1, what sort of building was involved in the tabernacle? They would put the boards on top of the bases. He who hews stone, strikes with a hammer or adds, bores in any measure at all is liable. This is the governing principle. Whoever on the Sabbath performs a forbidden act of labor and his act of labor endures is liable. 1:2:1, he who hews out stones or pillars or millstones, who cuts mosaics or who hews clods are liable on the count of hewing. Ar Jeremiah in the name of Rab. He who assembles a folding couch on the Sabbath is liable on the count of building. 2:2:2, it has been taught, Ar Simai says, he who assembles a curved horn is liable. And a flat one he is exempt. Ar Eliezer B. Ar Simeon says, the branches of a candelabrum is liable, and of a plasterer's pole is exempt. 3. 2:3, the Mishnah does not accord with the view of R. Simeon, for it has been taught, he who digs, scrapes, or cuts thorns in any measure at all, lo, this one is liable. R. Simeon says, unless he digs the whole of it, unless he scrapes the whole of it, unless he cuts thorns off the whole of it. He who paints a picture unless he paints the whole of it. He who tans a hide unless he tans the whole of it. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, also, he who hits with a hammer on an anvil when he is performing an act of labor is liable. For he is tantamount to one who improves act of labor. 1:3:1, now there is this problem with the view of Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel: if one had taken in order to harvest grain, but did not in fact harvest any grain, does this amount to anything? L'siv Yerushalmi Shabbat 12:2, he who plows in any measure whatsoever, he who weeds, he who cuts off dead leaves, and he who prunes in any measure whatsoever, is liable. He who gathers branches of wood if to improve in any measure at all, if for a fire in a measure sufficient to cook a small egg. 1:1, what sort of plowing was done in the sanctuary? They plowed so as to plant herbs. He who gathers herbs if to improve in any measure at all, if it is for cattle in the measure of a lamb's mouthful. 1:2:1, why do I need, if it is to improve the field in any measure at all, if it is for cattle to eat in the measure of a lamb's mouthful? LXXV Yerushalmi Shabbat 12:3, he who writes two letters, whether with his right hand or with his left, whether the same letter or two different letters, or with two pigments. 1:1, who stands behind the view that merely making a mark incurs liability? It is R. Yase. In any alphabet, is liable. 1:2:1, what is the meaning of, in any language? Even if he wrote Aleph as alpha. Said Ryose, they imposed liability to letters only because of making a mark. For so did they write on the boards of the tabernacle, to determine which was paired with which. Said R. Judah, we find that a short name comes from a long name, Shem from Shimeon or from Shemuel, Noah from Nahor, Dan from Daniel, Gad from Gadiel. 1:3:1, and should one not take account of the possibility of putting what belongs below above, and what belongs above below? 2:3:2, it has been taught, and Gad from Gadiel. 3:3:3, it has been taught in the name of R. Judah, if one wrote the same letter twice, but it forms a word, he is liable, for instance SHSH, TT, GG, RR, HH. 4:3:4, the opinions attributed to R. Judah are inconsistent. For it has been taught, is it possible that one is liable only for writing the entire name, for weaving the entire garment, for sifting the entire contents of the sieve? Scripture therefore says, part of one, any one of them. L'sksi Yerushalmi Shabbat 12:4, he who writes two letters during a single spell of inadvertence is liable. He wrote with ink, caustic, red dye, gum, or copperas, or with anything which leaves a mark, on two walls, or on two leaves of a tablet, which are read with one another, he is liable. He who writes on his flesh is liable. He who scratches a mark on his flesh, R. Eliezer declares him liable to a sin offering. And R. Joshua declares him exempt. 1:1, if one wrote with ink on vegetable leaves, with liquids or fruit juice on a proper tablet, he is exempt unless he writes with something which lasts on something which lasts. 2:2, in the case of witnesses who do not know how to sign their names, R. Simeon b. Lakish said, one makes a mark before them in ink, and they sign in red paint, or in red paint, and they sign in ink. Said to him R. Yohanan, because we are engaged in a discussion of the laws of the Sabbath, shall we make a law regarding the release of a man's wife? Rather, one brings a blank piece of paper and cuts the letters before them, and they then sign their names. 3:3, said R. Eliezer to them, now did not Ben Satra learn only in such wise? They said to them, because of one fool shall we impose liability on all intelligent folk. 4:4, and he writes her and not incises. And he writes, and not when he forms letters by dropping. And he writes, not when he pours. And he writes, not when he incises. THIRD Yerushalmi Shabbat 12:5 wrote with fluids, fruit juice, dirt from the street, writer's sand, or with anything which does not leave a lasting mark, he is exempt. He wrote with the back of his hand, with his foot, mouth, or elbow, he wrote one letter alongside a letter already written, he wrote a letter on top of a letter, he intended to write a het and wrote two zayins, one on the ground and one on the beam, he wrote on the two walls of the house, on the two sides of a tablet, so that they cannot be read with one another, he is exempt. 1. If one was supposed to write the divine name and instead intended to write, Judah, but forgot and did not write the D, lo, the divine name stands blotted out, and he then confirms it in the status of sanctification. Our Judah says, he passes the pen over it and confirms it. They said to him, then he does not do it in the best possible way. He wrote one letter as an abbreviation, our Joshua B. Bidera declares him liable. And sages declare him exempt. 1:1 What is the theory of our Joshua B. Bidera? THIRD Yerushalmi Shabbat 12:6 He who writes two letters in two distinct spells of inadvertence, one in the morning and one at twilight, Rabban Gamaliel declares him liable. And sages declare him exempt. 1. Now there is this problem with the position of Rabban Gamaliel. If one harvested about a fig's bulk of produce in the morning and then about a fig's bulk of produce at twilight in a single spell of inadvertence, is it possible to suppose that he is not liable? Just as two spells of inadvertence are not deemed distinct from one another in that case, so too they should not be deemed joined together. Armana said the following without specifying an authority, Ar Abun in the name of Ar Yohanan, the reason for the position of Rabban Gamaliel is this, in that case, there is no possibility of an act of knowing about only half of an act of labor. And along these same lines, is there no such thing as a deliberate violation of the law in the case of merely a half olive's bulk? If one ate half an olive's bulk of forbidden fat deliberately, and half an olive's bulk inadvertently, what is the law as to their joining together? 6 Yerushalmi Shabbat 13:1 Our Eliezer says, he who weaves three threads at the beginning, or one onto that which is already woven, is liable. And sages say, whether at the beginning or at the end, its measure is two threads. 1, said Arola, the reason for the view of our Eliezer is that it is by means of adding the third thread that the act of labor is made permanent. Does our Eliezer concur with our Judah? For we have learned there, our Judah says, that is the case only if he makes three fastenings and a sack and a basket that are bound together and patched with wool and linen, respectively, are joined together so as to fall under the law of diverse kinds. Said our Simon, the reason for the view of our Eliezer there is that it is by means of adding the third thread that the act of labor is made permanent. But here if there are less than 3 stitches, the hem may readily be separated. You may turn out to say that, in the view of our Eliezer, there are times at which the requisite measure is 3, specifically, when it is at the beginning, sometimes there are 2, when it involves adding to a thread woven the preceding day, sometimes 1, when it involves adding to 2 woven the preceding day. 2. He who weaves 2 threads on the hem and on the border, lo, this one is liable. He who weaves 3 threads at the beginning, lo, this one is liable. To what is this likened? To a small belt 2 threads over the breadth of 3 meshes. 3. All concur in the case of him who writes the divine name on the Sabbath that he is liable only if he will complete. If one wrote 1 letter and thereby completed the writing of the whole name, or 1 letter and thereby completed the writing of the book, he is liable. If one wrote a single letter on an ordinary day, and a letter on the Sabbath, our Eliezer declares him liable to a sin offering. And our Joshua declares him exempt. Why? It is either because the consideration of the lasting effect of the act of labor, or because it is not a case in which the second letter may be joined together with the first. Now see here. If someone wove 1 thread on an ordinary day, and the other thread on the Sabbath, is it possible that he would not be exempt from all liability? Is it possible, nonetheless, that the thread cannot be regarded as joined together? Therefore the reason is that the consideration of the lasting effect of the act of labor. LXXX Yerushalmi Shabbat 13:2 He who makes two meshes for the heddles or the sleigh, in a sifter, sieve, or basket, is liable. He who sews two stitches, and he who tears in order to sew two stitches. 1. I1. The Aramaic words for heddles and sleigh are given in place of the Hebrew of M13:2a. 2. I2. RBA, R. Jeremiah in the name of Rab, he who tightens the sides of a thread on the Sabbath is liable on the count of sewing. We may say it is on the count of both sewing and tying. L'Xi Yerushalmi Shabbat 13:3 He who tears because of his anger or on account of his bereavement, all those who effect destruction, are exempt. But he who destroys in order to improve the measure his is the same as for him who improves. 1. I1. They asked before RBA, in accord with that which you have said there, he who slaughters his sin offering on the Sabbath has effected atonement, but he must bring another one, and so too here, the rule should be that the man has not carried out his obligation to make a tear in his garment. But the rule should accord only with the theory of R. Simeon, for R. Simeon has said, one is liable only if he has demonstrated need for the deed done unto itself. 2. I2. It has been taught, as to stolen unleavened bread, it is forbidden to say a blessing over it. Said R. Hashaya, this is on account of the following verse, for the wicked boasts of the desires of his heart, and the man greedy for gain curses and renounces the Lord. Said R. Jonah, that which you have said applies at the outset, but, as to the end of the matter, is it not the case that the man merely owes the owner of the unleavened bread repayment for it? L'Xi Yerushalmi Shabbat 13:4 The measure for one who bleaches, hackles, dyes, or spins is a double sit. And he who weaves two threads his measure is a sit. 1 I1, there we have learned, he who carries out pieces of wood is liable if he takes out enough to cook a small egg, and here you say this? L'Xi Yerushalmi Shabbat 13:5 R. Judah says, he who hunts a bird into a tower trap, or a deer into a house, is liable. And sages say, a bird into a tower trap, or a deer into a house, into a courtyard, or into a corral. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, not all corrals are the same. This is the governing principle, it yet lacks further work of hunting, he is exempt. It does not lack further work of hunting, he is liable. 1 I1, said R. Hinana, the Mishnah does not accord with the view of R. Judah. For we have learned, he who hunts a bird into a tower trap or a deer into a house is liable. Lo, if one should hunt in a garden or a vivarium, one is exempt. 2 I2, the opinions assigned to R. Judah are inconsistent. For we have learned there, they do not catch fish in a vivarium on a festival day. And they do not cast food for them. Lo, as to a garden or a vivarium, one is exempt. Yet at Mshab 13:5, Judah declares such a person liable. The opinions assigned to rabbis are inconsistent. For we have learned, he who drives a bird into a tower trap or a deer into a house, into a courtyard or into a corral, is liable. There we have learned, but they do catch a wild beast or fowl from a vivarium, and they do cast food for them. Lo, with regard to a garden or a courtyard, that is not permitted. 3. I3, Arola said, they asked before Aha, shall we learn whatever lacks some phase of the process of hunting, one is liable, but whatever does not lack some phase of the process of hunting, one is exempt? He said to them, and are we not dealing with a case in which the beast is locked up in the courtyard or vivarium? Thus, whatever lacks some phase of the process of hunting is prohibited, but whatever does not lack some phase of the process of hunting is permitted. 4 I4, they slaughter animals kept in enclosures, but not those kept in hunting nets or bins. L'Xav Yerushalmi Shabbat 13:6 A deer which entered a house, and someone locked it in he is liable. Two people locked it in, they are exempt. One person could not lock the door, and two people did so, they are liable. And R. Simeon declares them exempt. 1I1, in doing it, an individual who does is liable, and two or three people who do are exempt. 2I2, Huna said, if one person was strong and one weak, if the sick person locked the door as much as was required, and the healthy person did not lock the door as much as was required, the sick person is liable, and the healthy person is exempt. Ar Yasabi Arbun in the name of Arhuna, if the deer was running in the normal way, and one had the intention of locking the door for himself, and he locked the door for himself and the deer, it is permitted. Ar Yasabi Arbun in the name of Arhuna, if one saw a child struggling in the river and he had the intention of pulling him out, and to pull out a net full of fish with him, it is permitted. Ar Yasabi Arbun in the name of Arhuna, if one was digging up a mound of stones and had the intention of bringing up and to bring up a sack of gold coins with the person, he still is permitted. LXXXV Yerushalmi Shabbat 13:7 if one of them sat down at the doorway and did not completely fill it, but a second person sat down and finished filling it, the second person is liable. The first person sat down at the doorway and filled it up, and a second one came along and sat down at his side, even though the first one got up and went along, the first remains liable, and the second exempt. Lo, to what is this equivalent? To one who locks his house to shut it up, and a deer turns out to be shut up inside. 1I1, Ar Shimei asked, what is the law as to putting food before them? 2I2, Ar Shimei asked, what is the law on turning a utensil over on? 3I3, Ar Shimei asked, what is the law as to tying it with a rope? Lxi Yerushalmi Shabbat 14:1 The 8 creeping things mentioned in the Torah, he who hunts them or wounds them is liable. And as to all other abominations and creeping things, he who wounds them is exempt. He who hunts them for use is liable. Not for use is exempt. 1I1, Zerakan in the name of Imi, there was a dispute between Ar Yohanan and Ar Simeon b. Lakish. One said, represents the opinion of all parties. The other said, it is subject to dispute. Now we do not know which one has said this, and which one has said that. Said Ar Zira, let us sort out the respective positions of the rabbis on the basis of their statements, which we have learned there. In the case of the following, their skin is deemed tantamount to their flesh, the skin of man, the domestic pig, Ar Yase says, the skin of a wild pig also. Ar Yohanan said, they have taught this rule only in respect to the prohibition and to the matter of uncleanness. But as to flogging, the skin is regarded as hide, and they do not administer a flogging on its account in respect to the prohibition against eating carrion. Ar Simeon b. Lakish said, Rabbi has formulated a seamless pericope of the Mishnah. Whether it is as to a prohibition or as to flogging or as to uncleanness. 2I2, he who hunts flies and mosquitoes is liable. R. Judah declares him exempt. And so did R. Judah say, people are liable only on account of something which is ordinarily hunted. He who hunts locusts in the time of dew is exempt. In the time of heat, he is liable. Eliezer b. Mahabai says, also in the time of the heat, if they come on in dense columns, he is exempt. He who hunts a lame deer, a sick one, or a young one, is exempt. He who hunts an old one is liable. A wild beast and a bird which are in his domain, he who hunts them is exempt. He who wounds them is liable. 1:2:1, the rule has been stated only with reference to the domain of man. Lo, if they were not within the domain of man, one is liable. Lxi Yerushalmi Shabbat 14:2 They do not make pickling brine on the Sabbath. But one makes salt water and dips his bread in it or puts it into cooked food. Said Ryose, now is that not pickling brine, whether it is large quantity or small quantity? What is the sort of salt water which is permitted? One first puts oil into water or into salt. 1I1, what is the difference between pickling brine and salt water? Pickling brine has to be prepared by an expert. Salt water does not have to be prepared by an expert. 2. They prepare honeyed wine on the Sabbath. Yase in the name of Ar Yohanan, it is a mixture of wine, honey, and spices. Ar Yase in the name of Ar Yohanan, it is permitted to mix these ingredients but forbidden to grind them up. Ar Yase in the name of Ar Yohanan, that which is on the count of mixing is permitted, that which is on the count of grinding up is forbidden. Now here are we not dealing with something which is on the count of mixing. Ar Judah b. Titus, Ar Judah b. Pazi, Simeon bar Ba in the name of Ar Yohanan, the case here is different for it constitutes the completion of the preparation of the mixture. THIRD Yerushalmi Shabbat 14:3 They do not eat Greek hyssop on the Sabbath, because it is not a food for healthy people. 1. Somebody asked Ar Simeon bar Karsna, what is the law about drinking on the Sabbath water mixed with wine flavored with resin of cedar? 2. But does it not affect the area within the lips? But one eats pennyroyal, 1. 2:1, it is maidenhair. Or drinks not grass water. All sorts of foods a person eats healing. 1:3:1, that is what its name implies. And all such drinks he may drink, except for palm tree water or a cup of root water, because they are for jaundice. But one may drink palm tree water his thirst. And one anoints with root oil, not for healing. 1:4:1, RBA asked Ar Jeremiah, do we repeat the passage as purgative water or palm tree water? 2:4:2, Simeon bar Ba in the name of Ar Hananah, he who whispers puts oil on the head and whispers, but this is on condition that he not put the oil on by hand or with a utensil. 3:4:3, they whisper for the eye and the intestines, for snakes and scorpions, and they pass over the eye on the Sabbath. 4:4:4, they may bathe in the Great Sea and in the waters of Tiberias, even though one has the intention of finding healing, but not in steeping water or in the waters of Sodom. Under what circumstances? When one is seeking to find healing. Lo, if it is to rise up from the status of uncleanness to the status of cleanness, it is permitted to do so. 5:4:5, it has been taught, they may anoint a sick person on the Sabbath with aromatic water. Under what circumstances? When one has made the mixture on Friday. But if one did not make the mixture on Friday, it is forbidden to do so. They do not mix wine and oil for a sick person on the Sabbath. Said Ar Simeon b. Eleazar, R. Meir permitted to mix wine and oil and to anoint a sick person on the Sabbath. And once he fell ill, and we wanted to prepare so for him but he did not let us do so. We said to him, Our master, will you nullify your own opinion during your lifetime? He said to us, even though that happens to be my opinion, my heart has never been so puffed up in my whole life as to let me violate the opinion of my colleagues. 6 Yerushalmi Shabbat 14:4 He who is pained by his teeth may not suck vinegar through them. But he dunks in the normal way, and if he is healed, he is healed. He who is pained by his loins may not anoint them with wine or vinegar. But he anoints with oil, not with rose oil. Princes anoint themselves with rose oil on their wounds, since it is their way to do so on ordinary days. 1:1, it is written, like vinegar to the teeth, and smoke to the eyes, and yet you say this? Said Ar Simeon bar Ba, the Mishnah speaks of vinegar deriving from fruit. 2:2, it has been taught, may not suck wine and vinegar through them and spit it out. But he sucks and swallows. The Mishnah indicates that one is prohibited to suck the vinegar and to swallow it, for we have learned, he who is pained by his teeth may not suck vinegar through them. How then? 3:3, associates in the name of Rba bar Zabeda, any which is located from the lips and inward do they heal on the Sabbath? Ar Zira objected, lo, we have learned in the Mishnah, he who is suffering from his teeth may not suck vinegar through them. Now are not the teeth interior to the lips? 4:4, said Ar Hananah, the Tannaitic teaching said thus, that one may not attain healing through bloodshed. For we have learned in the following Mishnah passage the greater part had gone forth, they do not touch it, for they do not set aside one life on account of another life. It is not the end of the matter that someone said to a person, kill so and so. Our Simeon says, all Israelites are princes. 1. 2:1, RBA bar Zabeta in the name of Rab, the law accords with our Simeon. For if not, who has ever given rose oil to a poor person, who did not anoint with it? XC Yerushalmi Shabbat 15:1 on account of what sorts of knots are liable? A camel driver's knot, and a sailor's knot. And just as one is liable for tying them, so he is liable for untying them. Our Medir says, any knot which he can untie with one hand they are not liable on its account. 1:1, what sort of tying was done in the tabernacle? They tied the hangings. XCI Yerushalmi Shabbat 15:2 you have knots on account of which they are not liable, like a camel driver's knot and a sailor's knot. A woman ties the slit of her shift, the strings of her hair net and of her belt, the thongs of a shoe or sandal, bottles of wine or oil, and a cover over meat. 1:1, said our Hezekiah, applicable to opening the hem which adheres to the shift. 2:2, if the thongs came out of his shoe or sandal, one may take them and put them back, so long as he does not tie them up. If the nose of the sandal was removed, there is a Tannite authority who teaches, it is permitted to put it back. And there is a Tannite authority who teaches, it is forbidden to put it back. Our Eliezer B. Jacob says, they tie a knot before a domestic beast so that it will not go forth. 1:2:1, do differ from our Eliezer B. Jacob. The answer will be found on the basis of the following teaching. Sages concur with our Medir in the case of knots which are on the ground, that one may loosen, untie, and unravel them, but they may not cut them. And on the Sabbath they may loosen, but may not unravel or cut them. And in the case of utensils on the Sabbath, it is permitted, and, it goes without saying, on the festival. They tie a bucket with a belt but not with a rope. Our Judah permits. 1:3:1, RBA says, the Mishnah speaks of a rope drawn through a loop. A governing principle did our Judah stale, on account of any sort of knot which does not last they are not liable. 1:4:1, our Samuel in the name of our Zirah, this is the meaning of the Mishnah, on account of any sort of knot which does not last for it is temporary they are not liable. XCII Yerushalmi Shabbat 15:3 they fold up clothing even 4 or 5 times. And they spread beds on the night of the Sabbath for use on the Sabbath, but not on the Sabbath for use after the Sabbath. Our Ishmael says, they fold clothes and lay out beds on the Day of Atonement for the Sabbath. And fat pieces of the Sabbath offering are offered on the Day of Atonement. But the fat pieces offering of the Day of Atonement are not offered on the Sabbath. Our Akiba says, those of the Sabbath are not offered on the Day of Atonement, and those of the Day of Atonement are not offered on the Sabbath. 1:1, the members of the house of Aryane say, folding up clothing by 2 people is forbidden. 2:2, our Haggai in the name of our Samuel bar Naaman, Sabbaths and festivals have been given only for eating and drinking. Since the mouth is weary, they also permitted people to be engaged on them in the study of Torah as well. 3:3, it has been taught, they rinse cups, dishes, and plates 1:8 in them on the night of the Sabbath, he may rinse them to eat in them in the morning. In the morning, he may rinse them so to eat in them for the main meal. If he ate in them for the main meal, he may rinse them to eat in them at the afternoon meal. If he ate in them at the afternoon meal, he may not rinse them from that time forth. The cups does he rinse all the day, for there is no time as to drinking. 4:4, our Zirah in the name of our Hisdah, as to a Day of Atonement which coincided with the Sabbath, they do not sound the shofar. After the Sabbath they do not say the Havdalah prayer. Skin Yerushalmi Shabbat 16:1 all holy scriptures they save them from fire, whether they read in them or do not read in them. 1:1, what is the meaning of the phrase, whether they read in them or do not read in them? Whether they contain mistakes or do not contain mistakes. And lo, it has been taught, as to a scroll which contains 2 or 3 errors on every column, one corrects that scroll and reads in it. If there are 4, he does not read in it. On the basis of that which we have learned, and on what account do they not read in some of them? Because of the neglect of the study house, that is to say, the law applies both to books of the Pentateuch and also to prophetic writings and holy writings. 2:2, the Mishnah's rule accords with our Simeon, for our Simeon has said, no matter prohibited on grounds of Sabbath rest stands against the requirements of preserving the sanctity of the sacred scriptures. And even though they are written in any language, they require storage. 1:2:1, from whose viewpoint is it necessary to make that specification? 2:2:2, there is the case of Rabban Gamaliel, who was supervising the builders on the Temple Mount. They brought to him a scroll of Job, written in Aramaic translation, and he told the builders to hide it under the stones. 3:2:3, even though they have said, they do not read in holy scriptures except from the afternoon offering and onward, still, they do review what they have read in them and they do expound what is in them. One has a need to check something, he takes the holy scripture and checks it. 4:2:4, there was the incident in which Rabbi Arhiah the elder, and Ishmael Bar Yaseh were in session and reviewing the scroll of Lamentations on the eve of the 9th of Ab, which coincided with the Sabbath, doing so from the time of the afternoon offering and onward. They omitted one alphabetical chapter, saying, tomorrow we will go and complete it. Now when was leaving for his house, he fell and injured his finger, and he recited in his own regard the following verse, many are the sufferings of the wicked. Said to him Arhiah, these things happen to you on our account, for so it is written, the breath of our nostrils, the anointed of the Lord, was caught for their corrupt deeds. Said to him Ishmael Bar Yaseh, even if we had not been studying this very passage, it would have been appropriate for us to say so. How much the more so is it appropriate since we have been studying this passage, went home and put on his finger a dry sponge, and he wrapped reed grass around it, on the outside of the sponge. Said Ishmael Bar Yaseh, from this matter we have learned 3 rules, a sponge does not bring healing, but only protects the sore, reed grass is regarded as made ready in advance for its purpose, it is permitted to read in the sacred writings only from the afternoon offering onward. And on what account do they not read in them? Because of the neglect of the study house. 1:3:1, if that is the case, then in a locale in which there is a study house, they should not read, but in a place in which there is not a study house, it should be permitted to read. You may not take the position, for there is only that which our Nehemiah has taught. For our Nehemiah has taught, on what account did they rule, they do not read in holy scriptures except after the afternoon offering? Because of ordinary documents. For if you tell him that it is permitted, he may even say, what does it matter if I am engaged in my documents? Because you say to him that it is prohibited, he will then say, holy scriptures are prohibited, ordinary documents all the more so. 2:3:2, that is to say that study of the Mishnah takes precedence over study of scripture. That supports what our Simeon B. Yohei has taught. For our Simeon B. Yohei has taught, he who is engaged in the study of scripture, it is a trait which is not a trait. He who engages in the study of the Mishnah, it is a trait from which one takes his reward. He who engages in the study of you have no measure greater than that one. One should always pursue the study of Mishnah more than the study of the Talmud. 3:3:3, blessings in which are written many citations of the Torah, they do not save them. On this basis they have stated, those who write blessings are burn the Torah. There is this case. A certain person would write blessings, and Ishmael went to examine him. Was climbing the ladder, he sensed his coming. He took the sheaf of blessings and threw it into a dish of water. And in accord with the following statement did Ishmael address him, the punishment for the latter deed is harder than that for the former. 4:3:4, said Joshua B. Levi, as to an Agadic passage, one who writes it down has no share in the world to come, he who preaches it will be burned, and he who hears it will receive no reward. Said Joshua B. Levi, in my entire life I never looked into a book of Agata, except one time I looked, and I found 175 sections of the Torah, in which there occurs an expression of speaking, saying, or commanding, correspond to the number of years of the life of Abraham, our father. For it is written, you have received gifts for the sake of the man. And it is written, the greatest man among the giants. The 147 psalms included in the book of Psalms correspond to the number of years of the life of Jacob, our father. This teaches that all the praises which Israel offered to the Holy One, blessed be he, correspond to the number of years of the life of Jacob, our father. What is the scriptural basis for this view? Yet you are holy, O you that are enthroned upon the praises of Israel. The 123 times that Israel respond with hallelujah correspond to the number of years of the life of Aaron. What is the scriptural basis? Hallelujah, praise God in his holiness, meaning, with his holy man, that is, Aaron, the holy man of God. Nonetheless, I was afraid at night. 5:3:5, as to the books of evangelists and the books of the Minim. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, one tears out the mentions of the divine name and burns them. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, they and the references to the divine name which are in them. Said Artarfon, may I bury my sons, if such things come into my hands and I do not burn them, even the references to the divine name which are in them. And if someone was running after me, I should go into a temple of idolatry, but I should not go into their houses. For idolaters do not recognize the divinity in denying him, but these recognize the divinity and deny him. And about them Scripture states, behind the door and the doorpost you have set up your symbol. Said Ishmael, now if to bring peace between a man and his wife, the Omnipresent declared that a scroll written in a state of sanctification should be blotted out by water, the books of the Minim, which bring enmity between Israel and their Father who is in heaven, all the more so should be blotted out, they with the references to the divine name in them, and concerning them has Scripture stated, do I not hate them that hate thee, O Lord? And do I not loathe them that rise up against thee? I hate them with perfect hatred, I count them my enemies. Just as they do not save them on account of fire, so they do not save them from a ruin, a flood, or anything which will destroy them. XCIV Yerushalmi Shabbat 16:2 They save the case of a scroll with the scroll and the case of tefillin with the tefillin. 1:1, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which the is not joined to. But if it is joined to it, then it is deemed tantamount to the object itself. There is no problem in understanding why that should be the case for the case of a scroll with the scroll. But as to the case of tefillin with the tefillin, even though there is money in them. 1:2:1, this accords with what our Jacob bar Aha said, Hinana Cartagena in the name of our Hashaya, a saddlebag which contains money one puts a loaf of bread on it and carries it about and whither do they save them? To a closed alley. Ben Bidera says, also, to one which is open. 1:3:1, lo, as to bringing the objects to an alley open on both sides, one may not do so. In all other contexts you maintain that carrying an object is not equivalent to setting it down, while here you treat carrying the object as tantamount to setting it down. Rather, tosses. XCV Yerushalmi Shabbat 16:3 They save food enough for 3 meals. What is suitable for human beings, what is suitable for cattle. How so? A fire broke out on the night of the Sabbath, they save food for 3 meals. In the morning, they save food for 2 meals. In the afternoon, 1 meal. RYOSE says, under all circumstances they save food for 3 meals. 1:1, Arbun bar Haya in the name of Rba bar Mammal, the passage before us accords with the view of our Nehemiah, for he has said, may be moved about only in a case of need. 2:2, the passage before us accords with the position of our Hundiks, who has said, under all circumstances they save food for 3 meals. 3:3, what is there to say about the Day of Atonement? 4:4, it has been taught, they save enough food for a sick person or for a child in accord with an average measure, but for a person of large appetite, they save enough food for him to eat. They prepare a meal of commingling for a sick person or for a minor in accord with the actual food such a person would eat, but for a person of large appetite they set up a symbolic meal in accord with the appetite of the average person. 5. It has been taught, they put out a fire in order to save. 6. It has been taught, they also impart uncleanness in order to save. And has it not been taught, she shall not touch any holy thing serving to encompass even heave offering. 7. It has been taught, just as they save from a fire, so they save it from Gentiles, from a flood, from a ruin, and from anything which causes the loss. XCVI Yerushalmi Shabbat 16:4 They save a basket full of loaves of bread, even if it contains enough food for 100 meals, a will of pressed figs, and a jug of wine. 1. The Mishnah's rule accords with the principle of Aryaseh, for he has said, under all circumstances they save food for 3 meals. Since the whole forms a single entity, it is as if the whole constitutes food for 1 meal. And one says to others, come and save for yourselves. 1. 2:1 For so it is usual to invite guests for the Sabbath. Now if they were intelligent, they come to an agreement with him after the Sabbath. Whither do they save them? To a courtyard which is included within an ERUB. Ben Bidera says, also, to one which is not included within an ERUB. 1:3:1 There we have learned, one leaves his cloak with him and makes a reckoning with him after the Sabbath. There you say that one leaves a pledge with him, and here what do you say? Skei Yerushalmi Shabbat 16:5 And to that place one takes out all his utensils. And he puts on all the clothing which he can put on, and he cloaks himself in all the cloaks he can put on. Ryose says, 18 items of clothing. And he goes back, puts on clothing, and takes it out, 1. And these are they, cloak, undertunic, hollow belt, linen tunic, shirt, felt cap, cotton shirt, pair of trousers, pair of shoes, pair of socks, shoes, hat on his head, girdle around his loins, and scarf around his neck. And he says to others, come and save with me. 1. 2:1 For so it is usual to lend clothing on the Sabbath. Skei Yerushalmi Shabbat 16:6 R. Simeon B. Nanos says, they spread out a lamb's hide over a chest, box, or cupboard, which have caught fire, for it will singe. And they make a partition with any sort of utensils, whether filled or empty, so that the fire will not pass. Ryose prohibits doing so with new clay utensils filled with water, for they cannot take the fire, so will split open, and will put out the fire. 1. Ba bar mammal in the name of Rab, a scroll which has caught fire on one side one puts water on the other side, and if the fire goes out, it goes out. If the scroll caught fire on both sides, one unrolls it and reads in it, and if the fire goes out, it goes out. A cloak which caught fire on one side one puts water on the other side, and if the fire goes out, it goes out. If it caught fire on both sides, one takes it and puts it on, and the fire goes out, it goes out. 2. What follows serves M3:8 BC, above 3:8/11.AD, and has no place here. R. Samuel in the name of Arzira, represents the view of Aryaseh. XCIX Yerushalmi Shabbat 16:7 A Gentile who came to put out a fire, they do not say to him, put it out, or do not put it out, for you are not responsible for his Sabbath rest. 1. In the time of Rmi, a fire broke out in the village. Rmi issued a proclamation in the marketplace of the Aramaeans, saying, whoever does will not lose out. Said R. Eliezer b. Aryaseh before Aryaseh, it was a matter of danger. If it was a matter of danger, then even Rmi should have put the fire out. But a minor who came to put out a fire, they do not hearken to him, because his Sabbath rest is your responsibility. 1:2:1 But has it not been taught, if they saw going out and collecting herbs, you are not responsible for him? See Yerushalmi Shabbat 16:8. They cover a lamp with a dish so that it will not scorch a rafter. 1. I1, accords with that which our Simeon Br Yaneh said, I did not hear the following from father. My sister heard it and told me in his name, an egg born on a festival they put a dish near it so that it will not roll away. But they do not turn a dish over on it. And the excrement of a child, 1. 2:1, but is this not food for chickens? And a scorpion, so that it will not bite. Said R. Judah, a case came before Rabban Yohanan b Zakkai in Arab, and he said, I suspect a sin offering. 1:3:1, Arola said, he spent 18 years there in Arab, and only these two cases came before him. He said, O Galilee, Galilee, you have hated the Torah. You will end up working for tax farmers. See Yerushalmi Shabbat 16:9. A Gentile who lit a candle, an Israelite may make use of its light. But for an Israelite, it is prohibited. Drew water to give water to his beast, an Israelite gives water to his beast after him. But for an Israelite, it is prohibited. A Gentile made a gangway by which to come down from a ship, an Israelite goes down after him. But for an Israelite, it is prohibited. 1:1, what is the law if a Gentile did so for himself and also for an Israelite? MSHB, Rabban Gamaliel and elders were traveling by boat, and a Gentile made a gangway by which to come down off the ship, and Rabban Gamaliel and sages went down by it. 1:1, with reference to M16:9h, they said to him, is it all right for us to disembark? He said to them, since he did not make it in our behalf, we are permitted to disembark. See Yerushalmi Shabbat 17:1. All utensils may be handled on the Sabbath, and their doors along with them, even though they were detached on the Sabbath. 1:1, the doors of the house makes its new point, and the doors of utensils makes its new point. The doors of the house makes this new point, even though they were detached on the eve of the Sabbath, it nonetheless is forbidden to move them about on the Sabbath. The doors of utensils makes this new point, even though they were detached on the Sabbath, it is permitted to move them about on the Sabbath. For they are not equivalent to doors of a house, for they are not prepared. 1:2:1, for they are utilized only when on the ground. 2:2:2, except for a large saw or plowshare. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, also, the anchor of a boat. Aryase says, also a large spade. A mortar, if there is garlic in it, they may handle, and if not, they may not handle it. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, a small mortar which is put onto a table, lo, it is equivalent to a dish, and they may move it about. 3:2:3, they do not move boards of a ship on the Sabbath. But if the boards were suitable to serve as a cover for a utensil or for food, lo, they are in the status of covers of utensils, and may be carried about on the Sabbath. Arila said, even though you may say, they are in the status of covers of utensils, that rule applies if they have the name of a utensil. A utensil that is carried by 2 people they may carry by means of 3 people. But they may not carry such an object by means of 4 or 5 people. See Yerushalmi Shabbat 17:2. One handles a hammer to split nuts, an axe to chop off a fig, a saw to cut through cheese, a shovel to scoop up dried figs. 1:1, lo, if it is not to split nuts, one may not handle such a tool. 2:2, a utensil which serves a distinctive purpose prohibited on the Sabbath may be handled only in the case of a need, while one which serves a distinctive purpose permitted on the Sabbath may be handled both in the case of a need appropriate to the Sabbath and otherwise. A winnowing shovel or a fork to give something thereon to a child, a spindle or a shuttle staff to thrust into something, a sewing needle to take out a thorn, a sack maker's needle to open a door. 1:2:1, said R. Simon, R. Abba permitted me to take eye salve off on the Sabbath with it. Siv Yerushalmi Shabbat 17:3. A reed for olives, if it has a knot on its top, is susceptible to Uncle Anes. And if not, it is not susceptible to Uncle Anas. One way or the other, it is handled on the Sabbath. 1 Members of the householder of Aryan say, a reed which one adapted for inspecting the status of olives. How so? If it came up covered with liquid, one may be certain that the processing in the press is finished. And if not, one may be certain that the processing in the press is not finished. 2 A reed which a householder set up with which to open and shut a door. If it was tied on and suspended, they open and shut the door with it, and if not, they do not open and shut the door with it. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, it is set up, even though it is not tied on, and even though it is not suspended. CV Yerushalmi Shabbat 17:4 RYOSE says, all utensils are handled, except for a large saw or plowshare. All utensils are handled in case of need and not in case of need. Our Nehemiah says, they are handled only in case of need. 1 Our Judah in the name of Rab, the law accords with our Nehemiah, who has said, they are handled only in case of need. 2 Our Yohanan and rabbis from over there, one said, for need refers to the need of using the object in itself, and not for need refers to not needing to use the object in itself. Our Nehemiah says, they are handled only when they are needed for use in themselves. 3 It has been taught, said our Yudan, the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel concur that they may bring full utensils when needed, and empty ones when one intends to fill them. Concerning what did they dispute? Concerning bringing empty ones which are not intended to be filled. For the house of Shammai prohibit, and the house of Hillel permit. CVI Yerushalmi Shabbat 17:5 All utensils which are handled on the Sabbath, fragments deriving from them may be handled, on condition that they perform some sort of useful work, fragments of a kneading trough to cover the mouth of a barrel, glass fragments to cover the mouth of a flask. Our Judah says, on condition that they perform the sort of work which they did. Fragments of a kneading trough to pour porridge into them, glass fragments to pour oil into them. 1 There we have learned, glass enough to scrape the end of a shuttle, and here you say this. CVII Yerushalmi Shabbat 17:6 A stone in a gourd shell, if one can draw water in it and it does not fall out, they draw water with it. And if not, they do not draw water with it. A branch tied to a pitcher, they draw water with it on the Sabbath. 1 We have learned with a stone in it. It has been taught by the household of Rabbi, food with a stone in it, Jacob bar Zabadi in the name of Abahu, Haya bar Joseph and Yohanan. Haya bar Joseph accorded with the rule of the Mishnah. Yohanan accorded with that which has been taught by a member of the household of Rabbi. Kain Yerushalmi Shabbat 17:7 Eliezer says, the window shutter when it is tied on and suspended, they shut with it. And if not, they do not shut with it. And sages say, one way or the other, they shut the window with it. 1 What is a bolt that is dragged on the ground? Said our Yohanan, it is one that is fastened, even though it is not suspended. Said our Yohanan, Hilpai took me and showed me a bolt in the house of Rabbi, which was tied, even though it was not suspended. Said our Yohanan, the view of an individual here accords with the unattributed ruling there, and the view of an individual there accords with the unattributed ruling here. All utensil covers which have handles are handled on the Sabbath. Said Ryose, under what circumstances? In the case of lids over openings in the ground. But as to lids of utensils, one way or the other, they are moved about on the Sabbath. 1 Abba bar Kahana, Haya bar Ashi in the name of Rab, the law accords with the position of Yase. Cix Yerushalmi Shabbat 18:1 They clear away even 4 or 5 baskets of straw or grain on account of guests, or on account of neglect of the house of study. But not a storeroom. 1 Zirah asked Josiah, what is the measure of these baskets? He said to him, let us derive the law for an unspecified item from that at which it is spelled out. For we have learned there, with 3 baskets, each holding 3 seahs in volume, they take up the heave offering of the coins collected in the shekel chamber. There we have learned, transferring enough wine to mix a cup. 2i2, what is the law as to clearing out the storage room following this order? 3i3, there is a Tannite authority who teaches, they may handle produce in which heave offering has accidentally been mixed. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, they may not handle. They clear away clean heave offering, doubtfully tithed produce, first tithe whose heave offering has been removed, second tithe and consecrated produce which have been redeemed, and dried lupin, for it is food for goats, but not produce from which tithes have not been removed, first tithe whose heave offering has not been removed, second tithe and consecrated produce which have not been redeemed, arum, or mustard. 1:2:1, who stands behind the view that one may handle. 2:2:2, R. Eliezer said, a man may stand on the eve of the Sabbath and say, lo, this is made heave offering tomorrow, but a man may not stand on the Sabbath and say, lo, this is heave offering tomorrow. R. Yaseh Br. Bun says, a man may not stand on the eve of the Sabbath and say, lo, this is heave offering tomorrow. 3:2:3, it has been taught, they handle mustard, because it is food for doves, and cistus, because it is food for gazelles, and fragments of das, for it is food for ostriches. Said R. Nathan, if so, let them handle bundles of twigs, because it is food for elephants. This is the governing principle, whatever is set aside for its distinctive purpose do they handle, and whatever is not set aside for its distinctive purpose they do not handle. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel permits in the case of arum, because it is food for ravens. 1:3:1, how shall we interpret the matter? If we deal with a case in which the householder has that particular species, and also that species is found in the marketplace, then all parties must concur that it is permitted. If we deal with a case in which the man does not own that particular species, and that particular species also is not found in the marketplace, then all parties must concur that it is forbidden. So we must interpret the case to address the situation of a man who owns that particular species, while that particular species is not found in the marketplace. Rabbis hold that, since that particular species is not found in the marketplace, it is as if the man himself also does not own that particular species. But Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel holds that since the man owns that particular species, it is as if that particular species is found in the marketplace. CX Yerushalmi Shabbat 18:2 bundles of straw, branches, or young shoots. If one prepared them for food for cattle, they handle them, and if not, they do not handle them. They invert a basket for chickens, so that they may go up and down on it. A chicken which fled they drive it along until it goes back. They pull calves or young asses along the public way. A mother drags along her child. Said R. Judah, under what circumstances? When lifts up one foot and puts the other down. But if he drags, it is forbidden. 1:1, said R. Zira, this passage accords only with the view of R. Hanana, for he said, we were going up with Rabbi to the hot springs at Gerar, and he would say to us, choose for yourselves pieces of stones, and you are permitted to handle them tomorrow. 2:2, the Mishnah stands at variance with the position of him who has said, whatever sort of object has been designated for a purpose prohibited on the Sabbath by the householder himself is prohibited. For we have learned, a stone which is over the mouth of a jar, one tilts the jar on its side and the stone falls off. CXI Yerushalmi Shabbat 18:3 they do not deliver cattle on the festival, but they help out. And they do deliver a woman on the Sabbath. 1:1, how do they help out? They bring wine and blow into its nose and put a teat into its mouth and hold up the offspring so that it not fall down. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, we would make a beast take an interest in the offspring on the festival. And they call a midwife for her from a distant place. 1:2:1, that accords with the following, which we have learned there, and not only this, but a midwife who comes to help a delivery. And they violate the Sabbath on her account. 1:3:1, Samuel said, they make a fire for her, even in summer. And they tie the umbilical cord. Ryose says, also, they cut it. 1:4:1, this accords with the following, a servant girl of Bar Kappara went and brought forth a child on the Sabbath. A woman came and asked Rabbi. He said to her, go and ask the midwife. She said to him, there is no midwife. He said to her, go and follow your usual practice. She said to him, there is no established practice. He said to her, go and cut the umbilical cord, in line with the view of Ryase. And all things required for circumcision do they perform on the Sabbath. 1. v1, with reference to the meaning of M18:3g, the Mishnah means to say that all that is necessary for a woman in childbirth do they carry out on the Sabbath. 2. v2, it has been taught, as to the disposition of the afterbirth on the Sabbath, rich people cover it with oil, and poor people cover it with straw and dirt. Both sorts of people then bury it in the ground, so as to hand over a pledge to the earth. THIRD Yerushalmi Shabbat 19:1 R. Eliezer says, if one did not bring a utensil on the eve of the Sabbath, he brings it openly on the Sabbath. And in the time of the danger, one covers it up in the presence of witnesses. And further did R. Eliezer state, they cut wood to make coals to prepare an iron utensil. A governing principle did R. Akiba state, any sort of labor which it is possible to do on the eve of the Sabbath does not override the Sabbath, and circumcision which it is not possible to do on the eve of the Sabbath does override. R. Eliezer takes a position different. But since R. Eliezer found it necessary to provide an exegesis to that effect in the repeated usage of the word, first fruits, just as the reference to first fruits in the case of the cereal offering, means that the rite overrides the restrictions of the Sabbath, so the reference to first fruits in regard to the 2 loaves of showbread also means that preparation of the bread overrides the restrictions of the Sabbath. That is to say that it is not with regard to all matters that R. Eliezer takes a position different. 2:2, it has been taught, there was a case, and Rabbi decided it in accord with the view of R. Eliezer. Said R. Yohanan, the association raised this question, why did Rabbi leave the view of sages and act in accord with R. Eliezer? Said R. Hashaya, we asked Rabbi Judah the circumcisor about the conditions of this case of circumcision, and he told us, it took place in an alleyway that was not open on both sides. 3:3, R. Simon in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, as to a knife for use for a circumcision, one makes a line handed. 4:4, they asked Hillel the elder, what should the people do who have not brought their knives with them? He said to them, I have heard but then forgotten. But let the people of Israel be. If they are not prophets, they are disciples of prophets. Forthwith whoever had for his Passover offering a lamb stuck the knife into the wool, and if it was a sheep, he tied the knife to the horns of the sheep, so it turned out that the Passover offerings brought along the knives for the owners. When saw what they had done, he remembered the law. He said to them, this is what I heard from the instruction of Shemaiah and Abtalion. R. Zira in the name of R. Eliezer, any teaching of Torah which is not attached to the authority of a named source is not a valid teaching of Torah. I5, there we have learned, if one rode upon, leaned upon it, suspended something on its tail, crossed the river on it, doubled up its leading rope, placed his cloak upon it, it is unfit. The foregoing rule may be derived from the present one and, the present one from the foregoing one. The foregoing rule may be derived from the present rule, if one suspended a knife upon it to slaughter the beast, it is valid. b. I6, now why should not have permitted them to transport the knife through a line? He accords with the position of R.M.A. But even if you maintain that he accords with the principle espoused by R. Simon, one may say that, just as this rule was forgotten, so the other rule also was forgotten. 5. I7, it has been taught, R. Eliezer says, just as slaughtering overrides the Sabbath, so things done to make possible the slaughtering of the animal should likewise override the Sabbath. A governing principle did R. Akiba state, Any form of labor which it is possible to carry out on the eve of the Sabbath does not override the Sabbath. And that which it is not possible to carry out on the eve of the Sabbath overrides the Sabbath. Said to him our Eliezer, the sacrificial parts of the public offering will prove. For they are suitable at the end of the Sabbath, but they nonetheless override at their proper time. Now what difference does it make to me whether we speak of things done to make possible the slaughtering of the animal carried out after the actual act of slaughter and the things done to make possible the slaughtering of the animal carried out before the actual act of slaughter? Said to him our Akiba, now in the case of things done to make possible the slaughtering of the animal carried out after the slaughter of the animal, the actual act of slaughter has indeed overridden. But will the things done to make possible the slaughtering of the animal which are carried out before the actual act of slaughter override the Sabbath? For as yet the act of slaughter will not actually have overridden the Sabbath. Furthermore, perhaps some point of invalidation will befall, in which case one turns out to have profaned the Sabbath and not actually carried out the Passover sacrificial rite at all. THIRD Yerushalmi Shabbat 19:2 They do prepare all that is needed for circumcision on the Sabbath, they cut, tear, suck. And they put on it a poultice and cumin. If one did not pound it on the eve of the Sabbath, he chews it in his teeth and puts it on. If one did not mix wine and oil on the eve of the Sabbath, let this be put on by itself and that by itself. And they do not make a bandage in the first instance, but they wrap a rag around. 1:1, circumcising, he shall be circumcised. The repetition of the same word represents a decree that there should be two aspects to the act of circumcision, one which serves for the circumcision, the other which serves for trimming the crown, one for circumcision and one for trimming the shreds of flesh. Up to this point the matter has been interpreted in accord with the principle of our Akiba, who has said that when a word is repeated, it is for the purpose of encompassing yet a second matter. But in accord with our Ishmael, who has said that where words are repeated, it is merely because the Torah is speaking in its usual way, and now you have gone away because you longed greatly, for I was indeed stolen. How does he know? 2:2, Rab said, circumcising, he shall be circumcised. On the basis of this verse, we know that one who is born circumcised has to be circumcised again by the drawing of a single drop of blood to mark the covenant. Circumcising, he shall be circumcised. On the basis of this verse, we know that an uncircumcised Israelite may not perform the rite of circumcision unless he will first circumcise himself, and, it is hardly necessary to say, the same applies to an uncircumcised Gentile. 3:3, he whose mark of circumcision was covered over, one who was born circumcised, and one who had been circumcised prior to conversion. In all instances, it is necessary to produce a drop of blood from him as a mark of the covenant. It has been taught, R. Simeon b. Eliezer said, the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel did not dispute concerning the case of one who was born circumcised, that one must draw a drop of blood as a mark of circumcision, because in this case, the foreskin has been pressed back. Concerning what did they dispute? Concerning a proselyte who converted while already circumcised, for the house of Shammai say, it is necessary to draw from him a drop of blood to mark the covenant, and the house of Hillel say, it is not necessary to draw from him a drop of blood to mark the covenant. If one did not prepare on the eve of the Sabbath, he wraps around his finger and brings it, and even from a different courtyard. 1:2:1, our Yohanan bar Mary asked, if they were mixed together at the bottom, what is the law as to going and stirring them up at the top? CXIV Yerushalmi Shabbat 19:3 They wash off the infant, both before the circumcision and after the circumcision, and they sprinkle him, by hand but not with a utensil. R. Eliezer b. Azariah says, they wash the infant on the third day after circumcision coincides with the Sabbath, since it says, and it came to pass on the third day when they were sore. Doubt. 1:1, we have learned, they bathe the child. A Tanite authority, they wash the mark of circumcision. Or bears the sexual traits of both sexes, they do not violate the Sabbath on his account. And our Judah permits in the case of an infant bearing the traits of both sexes. 1:2:1, as to the androgyne, they do not violate the Sabbath on his account. And R. Judah permits in the case of an infant bearing the traits of both sexes, there. We have learned, all are liable for an appearance offering, except for a deaf-mute, idiot, minor, one without pronounced sexual characteristics, one who exhibits the sexual traits of both sexes. How does R. Judah deal with this issue? Let us derive the answer from the following. R. Yohanan b. Dahabai said in the name of R. Judah, also the blind person. CXV Yerushalmi Shabbat 19:4 He who had two infants, one to circumcise on the eve of the Sabbath and one to circumcise on the Sabbath, and who forgot and circumcised the one to be circumcised on the eve of the Sabbath on the Sabbath, is liable. One to circumcise after the Sabbath and one to circumcise on the Sabbath, and he forgot and on the Sabbath circumcised the one to be circumcised after the Sabbath, R. Eliezer declares him liable to a sin offering. And R. Joshua exempts him. 1. I1, said R. Yohanan, accords with the view of what is at issue as presented by R. Meir. For he has said, a matter, the doing of which involves the accomplishment of a religious duty, will be exempt, and a matter the doing of which does not involve the accomplishment of a religious duty, will be subject to dispute. R. Simeon says, as to both a matter the doing of which involves the accomplishment of a religious duty, so producing liability, and as to a matter the doing of which does not involve the accomplishment of a religious duty, so being exempt from punishment, there is a dispute. 2I2, said R. Zira, a statement of R. Yanai indicates that we deal with a case in which has forgotten and on the eve of the Sabbath circumcised the child to be circumcised on the Sabbath. If one circumcised the infant at dawn, R. Zira said, R. Yanai thought to say, he is exempt. R. Ba said, he is liable. 3I3, but once he has ceased, he may go back only over those shreds of flesh which, if left, invalidate the circumcision. CXVI Yerushalmi Shabbat 19:5 An infant is circumcised on the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th days, never sooner, never later. How so? Under normal circumstances, it is on the 8th day. 1. I1, there may be an infant who is circumcised on the very day of his birth. If he was born at twilight, he is circumcised on the 9th day. At twilight on the eve of the Sabbath, he is circumcised on the 10th day. In the case of a festival which falls after the Sabbath, he will be circumcised on the 11th day. In the case of 2 festival days of the new year, he will be circumcised on the 12th day. 1:2:1, Jacob of Kfar Neighboraya asked R. Haggai, why not rule, if the child was born at twilight, he is to be circumcised at twilight. An infant who is sick they do not circumcise him until he gets well. 1:3:1, Samuel said, he caught a fever, they wait on him for 30 days. As to that 30-day period, what is the law on giving him nourishment deriving from produce in the status of heave offering? Talmud Yerushalmi Shabbat 19:6 These are the shreds which render the circumcision invalid, flesh that covers the greater part of the corona, and such a one does not eat heave offering. And if he was fat, one has to fix it up for appearance's sake. 1I1, these are the shreds which render the circumcision invalid, flesh that covers the greater part of the corona R. Abina in the name of R. Jeremiah, that is the flesh that covers the greater part of the height of the corona. R. Yasebi Hananiah said, it means that covers the greater part of the height of the corona. One circumcised but did not trim the circumcision, it is as if he did not perform the act of circumcision. 1:2:1, if he circumcised but did not trim the circumcision, it is as if he did not circumcise at all. It has been taught, he is subject to punishment by extirpation. R. Aha in the name of R. Abahu, that which you have said applies in a case in which there is not sufficient time left in the day to trim the flesh. But if there is sufficient time in the day to do so, one trims it and need not scruple. 2:2:2, it has been taught, so long as the person performing the rite is yet doing the work, he may return to incomplete aspects of it, whether to remnants which would invalidate the circumcision or to remnants which, if left, would not invalidate the rite of circumcision. Once he has left off the work, he may resume the work only as to cutting off the fringes of flesh which if left would invalidate the rite of circumcision. THIRD Yerushalmi Shabbat 20:1 R. Eliezer says, on the festival they spread out a filter, and on the Sabbath they pour into one which is spread out. And sages say, on the festival they do not spread out a filter, and on the Sabbath they do not pour into one which is spread out. But on the festival they pour into one which is spread out. 1:1, it has been taught, sages concede to R. Eliezer that they do not put up tents to begin with on the festival day, and it goes without saying, on the Sabbath. Concerning what did they differ? Concerning adding. For R. Eliezer says, they do not add to them on the festival, and it goes without saying, on the Sabbath. And sages say, they add to them on the Sabbath, and it goes without saying, on the festival day. Now here do we not deal with adding? 2:2, said R. Hinana, the view of R. Eliezer accords with the position of R. Judah, for it has been taught in the name of R. Judah, also have permitted handling things that serve to make food ready. R. Aha in the name of RBA, it accords with the view of him who said that one may make something ready, on condition that it is from above. 3:3, Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, he who spreads out a tent on the Sabbath is liable on the count of building. Said R. Zira, he is only in the status of one who spreads them out and doubles them up on the Sabbath. RBA Bar Cohen asked before R. Yase, what is the law in regard to the veil on the ark? 4:4, Zira, R. Haya Bar Ashi in the name of Samuel, he who strains is liable on the count of selection. Said R. Zira, it is surely more reasonable that it is on the count of sifting. Both R. Jonah and R. Yase say, at first we were inclined to say that R. Zira has spoken well. Just as in sifting, the chaff falls to the bottom and the grain rises to the top, so with straining wine, the wine goes to the bottom and the lees flow to the top. And why left over from the rule applicable to the Sabbath and left over from the category of straining? It has been removed from the general prohibition regarding selection, he makes his selection in his usual way, putting it down using his lap, a basket, or a dish. And it has been removed from the general prohibition regarding straining, since on the festival day they may also pour wine into a strainer that has been spread out. But has not the general prohibition regarding sifting been removed? For R. Hanana Bar Yakha in the name of R. Judah said, one may not sift flour a second time on a festival, but they sift it on the outer side of the sieve. Now if you maintain that is comparable to sifting, then it should be prohibited to strain. CXIX Yerushalmi Shabbat 20:2 They pour water over wine dregs so that they will be clarified. And they strain wine in cloths or in a twig basket. 1:1, RBA in the name of R. Judah in the name of Rab, is on condition that one not make it like a receptacle. This question then was raised, what is the law about forcing down so that they form a receptacle on their own? And they put an egg into a mustard strainer. 1:2:1, the meaning of the Mishnah is that they may mash an egg into a mustard strainer. As to a clump of mustard, R. Yase in the name of R. Eliezer, one crushes it by hand but not with a utensil. R. Jacob Bar Aha, R. Yohanan in the name of R. Yane, one crushes it whether by hand or by a utensil. And they prepare honeyed wine on the Sabbath. R. Judah says, on the Sabbath in a cup, and on a festival day in a flagon, and on the intervening days of a festival in a barrel. R. Sadok says, all depends on the number of guests. 1:3:1, R. Yase in the name of R. Yohanan, wine, honey, and pepper. CXX Yerushalmi Shabbat 20:3 They do not soak asafta in warm water, but one puts it into vinegar. 1:1, said Armana, the meaning of the Mishnah is that one places it before himself into vinegar. Arhuna said, they have referred only to warm water. Lo, as to cold water, that is permitted. R. Yohanan in the name of R. Yane, even to do so in cold water is forbidden. And they do not soak vetches or rub them, but one puts them into a sieve or a basket. 1:2:1, said Armana, The meaning of the Mishnah is that one places it before himself into vinegar. Arhuna said, they have referred only to warm water. Lo, as to cold water, that is permitted. Ar Yohanan, in the name of Aryane, even to do so in cold water is forbidden. They do not sift chopped straw in a sifter. Nor does one put it on a high place so that the chaff will fall out. But one takes it in a sieve and pours it into the crib. 13:1, this is on the count of winnowing. CXXI Yerushalmi Shabbat 20:4 They clean out before a fat ox. And they sweep aside on account of a grazing animal, the words of Ardosa. And sages prohibit. They take from before one beast and put it before another beast on the Sabbath. 1:1, what the fat ox leaves over, the grazing animal eats. The following is a question: what is the law as to taking fodder from before one beast and putting it before another on the Sabbath? Is there not a Mishnah passage that says explicitly, one may take from one beast and put it before another beast? THIRD Yerushalmi Shabbat 20:5 The straw which is on the bed one should not shift it with his hand. But he shifts it with his body. And if it was food for a beast, or if there was a cushion or a sheet on it, he may shift it with his hand. 1:1, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which one had not slept on it previously. But if he had slept on it previously, it is like the thing itself. Said R. Jacob Bar Edi, the earlier authorities asked, what is the law as to his shifting the straw with his knuckles? Said R. Yane, bald one who is bald. Rob one who has been robbed. Pour cold water on him who is cold. His house falls, rebuild it. A press of householders do they loosen but do they not tighten. And one of laundrymen one should not touch. R. Judah says, if it was untied on the eve of the Sabbath, one may untie the whole thing and remove it. 1:2:1, has it not been taught, sages concur with our Meir in the case of knots which are on the ground, that one may loosen, unravel, and untie them. But they may not cut them. And on the Sabbath they may loosen and untie, but may not unravel or cut them. And in the case of those on utensils on the Sabbath it is permitted, and, it goes without saying, on the festival. That is to say that they have treated the press as equivalent to the ground. Said R. Yase, the Mishnah has made that point, a press of laundry men one should not touch. THIRD Yerushalmi Shabbat 21:1 A man takes up his child, with a stone in hand, or a basket with a stone in it, and they handle clean heave offering along with unclean heave offering or with unconsecrated food. R. Judah says, also, they take out the one part of heave offering that has fallen into 100 parts of unconsecrated food. THIRD Yerushalmi Shabbat 21:2 A stone which is over the mouth of a jar one tilts on its side and falls off. It was among jars, one lifts it up and turns it on its side, so that it falls off. Coins which are on a pillow one shakes the pillow, and they fall off. There was a spot on it, one wipes it off with a rag. It was of leather, they pour water on it until it disappears. CXXV Yerushalmi Shabbat 21:3 The house of Shammai say, they take up bones and shells from the table. And the house of Hillel say, one removes the entire table and shakes it out. They remove from the table crumbs less than an olive's bulk in size, pods of chickpeas, and pods of lentils, because it is food for a beast. A sponge, if it has a handle they wipe with it. And if not, they do not wipe with it. And sages say, one way or the other, it is handled on the Sabbath. And it does not receive uncle Anes. See Yerushalmi Shabbat 22:1 A jar which broke they save from it enough sustenance for 3 meals. And one says to others, come along and save some for yourself on condition that one not sponge it up. They do not squeeze pieces of fruit to get out the juice. And if the juice came out on its own, it is prohibited. R. Judah says, if for food, what exudes from it is permitted. And if for drink, what exudes from it is prohibited. Honeycombs which one broke on the eve of the Sabbath and exuded on their own they are prohibited. And R. Eliezer permits. Yerushalmi Shabbat 22:2 Whatever is put into hot water on the eve of the Sabbath they soak it in hot water on the Sabbath. And whatever is not put into hot water on the eve of the Sabbath they rinse it in hot water on the Sabbath, except for pickled fish, small salted fish, and Spanish tuna fish, for rinsing them is the completion of their preparation. 8th Yerushalmi Shabbat 22:3 A person breaks a jar to eat dried figs from it, on condition that he not intend to make it into a utensil. But they do not pierce the plug of a jar, the words of our Judah. And sages permit it. And they do not pierce it on the side. And if it was pierced, one should not put wax on it, because he would spread it over. Said our Judah, a case came before Rabban Yohanan ben Zakkai in Arab, and he said, I fear on his account that he should bring a sin offering. 6 Yerushalmi Shabbat 22:4 They put a cooked dish in a cistern so that it may be preserved, and fresh water into foul water to keep it cool, and cold water into the sun to warm it up. He whose clothing fell into water on the way goes along in them and does not scruple. He reaches the outer courtyard, he spreads them out in the sun. But in front of people. CXXX Yerushalmi Shabbat 22:5 He who bathes in cave water or in the water of Tiberias and dried himself, even with 10 towels, may not then carry them in his hand. But 10 men dry their faces, hands, and feet with a single towel and bring it along in their hand. 30 Yerushalmi Shabbat 22:6 They anoint and massage. But they do not have it kneaded or scraped. They do not go down to a muddy wrestling ground. And they do not induce vomiting. And they do not straighten a child or set a broken limb. He whose hand or foot was dislocated should not pour cold water over them. But he washes in the usual way. And if he is healed, he is healed. 30 Yerushalmi Shabbat 23:1 A man asks for jugs of wine or oil from his fellow, provided that he does not say to him, lend to me. And so a woman loaves of bread from her neighbor. And if one does not trust the other, he leaves his cloak with him and settles with him after the Sabbath. And so is the case on the eve of Passover in Jerusalem when that day coincides with the Sabbath, one leaves his cloak with him and takes his Passover lamb and settles with him after the festival. 30th Yerushalmi Shabbat 23:2 A man may count the number of his guests and the savory portions orally, but not by what is written down. And he casts lots with his children and the members of his household at the table, on condition that he not intend to offset a larger portion, against a small one, because of dice. And they cast lots on a festival day for holy things, but not for the portions. 30 Yerushalmi Shabbat 23:3 A man should not hire workers on the Sabbath. And a man should not say to his fellow to hire workers for him. They do not wait at twilight at the Sabbath limit to hire workers, or to bring in produce. But one may wait at the Sabbath limit at twilight to guard he brings back the produce in his hand. A governing principle did Abba Saul state, whatever I have the right to say, on that account I have the right to wait at twilight at the Sabbath limit. CXXXV Yerushalmi Shabbat 23:4 They wait at the Sabbath limit at twilight to attend to the business of a bride, and the affairs of a corpse. To bring it a coffin and wrappings. A Gentile who brought wailing pipes on the Sabbath an Israelite should not make a lament with them, unless they came from a nearby place. They made for him a coffin and dug a grave for him, an Israelite may be buried therein. But if this was done for an Israelite, he may not ever be buried therein. 30 Yerushalmi Shabbat 23:5 They prepare all that is needed for a corpse. They anoint and rinse it, on condition that they not move any limb of a corpse. They remove the mattress from under it. And they put it on sand so that it will keep. They tie the chin, not so that it will go up, but so that it will not droop. And so in the case of a beam which broke they support it with a bench or the beams of a bed, not so that it will go up, but so that it will not droop further. They do not close the eyes of a corpse on the Sabbath, nor on an ordinary day at the moment the soul goes forth. And he who closes the eyes of a corpse at the moment the soul goes forth, lo, this one sheds blood. 30 Yerushalmi Shabbat 24:1 He who was overtaken by darkness on the road gives his purse to a Gentile. If there is no Gentile with him, he leaves it on an ass. He reaches the outermost courtyard, he removes those utensils which may be handled on the Sabbath. And those which are not to be handled on the Sabbath, he unloosens the ropes, and the bundles fall by themselves. 38 Yerushalmi Shabbat 24:2 They loosen bundles of hay in front of cattle, and they spread out bunches, but not small bundles. And they do not chop up unripe stalks of corn or carobs before cattle, whether large or small, our Judah permits in the case of carobs for small beasts. 36 Yerushalmi Shabbat 24:3 They do not stuff food into a camel or cram it, but they put food into its mouth. And they do not fatten calves, but they put food into their mouths. And they force feed chickens. They put water into the bran, but they do not need it. And they do not put water before bees or doves which are in dovecotes. But they do put it before geese, chickens, and Herodian doves. CXL Yerushalmi Shabbat 24:4 They cut up gourds before cattle, and carrion meat before dogs. Our Judah says, if there it was not carrion on the eve of the Sabbath, it is prohibited, because it is not something which has been made ready. CXLI Yerushalmi Shabbat 24:5 They abrogate vows on the Sabbath. And they receive questions vows which are required for the Sabbath. They stop up a light hole. And they measure a piece of stuff and an immersion pool. There was this case. In the time of the father of our Sadok and of Abba Salbi Botnet, they stopped up the light hole with a pitcher and tied a pot with reed grass to know whether or not there was in the roofing an opening of a handbreadth square. And from their deed we learned that they stop up, measure, and tie up on the Sabbath. Tractate Arabin. The given of the halakha of Arabin is that people are to stay in their place on the Sabbath day. That means each person has a place, defined as 4 cubits, and, further, that he may move from that place for the distance of 2,000 cubits in any direction. Accordingly, the halakha set forth principally by Tractate Arabin focuses on the verses that link the act of eating with the locus of residence. See. The Lord has given you the Sabbath, therefore on the 6th day he gives you bread for 2 days, remain every man of you in his place, let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. So the people rested on the 7th day. The juxtaposition of a double supply of bread for Friday and Saturday and remaining in place leaves no doubt that one stays home, on the one hand, and that home is where one eats, on the other. The halakha formulates matters at 2 levels. On the surface it attends to minutiae of carrying from one domain to the other and to the detailed, richly instantiated definition of private domain. But at the heart of these matters, profound reflection on the meaning of what is private and what is shared takes place. The tractate therefore addresses in detail the problem of how Israelites on the Sabbath can move about from one private domain to another, arranging matters so that shared and common ownership of private domain secures for all parties the right to carry in the space held in common. Since where one eats, there one resides, one answer provided is to prepare a symbolic, or fictive, meal, the right to which is shared by all. By this meal all householders commingle their property rights, and thus form of various private domains a single common estate. Another answer provided is to establish a boundary around the entire set of private domains, one that like a wall forms of them all a single property. The medium of commingling by which the one or the other procedure is carried out is called an Arab, which refers either to the symbolic, shared meal or to the equally fictive demarcation line, as the case requires. I. The delineation of a limited domain. A. Forming an alleyway into a single domain. B. Forming an area occupied by a caravan into a single domain for the Sabbath. C. A well in public domain. 2. The Arab and the Sabbath limit of a town. A. The Arab, a symbolic meal for establishing joint ownership of a courtyard or for establishing symbolic residence for purposes of travel on the Sabbath. B. The Arab and violating the Sabbath limit. C. Defining the Sabbath limit of a town. 3. The Arab and commingling ownership of a courtyard or an alleyway. The Arab and the courtyard be areas that may be deemed either distinct from one another or as a commingled domain, so that the residents have the choice of preparing a joint Arab or two separate ones. C. The shituf and the alleyway D, neglecting the Arab for a courtyard. E. An Arab for more than one courtyard. F. The Arab and the area of roofs. 4. Public domain in general. Yerushalmi Arabin. Chapter 1. 1:1 An alley entry which is higher than 20 cubits 1 should diminish. R. Judah says, it is not necessary. And of a breadth than 10 cubits 1 should diminish. If it has the shape of a doorway, even though it is wider than 10 cubits, it is not necessary to diminish. R. Yase stated what follows without specifying the name of an authority, R. Aha in the name of rabbis. If the measurement derives from the doorway of the porch, then it should be sufficient if it is 40 cubits high. For we have learned there, the entrance to the porch was 40 cubits high, and its breadth was 20 cubits. Our Haya taught, even if it is 40 or 50 cubits high. Bar Kapara taught, even if it is 100 cubits high. Said R. Abin, R. Judah is consistent with his views held elsewhere, and the same is so for rabbis. For we have learned there, and so with viaducts, they may move objects underneath them from place to place on the Sabbath, the words of R. Judah. And sages prohibit. Just as, in that instance, you regard the projecting cornice as if it descends and closes off, so here, you regard the roof as if it descends and closes off. Accordingly, that of R. Judah with respect to the sukkah is the same as his view with regard to the alleyway. The view of rabbis with regard to the sukkah is the same as their view with regard to the alleyway. The two are not wholly parallel to one another. There are items that are valid in a sukkah but invalid in the designation of an alleyway, and there are items that are valid in the designation of an alleyway but invalid in a sukkah. The use of pronged poles is valid in a sukkah but invalid in designating an alleyway. And so it has been taught, if one brought 4 poles and spread roofing over them, in the case of a sukkah it is valid. In the case of setting up a symbolic gate for an alleyway, it is not valid. That which you have said applies to those 3 handbreadths or more higher than the walls of the alleyway. But if they are not 3 handbreadths or higher than the walls of the alleyway, such an arrangement is valid. That is so when the prongs are not 4 handbreadths apart. But if it is 4 handbreadths in breadth, even if the prongs are somewhat higher, the arrangement is valid. Board partitions valid in the case of a sukkah, but invalid in the case of designating the symbolic gate for an alleyway. And so it has been taught, if 2 of the walls are full, and 1 is even merely a handbreadth wide, the sukkah is valid. R. Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, 2 must be 4 by 4 handbreadths, but the third may be even a single handbreadth, and such an arrangement is valid. In the case of an alleyway, by contrast, it is valid only if it is closed in on 4 sides. If the contained area is 10 cubits broad, in the case of a sukkah it is valid, and in the case of an alleyway it is invalid. If one trained over the top of vine or a gourd. That which you have said applies to an area that takes 2 seahs of seed. But if the enclosed area is greater than that, it is like an enclosed area surrounded by plants, in which case one may carry only to the extent of 4 cubits. If the light is greater than the shade, in the case of a sukkah it is invalid, and in the case of an alleyway, it is valid. A sukkah that is roofed over is invalid, but an alley entry that is roofed over remains valid. Rmi in the name of R. Hashaya, it is not the end of the matter that it be wholly roofed over. But if one merely placed a cornice 4 cubits wide, the reason explained at GH, and so it permits in the entire alleyway. R. Aha, R. Hinana in the name of Kahana, the law does not accord with R. Judah. But if that is not the case, then shall we have to say that where there is a dispute between R. Judah and sages, the law accords with R. Judah? Since R. Jacob bar Edi said in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, in matters of the law of Arabin, the law accords with the opinion of him who gives the more lenient ruling, and R. Isaac bar Naaman said in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, the law follows the view of R. Yohanan b. Nuri, and we raised this objection, Did not our Jacob bar Edi say in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, in matters of the law of Arabin, the law accords with the opinion of him who gives the more lenient ruling, and we then raised this question in that regard. We propose to say, where there is a disagreement between two individuals, but where there is a disagreement between an individual and the collectivity of the sages, that is not the case. Our Jacob bar Aha, our Jacob bar Edi in the name of our Joshua b. Levi taught, the law accords with our Yohanan b. Nuri, even where sages differ from him. Accordingly, here, the law should follow the opinion of our Judah, and even though there is the collectivity of sages who disagree with him. Samuel said, in matters of the law of Arabin, the law accords with the opinion of him who gives the more lenient ruling. Said to him Arhiah bar Ashi, for example, that which we have learned there, and so with viaducts, they may move objects underneath them from place to place on the Sabbath, the words of our Judah. And sages prohibit, said to him, I did not say Arabin but rather the issue of partitions. Kahana concurred with this view of Samuel's, and, accordingly, he maintained that it is necessary to state, the law does not accord with our Judah. The Mishnah states only, higher than 20 cubits. Low, up to 20 cubits, remains valid. The formulation of the Mishnah accords with the view of Rab, for Rab said, the purpose of specifying exact measurements is to impose a lenient ruling. Our Yohanan said, the purpose of specifying exact measurement is to impose a strict ruling. Arhiah in the name of our Yohanan, in the case of a crossbeam above an alleyway which is located above 20 cubits, one sets a crossbeam within the space 20 cubits from the ground, and so diminishes the distance to within 20 cubits of the ground. Our Yase said, and that is the case if the entire construction providing the crossbeam lies within 20 cubits of the ground. Our Hilkiah said in the name of our Aha, but that qualification accords even with the principle of Rab, for Rab said, an act of slaughter completed halfway across the gullet is valid, and why has he held that it is invalid? It is only for appearance's sake. Why here has he held that it is invalid? It again is on account of appearance's sake. For if you should rule that he should put the new crossbeam within, then he will turn out to place the whole of it above the space 20 cubits from the ground. One should diminish. How does one diminish the height of the crossbeam? One makes an attachment at the gate of the alleyway and thereby permits. How broad should this attachment be? Our Aha in the name of our Hashiah, 4 handbreadths, the breadth of a space. Our Yase says, a handbreadth, the breadth of the beam. The associates say, any breadth at all, for in this case there will no longer be a crossbeam set at the excessive height of 20 cubits and a breadth of a handbreadth. If the crossbeam was not 10 cubits high, one has to hollow out. How much must one hollow out? Our Aha said, 4 cubits, sufficient to form a valid alley entry. Our Yase said, 4 handbreadths, sufficient to form a space. Our Jacob bar Aha, our Yase in the name of our Yohanan, one may dig a ditch at the entrance of the alleyway, 10 handbreadths deep and 4 broad, and in this way he will render it permitted, whether at the inside or at the outside. But that is the case on condition that the ditch be located within 3 handbreadths of the walls of the alleyway. Even in accord with him who said therefore, in the present case he will concur that 3 constitute the limit here. Why? There we deal with the space outside of the alley entry itself, while here we deal with the space within the alley entry. If one built a fence at the gateway of an alleyway, 10 handbreadths high and 4 broad, it serves to permit, whether on the side or at the outside. If there was a fence there, if in the aggregate the pile forms a partition 10 handbreadths high within a space of 3 cubits, the alley entry nonetheless requires a crossbeam, but if not, it does not require one. There is a Tanite authority who formulates the rule with the measurement of 4. Who is the one who has held that it must be within 3? It is rabbis. Who held that it must be within 4? It is our Meir. If there was a declivity in the middle of the alley, for those who dwell at the top of the alley and inward it is regarded as a ditch, and for those who dwell at the bottom of the alley it is regarded as equivalent to a fence. and the alley entry of a breadth wider than 10 cubits should one diminish, making it narrower. How does one diminish its breadth? One sets up a beam at the gate of the alleyway and so permits the alleyway. This statement refers to the breadth of the doorway. And the rabbis treat even if in height but is such a doorway not equivalent to a breach through the full dimensions of the doorway. It is treated as a portico. Rabbi permitted carrying in a portico in Bet She'arim. How many pillars were there? R. Jacob bar Aha said, R. Haya R. Yase one said, 6, and the other said, 8. Said R. Jacob bar Aha, now there was no dispute between them. The one who said 6 does not take account of the 2 outside ones, and the one who said 8 takes into account those 2 outside pillars. R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Eliezer, whether there are 6 or 8 is not the ultimate issue. The main thing is this: if many people cross through the area, even if there are 2, the area will be forbidden, and if only a few people cross through the area, then even any small number will result in the areas being permissible for carrying on the Sabbath. In any event, that is how the case was. And a portico that was open through its entire side to public domain, R. Larab and R. Yohanan both say, people may carry throughout the whole of the portico. Samuel said, people may carry only for 4 cubits. Said R. Yase, but does Samuel not concur in the case of an alleyway which is roofed over at a height of more than 20 cubits, that it is valid? But does Samuel hold that whatever serves to make the alleyway suitable for carrying on the Sabbath, example the provision of a crossbeam, must be set within 20 cubits on the ground? R. Aha, R. Hinana in the name of R. Hashaya, and that is the case when whatever serves to make the alleyway suitable for carrying on the Sabbath, example the provision of a crossbeam, is set within 20 cubits of the ground. Said R. Yase, and even if Samuel should maintain that, in the case of an alleyway which is roofed over at a height greater than 20 cubits, the alleyway is suitable for carrying, still, the case of an alleyway is not comparable to that of a portico at all. The alleyway is made for the use of the houses that front on it, while the portico is made only for its airspace. If there is the case of an alleyway which is not roofed over, if one put an appropriate crossbeam at the entryway within 20 cubits of the ground, would it not be valid? But in the case of a portico which is not roofed over, if one put a crossbeam within 20 cubits of the ground at the entryway, would that make any difference at all? If the alley entry was 15 cubits wide, RBA and Arhuna in the name of Rab, one sets up a board 3 cubits and a bit more wide, and places it 2 cubits away from the wall. That board and the slight additional amount are regarded as a side wall. And this is so on condition that the standing side beam is larger than the empty space. But why not make the board 4 handbreadths broad? For has it not been taught, in the case of an alleyway wider than 10 cubits, one sets up a board in the middle? Said RBA bar Papi, it is so as to permit carrying on both sides of the beam without setting up a crossbeam. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, one sets up a reed or a pronged spear. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, one sets up a board 4 handbreadths broad. Said R. Yase, the law accords with the one who says, one sets up a board 4 handbreadths broad. It has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, as to an alleyway with 2 openings, one sets a crossbeam at one end, and that serves to permit. R. Aha in the name of R. Levi, the law does not accord with the view of Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel. Said RBA, but that is the case if one utilized a reed or a pronged pole. But if one set up a board 4 cubits broad, then the law accords with the view of Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel. And so too it has been taught, in the case of an alleyway that of them, and that serves to permit. Said R. Yase, and that is the rule if one put the beam at the middle but if he put it at the outermost gateway. But what serves to permit in the case of the breach in the alleyway that is further away? Said R. Shaimai, interpret the passage in accord with the view of Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel. Then you may not infer anything further from the cited law. An alleyway which is bent and open at both ends, R. Yohanan said, one puts a sidebar and a crossbeam at one end, and prepares something like the shape of a doorway at the other end as well. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, one sets up either a side post or a crossbeam, and that serves to permit. In the view of R. Simeon B. Lakish, they sought to provide a remedy for themselves. These make use of the area up to the wall, and those make use of the area marked off by the other wall. But does it not turn out that there are dwellers of two distinct domains making use of a single domain? Rather, these use of the point at which the alleyway twists, and those do the same. But here too do we not turn out to have dwellers in two distinct domains each making use of an area in fact prohibited to them? As to Rab and Samuel, Rab concurs with the view of R. Yohanan, and Samuel with that of R. Simeon B. Lakish. R. Yohanan and R. Simeon B. Lakish were living in the alleyway in which R. Isaac lived. R. Simeon B. Lakish carried in the alleyway, in accord with his view of the law of the matter. R. Yohanan did not prohibit carrying there, but he also did not carry there. Said R. Yohanan, let the people who live in this alleyway transgress in ignorance of the law and not transgress deliberately. Did he carry or did he not carry? If you say that he did carry, then the opinions attributed to R. Yohanan are at variance with one another, and if you maintain that he did not carry objects in the alleyway, then he should also have imposed a prohibition on the people who lived in the alleyway. R. Yohanan treated his domain as null. Said R. R. Simeon B. Lakish persuaded R. Yohanan did go and transport objects in the alleyway. Said R. Matina, and that is just as well. For in the pertinent case, what is the reason for the view of R. Meir? They have treated as one who has violated the law inadvertently, in the context of one who has done so deliberately. What is the reason for the view of rabbis? Since the offender is suspect of carrying in the courtyard, they have treated him as violating the law deliberately. They said to him, if so, the ones who differ from R. Yohanan should be treated as is the Sadducee, so far as the other dwellers of the alleyway are concerned, and let it be prohibited to the dwellers of the alleyway. Said R. Yaseh B. Arbun, a Sadducee is suspect regarding the carrying of objects. What further practical difference is there in the views of the two-sided authorities? If the alleyway was shaped like an X, R. Yohanan said, one places a side beam and crossbar at this side, and likewise makes the shape of a gateway at the other side. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, will not any number of crossbeams serve to permit R. Jeremiah in the name of Arbun, in the case of an alleyway in which there was a breach in the wall at the inner partition facing the gateway to the extent of 4 cubits? If it is at the side only if the breach is more than 10 cubits. Associates in the name of Rab, there is no difference in the law governing a breach either facing the entry or at the side. The permissible breadth of the breach is 4 cubits. They propose to rule, he who maintains that, if it is at the side, a breach of more than 10 cubits is not permitted, while, if it was less than 10 cubits, it is permitted, treats a case in which there is a height of 4 cubits. He who has said that whether the breach is lacing the entry to the alleyway or at the side, the permissible breadth of the breach is 4 cubits, holds that view in particular when there is not a remnant of the wall of the breadth of 4 cubits. For did we not reason that Rab accords with R. Yohanan? Said R. Yaseh B. Arbun, it is so as to make the entire domain one. An alleyway, the wall of which was broken down from the side toward the top. The rabbis of Caesarea said R. Yaseh, if 4 cubits of the wall are yet standing, one must set up a crossbeam, and if not, it is not necessary. What is the difference between this case and an alleyway that has 2 entries to begin with? For in the case of an alleyway with 2 entries, is it not the case that one puts a crossbeam over one of the entries and thereby permits? Said R. Bar Jacob, in the case of an alleyway that has 2 entries, is it not usual for people to go in through one entry and to go out through another? But in this case, will people go in through the entry and go out through the breach? If there is a single crossbeam, what is the law on its permitting transportation of objects in 2 alleyways? R. Jeremiah said R. Zerah and R. Abahu, one said, it is forbidden, and the other said, it is permitted. He who said, it is forbidden, speaks of a case in which the beam was located more than 3 handbreadths above the wall that serves the 2 alleyways. He who said, "It is permitted," speaks of a case in which the beam was set less than 3 handbreadths above the wall that serves the 2 alleyways. Arzira asked, "How is a courtyard rendered permissible?" It has been taught, Rabbi says, it is through setting up a single board. And sages say, it is by setting up 2 boards. Ar Jeremiah, in the name of Arhiah, the law accords with him who says, by setting up 2 boards. But I maintain that it is by a single board, that is on condition that there is a board 4 handbreadths broad on one side, and a board 4 handbreadths broad on the other side. And Ar Yaseh, in the name of Ar Yohanan, the law follows the view of him who said, it is through setting up 2 boards. But I say it is through setting up a single board, on the stipulation that it is a board 4 handbreadths broad on one side and 1 4 handbreadths broad on the other side. But if there should be only 3 handbreadths on one side and 3 handbreadths on the other, it would accord with that which was said in the name of Ar Yohanan, if there is a board and any bit more on one side and a board and any bit more on the other side. Arzira, Arhuna, in the name of Rab, an alleyway the breadth and length of which are equivalent is not permitted by providing a side beam and a cross beam, but requires setting up boards as in the case of a courtyard. Samuel heard this statement from him and repeated it 40 times. Rabbis of Caesarea did not report the matter in this way, but rather as follows. Samuel asked Rab, "How much must the length be greater than the breadth?" He replied and said to him, "Any amount at all," and he repeated the statement 40 times, for one may need Rab and not find him. There we have learned if one of the occupants of an alley forgot to share in the meal of commingling for the alley, the occupants are unrestricted, since the alley is to the courtyards as the courtyard is to the houses. How many courtyards are there in an alleyway? Both Rab and Samuel say, there may be no fewer than 2 courtyards to constitute an alleyway. Ar Jacob bar Aha, in the name of Ar Yohanan, even if there is 1 courtyard on one side and 1 courtyard on the other. Ar Aha, Ar Hinana, in the name of Ar Yohanan said, even if there is 1 courtyard on one side, a house on another side, a house on yet another side, and a store on the 4th side. Ar Naaman bar Jacob, in the name of Ar Yohanan, an alleyway is made up of no fewer than 2 courtyards, a courtyard is made up of no fewer than 2 houses. A courtyard the length and breadth of which are the same is not rendered permitted by constructing a side beam and cross beam but rather by setting up boards, as is the case for a courtyard. Samuel asked Rab, "How much must the length be greater than the breadth, so that it?" He said to him, "Any amount at all." Those who dwell in the land of Israel square the measure. 5 alleyways open into a single alleyway. If the standing is greater than the broken down wall, and the broken down wall is greater than the standing wall, it is not necessary to construct a cross beam. If there is a space of 4 cubits between them, it is regarded as the requisite distance. Ar Hashaya taught, in the case of doors that open into the public way, when they are open, the place where they are located is treated as public domain. When they are closed, it is treated as private domain. Alleyways that open outward to the sea are treated as equivalent to those that open out into a valley. The alleyway in which Arhanin lived did not require the setting up of a symbolic gateway at the entrance, for the entryway drew in by 10 handbreadths of height in a space of 3 cubits. This was an ordinance that ordained so as to permit residents of the houses down below. And if it has the shape of a doorway, even though it is wider than 10 cubits, it is not necessary to diminish. Hananiah bar Shalomaiah was in session, teaching Hiah, son of Rab. Rab stuck his head out the window and said to him, "That is not how matters are." He said to him, "And should we not repeat the matter in this way?" He said to him, "I shall repeat it for you and tell you that that is not how matters are." Abba bar Hunah said, "The shape of the doorway of which they have spoken is this, a beam on one side and a beam on the other, forming doorposts, and a reed rope over them." Ar Yaneh b Ar Ishmael, in the name of Ar Simeon b Lachish, a hinge, thus lacking only a door. Ar Hiah taught, How do they permit carrying in alleyways with an entryway more than 15 cubits wide that open up outward into public domain? R. Judah says, one sets up a side beam on one side and a side beam on the other, and a cross beam on one side and a cross beam on the other. And sages say, one sets up a side beam and cross beam on one side and makes something like the shape of a doorway on the other side. R. Jeremiah in the name of R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, a hinge, thus lacking only a door. R. Jeremiah made this statement before R. Zirah. He said to him, what do you think you've got there anyhow? For R. Ilah in the name of R. Yohanan, when we speak of the shape of a doorway, we mean have a post on one side and a post on the other, with a reed rope stretched across them. Said R. Yaseh, the rabbis from here are consistent with their larger theory, and the rabbis from there likewise. The rabbis from there, who maintain that the shape of a doorway of which they have spoken involves a post on this side and a post on that side, with a reed rope stretched across the top, also maintain that nothing further, while the rabbis from here, who require even a hinge, so taking the position that the only thing the gateway should lack is a door, also maintain that something further is required. Hananiah, son of the brother of our Joshua, says, the house of Shammai say, one has to put up a door on one side and a door on the other, and, when the people go in or come out, they have actually to close the door. The house of Hillel say, one must put up a door on one side, and the shape of a door on the other. Said Samuel, the law accords with the view of Hananiah, son of the brother of our Joshua. But has not that view already been stated? Said RBA, it is that through the presence of the door in particular, the gate is closed up. R. Aha gave instruction in the case of an entryway closed up only by a construction in the shape of a door, that it must be set 4 cubits within. R. Abba gave an opinion. R. Zirah in the name of R. Hisdah, as to pegs which protrude from the walls of an alleyway one may set a crossbeam on them and thereby permit the alleyway. And that is with the proviso that they lie within 3 handbreadths of the walls of the alleyway. 2 Amoraim, one said, that is with the proviso that they are sufficiently firm to receive the weight of the beam and bricks. The other said, even if they are not sufficiently firm to receive the weight of the beam and supporting bricks. R. Zirah raised this question, how can it be that while in the area beneath the crossbeam, it is forbidden, the alleyway itself should be rendered permitted? Said R. Aha bar Ilah, and why not? And do we not find that this very point has been made by Samuel, for Samuel has said, in the area beneath the crossbeam it is forbidden, while in the alleyway itself it is permitted. R. Zirah in the name of Samuel, under the crossbeam and between the side posts is regarded as equivalent to the threshold. R. Zirah asked, in what regard is it in the status of the threshold? Is it in the status of the threshold and so permitted as to carrying objects, or is it in the status of the threshold and therefore prohibited? Said R. Zirah, when I was there, this question troubled me, and when I came up here, I heard R. Yaseh in the name of R. Yohanan, a threshold 10 handbreadths high but not 4 broad is permitted in both domains, but that is with the proviso that one not confuse. Said R. Mana before R. Yaseh, see how he has formulated his statement. He has said that that is the case only when the threshold is not 4 cubits broad. But if it is 4 cubits broad, then it is forbidden, he said to him, and the law is the same for a beam projecting outside of a house. R. Zirah said, Samuel and R. Yohanan. Samuel said, the space under the beam is forbidden, and R. Yohanan said it is permitted. But all parties concur that the space between the side posts is forbidden. And so too it has been taught, in the case of an alleyway lined with side posts, if the space between one side post and the next was 4 handbreadths, people may carry as far as the outermost side post, and if not, they may carry only to the innermost one. Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of R. Ukba, that is the case if the outermost post does not project beyond the side posts. But if the outermost post does project beyond the side posts, they may carry as far as the outermost post. 1:2 The validation of an alley entry. The house o pound Shammai say, it must have a side post and a crossbeam. And the house of Hillel say, a side post or a crossbeam. Our Eliezer says, 2 side posts. In the name of our Ishmael said a certain disciple before our Akiba, the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel did not dispute concerning an alley entry which is less than 4 cubits wide, that it either by a side post or by a cross beam. Concerning what did they dispute? Concerning one which is broader than 4 cubits, up to 10 cubits. 4. The house of Shammai say a side post and a cross beam. And the house of Hillel say, a side post or a cross beam. Said our Akiba, concerning both this case and that case did they dispute what is the meaning of 2 side posts? Does it mean, a side post and a cross beam, in accord with the position of the house of Shammai, or, 2 side posts and no cross beam, in accord with the view of the house of Hillel? And does it involve a cross beam of 3 handbreadths, in accord with the view of our Yase, or of any breadth at all, in accord with the position of rabbis? Let us derive the answer from the following line. TS version, there was the precedent, in which our Eliezer went to Joseph b. Peretta in Ublin. And he saw that he had an alley entry with only a single side post. He said to him, make a second for it. He said to him, do you instruct me to close it up? He said to him, let it be closed up. On what basis did you decide to spend the Sabbath in such wise? That story then implies that he was of the view that it must be 3 handbreadths, in accord with the view of our Yase. For if it were a matter of a beam of any size at all, as is the view of rabbis, then he might as well have destroyed only any small part of it. It has been taught, the law accords with the opinion of the disciple. But if that is not the case, then shall we have to maintain that the law accords with the house of Shammai? And does the law follow the house of Shammai and not the house of Hillel? But since it has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, any alley entry which is less than 4 cubits broad lo, this requires nothing, comma. As to the view of sages, are, Huna in the name of Rab, an alleyway the entry of which is not so broad as 4 cubits does not require any sort of indication at all. 1:3 The crossbeam of which they spoke wide to hold a half brick. And the half brick is the half of a brick of 3 handbreadths. It is sufficient for the crossbeam to be a handbreadth wide, to hold a half brick lengthwise. Said RBA, is so that LT can hold a row of bricks lengthwise. It has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, it must be such as to be able to take a row of bricks breadthwise. What is at issue between these two views? Said our Asian, the strength of the crossbeam is at issue between them. In the view of rabbis, it has to be able to hold 20 bricks, and in the view of Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, it has to be able to hold 40. In the case of 2 crossbeams, each one a half handbreadth broad, how much space may there be between them? Our Zira said, a half handbreadth. For there will be a half handbreadth on one side, a half handbreadth on the other, and a half handbreadth in between. Our Hoshea taught, a handbreadth. If there are 2 crossbeams, 1/3 and a bit more, the law governing this situation accords with that which our Yohanan said, the standing part and the dug-out space join together to form the requisite breadth of 4 handbreadths, so long as the standing part is greater than the excavated part. As to a beam which protrudes from one wall but does not reach the other, or a case in which there were 2 beams, opposite one another but not touching directly, see if the space between the one and the other is 3 handbreadths, one has to set a crossbeam to close off the top of the alleyway, and if not, it is not necessary to set a crossbeam there. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, 4. He who formulates the tradition using the number of 3 handbreadths reckons with sufficient space for a human being to pass through. He who formulates the tradition using the number of 4 handbreadths reckons with space sufficient to be taken into account. A crossbeam so that one side lies above 20 cubits and the other below the height of 20 cubits, they so regard it that, if one should cut off the beam within 3 handbreadths, the beam would appear to be within 20 cubits of the ground. The arrangement is permitted, and if not, it is forbidden. A crossbeam set at an angle so that one side lies above 10 handbreadths and one side lies below 10 handbreadths of the ground, they so regard it that, If one should cut off the beam within 3 handbreadths of the wall, the beam would appear to be above 10 handbreadths, the arrangement is permitted, and if not it is forbidden. If there were 2 cross beams, one above the other are yasebi. Judah says, they regard the lower one as if it goes upward, and the upper one as if it goes downward, on condition that the lower one not be lower than 10 handbreadths, and the upper one not be above 20 cubits. It turns out that Yasebi Judah teaches the law in accord with the theory of his father and also differs from the theory of his father. He teaches the law in accord with the theory of his father, for he has said, they regard the one on the bottom as if it is on the top, and the one on the top as if it is on the bottom. But he differs from his father, for he has said, and that is on condition that the lower one not be lower than 10 handbreadths from the ground, and the upper one not be above 20 cubits above the ground. If now you want to maintain that he accords in this regard with the theory of his father, then the rule should be that it is valid however high it is. Yase, Hinana bar Shalemeya, Yudan, Hinana bar Shaleya in the name of Rab, and that is within the proviso that the upper beam lie within 3 handbreadths of the lower beam. 1 For it should be wide enough to hold a half brick, and strong enough to hold a half brick. Judah says, wide enough even though it is not sufficiently strong. It has been taught, Simeon says, it must be sufficiently strong, even though it is not sufficiently broad. Huna in the name of Rab, the law accords with the opinion of Meir. Samuel said, the law accords with the view of Judah. And Joshua b. Levi said, the law is in line with the opinion of Simeon. Simeon bar Karsna said, since you have said, the law accords with this party, and the law accords with that party, one who practices the law in this way need not scruple, and one who practices the law in that way need not scruple. Said Armana, since it has been stated that the law is in accord with the rabbis, people should ignore the view of individuals and practice the law in accord with the rabbis. Rab came to a certain place. He saw an alleyway, which was rendered permitted merely by means of a single crossbeam. He gave it a knock with his staff and knocked it down. Said to him Huna, there is a palm tree yet standing. He said to him, does Huna have eyes to see, and Rab not have eyes to see? But lo, I shall prohibit them from carrying in the alleyway relying on that crossbeam on the present Sabbath, and for the next Sabbath I shall permit them to carry on the count of the palm tree, and in this way they will know that if the palm tree should be cut down, it will be forbidden to carry in the alleyway. And there is he who wishes to state so that they should not think that the law accords with Judah. For Judah says, it should be wide enough to hold a half brick even though it is not sufficiently strong to hold a half brick. Hinana did not report matters in this way. Rather, Rab went to a certain place and saw an alleyway, the crossbeam of which had been removed, on which account he forbade carrying in that alleyway. Said to him Huna, there is a palm tree standing. Rab said to him, does Huna have eyes to see it, and Rab not have eyes to see it? But lo, I shall prohibit them from carrying in the alleyway relying on that crossbeam on the present Sabbath, and for the next Sabbath I shall permit them to carry on the count of the palm tree, and in this way they will know that the palm tree so should be cut down, it will be forbidden, to carry in the alleyway. And there is he who wishes to state it is so that they should not think that the law accords with Judah. For we have learned there, what is the outer area? It is any area near the town, the words of Judah. The views assigned to Judah are at variance. For we have learned there, Judah says, even if there is nothing except for a cistern or a pit or a cavern, they may carry things in that area. And here has he said this? Said Armana, as equivalent to the hut. 1:5 It was of straw or reeds, they regard it as if it were made of metal curved, they regard it as if it were straight. Round, they regard it as if it were square. Whatever is 3 handbreadths in circumference is 1 handbreadth in width. From whose viewpoint is it necessary to specify? It is important from the viewpoint of Judah, who has said, it should be wide enough to hold a half brick, even though it is not sufficiently strong to hold a half brick. If it was curved, they regard it as if it were straight. Ar Aha in the name of Ar Zira, this represents the view of Ar Judah in particular. Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Zira, it represents the view of all parties, applies, in particular, to a crossbeam, the curved part of which is on the side. In the case of such a curvature of the crossbeam, that sort of curve does not invalidate the alleyway. But in the case of curvature of the crossbeam which will invalidate, lo, in such a case, that is forbidden. What, then, is the sort of curvature of the crossbeam which serves to invalidate in the alleyway? It is any in which, if one should cut off the curved parts of the crossbeam, there will be a space between one end and the other of less than 3 handbreadths. If it was round, they regard it as if it were square. This too represents the position of Ar Judah. They derived this fact from the measurements of the molten sea. Then he made the molten sea, it was round, 10 cubits from brim to brim, and 5 cubits high, and a line of 30 cubits measured its circumference. It is not possible to say that it is round, for it already has been indicated that it is square. It furthermore is not possible to say that it is square, for it already has been indicated that it was round. If you say it was square, you turn out to say that 160 parts of purification did the sea contain, and if you say it was round, you turn out to say that 120 parts of purification did the sea contain. Accordingly, you must conclude that the 2 upper cubits were round, and the 3 lower cubits were square. You turn out to rule that the sea held 150 parts of purification. In reference to the sea which Solomon made, one verse of scripture says, it holds 3,000 baths. And in another place, scripture says, it held 2,000 baths. It is not possible to maintain that it held 2,000, for already 3,000 has been said, and it is not possible to claim it held 3,000, for 2,000 already has been said. On this basis you turn out to rule, 2,000 in liquid measure are 3,000 in dry measure. On this basis sages calculated that 40 seas in liquid measure constitute 2 cores in dry measure. 1:6 The side posts of which they spoke their height must be 10 handbreadths, and their breadth and thickness may be in any measure at all. Ar Yaseh says, their breadth must be 3 handbreadths. Where the Mishnah presents a dispute on the thickness of the side posts, it speaks of a case in which the side posts are distant from the wall, but if they were adjacent to the alley entry wall, then Ar Yaseh also will concur. And so has it been taught, in the case of one who has made side posts for an alleyway, if they are less than 3 handbreadths from the ground, or they are nearer to the wall than 3, it is permitted. That is the case, further, with the proviso that the standing part be greater than the empty space. Building stones which protrude from the building if there is not a space of 3 handbreadths between one and the other, are regarded as equivalent to side posts. If a corner protrudes on one side, and the corner protrudes on the other, they are treated as equivalent to side posts. A wall, one side of which recedes more than the other and which appears even from within but looks to be recessed from without, or appears even from without and looks to be recessed from within, is deemed equivalent to side posts. If the side post formed an extension, Abba bar Arhuna says, they regard it as if it were etched in. Ar Hisday objected, and have we not learned, a large to a small one, the larger one is permitted, and the smaller one is forbidden. But why not treat the walls of the larger courtyard as doorposts for the walls of the smaller one, so that the smaller one is permitted? Said to him Abba bar Arhuna, interpret the passage to speak of a case in which the walls of the larger courtyard are drawn back more than 10 handbreadths. Our Asian taught before Ar Aha, if the walls of the larger courtyard are 11 cubits, and the ones of the smaller courtyard a single cubic, that represents a challenge to Abba bar Arhuna. This Tanite teaching was besought but not actually located. Said to him Aha, this is what our Simeon b. Lakish said, any Mishnah teaching which has not entered into the aggregate is not regarded as reliable. Said Ar Yaseh, it accords with the view of him who said, a courtyard is made permissible by setting up 2 boards, so long as there is a board 4 handbreadths broad on one side, and a board of 4 handbreadths wide on the other side. Said Ar Yaseh b. Arbun, and even if you say so, accords with him who said, a courtyard is rendered permitted 2 boards, so long as there is a board 4 handbreadths broad on one side, and a board 4 handbreadths broad on the other side. Our ukba in the name of rabbis from over there, are assigned to the larger courtyard and are not assigned to the smaller courtyard. In the case of a wall, one side of which protrudes and one side of which is drawn back, Kahana said, one sets the crossbeam diagonally and utilizes the space diagonally as well. Our aha in the name of Kahana, one sets the crossbeam diagonally and utilizes the space diagonally as well, but that is on the stipulation that the crossbeam not be drawn back more than 10 cubits. And in the view of our Yase, that is how our Abadimi, who came down, that is on the stipulation that the crossbeam not be drawn back more than 10 cubits. Our aha in the name of our Simeon b. Levi, and that is on the stipulation that the wall not be drawn back more than 4 cubits. It turns out that what poses a problem to one side is self-evident to the other, and vice versa. Said Arola, the Tannite teaching applies to a case in which the differential runs from 3 to 4 cubits. If it is less than 3 cubits, then, it is permitted. If it is greater than 4 cubits, then even if the diagonal is less than 10, it is forbidden. Accordingly, the sole point at issue is a case in which the differential runs from 3 to 4 cubits. 1:7 With any sort of material do they make side posts, even something which is animate. And our Meir prohibits. And imparts uncleanness as a sealing stone. But our Meir declares it clean. And they write on, and our Yase the Galilean declares it invalid. It has been taught, with anything that is animate they may make the wall of a sukkah, but they may not make side posts, the words of our Meir. And sages say, they do not use an animate object for a wall, but they do use it for a side post. Said our Yase, there are 2 Tannite authorities. The Tannite authority who has said that they may use an animate object for a wall for a sukkah also maintains that they may use it for a side post, and the one who has said they may not use it for a wall also holds they may not use it for a side post. Said our aha, we have a single Tannite authority who represents the opinion of our Meir. But why then may one use it for a partition? For if it should be removed, will one not notice that fact? And they may not use it for a side post, for if it should be removed, one will not notice that fact. R. Joshua, the southerner, was standing with the disciples of our aha. He said to them, now take note of the concluding part of the same tradition, which stands at variance with the position of your master, and sages say, they may not use an animate creature for a wall for a sukkah, but they may make use of it for a side post. Now if in the case in which, should it be removed, one will not take note of the fact, you have said it is permitted to make use of such a thing, here, in a case in which, should it be removed, one will surely take note of that fact, is it not an argument of fortiori? Accordingly, there are 2 Tannite authorities, so far as our aha is concerned, just as you have said earlier that there are 2 Tannite authorities vis-a-vis the view of our Yase. Our Simeon bar Karsna in the name of our aha, our Meir, our Yase, and our Eliezer b. Azariah, all 3 of them maintain the same view. Our Meir, an animate creature used to cover up the entrance of a tomb, imparts uncleanness as a sealing stone. But our Meir declares it clean. Our Yase in the matter of tents, our Yase says, a house located on a ship does not serve to spread about corpse uncleanness. Our Eliezer b. Azariah, as it has been taught, there was the case of our Eliezer b. Azariah and our Akaba who were traveling on a ship. Our Akaba made a sukkah on the bow, and the wind came and carried it off. Said to him our Eliezer b. Azariah, Akaba, where is your sukkah now? What is the scriptural basis for the ruling of our Yase the Galilean? Scripture says, a book. Just as a book is not a living thing, so included is anything which is inanimate. Just as a book is not edible, so anything which is not edible is accepted. What is the basis for the ruling of rabbis? Just as a book is something which is not attached to the ground, so anything which is not attached to the ground is acceptable. In the opinion of R. Yase the Galilean, are stems of produce in the status of produce? Let us derive the law from the following: if he wrote it on the horn of a deer, cut it off, then had it signed and gave it to her, it is a valid writ of divorce. It is because he cut it off and afterward had it signed. Lo, if he had had it signed and then cut it off, it would not have been acceptable. Aha in the name of Mayasha, and the dispute applies if he wrote it on the bony inside of the horn. But if he should write it on the pithy hollow part of the horn, it is as if it were cut off, and it is valid. Jonah raised the question, is the rule also the same in the case of rendering seed susceptible to uncleanness? What would be a practical case? If one gave thought that water should fall on a cow, and from the cow onto food, there are Yase the Galilean said, a book just as a book is not a living thing, so included is anything which is inanimate. And here do you say the same, namely? Or perhaps the case is different, for it is written, and any food in it which may be eaten, upon which water may come, shall be unclean, and all drink which may be drunk from every such vessel shall be unclean. If that is the case, then even if he had given thought that rain should fall for the purpose of filling cisterns, ditches, and caves, the case here is different, for it is written, utensil. 1:8 A caravan which encamped in a valley, and which surrounded with a fence made out of cattle yokes they carry about in it, on condition that the fence be 10 handbreadths high, and there not be breaks larger than the built-up parts. Any break which is about 10 cubits wide is permitted, because it is tantamount to a doorway larger than that is prohibited. Ada in the name of his day, to whom is the rule important? It is important to Yase br Judah. For Yase br Judah says, any partition which is not made up of both warp and woof is not regarded as a partition. But he concurs here, and so it has been taught, they may make a partition with any sort of object, even with saddles, saddle cushions, or camels, so long as there is not the space between one saddle and another of the breadth of a saddle, or between one cushion and another of the breadth of a cushion, or between one camel and another of the breadth of a camel. And that is also on condition that a standing portion of the partition not face a standing portion of the partition, and a breach in the partition face a breach in the partition. But a standing portion of the partition must face a breach in the partition, and a breach in the partition a stag. You turn out to rule as follows: as to mixed seeds in a vineyard, if there is a breach less than 3 handbreadths, it is as if it were closed up. If the breach were from 3 to 4 handbreadths, if the standing part of the fence is greater than the broken down part of the fence, it is permitted, and if the breaches were greater than the standing part of the fence, it is forbidden. If the breaches were from 4 to 10 handbreadths, if the standing part of the fence was greater than the broken down part, it is permitted. If the broken down part is greater than the standing part, then opposite the standing part of the fence it is permitted to sow, and in the area opposite the breach, it is forbidden. If it is greater than 10 handbreadths, even though the standing part of the fence is greater than the broken down part of the fence, while it is permitted to sow opposite the standing part of the fence, it is forbidden to sow opposite the broken down part of the fence. Now as to the matter of the Sabbath, any case where there is a breach less than 3 handbreadths, it is as if it were fully closed up. If there is a breach from 3 to 4 handbreadths, or from 4 to 10, if the part of the fence that was standing is greater than the part that was breached, it is permitted. If the part that was broken down was greater than the part that was standing, it is forbidden. If the breach was greater than 10 handbreadths, even though the standing part of the fence was greater than the broken down part, it is forbidden. Hananiah, Judah b. Pazi in the name of Yohanan, there is no need here to refer to a gap of from 3 to 4 handbreadths. One may have here a breach of 3 handbreadths and not have a place in which 4 handbreadths. Mana objected, but have we not learned, they may surround a camp with reeds, does a reed take up any space at all? He said to him, do not answer me with reference to a breach of less than 3 handbreadths, for a breach less than 3 handbreadths is regarded as if it were closed up. Yase br Bun in the name of Rab, in any event since the standing part of the fence is greater than the broken down part, it is permitted. 1:9 They surround with 3 ropes one above the other, on condition that between one rope and the next there be no space more than 3 handbreadths. The size of the ropes must be so that their thickness is more than a handbreadth, so that the whole will be 10 handbreadths high. Said Arzira, they have stated this rule only with reference to a partition 10 or more than 10 cubits high. Lo, if it is less than that measure, there is no valid partition at all. And so it has been taught, if one brought a wall less than 10 handbreadths high, and raised it less than 3 handbreadths high above the ground, the arrangement is permitted. There you have ruled that a space less than 3 handbreadths in height is treated as if it were closed up. And here you have said, any space less than 3 handbreadths is treated as closed up. If you wish to raise a question, this is how you should phrase it: if one brought a wall 4 handbreadths in height and a bit more, and raised it above the ground 2 handbreadths less any small amount that then accords with that which our Yohanan has said, the standing part and the excavated part of the wall around a cistern join together to form the requisite 4, so long as the standing part be greater than the excavated part. R. Simeon b. Lachish in the name of R. Judah b. Hananiah, if one inserted 4 reeds into the 4 corners of a vineyard and tied a thread above, it affords protection as a braid, said R. Yohanan, as is the rule governing partitions for the purposes of the Sabbath, so is the rule defining a suitable partition in the case of mixed seeds in a vineyard. Said R. Yohanan, there was the case in which R. Joshua b. Korha went to R. Yohanan b. Nuri in Nagnagad. He showed him a field, which was called the White House. Now in the fence there were breaches of a breadth of more than 10 cubits. Would then take pieces of wood and fill up the gaps, or take reeds and fill up the gaps, so that he closed the space of the breaches to under 10 cubits. He said, this form is a proper partition for the purposes of the Sabbath. Said Arzira, R. Simeon b. Lachish concurs with regard to the Sabbath that a braid does not afford protection in a gap of larger than 10 cubits. Said R. Haggai, the Mishnah has made the same point. They surround the camp with 3 ropes, one above the other. Now if you say that a braid affords protection for a space of more than 10 handbreadths, along these same lines a single rope should do the same. R. Jonah said R. Hoshea asked about the rule pertaining to the braid, is it placed above or at the side? If you say that it may be set on top. But if you say it may be set on the side, lo, as to setting it on top, that should not be done. If you say it is set on top, R. Haggai spoke well. If you say it is set on the side, then R. Haggai has said nothing whatsoever. What is your choice? If it is placed on top, lo, it serves on top. And if it is set on the side, lo, on the side. Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of R. Jeremiah, apply the law to a case in which the reeds were in the form of poles. Arzira, R. Abadimi of Haifa in the name of R. Simeon b. Lachish, as to height, even up to 100 cubits. Said R. Yudan, that which you have said applies to the matter of making a partition to prevent the appearance of mixed seeds in a vineyard, but so far as creating a partition to allow carry on the Sabbath, a braid of this kind should not be higher than the beam. Said R. Yaseh, said Rabbi, the same rule governing a partition applies both for a partition with regard to mixed seeds in a vineyard and a partition for allowing carrying in a courtyard on the Sabbath. In the view of Rabbi, what is the difference between setting up beam and a partition made by a braid? A symbolic gateway constituted by a beam affords protection, even if it is on only a single side. A braid, by contrast, affords protection only if it surrounds the courtyard on all 4 sides. Now what has been said accords with the statement of Arzira in the name of R. Hamnunah, a braid affords protection only if it forms an enclosure on all 4 sides. Said Rba Bar Mammal, balconies that overhang vineyards it is forbidden to carry underneath them, for they are regarded as an extension of the roof. But is not the extension of the roof of a house covered by a braid? Said R. Phineas, a case came before R. Jeremiah involving 4 columns on which were 4 pestles, and he permitted carrying beneath them on the Sabbath on grounds that they formed symbolic gateways. Arbun and Arbun asked before Arzira, as to a braid, what is the law on its serving in the case of a sukkah? He said to them, the overhanging sukkah roofing does not serve in a sukkah. What difference would there be between that and this? This has been made to serve as a wall, but that has not been made for that purpose. Said Arabahu, all of this discussion is for the purpose of give and take. But as to legal decision, it is forbidden to give a decision. Now if in the case of a sukkah, which is subject to a lenient rule, you maintain that view, that such a partition is forbidden, as to the Sabbath, which is subject to a stricter rule, is it not an argument of for Shiori Arbun Barhaya asked before Arzira, who taught that a braid will serve? Is it not Ar Yohanan b. Nuri? He said to him, yes, that is the case. 110 They surround with reeds, on condition that there not be between one reed and the next 3 handbreadths. And they spoke specifically of the case of a caravan, the words of Ar Judah. And sages say, they spoke of a caravan only because of prevailing conditions. Any partition which is not of warp and woof is no partition, the words of Ar Yaseh b Ar Judah. And sages say, one of the two. 4 matters did they declare exempt in a camp. They gather wood from any location. And they are exempt from the requirement of washing hands, and from the laws concerning doubtfully tithed produce and from the requirement to prepare an Arab in the case of a caravan. They may surround the camp with reeds, the words of Ar Judah. Lo, an individual of warp and woof. Lo, from the viewpoint of Ar Judah, what is the difference between an individual's making such a partition and a caravan's doing so, and why is it that rabbis do not make a distinction between an individual's partition and a caravan's partition? Let us derive the answer from the following: a caravan which encamped on a mound 10 handbreadths high, or in a crevice 10 handbreadths deep, or in a field surrounded by a fence 10 handbreadths high, they carry objects about in it, on condition that they fill the entire area, and not leave empty an area sufficient for the sowing of 2 seahs of seed. And if the area is only a space of 2 seahs, they carry about therein, even if they do not fill up the entire space. Ar-aha in the name of Ar-Hinana, even with camel saddles or saddle cushions. A statement of Ar-Huna indicates that that is on condition that man is involved. For Rba said in the name of Ar-Huna, if there should be 1 or 2 men, one assigns to them a space of 2 seahs of ground. If they are 3, they assign to them a space of 6 seahs. If there are still more than this, they add in due proportion. A caravan is made up of no fewer than 3 people. A Gentile may not make up the necessary number to constitute a caravan. May a minor make up the requisite number of participants in a caravan? What would be a practical case? If there were 2 Israelites, and, on Friday afternoon, they prepared a gesture of commingling, and then a Gentile joined them, so adding to the number in the caravan, the Sabbath already has taken effect with the additional area subject to prohibition. If they were 3, and 2 of them prepared a gesture of commingling, and then the Gentile went his way and so diminished the number in the caravan, the Sabbath has already entered at a point at which the permissible area. Ar-Daripa said. Ar-Nisa asked, what is the law as to assigning to them 3 triangulated plots, in such a way that this one may carry in the 2 seahs assigned to that, and that one may carry objects in the 2 seahs set aside for this one? Ar-Aha in the name of Ar-Hizday, the view of Ar-Yaseh b Ar Judah accords with the theory of his father and also differs from a theory of his father. It accords with the theory of his father in the case of an individual, in regard to an area of more than 2 seahs, and he differs from his father in the case of a caravan, in respect to an area of less than 2 seahs. Whence do we derive the fact that, in Ar Judah's position, a partition constructed for an individual for an area larger than 2 seahs must be made of warp and woof? Let us derive it from the following: for Ar-Aha said Ar-Hanin taught, Ar-Yaseh in the name of Ar-Sheshet, just as they differ here, so they differ in the matter of diverse species of seeds. Now in the matter of mixed seeds, do we not deal with a field even of the size of Arobah? How large is such a military camp? Ar-Hananiah said, 100, so Gideon and the 100 men who were with him came to the outskirts of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch, when they had just set the watch, and they blew the trumpets and smashed the jars that were in their hands. Judges 7:19. Abana raised this question: if it had said, a camp, and the men who were with him, 100, it would have been a suitable proof. Yohanan said, the camp is 10, when David's young men came, they said all this to Nabal in the name of David, and then they waited. What is the meaning of and then they waited? Yusta bar Shana said, they made camp. Judah ben Pazi said, a camp is 10, for from day to day men kept coming to David to help him, until there was a great army, like an army of God. Now how large is an army of God? It is 10. It has been taught in the name of Judah, 12,000, the size of the camp of Israel. A military camp which goes forth for an optional war may grab freshly cut wood but may not grab seasoned wood. An army which goes forth for an obligatory war may grab both seasoned and freshly cut wood. Daniel, son of Katana, in the name of Hunah, if the wood was made up in bundles, it is forbidden. Up to this point the rule applies in the case of a camp not pitched near a thicket. Even if the camp is pitched near a thicket of wood, the rule applies when the camp is not located near a spring, even if the camp is pitched near a spring. The rule applies which went with them into town, are exempt. If came forth with them from the town, the food already has become liable to the laws of doubtfully tithed produce. Yase in the name of Abahu, said Hezekiah, in the name of Judah b. Pazi, doubtfully tithed produce is produce that one has set aright but not set aright. And from the requirement to prepare an Arab to join the several tents so that things may be taken from one another, Hiabar Ashi said, that which you have said applies to meals of commingling for courtyards. But as to meals of commingling covering the Sabbath boundaries, that constitutes a requirement based upon the law of the Torah. And is there a consideration of courtyards in a camp? Indeed so, it is to permit carrying in the tents located in the camp. That is in line with the following, which has been taught: tents located in a camp require a meal of commingling, while tents located in a caravan do not require a meal of commingling. Judah b. Tima says, they make camp anywhere, and in the spot in which they are killed, there they are to be buried. That is so that you should not conclude that they should be treated as were the who were slain in the wars. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, it is forbidden to remove them. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, it is permitted to remove them. Said Hizday, he who has said that it is permitted to remove them deals with a case in which are gathered all together, and he who has said that it is forbidden to remove them deals with a case in which are scattered. Just as, when they go forth to war, they are exempt from the 4 matters, so when they come back from war, they are exempt from 4 matters. Yase b. Bun derived that fact from the following: now therefore proclaim in the ears of the people, saying, whoever is fearful and trembling, let him return home circuitously from Mt Gilead. And why do they go back circuitously? On account of the enemy. Yase b. Bun in the name of Rab, just as when they go forth to war, they are exempt from 4 matters, so when they come back from war, they are exempt from 4 matters. Yerushalmi Arabin. Chapter 2. 2:1 They set up boards around wells. 4 corner pieces appearing like 8, the words of Judah Meir says, 8 appearing like 12. 4 are corner pieces, and 4 are flat. Their height is to be 10 handbreadths, and their breadth 6, and their thickness in any measure at all. And the space between them is to be enough for 2 teams of 3 oxen each, the words of Meir. Judah says, 4 oxen each, tied together and not widely apart, one going in while the other goes out, is that the breaches are more than the standing boards, and, accordingly, one has to set up corner pieces, rather than flat boards. Zira in the name of Eleazar, here you have an opportunity to learn the extent of the rules governing setting up boundaries for the Sabbath. For if one had done so, under any other circumstances, and gone and thrown an object 4 cubits in public domain, he would be liable. Said Yase, for under all other circumstances the standing part of a partition must be greater than the breached part, but here you have imposed a lenient rule, allowing the breached part to be greater than the standing part. You have stated a stricter rule in another aspect, for in all other cases one utilizes a board of 4 handbreadths broad, while here, one utilizes a board of 6 handbreadths in breadth. Our Jeremiah, in the name of Rab, they have permitted the use of strips of wood around wells only in the case of those who make a pilgrimage for the festival alone. Our Abin said, it is for the time that the pilgrims for the festivals are coming. Our Jeremiah, in the name of our Samuel bar our Isaac, it is because of those who come up for the festival. Said our Ezra before our Mana, there is a Tanite teaching which indicates that that is so, they prepare wood strips around wells at this time. And lo, we have learned, water may be drawn on the Sabbath by means of a will from the cistern of the exiles and from the great cistern, and, on a festival day from the Hacker well also. On what account may they draw water from a Hacker well with a will on the festival day? When the Israelites came up from the exile and encamped at that well, the prophets who were among them stipulated with them that they might draw water from a Hacker well with a will on the festival day. Not all Hacker wells did they permit, but only that one alone, at which they had encamped. Just as you have said there, what was permitted, so here what was permitted. Our Abadimah of Haifa gave a decision in Haifa, our Jeremiah gave a decision in Halap, in regard to setting up boards around wells in this time. They proposed to say, our Meir will concede the view of our Judah, but our Judah will not concede the view of our Meir. Our Meir will concede the view of our Judah. Now our Meir holds that the boards may be flat, and you say such a thing? If you make corner pieces nonetheless, he maintains, since one may err and suppose that any sort of partition prepared in the public domain for the Sabbath may be of such a character, so one may go and make such a construction in some context other than, and so incur liability. Our Aha, in the name of our Hinana, this one will not concur with the view of that one, and that one will not concur with the view of this one. Said our Mana, even though my teacher, our Yase, did not say the following matter explicitly, he said something along these same lines. Our Bun and our Bun asked before our Zira, how far may a flat board be distant from a corner piece, so that there need not be yet another flat board set to fill the space in between? He said to them, a space of less than 3 handbreadths is as if it were completely closed up. One broader than 6 is sufficiently set apart. Thus we must interpret as the space from 3 to 4 handbreadths. Now if you maintain that our Meir accords with the view of our Judah, then why should there not be a corner piece that is lengthened, so there need not be the addition of a flat piece? Said our Ba bar Mammal, our Meir requires the addition of flat pieces only within the theory of our Judah. Said our Yase, and even from his perspective, in any event is not the standing part of the fence larger than the breaches in the fence? Since the standing part of the fence is greater than the breaches in the fence, it is necessary to add flat pieces. If there was a single stone shaped like a cube, they examine it. If it should be divided, and there would be 6 handbreadths on this side and 6 handbreadths on that side, at the corners, it is deemed equivalent to boards. There is a Tanite authority who teaches, if it should be smoothed down. They proposed to rule, he who said, if it should be divided, measures from within, and he who said, if it should be smoothed down, measures from without. Said our Yase, not only so, but are you going to require measuring the distance as if from the outermost leaf of a piece of garlic? But in point of fact there can be no difference, for in the view of both him who has said, if one smooths it down, and of him who has said, if one divides it, one measures from inside. He who says, if it should be smoothed out, speaks of a round one, and he who said, if it should be divided, speaks of a square one. You should know that that is the case, for so the Tanite authority replied to his fellow, there is no difference between my opinion and your opinion at all, but you speak of a round stone and I speak of a square stone. If there was there a ditch 10 handbreadths deep and 4 broad, with 6 handbreadths on one side and 6 on the other, then it is treated as equivalent to a corner piece. It is not the end of the matter that that rule applies to a ditch, but even if there is a heap of stones, part of the corner is made up by a ditch, and part by a heap of stones. If there were 5 reeds, and there were not 3 handbreadths between one and the other, and they cover a space of 6 handbreadths on one side and 6 on the other, they are treated as equivalent to a corner piece. If there were 3 reeds and a reed grass rope above, what is the law as to their affording protection on the grounds of forming a plated partition? But does a plated partition afford protection, unless its character is clear on all sides? At issue, rather, is a case in which the reeds joined round about by reed grass. Are they regarded as closed up? Is it the case that, just as you say there, that they regard it so that, if it should be divided, and there are 6 handbreadths on either side, it is regarded as a corner piece, so do you maintain the same view here? There you have to smooth it down to the fineness of the shell of a piece of garlic, but here, what choice do you have? If you say so, the requirements of the plated rope are nullified. A wall, tree, or partition of reeds is regarded as equivalent to boards. If they grew up on their own, the people may carry in the space demarcated by them to an area of 2 seas. If one made them on his own, one may carry in the space demarcated by them up to a cor s or 2 cor s space. If there was the case of a very large cistern, if then for half of it one prepared a wall of boards, and for half of it one did not prepare a wall of boards. For the half for which one prepared a wall of boards, it is permitted, and from the half for which one did not prepare a wall of boards, it is forbidden. If there were 2 cisterns, as to the board in the middle, what is the law on its being assigned both to this side and to that side? Where there is a question, it is in a case in which there were 2 people who were drawing water. But if there was only one person drawing water, is assigned to both sides. And from the area enclosed by the boards to the courtyard. There were 2 there, both of them are prohibited. Said RBA, it is not the end of the matter that is the rule for 2 courtyards. But even if it was a single courtyard, and in the courtyard were 2 houses. They propose to state that is the case when they did not prepare a meal of commingling. But lo, if they prepared a meal of commingling, they are permitted. R. Daniel, son of Arkatana, in the name of Arhuna, even if they prepared a meal of commingling they are prohibited, for such a meal of commingling does not serve to make them into one domain. Arhuna is consistent with views held elsewhere, for there is the following dispute, in the case of an alleyway, one side of which was inhabited by Gentiles and the other side of which was inhabited by Israelites. Arhuna in the name of Rab said, if the Israelites prepared a meal of commingling, serving the doors, the Gentile nonetheless prohibits. Abba bar Hanala in the name of Ar Yohanan, even if they prepared a meal of commingling to serve transportation of objects through the windows, the Gentile does not serve to prohibit their transporting their objects that way. Now even if Arhuna concurs with the view of Ar Yohanan there that it is permitted, he agrees here that it is forbidden. For in that case, it is possible that the cistern will go dry tomorrow. In that case the householder may suppose also that a meal of commingling is valid for boards around a well. But a meal of commingling does not serve for the boards around a well. Said Ar Yaseh Ar Bun, they permitted transporting objects in the area marked off by boards around a well only for the purpose of drawing water in that area alone. If water should come into the cistern only on the Sabbath, for the Sabbath has already come into effect at the point at which it was forbidden to draw water from the well. If the well went dry on the Sabbath, it is permitted to use that water, for when the Sabbath came, the well was permitted for the drawing of water. Ar Jonah said Ar Nisa asked, what is the law as to carrying objects within the boards? We may rule as follows, if there is a space between one board and the next of 4 handbreadths, as in the case of a threshold, it is forbidden, and if not, as in the case of a threshold, it is permitted. It is permitted to place objects there from one side and the other, on condition that one not then exchange said objects. It has been taught, is 10 cubits, the words of Ar Meir. Ar Judah says, 13 or 14. You take a cubit and a half, with a cubit between them. 2 It is permitted to bring close to the well, so long as the head and greater part of a cow will be inside when it drinks. And it is permitted to draw them back any distance at all, so long as one increases the number of boards. R. Jeremiah in the name of R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, and that measure is the same as the measure stated here, so that even a camel, the whole of which will be outside of the fence of boards, will be permitted. But if less than the stated dimensions, then even a young animal, the whole of which is within is forbidden. It has been taught, R. Simeon b. Eliezer says, the dimensions of a camel with its accoutrements. Does this statement differ from the foregoing? As long as a cow may stretch out its neck, so a camel may twist his neck around. Now what have you gained, for does not a cow stand in public domain and eat fodder located in private domain? Said R. Yase, there it is a case in which the owner supplies the water, while here, the animal eats on its own. In the view of R. Meir, there may be corner pieces or boards. In the view of R. Judah, there must be corner pieces but not boards. 2:3 R. Judah says, they so far as to leave 2 seas of space. They said to him, the measure of 2 seas space has been stated only in connection with what is required for a garden or an outer area. But if it was a cattle pen, fold, storeyard, or courtyard, even a space of 5 cores, even a space of 10 cores, is permitted. So it is permitted to draw the boards back any distance at all, so long as one increases the number of boards. What is the rule on the space occupied by the cisterns being included in the 2 seas of space? Let us derive the rule from the following. R. Simeon b. Eliezer says, a cistern or ditch 2 seas in length by 2 seas in breadth is permitted. It is permitted to expand the area only to the space needed for the head and greater part of the body of a cow. That indicates that the space occupied by the cistern is included in the 2 seas of space under discussion. 2:4 R. Judah says, if a public path went through them, one should divert it to the side. And sages say, it is nor necessary. All the same are a cistern serving the public, a well serving the public, and a well serving an individual, they set up boards for them. But for a cistern serving an individual they set up a partition 10 handbreadths high, the words of R. Akiba. R. Judah b. Baba says, they set up boards only for a cistern serving the public alone. But for the rest they set up a belt 10 handbreadths high. Said R. Yohanan, the 2 theories attributed to R. Judah are at variance with one another. For we have learned there, and so in the case of viaducts open at both ends, they carry underneath them on the Sabbath, the words of R. Judah. And sages prohibit. Said R. Eliezer, there is no contradiction. R. Jeremiah said, for maintains the view of R. Judah, for R. Judah said, that which you have said pertains to a path that opens out into a valley. But if the path opened out into public domain, it is forbidden. Said R. Yase, in every instance R. Eliezer relies upon R. Haya the elder. R. Haya the elder taught, how do they permit carrying in the public domain? R. Judah says, one sets up a side post on one side and a side post on the other, or a crossbeam on one side and a crossbeam on the other. And sages say, a side beam and a crossbeam on one side, and let him make a symbolic door on the other side. How then can he make the distinction he has proposed here? Here we deal with a gap of 10 handbreadths, while here, we deal with a gap of 13. A statement of the rabbis differs. For R. Aha said R. Hashaya asked Abba, how broad may be the opening of an alleyway in the view of R. Judah? And he answered him, 13 cubits. And here has he said this. The rabbis of Caesarea say, there the standing part of the partition is greater than the breaches in the partition, while here the breaches in the partition are greater than the standing part in the partition. What is the difference between a cistern serving the public and a cistern serving an individual? A cistern serving the public is well known, while a cistern serving an individual is not well known. If that is the case, then the same rule should apply to a well. But a well serving the public does not often run dry, while a well serving an individual usually goes dry. R. Jacob bar Ahaimrum, R. Judah in the name of Samuel, the law accords with R. Judah b. Baba. Said R. Judah, father of R. Matina, the Mishnah has made that same point, they set up boards for a cistern but not for wells. And lo, we have learned, but for a cistern serving an individual they set up a partition 10 handbreadths high, the words of our Akaba. But thus we must interpret the matter, to speak of a well serving the public, and, along these same lines, they set up a wall of boards for cisterns for a well serving the public. 2:5 And further did our Judah b. Baba say, as to a garden or an outer area 70 cubits and 2/3 by 70 cubits and 2/3, surrounded by a wall 10 handbreadths high, they carry about in it, so long as there is a watchman's hut or a house, or it is near town. Our Samuel bar Naaman in the name of our Jonathan, they derived the stated dimensions from the courtyard of the tabernacle, the length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere. Our Samuel bar Naaman said in the name of our Jonathan, the side of a square whose area equals that of a court 100 x 50 square cubits is more than 70 and 2/3. This is in line with that which has been taught. There is a small point of difference here, and sages could not solve the problem. An outer area which covers 2 seas space it is permitted to carry therein only 4 cubits. If there were 2 areas, each one a sea in space, the second lacking 4 cubits, our Zira in the name of our Yohanan, they may carry in the area regarding the second field as completing of the first. Our Law in the name of our Yohanan, they do not carry in the area, thus not regarding the second field as completing the requisite space of the first. Said our Zira, our Law concurs that if there were 3 fields, in one a sea of space, in the second and in the third likewise, they all concur that people may carry, regarding the second field as completing the requisite area of the first. As to an outer area which covers 2 seas of space, said our Abahu, since such an area may be transformed into private domain through the encampment of a caravan, if one tossed an object from public domain into that area, he is liable. Our Samuel bar our Isaac asked, but it is only when a caravan's camping will permit it. As to prohibiting tossing an object into such an area, it is indeed forbidden. But as to declaring the one who does so liable to a sign offering, no such liability is present here. If so, in the case of an alleyway, the crossbeam of which is above 20 cubits, since, in the view of our Judah, such an arrangement is valid, if one tossed an object from public domain into the alleyway, he should be liable. In the case of an alleyway which has a breach greater than 10 cubits, since in the view of our Judah such an alleyway has been breached to a greater breadth than 13 cubits, if one tossed an object from public domain into the alleyway, he should be liable. A courtyard which is open into an outer area they may carry an object from the courtyard to the outer area, but not from the outer area into the courtyard. Our Yudan of Antodareya asked, what is the law as to carrying from one outer area into another outer area through a courtyard? 2:6 Our Judah says, even if there is in it only a cistern, pit, or cavern, they carry about in it. Our Akaba says, even if there is in it none of these things, they carry about in it. So long as it is of the space of 70 cubits and 2/3 by 70 cubits and 2/3. The opinions assigned to our Judah are at variance with one another, for we have learned there, what is the outer area? It is any area near the town, the words of our Judah. And here has he said this? Said our Mana, our Judah treats the cistern pit or cavern as equivalent to a hut. 2:7 Our Eliezer says, if its length is longer than its breadth even by a single cubit, they do not carry therein. Our Yase says, even if its length is 2 times its breadth, they do carry therein. It has been taught, our Eliezer says, if its length is longer than its breadth even by a single cubit, they do not carry therein. This stands at variance with the position of our Jonathan. Our Yase says, even if its length is 2 times its breadth, they do carry therein. This supports the position of our Jonathan. Further, it has been taught with regard to the laws of mixed seeds, it is to be a square. Our Yase says, even if it is twice as long as it is wide. 2:8 Said our Ilah, I heard from our Eliezer, even if it is a coarse space. And so did I hear from him, the inhabitants of a courtyard, one of whom forgot and did not prepare an Arab as to his house, it is prohibited for him to bring in or take out. but for them it is permitted. And so did I hear from him, they fulfill their obligation through heart's tongue on Passover. And I made the rounds of all his disciples, and I looked for a partner for myself, but found none. Our Abau in the name of our Eliezer, 2 C's fit into a core S space, the Mishnah speaks. And so did I hear from him, the inhabitants of a courtyard, one of whom forgot and did not prepare an Arab as to his house, it is prohibited for him to bring in something or take it out, but for them it is permitted. There, we deal with the opinion of rabbis, while here it is the view of our Eliezer. Rabbis hold the view that one may annul his rights of ownership to a courtyard, but he may not nullify his rights of ownership to his house. Our Eliezer says, just as a man nullifies his rights of ownership to his house, so he nullifies his rights of ownership to his courtyard. In accord with the view of our Eliezer, why not let the householder be treated as a guest, not as owner, for the moment, and let it be permitted to carry objects in the courtyard? Our Hayabar Ada in the name of our Simeon B. Lakish, it is a penalty imposed by our Eliezer. Our Shammai raised the following question: the very requirement of a meal of commingling derives solely from the authority of the rabbis. Will they then impose a penalty of this sort, when a man has acted totally inadvertently, in the view of our Eliezer? RBA, son of our Papi, raised the question: if one said, "Lo, I annul my rights of ownership to my house," will rabbis also concur? If one said, "Lo, I annul my right to the courtyard," our Eliezer will concur. And so did I hear from him, they fulfill their obligation to eat bitter herbs through heart's tongue on Passover. We considered maintaining that the reference was only to the matter of heart's tongue. But a teaching turned up that statement pertains to all 3 items. Yerushalmi Arabin. Chapter 3. 3:1 With any do they prepare an Arab and a shidduch, except for water and salt. And any is purchased with money set aside as tithe, except for water and salt. He who vows from food is permitted water and salt. They prepare an Arab for a Nazir with wine, and for an Israelite with heave offering. Sumkos says, with unconsecrated produce. In a grave area. Our Judah says, even in a graveyard, because he can go outside and eat. Said our Aha, this represents the view of our Eliezer, for we have learned there, they may prepare a meal of commingling for a courtyard or an alleyway with anything except for water and salt, the words of our Eliezer. Rejecting this view, our Yaseh said, the present passage of the Mishnah represents the view of all parties for courtyards for establishing a Sabbath boundary. It represents the view of our Meir, for it has been taught, with any sort of food which is eaten fresh, as is, they prepare a meal of commingling. If it is eaten only with bread, they do not prepare a meal of commingling with it. As to onions, in the view of our Meir, they do not prepare a meal of commingling with them. For it has been taught, our Judah said, there was a precedent, set when our Meir spent the Sabbath in Artaxas, when someone came to him and said, I made a meal of commingling with onions, and our Meir made him stay within his 4 cubits. Accordingly, even though our Meir has said, they may make a meal of commingling for courtyards or alleyways with anything except for water and salt, that is on condition that it is something which is eaten fresh, as is. As to Aram and Colocasia, in the view of rabbis, they do not prepare a meal of commingling with them. We have learned 2 governing principles, and they are not similar to one another. With any sort of food do they prepare a meal of commingling, except for salt, both something which is eaten fresh, as is, and something which is not eaten fresh, as is. Any food may be purchased with money set aside as second tithe, except for water and salt, on condition that it is something that is eaten fresh, as is. With any sort of food do they prepare a meal of commingling for courtyards and alleyways, except for water and salt, both in the view of our Akiba and in the view of our Ishmael. Now as to money in the status of second tithe, any sort of food may be purchased with it, in the view of our Akiba, except for water and salt. But as to the view of our Ishmael has taught, and spend the money for whatever you desire, oxen, or sheep, or wine or strong drink, whatever your appetite craves, and you shall eat there before the Lord your God and rejoice, you and your household. And spend the money for whatever you desire. Lo, this is a generalization. Oxen, sheep, wine, or strong drink, this is an exemplification. Whatever your appetite craves, this is a further generalization. Thus we have a generalization, an exemplification of the foregoing, and a further generalization, with the result that you may reason only in accord with what is like those things contained within the exemplification. This then indicates, just as the exemplifications speak explicitly of something which is an offspring of the land, so I may include only something which is an offspring of the land. Our Akiba interprets the matter differently, just as the exemplifications of the generalization speak of what is the fruit of the offspring of the land, or the fruit of what renders that suitable, so I may include only something which is the fruit of the offspring of the land or the fruit of what renders that suitable. What is the practical difference between the two positions? Fish and locusts, mushrooms and truffles. In the view of our Akiba, they may be purchased with money in the status of second tithe, and in the view of our Ishmael, they may not be purchased with money in the status of second tithe. With any food do they prepare an Arab and a Shittuf except for water and salt, said our Yase, it is because the body does not derive sustenance from them. Said our Levi, it is because through them a curse is carried out. Said our Eliezer, if one turn the two into salt water, they may be purchased with money in the status of second tithe. Our Aha in the name of our Mayasha, and that is the case if one put oil into the mixture. Our Yase raised the question, if so, then should one make a meal of commingling only in proportion to the in the mixture? There we have learned, they do not give to the poor from the threshing floor as poorman's tithe less than a half log of wine. Our Akiba says, a quarter. Or a quarter log of oil. Our Akiba says, an eighth. Our Eliezer said, and so is the rule for the meal of commingling. Said our Hinana, that which you have said is the case for wine but not for oil. It has been taught, wine must be enough for drinking along with 2 meals. Oil must be enough to eat with food for 2 meals. Vinegar must be enough for dipping food for 2 meals. Our Jeremiah in the name of our Samuel bar our Isaac, it must be sufficient to dip a bundle of vegetables sufficient as food for 2 meals. Our Isaac Adishaya said before our Zira in the name of the house of our Yane, one may make a meal of commingling with Ra, to whom is such a matter a problem anyhow. It is to our Meir. It is so that you should not say, since they make the mouth stink, one may not use them for a meal of commingling. They may make a meal of commingling with salted fish, they may make a meal of commingling with salted meat. As to fresh meat, they may make a meal of commingling with it, for we have learned, Babylonians eat it raw, because they think it is fine. Our Yudan asked, as to kalbuda grass, since there are Samaritans who eat it raw, do they use it for a meal of commingling? Samuel bar Shalat in the name of Rab, they prepare a meal of commingling with them. They asked before him, what are they? He said to them, cress, purslane, and clover. He who vows to abstain from food is permitted to make use of water and salt. There we have learned, he who takes a vow not to eat what is cooked is permitted roasted or seethed. The Mishnah has maintained that that which is seethed is called cooked. For we have learned, he would cook the peace offerings or seethe them. Now Scripture, for its part, refers to roasting as cooking, and they cooked the Passover lamb over a fire. Now if, in this latter instance, you wish to maintain that they did not act in accord with the requirements of the law, our Jonah Basraya said that it was in accord with the law. So it follows that the Mishnah maintains that that which is seethed is called cooked, while the Scripture has held that that which is roasted is called cooked. And have we not learned, he who takes a vow not to eat what is cooked is permitted to eat what is roasted or seethed? Said our Yohanan, in matters of vows the sages have followed the usages of common speech. Said our Josiah, in matters of vows the sages have followed the linguistic usage of the Torah. What practical difference is there between these two positions? Konam be wine, which I shall not taste on the festival. In the view of our Yohanan, he is prohibited from drinking wine on the last day of the festival. In the view of R. Josiah, he is permitted to drink wine on the last day of the festival. Even R. Josiah concedes that he is prohibited. R. Josiah has made his statement only so as to impose the stricter rule. R. Barbier said, R. Yohanan would eat dumplings and say, I have not tasted food today. And lo, we have learned, he who takes a vow not to eat food is permitted to have water and salt. Interprets to accord with the view of R. Josiah, who has said that, as far as vows are concerned, they follow the usage of language in the Torah. And how do we know that all sorts of things may be called food? R. Bar Ila said, 10 asses loaded with grain, bread, and provision. Why does Scripture refer to provision? It is to indicate that all sorts of things are regarded as provisions. If one took a vow not to eat a loaf of bread, they may use a loaf of bread in a meal of commingling including him. If one declared a loaf of bread to be sanctified, they may not make use of it for a meal of commingling. If one took a vow not to eat a loaf of bread, they may use the loaf of bread in a meal of commingling, for someone else may eat it. If one declared a loaf of bread to be sanctified, they may not make use of it for a meal of commingling, for neither he nor anyone else may eat it. R. asked, but may someone not raise a question leading to the abrogation of his act of consecration? R. said, R. Mayasha asked in another regard, R. Simeon said, Hiah son of Rab said, an idol which one adapted as a doorpost for an alleyway serves to permit carrying in the alleyway, and here do you say this? Said R. Eliezer, there, one way or the other, the alleyway has been closed off, and here what do you have? They prepare an Arab for a Nazir with wine, for someone else may drink it, and for an Israelite with heave offering, for a priest may eat it. And for a priest in a grave area. Now does the statement of the Mishnah accord with the view of the house of Shammai? For the house of Shammai say, they prepare a meal of commingling for a person only if his utensils are in the place in which the meal is set. Sumkos accords with the position of the house of Shammai, for we have learned, Sumkos says, and for a priest even with unconsecrated produce and located in a grave area. If that is the case, then even in a graveyard, for a priest may violate the restrictions imposed merely on account of Sabbath rest land, so transport what is needed, and he may eat the meal, for he may enter in a chest, box, or cupboard, and prepare for himself a space less than a square handbreadth, and he may then spear the meal with a spindle or splinter land, so retrieve it, and he may then eat it. 3:2 They prepare an Arab with doubtfully tithed produce, first tithe whose heave offering has been removed, and second tithe and consecrated produce which have been redeemed. And priests with dough offering and with heave offering, but not with food from which heave offering and tithe have not been taken, first tithe the heave offering of which has not been removed, or second tithe and consecrated produce which have not been redeemed. He who sends his Arab with a deaf mute, an idiot, or a minor, or with someone who does not concede the validity of the Arab, it is not a valid Arab. But if he said to someone else to receive it from him, lo, this is a valid Arab. R. Jacob the Southerner raised this question, the rule of the Mishnah does not accord with the position of the house of Shammai. For we have learned, in the status of doubtfully tithed produce, the house of Shammai declare it invalid, and the house of Hillel declare it valid. And as to one in the status of second tithe in Jerusalem, one should not take it up, but if one has done so, his act is valid. R. Sheshet in the name of R. Hiah the elder, as to untithed produce, liable for tithing, which is subject to a stipulation, it is permitted to handle such produce on the Sabbath. What does one do? He fixes his gaze on part of it, and he eats the rest of it, and it has been taught, the house of Shammai say, they do not prepare a meal of commingling out of produce in the status of second tithe in Jerusalem. Said R. Jeremiah, that which you have said is pertinent to meals of commingling for courtyards. But as to meals of commingling of boundaries, it is taught that if a man of the provinces put his meal of commingling in Jerusalem, he may then go up and eat it there. Samuel said, of a child 9 or 10 years old, his meal of commingling is valid. Said R. Yaseh, that which you have said applies to a meal of commingling set at the Sabbath limit. But in the case of a meal of commingling for use in a courtyard, even a minor. Said our Joshua, on what account do they prepare a meal of commingling of a courtyard? It is for the sake of peace. There was the case of a woman who was on bad terms with her neighbor. She sent her meal of commingling with her son. The other took him and hugged and kissed him. He went and told his mother this. She said, "Is this how she loved me, and I did not know about it?" They thus became friends once again. That is in line with the following verse of scripture, "Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace." He who sends his Arab with a deaf-mute, idiot, or minor, said our Eliezer, but must supervise him. There our Yaseh said in the name of our Sheshet, our Eliezer bar Yaseh in the name of our Abun, in the case of someone who says to his fellow, "Lo, I shall separate tithe through your good offices," he does not have to supervise him, and here have you said this. Said our Haya bar Ada, here we speak of an adult, and there, we speak of a minor our Aha in the name of our Hinana, and even if you say that in both cases we speak of an adult or in both cases we speak of a minor there, it is a case in which he says to him, "Lo, I shall separate tithes through your good offices," in which case, he need not supervise his actions. Here, by contrast, we deal with a case in which he says to him, "Prepare a meal of commingling for me." That rule may be derived from a close reading of this one, and vice versa. For if one says to him, "I shall prepare a meal of commingling through your good offices," he need not supervise him, and the rule here derives from the other, for if one says to him, "Tithe for me," he must supervise him. 3:3 Put it into a tree. If it is above 10 handbreadths, his Arab is not a valid Arab. If he put it below 10 handbreadths, his Arab is a valid Arab. He put it in a cistern, even if it was 100 cubits deep, his Arab is a valid Arab. He put it at the tip of a reed or at the tip of a stick, when it is uprooted and stuck, even if it is 100 cubits high, lo, this is a valid Arab. He put it into a cupboard and lost the key, lo, this is a valid Arab. Our Eliezer says, if he does not know that the key is where it belongs, it is not a valid Arab. Lo, this is a valid Arab, but it is forbidden to carry it about. If it was located 3 handbreadths from the ground, it is permitted. Now here is the question, if the Arab is valid, it should be permitted to carry it about, and if it is not permitted to carry it about, then it should not be deemed a valid Arab. Indeed, it would be appropriate for him to violate the restrictions governing Sabbath rest, eat the Arab. If that is the case, then even if the Arab is higher than 10 handbreadths, it should be valid in all regards. Our Judah in the name of Samuel, interpret the Mishnah to speak of a case in which the beam of the tree is 4 handbreadths. Said our Mana, and the rule then applies to a case in which the public domain completely surrounds the tree on all sides, and in the case of one who says, "Let my place of spending the Sabbath be beneath the tree." It has been taught, he put it into a basket and hung it in a tree above 10 handbreadths, his Arab is not valid. Lower than 10 handbreadths, his Arab is valid. And it is prohibited to handle it. If he put it lower than 3 handbreadths, it is permitted to do so. Now here is the question, if the Arab is valid, it should be permitted to carry it about, and if it is not permitted to carry it about, then it should not be a valid Arab. Our Aha in the name of our Hinana, it is suitable to turn the basket on its side and nullifying the private domain that is represented by that basket. Said our Yaseh, that is to say that a bench which one set in the public domain, 10 handbreadths high and 4 broad, since one may turn it over and thereby nullify it as private domain, his Arab is valid, and it is permitted to carry it about. There we have learned, if 2 sides of a sukkah are formed by a tree, and one is made by man, or 2 are made by man and one is formed by a tree, it is valid. But they do not go up into that sukkah on the festival day. Now here you have said that the Arab is valid, and that it is permitted to carry it about. Said our Jeremiah, here, one has set the sukkah above. There, one reaches out to the basket from the side, derive a rule from that case for this one, and a rule from this case for that one. We may derive a rule from this case for that one, if there were two poles protruding, and one spread sukkah roofing on them, it is a valid sukkah, and it is permitted to enter it on the festival. And a rule may be derived from that case for the present one, if the basket was located in the thick foliage of the tree, the Arab is valid, but it is forbidden to carry it about. Said Aryase, it is not sound to assign one case to the edge of the tree branches, the other to the center of the foliage. Rather both that case and this one deal with the side of the trees. Then how shall we interpret the problem? It is in accord with our Jacob bar Aha in the name of our Zira, it represents the view of our Simeon b. Eliezer. For our Simeon b. Eliezer says, it is permitted to make use of the sides of a beast on the Sabbath, and the same rule applies to the sides of a beast as to the sides of a tree. Do you not regard a deep place as equivalent to one placed in a high place? Abba bar Arhuna said, we deal with a case in which one has said, my place of spending the Sabbath will be located down in the bottom of the pit. If he put it at the rip of a reed or at the tip of a stick, where it is uprooted and stuck into the ground, even if it is 100 cubits high, lo, this is a valid Arab. It is because the reed is uprooted and stuck into the ground. Lo, if it were not uprooted and stuck into the ground, the Arab would not be a valid one. Does this not stand at variance with that which our Judah said in the name of Samuel? Interpret the Mishnah to speak of a case in which the spread of the tree was 4 handbreadths. Armana said, that rule applies, in particular, when there is a tray set at the top of the reed. It has been taught, our Eliezer says, if the key was lost in the field, it is not a valid Arab, but if it was lost in town, lo, it is a valid Arab. If the key is lost in the field, it is not a valid Arab, for he cannot bring the meal back to the place in which he has acquired his place of Sabbath rest. But if it was in town, lo, it is a valid Arab, for he can bring the meal back to the place in which he is free. Our Eliezer has ruled well, but what is the reason for the contrary view of rabbis? Said Rba, son of our Papi, it represents the view of our Meir, for our Meir has said, house was full of produce and blocked up, but there is a hole therein, one may take produce from the hold. Our Meir says, one may even make a hole to begin with and rake produce from the house. But has our Meir's statement not been made only with reference to actions taken on a festival day? But has he made reference to the Sabbath? And here we deal with the Sabbath. Said our Abamari, it represents the view of our Eliezer b. Jacob, for we have learned there, our Eliezer b. Jacob says, they may tie a rope up before cattle to keep them from starving out. The same rule applies to tying and untying. That which you have said explains the case of a cupboard made of stone. But in the case of a cupboard made of wood, one is in the status of simply breaking open a jar to eat figs from it. 3:4 It rolled outside the Sabbath limit, or if a heap of stones fell on it, or if it was burned, or heave offering and was made unclean while it was still day, it is not a valid Arab. It happened after nightfall, lo, this is a valid Arab. If it is a matter of doubt, our Meir and our Judah say, lo, it is like the ass driver and camel driver. Our Yase and our Simeon say, a matter of doubt concerning an Arab is resolved in favor of fitness. Said our Yase, Ahud gave testimony in the name of 5 elders concerning a matter of doubt in regard to an Arab, that it is resolved in favor of fitness. They have stated only, and was made unclean. If it is a matter of doubt whether it was made unclean while it was still day or after dark. But if it is a matter of doubt whether the Arab meal was clean or unclean, do they regard that as a valid meal of commingling? Our Samuel bar Naaman in the name of our Jonathan, the governing criterion is established by the prevailing assumption. Our Judah objected to our Yase and our Simeon, if the meal had been eaten while it was still day, is it possible that it would be permitted? Our Yase and our Simeon objected to our Meir and our Judah, if the Arab meal had been eaten after dark, is it possible that he would be prohibited? A person remains in his status as prohibited until it will be clarified that he certainly is permitted. What is the law as to assigning the man 2,000 cubits from the location of his Arab meal to his home? Rba bar Mamal said, they assign him that right. R Samuel bar R Isaac said, they do not assign it to him. R Shimei said before R Yaseh in the name of R Aha, whether there is a dispute, it is in accord with the position of R Meir. But so far as R Judah is concerned, all parties concur that they assign him that right. Now the conception of the case of the ass driver and camel driver held by R Meir is not the same as the conception of the ass driver and camel driver held by R Judah. The ass driver and camel driver as R Meir conceives it is this: the man does not acquire ownership of the Arab meal he has prepared, for his Arab meal did not effect acquisition for him. He also is not in the status of the other residents of his town, for he has given thought to separate his right of movement from that of the rest of the residents of his town. The conception of the camel driver and ass driver held by R Judah is that the man has not given thought to separate his right of movement from that of the other residents of his town. There we have learned, a matter of doubt concerning him is resolved as clean. R Yaseh declares unclean. Said R Jonah, R Yaseh declares unclean only because of the proof. Said R Yaseh, and even in the case, R Yaseh likewise imposes the ruling of uncleanness. The opinions assigned to R Yaseh there are at variance with the one that is before us here. For we have learned, said R Yaseh, Ahud Ilamos gave testimony in the name of 5 elders concerning a matter of doubt in regard to an Arab, that it is resolved in favor of fitness. And here he has said this, there he speaks in his own name, while here he speaks in the name of the 5 elders. The assumption thus far is that one who holds there that the matter of doubt is resolved in favor of cleanness there also maintains here that it is permitted, and he who rules there that the matter of doubt is resolved as unclean will maintain here that it is forbidden. But even in accord with him who said there that it is resolved as unclean here will concur that it is permitted. Said R Hinana, is it not the case, however, that the dispute there concerns merely what is subject only to a decree of sages, and a matter of doubt deriving from a ruling of sages is resolved in a lenient way? But here we deal with the meal of commingling, and the meal of commingling derives from the rulings of the Torah. So a matter of doubt deriving from a ruling of the Torah is resolved in a strict way. Now is the meal of commingling based upon a rule of the Torah? R Jonathan said before R Hiah the elder in the name of R Simeon b R Yaseh b Lachania, people are flogged for violating the Sabbath boundaries, and that is on the authority of the Torah. Said R Hiah the elder, and is it not the case that the only penalties applicable to the Sabbath are either stoning or extirpation? He said to him, and is it not written, see, the Lord has given you the Sabbath, therefore on the 6th day he gives you bread for 2 days, remain every man of you in his place, let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. He said to him, is not written here? Is it not written, let no man? He said to him, and is it not written, do not eat any of it raw or boiled with water, but roasted, its head with its legs and its inner parts? Said R Yaseh b R Bun, even so, this one remained firm in accord with the tradition he had received, and that one remained firm in accord with the tradition he had received. Said R Samuel bar Sistra, as to a meal of commingling, they have treated it as equivalent to the matter of doubt, in matters of betrothal affecting a deaf mute. R Jeremiah asked, up to this point, we have dealt with a case in which the Arab meal is available. But even if it is burned, said R Yaseh, I have interpreted the matter in accord with what R Hashai said, you have come to the point of the laws governing Sabbath limits, which is that these laws do not clearly derive from the teachings of the Torah. R Mana asked, granted that the matter of 2,000 cubits is not clearly. The matter of 4,000 cubits clearly does derive from the laws of the Torah. R Simeon bar Karsna in the name of R Aha, you have nothing so clear among them all except for this fact, the Sabbath limit established at 12 mills, according to the dimensions of the camp of Israel. 3:5 A man stipulates concerning his Arab and says, if Gentiles come from the east, my Arab is at the west. From the west, my Arab is at the east. If they come from both directions, then to the place which I shall choose shall I go. If they come from neither side, lo, I am in the status of the other people of my town. Thus does the Mishnah teach, a man stipulates concerning his Arab. Said R. Eliezer, who taught the passage in the language, if they came, and if they did nor come? It is our Meir. Which our Meir? Associates say, it is our Meir of Tractate Kiddushin, for it has been taught, he who says to a woman, lo, you are betrothed on condition that it rain. If it rained, she is betrothed, and if not, she is not betrothed. Our Meir says, whether or not it rained, she is betrothed, unless he should state his condition twice. All concur that if he said, after it has rained, if it had rained, she is betrothed, and if it did not, she is not betrothed. Ar Yaseh said, it is the Ar Meir of Arabin. For we have learned there, if it is a matter of doubt, Ar Meir and Ar Judah say, lo, this is the case of an ass driver and a camel driver. Ar Yaseh and Ar Simeon say, said Ar Yaseh, Ar Meir gave this ruling only in order to invoke the strict side to things. Said Ar Mana, and that is so. In the case of his Arab he does not make acquisition of a place for the Sabbath rest, for his Arab did not make acquisition of a place for Sabbath rest alongside that of the other townsfolk where he lives, for he has contemplated movement separate from that of his fellow townsfolk. And in this case, to the first party she is not betrothed, for it did not rain, and to the second she is not betrothed, for the first party did not express 2 times. Ar Haggai asked before Ar Yaseh, and if that is, then there is twice. He said to him, that case is different, for the land was before them, and he wanted to take it out of their power. Ar Judah bar Shalom, Ar Judah bar Pazi in the name of Ar Yohanan, with respect to the conditional writ of betrothal they followed the theory of Ar Meir of Tractate Kiddushin. Ar Hananiah, associate of the rabbis, raised the question, why do I have to maintain that that is solely the view of Ar Meir? Even in accord with rabbis. Did not Ar Abahu state in the name of Ar Yohanan? The proper text of the conditional writ of betrothal is this, I, Mr. So-and-so, betroth you, Miss Such-and-such, daughter of Mr. So-and-such, on condition that I marry you before such and such a day and take you in marriage by such and such a day, and if that time comes and I have not married you, I shall have no claim whatsoever on you. And let him say, on condition, so that he not have to repeat the stipulation? If he had not stated the condition twice, how will the act of betrothal be nullified? Said Ar Yaseh b'Ar Bun, in all cases Ar Meir maintains the view that the implications of a negative statement encompass a positive one, but here he does not maintain that view. Said Ar Matina, a stricter rule applies in the case of forbidden marital connections. If one made no stipulation? Let us derive the answer from the following, prepared an Arab, this one doing so to the north, and that one to the south, this one may go northward in accord with the extent of the Arab of the other in the south, and that one may go southward in accord with the limit of this one in the north. But if they set the Sabbath line in the middle, they should not move from their place. In the case of a beast belonging to 2 partners, this one prepared a meal of commingling at the north, and that one did the same at the south, the beast may go northward in accord with the extent of the Arab of the other in the south, and it may go southward in accord with the limit of this one in the north. But if they set the Sabbath line in the middle between them, the beast should not move from its place. If they slaughtered the beast, Rab said, the limbs derive sustenance from one another. Ullah bar Ishmael said, the limbs not derive sustenance from one another. Rab concurs in the case of a jug that each owner has acquired his share in the jug at the beginning. The meaning of the Mishnah is, if Gentiles come from both directions. If they come from neither side. If Gentiles come from the east, his Arab is at the west. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, in the east. He who formulates the passage in the east speaks of the case in which the troops come as a garrison, while he who formulates the passage in the west speaks of a case in which Roman troops come. 3:6 If a sage comes from the east, my Arab is at the east, if he comes from the west, my Arab is at the west. If one comes from both directions, then to the place which I shall choose I shall go. If he comes from neither side, lo, I am in the status of the other people of my town. R. Judah says. If one of them was his master, he goes to his master. If both of them were his masters, to the place which he shall choose he goes. There is a Tanite authority who formulates the matter in the west. The one who formulates the matter in the east speaks of the case in which sages. He who formulates the matter in the west speaks of a revenue or was collecting to collect support for the schools. 3:7 R. Eliezer says, in connection with a festival day adjacent to the Sabbath, whether before or after it, a man prepares 2 Arabs and says, my Arab for the first day is at the east, and for the second it is ar the west. For the first it is at the west and for the second it is at the east. My Arab is for the first day, and the second leaves me in the status of the others who dwell in my town. My Arab is for the second day, and the first leaves me in the status of others who dwell in my town. And sages say, he makes an Arab for a single direction. Or he does not make an Arab at all. He either makes an Arab for both days, or he does not make an Arab at all. What should he do? He sends it on the first day, awaits nightfall for it, takes it, and goes along. And on the second day he awaits nightfall for it, then he eats it. He turns to profit from his journeying and to profit from his Arab. It was eaten on the first day, his Arab is for the first day, and it is not an Arab for the second day. Said to them R. Eliezer, you concede to me then that they are 2 sanctification. And sages say, he makes an Arab for a single direction. This is the meaning of the statement in the Mishnah, either he makes an Arab for a single direction for 2 days, or he does not make an Arab at all. R. Eliezer concedes that they do not prepare an Arab for half a day for the north and for half a day for the south. For they do not divide up a single day. And sages say, just as they do not divide up a single day, so they do not divide up 2 days. And they concur that he should not put his Arab meal in a basket. Said RBA, he might forget and eat it. If he did put it in the same basket, he has to take the entire basket to the proper location. If he ate one of the Arab meals while it was still day, lo, he is in the position of one who is both an ass driver and a camel driver. There we have learned, a flagon which is in the status of tibul yam and which one had filled from a jar containing first tithe which was yet untithed. If he said, lo, this will be heave offering of tithe once it gets dark, lo, this is heave offering of tithe. If he said, lo, this is food for an Arab meal, however, he has said nothing of consequence, because the Arab meal is made of food which can be eaten while it is still day, prior to sunset. But here the food is not permitted to be eaten until sunset, since one cannot consume unclean heave offering, and the wine becomes clean only at sunset. R. Jonah said R. Hama bar Akaba raised the question, surely this passage of the Mishnah cannot accord with the view of R. Eliezer. For R. Eliezer has said, they may prepare an Arab meal for a person once it has gotten dark. R. Jeremiah in the name of R. Zira, it represents the view of all parties there. But here, by contrast, while it is still an ordinary, unconsecrated day, the man is able to acquire for himself a place for spending the Sabbath rest on 2 successive days. R. Haggai raised this possibility, if one was standing on Thursday and said, let a place of Sabbath rest be acquired for me for the Sabbath, in the view of R. Eliezer, he has acquired the place of Sabbath rest, and in the view of the rabbis he has not, said R. Yasseh. And why is it the case that they may not make an Arab for someone on the festival for use on the Sabbath? It is because they prepare an Arab for a person on the eve of the Sabbath. But here, since it is quite proper to prepare an Arab meal on Friday for the Sabbath, it is no less proper to prepare an Arab meal even on Thursday for the Sabbath. Said to them R. Eliezer, do you not concede that the one who prepares an Arab with his feet for the first day has to prepare an Arab with his feet for the second day? His Arab was eaten before it got dark, he may not go out depending upon it on the same day. They said to him, true. He said to them, is this not what I said, they are 2 days? They said to him, do you not concede that they do not prepare an Arab on 1 day for its fellow? He said to them, true. They said to him, is this not what we said, they are 1 day? 3:8 Arjuda says, as to a new year at which one suspected might be intercalated, a man prepares 2 Arabs and says, MV Arab for the first day is at the east, and for the second is at the west. My Arab for the first day is at the west and for the second is at the east. My Arab is for the first day, and for the second, I am in the status of the other people who dwell in my town. My Arab is for the second day, and for the first, I am in the status of the other people who dwell in my town. But sages did not concur with him. There is this dispute, the leftovers of a wick, fire, or oil, extinguished on the Sabbath, what is the law on kindling them on the adjacent festival day? Both Rab and Ar Hananah maintain that it is prohibited to do so. And Ar Yohanan said that it is permitted to do so. Said Ar Mana before Ar Yudan, on what basis do they create an analogy between a wick and the case of the egg? He said to him, it is on the basis of the fact that we see the rabbis comparing the one to the other. That then indicates that the same rule applies to both matters. In the name of 4 elders they have ruled, if a person's Arab is eaten up on the first day, lo, he is in the status of his fellow townsfolk on the second. Arhuna in the name of Rab, the law accords with the view of the 4 elders. Arhista raised the question, the views assigned to Rab are at variance. There he has treated the festival and Sabbath as 2 distinct spans of holiness, while here he has treated them as a single, protracted span of holiness. For they differ as follows, the leftovers of a wick, fire, and oil, which went out on the Sabbath, what is the law as to kindling them on the festival day? Both Rab and Ar Hananah say that it is forbidden to do so. And Ar Yohanan said, it is permitted to do so. And Ar Mana said before Ar Yudan, on what basis do they create an analogy between a wick and the case of an egg? He said to him, it is on the basis of the fact that we see the rabbis comparing the one to the other. That then indicates that the same rule applies to both matters. Ar Aha reached the following conclusion on the basis of what he had been taught, while Ar Yaseh said it on the basis of his own reasoning. The position of the 4 elders accords with the theory of Ar Eliezer. Said Ar Mana before Ar Yaseh, Ar Meir and Ar Judah, is it not the case that the law does not accord with Ar Judah? And yet in the ruling of the 4 elders, will the law accord with Ar Eliezer? Now if, in that case, in a case in which the man has not acquired a share in the Arab meal, I do not rule that he should treat as distinct his right of movement from the right of movement of the other residents of his town. Here, where his Arab meal has acquired the right for him, is it not an argument of fortiori? If one has effected his act of commingling Sabbath boundaries through the use of a loaf of bread on the first, he does the same on the second, so long as it is with the same loaf of bread that he has made the Arab meal on the second day. If he effected an act of commingling by his feet on the first day, he must effect the act of commingling by his feet on the second day. If he has effected an act of commingling of Sabbath boundaries by walking on the first day, he may utilize a loaf of bread for the same purpose on the second day. If he has utilized a loaf of bread, he should not effect his act of commingling through walking on the second day. Does this rule proceed along the lines of that which you say there, so that, if one has made an Arab with his feet, he should not make an Arab with a loaf of bread, and along these same lines, if he has made an Arab with a loaf of bread, he should not then make one with his feet? This serves to provide a lenient ruling for a poor man, who has not got a loaf of bread, just as you say there that if he has done so with his feet, he should not make an Arab with a loaf of bread. Along these same lines, if he has done so with a loaf of bread, he should not do so with his feet. This serves to provide a lenient ruling, so that they should not have to go to the trouble of going forth and making the Arab with their feet. As you have said there, if he has done so with his feet, he should not make an Arab with a loaf of bread. Along these same lines, if he has done so with a loaf of bread, he should not do so with his feet. 3:9 And further did Ar Judah say, a man stipulates about a basket of produce on the first day of a festival and eats it on the second. And so too an egg born on the first day of the festival may be eaten on the second. But sages did not concur with him. Ar Abin in the name of rabbis over there, they have treated him as one who goes to his town. Lo, if there was a basket of fruit in his possession, which had not been properly tithed, he says, if today is the festival day, nothing that I say is so. But if not, I designate the heave offering and tithes which are in it. And he leaves it. And the next day he says, if today is the festival day, nothing that I say is so. But if not, I designate the heave offering and tithes which are in its pieces of fruit. The opinions assigned to our Judah are at variance with one another, for there he treats a single spell of holiness, while here he treats them as two spells of holiness. In that case, there is a single protracted spell of holiness, while here, one day is certainly holy, and the other day is ordinary. Along these same lines the theories attributed to rabbis are at variance. There they treat the case as one involving two distinct spells of holiness, while here they treat it as a single span of holiness. There, they treat a festival day adjacent to a Sabbath as an ordinary day adjacent to a Sabbath, while here, they treat both days as equal. Sages concur with our Judah in the case of the two festival days of the new year they derive from an enactment of the former prophets. RBA, Arhiah in the name of Ar Yohanan, my mother's sons were angry with me, they made me keeper of the vineyards, but my own vineyard I have not kept. What made me guard the vineyards? It is because of not keeping my own vineyard. What made me keep two festival days in Syria? It is because I did not keep one proper festival day in the Holy Land. I imagined that I would receive a reward for the 2 days, but I receive a reward only for one of them. Who made it necessary that I should have to separate 2 pieces of dough offering from grain grown in Syria? It is because I did not separate a single piece of dough offering in the land of Israel. I thought that I might receive a reward for the 2, but receive a reward only for 1. Ar Yohanan cited the following verse in their regard, moreover I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not have life. Ar Abba went to Alexandria, and permitted the people to carry lullabs to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, when that day coincided with the first festival day of Sukkot. Rabbi heard and said, who will promise to bring Ar Abba to them every year? Ar Yaseh sent a letter to them, even though we have written to you about the proper arrangements for the festivals, do not revise the custom established for you by your forefathers, whose souls are at rest. 3:10 Ar Dosa B. Harkinus says, he who goes before the ark on the first day of the new year says, give us strength, Lord our God, on this first day of the month, whether it is today or tomorrow. On the next day he says, if it is today or yesterday. And sages did not concur with him. It is because he says, if it is today or yesterday. This accords with that which Ar Jacob bar Aha said in the name of Ar Yaseh, he who goes before the ark on the festival day of the new month does not have to make mention of the new month. The same rule applies here. Yerushalmi Arabin. Chapter 4. 4:1 He whom Gentiles took forth, or an evil spirit has only 4 cubits. They brought him back, it is as if he never went out. They carried him to another town, or put him into a cattle pen or a cattle fold, Rabban Gamaliel and Ar Eliezer b. Azariah say, he may walk about the entire area. Ar Joshua and Ar Akiba say, he has only 4 cubits. Mshs, they came from Brindisi and their ship was sailing at sea. Rabban Gamaliel and Ar Eliezer b. Azariah walked about the whole ship. Ar Joshua and Ar Akiba did not move beyond 4 cubits. For they wanted to impose a strict ruling on themselves. If that is not the explicit rule, then what shall we have to say? Let him be treated as equivalent to one who has gone forth beyond the Sabbath limit with full permission, and assign to him 2,000 cubits of space in all directions. Accordingly, it is necessary to make it explicit that he has access only to the 4 cubits. How do we know the limit of 4 cubits? Remain every man of you in his place. And how do we know the limit of 2,000 cubits? Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. Perhaps matters should be just the opposite. Said Ar Eliezer, and we have learned, Asabi. Akiba says, the word place is used in 2 places. It is used as cited here, and it is further used in the following verse, then I will appoint. Just as the word place used in this latter verse must refer to the area of 2,000 cubits, so the word place used here likewise must refer to 2000 cubits. As to the 4 cubits to which they have referred, it addresses the space occupied by the entire height of a person with his hands spread out as well. R. Judah says, it is 3 cubits, so that he may take a jug from under his head and put it at his feet. When a person relieves himself, he does it at one side, and when he prays at the diagonally opposite corner. R. Judah b. Pazi asked, as to the 4 cubits of which they have spoken, do the 4 cubits of which they have spoken constitute a boundary, or do they not constitute a boundary? If you say that they constitute a boundary, then one may not assign to the man 4 cubits in 2 areas, while if you say they do not constitute a boundary, then one may assign to him 4 cubits in 2 areas. Said Arzira, the Mishnah has indicated that the 4 cubits of which they have spoken constitute a boundary. For we have learned, if there were 2 persons, part of the 4 cubits of this one are in the 4 cubits of that one, they bring their food and eat in the middle, on condition that this one not take something out of his area and put it into the area of his fellow. The text states only that they brought him back. Lo, if he went back, he is forbidden. Said Aha, this represents the position of our Nehemiah. For it has been taught, in the case of produce that was taken into public domain and brought back into private domain, if this was done inadvertently, they may be eaten. If this was done deliberately, they may not be eaten. R. Nehemiah says, whether this happened inadvertently or deliberately, they may not be eaten, unless it was in an inadvertent manner that the produce was brought back to its original place in private domain. Moreover, the position of our Nehemiah accords with the view of our Meir, for it has been taught, he who separates tithe and he who cooks on the Sabbath, if this is done inadvertently, he may eat the food. If this was done deliberately, he may not do so, the words of our Meir. If a person acquired a place of Sabbath residence, and Gentiles came along and surrounded it with a partition, Arhuna said, this partition has done no good for the man at all. He may walk in 2000 cubits but carries for only 4 cubits. Hiah, son of Rab, said, he may both walk and carry objects for 2000 cubits. R. Jacob bar Aha, R. Abana in the name of Hiah, son of Rab, he may walk about for 2000 cubits, and may transport an object for 4000 cubits by throwing it. They wished to propose the following thesis: where there is a dispute, it is within the theory of R. Joshua and R. Akiba. But so far as the position taken by Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer b. Azariah is concerned, there is no basis for a dispute whatsoever. Even in accord with the position of Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer b. Azariah, there is the same dispute. A more lenient rule pertains to him who has acquired for himself a place of Sabbath residence than to him who has not acquired a place of Sabbath residence for himself. Put the man at the gate of a cattle pen or cattle fold, within the theory of R. Joshua and R. Akiba, they assign the man free use of 2 cubits within the cattle fold and 2 cubits outside of it. In the theory of Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer b. Azariah, they do not assign to him 2 cubits inside and 2 cubits outside the pen. For if, to the contrary, you rule that one may assign the man 2 cubits inside and 2 cubits outside the cattle pen, then, the man will have the right to carry in the entire cattle pen. If they set the man in the middle of the cattle pen, if half of the pen was within the limit and half of it outside of the limit, R. Aha made his statement on the basis of what he had learned, while R. Judah said it on the basis of reasoning. The answer to this question depends upon the dispute involving Arhuna and Hiah, son of Rab. Arzira, Arhuna in the name of Rab, since R. Joshua and R. Akiba wanted to impose a strict ruling on themselves. That indicates that the law follows the view of Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer b. Azariah. RBA in the name of R. Hiah bar Ashi, also in the case of a cattle pen or cattle fold, the law is in accord with the position of Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer b. Azariah. Hananiah, son of the brother of R. Joshua, says, throughout that entire day these parties argued with those parties, until the brother of my father came and made a decision between the contending parties and ordained that the law should accord with Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer b. Azariah in the case of conduct on the ship, and in accord with R. Joshua and R. Akiba in the case of the cattle pen or cattle fold. What then is the difference between a cattle pen and a ship? R. Zira said, in the case of the ship, since the partitions rise and fall in it. Associates said, since. What is the practical difference between these two explanations of the point of differentiation? If the ship was like a platform, in the view of associates, it is then permitted, while in the view of R. Zira, it is forbidden. If the sea was smooth, in the view of associates, it remains forbidden. In the view of R. Zira, it is permitted. Said R. Zira, the Tannite teaching that follows has made the same point, the 4 cubits of which they have so spoken do not constitute a boundary. 4:2 On one occasion they did not enter the harbor until it had gotten dark. They said to Rabban Gamaliel, is it all right for us to disembark? He said to them, it is all right, for beforehand I was watching, and we were within the Sabbath limit before it got dark. Rabban Gamaliel had a tube for measuring distances, through which he could take a visual sighting of the distance on a plane. And what difference does it make to me that the ship had come within the Sabbath limit before it got dark? Even after darkness, for is this not Rabban Gamaliel? Interpret the case to be one in which the ship was at the pier, which, in area, was larger than 2 seas in extent, or which lacked partitions, or which did not have partitions 10 handbreadths high, or in which the breaches in the wall were greater than 10 cubits, or in which the standing part was facing the standing part of the wall, and the breaches facing other breaches. 4:3 He who went forth beyond the Sabbath line on a permissible mission, but they said to him, the deed already has been done, has 2,000 cubits in every direction. If he was within the Sabbath limit, it is as if he never went forth. For all those who go forth to save may go back to their place. For if this were not the case, then how might we have ruled? Let the man be treated as is one who has been forcibly taken beyond the Sabbath limit, who has as permissible space only 4 cubits. Accordingly, it is necessary to make explicit that he has the right to move about in every direction for 2,000 cubits. Said Arhuna, that is the case if the 4 cubits were included, just as does the Sabbath limit of Tiberius lie Arhuna in the name of Ar-Ada bar Awa, Ar-La in the name of Ar-Simeon b. Lachish, and even if he went forth to Magdala and came back, it is as if he did not go forth. R. Joshua the Southerner asked, up to this point we have dealt with a case in which he went forth inadvertently. But what is the law if he went forth even deliberately? Said R. Phineas, the Mishnah so indicates, for all those who go forth to save someone in danger may go back to their place even carrying their weapons of war. It has been taught, if Gentiles came against towns located near the frontier, even to grab straw, even to grab a loaf of bread, they go forth against them carrying weapons, and they violate the prohibitions of the Sabbath on their account. If they came against towns, they do not go forth against them armed, unless they came for blood. At first they would leave their weapons in the house nearest the wall. One time they ran about and were in haste to grab their weapons, and they ended up killing one another. They made an ordinance that each one should go home. 4:4 He who took up a resting place while on the road, and got up and saw, and lo, he is near a town, since it was not his intention, he may not enter the town, the words of R. Meir. R. Judah says, he may enter it. Said R. Judah, such a case happened, and R. Tarfon entered a town which he had not previously intended. Said, was not the schoolhouse of R. Tarfon within 2,000 cubits, or perhaps he had joined himself to the other residents of his town while it was still day. A teaching was found, in the morning, the sun came out. They said to him, Rabbi, lo, the town is before you. Enter. 4:5 He who fell asleep on the way and did not realize that it had gotten dark has 2,000 cubits in every direction, the words of R. Yohanan b. Nuri. But sages say, he has only 4 cubits. R. Eliezer says, and he is in the middle of them. R. Judah says, to whichever direction he wants he may go. And R. Judah concedes that if he made a choice for himself, he cannot then retract his choice. R. Zira in the name of R. his day, the reason for the view of R. Yohanan b. Nuri is this: if the man had been awake, he would have been able to acquire a place of Sabbath residence on that spot. If he was asleep, has he not acquired a place of Sabbath residence on that spot? He has only 2,000 cubits in every direction. R. Judah says, even if he was awake and did not acquire for himself a place of Sabbath rest, the position of R. Judah accords with the theory of R. Yohanan b. None. For R. Yohanan b. Nuri said, since, if he had been awake, he would have acquired for himself a place of Sabbath residence on that spot, if he was awakened, has he not acquired for himself a place of Sabbath residence there? He has only 2,000 cubits in every direction. R. Huna said, R. Naaman bar Jacob asked, in the case of a Gentile who immersed after the eastern skies were lit up, since, if he had been awake, he would have acquired there a place of Sabbath rest. Is the ruling in accord with the position of R. Yohanan b. Nuri? Let us derive the answer from the following: for R. Isaac bar Naaman in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi said, the law accords with the position of R. Yohanan b. Nuri. If one has selected for himself a place of Sabbath residence while it is still daylight, he may retract his decision while it is still daylight. If he did so after it got dark, he may choose a different direction and so retract his original choice. But what if he selected for himself a place of Sabbath residence while it was still day, the Sabbath day was consecrated? Let us derive the answer from the following: he may not enter the town, the words of R. Meir. R. Judah says, he may enter it. Does not refer to the materials of et al., but it refers to the rule that stands at the beginning of the pericope: he whom Gentiles took forth beyond the Sabbath limit, or an evil spirit. And it is in that regard, said R. Bun, that R. Judah concurs: if the man then selected for himself a place of Sabbath rest, he cannot retract any longer. 4:6 There were two persons, part of cubits of this one are in the cubits of that one, they bring and eat in the middle, on condition that this one not take something out of his area and put it into the area of his fellow. There were three, with the one in the middle wholly overlapped by the limits of the other two, is permitted with them, and they are permitted. And the two outer ones are prohibited with one another. Said R. Simeon, to what is the matter comparable? To 3 courtyards open to one another and open to the public way. 2 of them were covered by an Arab with the one in the middle, that one in the middle is permitted to both of them, and they are permitted to it. But the 2 outside courtyards are prohibited from one to the other. Even though R. Hananiah b. Antigonos differed from rabbis in the matter of cubits, he concurs with them here in the matter of establishing the Sabbath limit for a town. 4:7 He who was coming along the way and who was concerned that darkness might overtake him, and who knew about a certain tree or a fence and said, my place of residence for the Sabbath will be under it, has said nothing at all. My place of residence for the Sabbath is at its root. He may then go from the place at which he is standing to the root, for the distance of 2,000 cubits, and from the location of its root up to his house, for 2,000 cubits. So he turns out to have the right to go 4,000 cubits after it gets dark. If he does not recognize, or he is not an expert in the law, and said, my place of Sabbath residence is in the place where I am now located, he has acquired 2,000 cubits in all directions from the place where he is located as though it were a circle, the words of R. Hananiah b. Antigonos. And sages say, as though it were a square, like a square tablet, so that he may enjoy the benefit of the corners. If there were 2 people, one of whom knew a spot and one who did not, this one who knows a spot goes along that one who does not know a spot, and that one who does not know a spot goes along with this one who knows a spot. 4:8 This is the meaning of that which they have said, the poor man makes an Arab with his feet. Said R. Meir, we have only the poor man. R. Judah says, all the same are the poor man and the rich man. They ruled that they make an Arab with a loaf of bread only to make things easier for the rich man, so that he should not have to go and make an Arab with his feet. R. Meir maintains the view that the principal act of providing for an Arab meal is done with a loaf of bread. Why have they said that it may be done, instead, with one's feet? It is to make things easier for the poor man who has no loaf of bread. R. Judah said, to the contrary, that the principal mode of providing for an Arab station is done with one's feet. And why have they ruled that it may be done with a loaf of bread? It is to make things easier for the rich man, who is spared the need of actually making the trip on foot. Even though R. Judah has said, the principal mode of providing for an Arab station is done with one's feet, nonetheless, one must not sit at home and say, may a place of Sabbath residence be acquired for me in such and such a place. Rather, one must go out to the field in which he wishes to establish residence and say, let a place of Sabbath rest be acquired for me in this place, and he must wait there until sunset, and then he goes along and comes back to his village. And so it has been taught, said R. Judah, there is this precedent, in the household of Mammal and in the household of Gurion from Roma, they would hand out dried figs to the poor in time of famine. The poor people of Cheyenne went out and made an Arab with their feet, so they could go into the other town and eat figs once it got dark. And whatever they did at the instructions of sages. 4:9 He who went to go to a town with which were making an Arab, and his friend made him come back, he is permitted to go to the other town on the Sabbath. But all the other people of his town are prohibited from doing so, the words of R. Judah. R. Meir says, anyone who could have made an Arab and did not make an Arab, lo, this one is like the ass driver and the camel driver. One may explain the statements in two ways. First, the friend has said, I shall provide an Arab for you and for the residents of your town, and he made an Arab covering the other residents of his town, but he did not prepare an Arab for him. The man then is forbidden to go in that direction, he is permitted to go in all of the other directions of his town. But the other townsfolk are permitted to go in that direction, while they are forbidden to go in the other directions of their town. Second, one may interpret this case in a different way. The friend said to him, I shall make an Arab for you and for the other residents of your town, but he did not prepare an Arab either for him or for the other residents of his town. He may then continue to travel in that direction, since his feet acquired for him the right to move in that direction on the preceding day. But the other residents of his town are forbidden to go in that direction. Then they are permitted to go in the other direction's town. 4:10 He who went beyond the Sabbath line, even by a single cubit, should not re-enter. R. Eliezer says, for 2 cubits, he may re-enter, for 3, he may not re-enter. He who was overtaken by darkness outside of the Sabbath limit, even by a single cubit, may not re-enter. R. Simeon says, even if he is 15 cubits outside, he may re-enter. For surveyors do not measure exactly, for the benefit of people who err. Both R. Aha in the name of R. Hinana and R. His Day say, has specified only 2. Lo, if he were 2 cubits and a bit more, he may not re-enter. Now the Mishnah indicates the view of R. Eliezer, for R. Eliezer said, if he went out by 2 cubits, he may re-enter. If he went out by 3, he may not re-enter. Said to him R. Yaseh, now let us consider the latter part of his statement, if he went out for 3, he may not re-enter. Lo, if it was less than 3 cubits by any amount at all, he may re-enter. The disciples wished to propose that the ruling of R. Eliezer applies went out. But if he was outside of the limit when it got dark, the same measurement does not apply. But a teaching is available in which the same rule governs both cases. They propose to say that the position taken by R. Simeon applies in a case in which one was outside of the Sabbath limit when it got dark. But if he actually went out from inside the Sabbath limit, it is not in such a case that Simeon takes his view. But the same teaching is available to the contrary, indicating that the same rule applies to both cases. Yerushalmi Arabin. Chapter 5. 5:1 How do they augment towns? One house recedes and one house projects, a turret recedes and part projects, there were their ruins 10 handbreadths high, or bridges or sepulchres containing a dwelling house, they extend the measure outward so as to take account of them. And they make it as if it were shaped like a square tablet, so that may gain the benefit of the corners. One house recedes, they bring it out toward the city line. If one house projects, they draw the city line out to the house. Rab said, they add a limb to a town. Samuel said, they augment from within. The one who said, they add, understands the law to mean that they augment the city with a limb. The one who said, they augment from within, compares the matter to a pregnant woman. There we have learned, they say a blessing over a flame only once they make use of. Rab said, they derive pleasure. Samuel said, they sustain. And Samuel said, they sustain. The one who maintains that the correct reading is with an aleph derives evidence from the following verse, only on this condition will we consent to you. The one who maintains that the correct reading is with an ayin cites the following verse, that I may know how to sustain with the word him who is weary. There we have learned, before their festivals. Rab said, their testimonies. And Samuel said, their calamity. He who claims that the word is spelled with an ayin draws evidence from the following verse, let them bring their witnesses to justify them. And he who claims that the word is spelled with an aleph, as their festivals, draws evidence from the following verse, for the day of their calamity is at hand. How does Samuel interpret the scriptural verse cited by Rab, and their testimonies? They are going on the day of judgment to shame those who keep them. Ar Yohanan in the name of Ar Hashiah, they add a limb to it. He set his eyes on him and stared at him. He said to him, why are you staring at me? Is it because I need to cite teachings in your name that you are laughing at me? Then have gone much further than you for 13 years, receiving him as his master, until he no longer needed. Ar Samuel in the name of Ar Zirah, if it has only been this, it would have been sufficient reward, that he greeted his master. For whoever greets his master is as if he greets the indwelling presence. Ar Berechiah, Ar Jeremiah in the name of Ar Hiah bar Ba, it is written, now Moses used to take the tent. And how far was it? Ar Isaac said, Amil. And everyone who sought Moses is not written here. Rather what is written is, and everyone who sought the Lord. This indicates that whoever greets his master is as if he greets the indwelling presence. Ar Helbo, Ar Hunah in the name of Rab, it is written, now Elijah, the Tishbite, of Tishbe in Gilead, said to Ahab, as the Lord the God of Israel lives, before whom I stand. Now was Elijah not merely an apprentice to the prophets? But this teaches that every time he stood before Ahijah, the Shilonite, his master, it was as if he stood before the indwelling presence. Ar Helbo in the name of members of the household of Shiloh, even if Elijah asked for water before him, Elisha would pour it on his hands. What is the scriptural basis for this statement? Elisha the son of Shaphat is here, who poured water on the hands of Elijah. It is not written, who studied Torah, but rather, who poured water on the hands of Elijah. It is written, now the boy Samuel was ministering to the Lord under Eli. And the word of the Lord was rare in those days, there was no frequent vision. But is it not the case that he was ministering only to Eli? But this indicates that every act of service he performed before Eli, his master, is as if he performed it before the indwelling presence. Ar Ishmael taught, and Aaron came with all the elders of Israel to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law before God. Now was it before God that they were eating? Rather, this teaches that he who receives his fellow is as if he receives the indwelling presence. Ar Jacob bar Aha, Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Yohanan, at what point do they add? They add from the point at which houses are located along a line with the gateway of the town for a distance of 2,000 cubits. Said Ar Yaseh to Ar Yaseh bar Aha, is it not reasonable that that is the case only for houses in line with the indentations of the city wall? But if the houses are in line with the city, then one may extend the Sabbath limit even for a still greater distance. He said to him, I too maintain that view. He said to him, why, after all, should we add to the city without limit by treating the houses as if they are in line with the indentations in the wall, so that one has to extend the town limits to align with them? Perhaps we should maintain that the additional houses, outside of the line, constitute the town itself, and the town, as we have it, should be regarded as indented, standing within the proper line, in which case one has to extend the town's limits to the point even with the additional houses. Said R. Naaman, at the very outer limits of the town. A statement made by R. Simeon makes the same point. For R. Simeon b. Yohei said, I can make it possible for people to go up from Tiberias to Sepphoris, and from Tyre to Sidon, because of the caves and towers which are between those towns. What is the law as to adding the area covered by one indentation to that covered by another? A statement of R. Simeon b. Lachish indicates that they do add one area covered by an indentation to another. For R. Simeon b. Lachish said, I can so arrange matters that Betmon may be encompassed within the Sabbath boundary of Tiberias. For you regard the stadium as if it were filled with houses, and the Roman camp is set within 70 2/3 cubits distance from the stadium, with Betmon situated within 70 2/3 cubits of the Roman camp. If, then, you extend the line from the bleachers, you find that the sepulchre of Siracon lies within that line, within a distance of 70 2/3 cubits, and if then you extend the line to the pottery from the sepulchre of Siracon, it too lies within the distance of 70 2/3 cubits. What is the law as to adding one augmentation of a town to another such augmentation? A statement of R. Simeon b. Yohei indicates that one indeed does add one augmentation of a town to another such augmentation. For R. Simeon bar Yohei said, I can make it possible for people to go up from Tyre to Sidon and from Tiberias to Sepphoris, because of the caves and towers which are between those towns. Here making a journey, while augmenting the city's Sabbath boundary. R. Aha said, R. Haya the elder and Bar Kapara had a difference of opinion. One of them maintained that pertains to a large town. But as to a small town, the additional area assigned to the town should not be greater than the principal area of the town itself. The other took the position that the same rule applies to both a large town and a small town. One augments the town in either case by the measure of 2,000 cubits. Said R. Phineas, there was the case of an experienced disciple, who for 3.5 years learned the law of augmentation of a town before his master. Then he went and succeeded in extending the whole of Galilee. But he did not suffice to do the same in the south before the time was no longer propitious for doing so. RBA, R. Judah in the name of Rab, a town that is shaped like a bow if the distance between the two ends of the bow is 4,000 cubits less one measures the Sabbath limits to cover the entire encompassed area as well as 2,000 cubits beyond. If, however, the distance from one end to the other is 4,000 cubits, one measures from the point at which one calculates the Sabbath augmentation only for 2,000 cubits, said R. Aha, R. Samuel reasoned, if one places his sandal here, he may come from this side and take it from here, and if he puts it on the other side, he may come and take it from there. One comes from this side and one comes from that side. From a single direction it is forbidden, while from the two directions RBA in the name of R. Judah, if there was a large town, with a ditch 10 handbreadths deep and 4 broad running through it, one regards the ditch as if it is filled with dirt and pebbles. But if not, one regards the ditch as if it is open-ended. RBA, Imi bar Ezekiel in the name of Rab, as to a town built at the edge of a ravine, if the distance between the town and the valley is 4 handbreadths, one measures from the wall of the town. If it is 3, one measures from the outer lip of the ravine. This is on condition that the ravine not encompass an area of more than 70 2/3 cubits. How shall we interpret this condition? If the 10 handbreadths are encompassed in distance of 3 cubits, does one measure from the outer lip of the ravine? If it is within 4 cubits, does one measure from the wall itself? Thus at issue is the issue of the case in which it is from 3 to 4 cubits. Rab said, in the case of a town made up entirely of tents, each resident measures from the location of his tent. If there were 3 huts and 3 towers, one measures from the outermost. Asi objected, and lo, it has been written, you shall have a place outside the camp, and you shall go out to it. It blows to the south by day, and goes round to the north by night, round and round goes the wind, and on its circuits the wind returns. These are the sides to the east and west. There is no problem in understanding how people did so in the time of Shiloh and in the eternal house. For Ar-Aha said in the name of Samuel bar Isaac, how much did the earlier prophets labor to set up the eastern gate in such a way that the sun would shine directly through it on the first day of the season of Tevet and on the first day of the season of Tammuz had 7 names, the gate of the turning, the gate of the foundation, the sun gate, the arrival gate, the middle gate, the new gate, the upper gate. The gate of the turning, for their unclean people turned aside. That is in line with what is written, away. Unclean, men cried at them, away. Away. Touch not. So they became fugitives and wanderers. Men said among the nations, they shall stay with us no longer. The gate of the foundation, for there they laid the foundation for the law. The sun gate, for it faces the sunrise. That is in line with the following verse, who commands the sun, and it does not rise, who seals up the stars. The arrival gate, for it serves for entry and exit. The middle gate, for it is located between 2 other gates. The new gate, for there the scribes renewed the law. The upper gate, for it is located above the Israelites' courtyards, the rampart, and the women's courtyard. Now the eternal house had a distinguishing trait. Now in the wilderness, who laid forth the directions for the people. It is in line with that which is written, then the Kohathites set out, carrying the holy things, and the tabernacle was set up before their arrival. This refers to the ark. But the sons of Merari set up the tabernacle before the Kohathites arrived, who were carrying the ark. How did the Israelites proceed through the wilderness? Arhama bar Hananah and Arhashiah, one said, in the pattern of a box. The other said, in the form of a beam. He who maintains that they moved in the pattern of a box cites the following verse, as they encamp, so shall they set out, each in position, standard by standard. He who maintains that they moved in the pattern of a beam cited the following, acting as the rear guard of all the camps, set out by their companies. He who maintains that they moved in the pattern of a beam, how does he interpret the evidence that they moved in the pattern of a box, as they encamp, so shall they set out? Just as they encamp in accord with the instructions of the divine word, so they travel in accord with the instructions of the divine word. And he who maintains that they travel along the lines of a box, how does he interpret the evidence that they moved in the pattern of a beam, acting as the rear guard of all the camps, set out by their companies? It wagged because the tribe of Dan was so populous that it traveled at the end. Accordingly, to whoever lost something would restore it. This is in line with that which is written, acting as the gatherers for all the camps, set out by their companies. It has been taught in the name of Judah, also its cornices and walls are measured with it. Arhashiah raised the question, the contained airspace of a courtyard, what is the law as to its being measured with the town? Let us derive the answer from the following, in the case of a house which was breached at one side, the space of the house still is measured along with that of the town. If it is breached in 2 directions, however, it is not measured with the town. Ar-Abin said in the name of Judah, that is the case when the beam of the house has been removed. But if the beam of the house has not been removed, it is measured with the town. Now when the beam has been removed, is this not equivalent to the airspace of the courtyard? In that case the courtyard is an element of a dwelling house, while here, is not regarded as part of a dwelling. If one circumscribed a town by a square and formed it into the shape of a square tablet, and laid out the Sabbath limits in the shape of a square tablet, when one measures, he does not measure from the middle point, because one loses. 5:2 They assign the outer area to the town, the words of Meir. And sages say, they referred to the outer area only when it falls between 2 towns. If this one 70 cubits and 2/3 and that one, so that they may form one domain. And so is the rule for 3 villages arranged in a triangle, if there is a distance between the 2 outermost ones of 141 1/3 cubits, the middle village makes all 3 of them form one domain. Arhuna in the name of Rab, Meir and rabbis interpret a single verse of scripture. Meir takes up the clause from the wall of the city. Why does Scripture find it appropriate to add outward? It is on the strength of this passage that we learn that they assign an outer area to town. Rabbis interpret with emphasis upon outward. Why does Scripture find it necessary to state, from the wall of the city? It is on the strength of this usage that we learn that they do not assign an outer area to a town, that is to say that they assign an outer area to a town. Ar Jacob bar Aha, Ar Abana, Ar Nahum in the name of Samuel bar Abba, passage of the Mishnah. And so is the rule for 3 villages arranged in a triangle, Samuel said, that is the case when they are arranged in a line. Bar Kappara said, that is the case when they are arranged in a triangle. Which one then is in the middle? There is no problem for the one who says that they are arranged in a row, since the one in the middle. But in the view of the one who has said, they are arranged in a triangle, which one is in the middle? Said Ar Samuel, brother of Ar Berechiah, if you take a fix from one side, this one is in the middle, and if you take a fix from the other side, this one is in the middle. Ar Jacob bar Aha, Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Hananiah, that is on condition that the one in the middle is no more than 2,000 cubits distant from the others. Said Ar Yaseh, I raised this question before Ar Jacob bar Aha. We have learned, if between the 2 outermost ones there is a distance of 141 1/3 cubits, the one in the middle then serves all 3 of them, so allowing the 2 outer ones. If there were 2, as to the one in the middle, what is the law on its being assigned to the one side or the other? Where there is a question, it is where there were 2 people from the middle village, each going in his own direction. But if T was a single individual, he certainly may go in either direction. 5:3 They measure only with a rope 50 cubits long, no less, no more. And one measures only with the rope held at a level with his heart. One was measuring and reached a valley or a fence, he takes count only of the horizontal span and continues his measuring. If he came to a mountain, he takes account only of the horizontal span and continues his measuring. And this is on condition that he does not go outside the Sabbath limit. If he cannot take account of the horizontal span, in this case, said Ar Dostai B. Ar Yaneh in the name of Ar Meir, I heard that they treat hills as though they were pierced. What is the measure of the Sabbath boundary? It is that of 40 ropes, not less, for one stretches the rope and so gains, nor more, for curls and causes a loss. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, one measures with a rope of flax. And there is a Tannite authority who teaches, one measures with a chain. And there is a Tannite authority who teaches, one measures with a rope of 4 cubits. Said Ar Joshua, you have no measure more reliable than a chain, but what can I do? For it is written by the prophets, with a line of flax and measuring reed in his hand. If from the surveyor to a ravine was a distance of 75 cubits, 2 Amoraim deal with this matter. One said, he measures with a rope 50 cubits long, then he doubles it up to a length of 25. The other said, he measures with a rope of 50 cubits, and as to the remaining distance, he measures with a rope 4 cubits long. If a ravine was narrow at the top and broad at the bottom, up to a depth of 50 cubits, you regard the ravine as if it were filled with dirt and pebbles, but if not, you regard it as if one would climb up and climb down. If it was a crooked ravine, Ar his day said, one makes a visual estimate in accord with his measure on a plain, and then he does the same on a hill. Ar Aha, Ar Hinana, Ar Jeremiah in the name of Ar Samuel bar Ar Isaac, and that is the rule, if the measure of the mountain is at least 4 handbreadths, a place of which one would take account. Ar Yaseh, Ar Abana in the name of Ar Judah, Ar Yudan presented the view in the name of Rab, as to M5:3/I, piercing mountains. The man on the top holds his end on a level with his head, and the man on the bottom on a level with his feet. All parties concur that they pierce mountains, and even if the upper one holds the measure at his head and the lower one at his loins, all parties concur that they pierce mountains. Where they differ, it is in the case in which the man at the top holds the measure at his feet, and the one at the bottom, at his heart. Ar Meir says, they pierce the mountains. And sages say, they do not pierce mountains. Rabbah in the name of Ar Judah, Ar Zirah in the name of Mar Ukbah, they measure only with a rope 50 cubits long. Arzira in the name of his day says, they do not measure by level distance either in the towns of the Levites or in the location of a heifer whose neck is broken. And this view accords with the opinion of him who said, 8,000 cubits constitute the outskirts of a village, and 2,000, the Sabbath limit. But in accord with the one who said, 8,000 are the outskirts, and 2,000 encompass the fields and vineyards of a town, did they not derive the rule for the Sabbath limit from the boundaries of the towns of the Levites? If for the main point of interest they do not make a survey by level distance, for the secondary point of interest, will they make a survey by level distance? And how do we know from Scripture that they do not bury the dead in the Levites' towns? Arabau in the name of Yaseh bar Hananah, the cities shall be theirs to dwell in, and their pasture lands shall be for their cattle and for their livestock and for all their beasts. For that which is alive have the pasture lands been given over, and not for burial of the dead. 5:4 They measure only by an expert. One extended the limit more in one place and less in another place, they observe the greater measure. There was a greater distance for one and a lesser distance for another, they observe the greater measure. Even a slave girl, are believed to state, up to this point is the Sabbath line. In the case of an amateur who extended the limit, they do not listen to him. Said Arhashaya, you have come to the point of the laws governing Sabbath limits, which is that these laws do not clearly derive from the teachings of the Torah. Armana asked, granted that the matter of 2,000 cubits is not clearly. The matter of 4,000 cubits clearly derives from the laws of the Torah. Ar Simeon bar Karsna in the name of Aha, you have nothing so clear among them all except for this fact, the Sabbath limit established at 12 mills, according to the dimensions of the camp of Israel. 5:5 A town belonging to a single owner which was converted into public domain, they prepare an Arab covering the whole of it. And one which was public domain and was converted into one belonging to a single owner, they do not prepare an Arab covering the whole, unless one excluded a section of it, the town of Hadashah in Judah, in which there were 50 residents, the words of Judah. Simeon says, 3 courtyards, each containing 2 houses. It has been taught in the name of Judah, they do not provide an Arab for it in parts. The opinions assigned to Judah are confused. For Arhaya taught, how does one permit the public domain? Judah says, one sets up a side piece at this side and a side piece at that, a crossbeam at this side and a crossbeam at that. And sages say, one sets up a side beam and a crossbeam at this side, and makes the shape of a doorway at the other side. And here do you say this? It is not in this regard has been laid down. Rather, it is in another regard altogether, namely, even in the case of a large city, such as Antioch, if it has only a single doorway, they prepare a single Arab for the entire city. It has been taught in the name of Judah, they do not prepare an Arab for it in parts. Said Yaseh, so that is to say, residents of an alleyway who place their crossbeam at the gate of the alleyway. They are then permitted to carry objects in the alleyway in which they live, but others may not then carry in that alleyway. If, on the other hand, the residents of various alleyways provided such a crossbeam, each group for its own alleyway, all of them are forbidden to carry. How then does one make it possible? He sets a crossbeam at the gate of the alleyway, so permitting carrying in that alleyway. In the case of 5 small alleyways opening into one alleyway, place their crossbeam in the middle of the alleyway, these then are permitted, and those are forbidden. If these and those did so, all of them are forbidden. How then does one make it possible? He sets a crossbeam at the gate of the alleyway, so permitting carrying in that alleyway. When Phineas came up here, at the market of the circumcisers, he saw an arch from one side to the other. He said to them, have you then divided your Arab? Said to him Judah bar Shalom, it has been put up to strengthen the houses, and not to serve as an Arab. Unless one excluded a section of it of the size of the town of Hadashah in Judah, for instance, Sanan, Hadashah, and Migdal-Gad, in which there are 50 residents, counting even men, women, and children. Asi said, but that is on condition that they are Israelites. Rba bar Mammal, Simeon bar Haya in the name of Rab, the doorways of that section must open into the excluded section. Said Armana, since the doorways open into it, the whole of it becomes a single domain. 5:6 He who was in the east and said to his son, prepare an Arab for me in the west and said to his son, prepare an Arab for me in the east, if the distance between him and his house is 2,000 cubits, and between him and his Arab is more than this distance, he is permitted to go to his house and prohibited from going to his Arab. To his Arab was a distance of 2,000 cubits and to his house a distance greater than that, he is prohibited from going to his house and permitted to go to his Arab. He who places his Arab in the extended area of the town has done nothing whatsoever. He placed it beyond the Sabbath line, even by a single cubit, what he gains he loses. There is a problem troubling Bar Kapara, that east refers to east of his son, and west means west of his son. There is then no problem in understanding the case in which from him to his house is a distance of 2,000 cubits, and to his Arab more than that. In that case he is permitted to go to his house and forbidden to go to his Arab. If to his Arab is a distance of 2,000 cubits, and to his house is more than that, he is permitted to go to his Arab and forbidden to go to his house. 5:7 The people of a large town traverse the entire area of a small town. And the people of the small town may nor traverse the entire area of the large town. How so? He who was in a large town but placed his Arab in a small town and placed his Arab in a large town, traverses the entire area and 2,000 cubits beyond. Our Akaba says, he has only 2,000 cubits from the location of his Arab. This is the sense of the Mishnah, the people of a large town traverse the entire area of a small town, and the people of the small town may nor traverse the entire area of the large town. How so? The words how so do not belong here. With regard to the town itself, what is the law as to its being counted with the measure of 2,000 cubits? Said our Hezekiah, our Simon in the name of our Yohanan, the town does not count in the measure of 2,000 cubits. Said our Eleazar, the town does count in the measure of 2,000 cubits. At first the townsfolk of Tiberias would traverse the whole of Hamada. But the townsfolk of Hamada went only up to the place of the bow. Now the townsfolk of Tiberias and the townsfolk of Hananiah have gone and formed a single town. Said our Jeremiah, there was a case in which an old shepherd came before Rabbi and said to him, I recall that the townsfolk of Migdal Geder would go down to Hamada, up to the outermost courtyard near the bridge. And Rabbi permitted the townsfolk of Migdal to do down to Hamada up to the outermost courtyard, by the bridge. And Rabbi further permitted the townsfolk of Geder to go down to Hamada and to go up to Geder. But the townsfolk of Hamada did not go up to Geder. Said Armana, it was because domains. Said our Yasebi Arbun, it was not on account of this consideration. But it was because we have learned, the people of a large town traverse the entire area of a small town, and the people of the small town may not traverse the entire area of the large town. Our Isaac bar Naaman in the name of our Hananah, and the case of the dispute, the two parties disagree concerning the case in which they placed their Arab in the piazza. But if they put it in houses, also our Akaba concurs may traverse the entire area and 2,000 cubits beyond. Rba son of our Papi asked, if this town was one which prepared an Arab for the entire town, and they set their Arab in the piazza, is this not similar to a case in which they set their Arab in the houses? A city which was destroyed, our Eleazar says, he may traverse the entire area and 2,000 cubits beyond. Samuel said, he has only 2,000 cubits from the location of his Arab. Rba bar Kahana, Arhaya bar Asi in the name of Rab, he who puts his Arab in a stall or in an enclosed field may traverse the entire area and 2,000 cubits beyond. Are not a stall or an enclosed field equivalent to an area in which houses and residences have been destroyed? As to a new town, one measures from the houses. In an old one, one measures from the wall. What is a new one, and what is an old one? Our Zira in the name of our Hisdah, if one built houses and afterward built the wall, this is a new town. If he built the wall and afterward built the houses, this is an old one. Arzira said, one way or the other, it is a new town. What is an old town? Any in which there had been residences, which were then destroyed. Arzira is consistent with his views expressed elsewhere, for there is the following dispute: if 9 built for the purpose of marking out an outer area and 1 did so a residence, said R. Eliezer, and even if the 10th built it as a residence, lo, this is in the status of a residence. A person who lives, or takes up Sabbath residence, in a town enjoys the rights of the town to a Sabbath area as marked out. 5:8 said to them R. Akaba, now do you not concede to me that in the case of one who places his Arab in a cave, he may go only 2,000 cubits from the place at which his Arab is located? They said to him, under what circumstances? When there are no inhabitants in it. But if there are inhabitants in it, he traverses the entire area and 2,000 cubits beyond its Sabbath line. It turns out to be more lenient inside than on top of it. As to the one who measures, concerning whom they have spoken, they assign to him only 2,000 cubits, even if his measuring rope ends in a cave. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Eliezer, a more lenient rule applies to the case of one who acquires his place of Sabbath residence in an enclosed field than to the one who places his Arab in an enclosed field. He who acquires his place of Sabbath residence in an enclosed field may traverse the whole of it and in addition 2,000 cubits. But he who places his Arab in an enclosed field may go only 2,000 cubits from the place at which his Arab is located. Arzira asked, if one said, let a place of Sabbath residence be acquired for me in an enclosed area. Said R. Hananiah, son of R. Hillel, there is a dispute on this matter between R. Meir and R. Judah. R. Meir says, the principal part of the Arab meal is in the meal. Accordingly, he has placed his Arab in the enclosed area. He has access only to the space measured 2,000 cubits from the place in which his Arab is located. R. Judah says, the principal part of the Arab is affected with his feet. Accordingly, in this case, he is in the status of one who says, let a place of Sabbath residence be acquired for me in the enclosed area. He may therefore traverse the whole of it, as well as 2,000 cubits beyond it. The roof of a tower is deemed equivalent to the town, the roof of a cave is equivalent to the fields. Does this mean actual residence, or does the rule apply even though the area is merely appropriate for residence? On the basis of what R. Isaac bar Naaman in the name of R. Hananah said, you regard the cave as if it were full of water and mud, we may say that, even if it is merely suitable for residence. If the distance is 4,000 cubits, he may move only 2,000 cubits from the place at which his Arab meal is located. Said RBA, R. Zira explained this rule, if he should put his sandals here, he may come from this direction and take them. If he should put his sandals there, he may come from the other direction and take them. What is the difference between coming from this direction and coming from that direction? If he comes from one direction, it will be forbidden, while if he comes from 2 directions, he will be permitted. R. Aha in the name of R. Hananah, if the roof of the cave was 4,000 cubits less 1 cubit, one may traverse the whole of it, as well as for 2,000 cubits beyond it, by means of the holes. As to the outer parts of roofs, what is the law? R. Yaseh in the name of R. Jacob bar Aha R. Inayah bar Pazi in the name of R. Judah, R. Aha produced the same statement in the name of Samuel, as to the outer parts of roofs, they may carry on them even for the space of a core or 2. Rab said, they may carry on them even for a space of 2 seas. Said R. Yaseh br Bun, a statement of Rab stands at variance with this view. For we have learned there, all the roofs of a town are regarded as a single domain. Samuel said, one may carry for 2 seas. Rab said, one may carry in that area even for a core or 2 cores. The same rule applies to the outer sides of roofs as applies to the outer sides of a ship. Yerushalmi Arabin. Chapter 6. 6:1 He who dwells in the same courtyard with a Gentile, or with who does not concede the validity of the Arab law, this one restricts him, the words of our Meir. R. Eliezer b. Jacob says, under no circumstances does anyone prohibit unless two Israelites prohibit one another. A courtyard inhabited by Gentiles, lo, it is the equivalent of a cattle pen. It is permitted to bring something in and to take something out from the courtyard to the houses which open onto it, and from the houses which open onto it into the courtyard. And utensils which were kept for the Sabbath in the courtyard it is permitted to carry around in the courtyard. A single Israelite lived in that courtyard, lo, this one prohibits it. For it is tantamount to his courtyard. Rabbis objected to R. Eliezer b. Jacob, if an Israelite and a beast dwelt in the same courtyard, is it possible that the beast does not prohibit? Just as the beast has the power to prohibit in the courtyard, so a Gentile has that same power of prohibition. R. Eliezer b. Jacob objected to the view of the rabbis, if an Israelite and a beast live in the same courtyard, does the beast prohibit? Just as the beast itself has not got the power to prohibit in the courtyard, so a Gentile has not got that power. R. Yasseh in the name of R. Yohanan, the law is not in accord with R. Yohanan b. Nuri. R. Hoshaya asked, the reason that is an issue is in accord with that which has been taught. R. Eliezer b. Jacob say, but so far as the view of rabbis who differ from R. Yohanan b. Nuri. 6:2 said Rabban Gamaliel, where was the case of a Sadducean who lived with us in the same alleyway in Jerusalem? And Father said to us, make haste and bring all sorts of utensils into the alleyway before he brings out his and prohibits you. R. Judah says it in another version, make haste and do all your needs in the alleyway before he brings out his utensils and prohibits you. R. Aha, R. Hinana in the name of Kahana, the law does not accord with R. Judah. But if that is not the case, then shall we have to say that where there is a dispute between R. Judah and sages, the law accords with R. Judah? Since R. Jacob bar Edi said in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, in matters of the law of Arabin, the law accords with the opinion of him who imposes the more lenient ruling, and R. Naaman bar Isaac said in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, the law follows the view of R. Yohanan b. Nuri, and we raised this objection, did not R. Jacob bar Edi say in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, in matters of the law of Arabin, the law accords with the opinion of him who imposes the more lenient ruling, did not R. Isaac bar Naaman say in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, the law follows the view of R. Yohanan b. Nuri, and we then raised this question in that regard, we propose to rule, where there is a disagreement between two individuals, but where there is a disagreement between an individual and the collectivity of the sages, that is not the case, the law accords with R. Yohanan b. Nuri, and even where sages differ from him, accordingly, here, the law should follow the opinion of R. Judah, and even though there is the collectivity of sages who disagree with N. R. Jeremiah in the name of Rab, in the case of a courtyard with two gateways, in which an Israelite and a Gentile dwell, in the case of the Israelite, you follow the status of the more usually utilized courtyard, and in the case of the Gentile, you follow the status of the less usually utilized courtyard. If there was an Israelite on this side, an Israelite on that side, and a Gentile in the middle, both for the Israelite and for the Gentile one follows the status of the more usually utilized courtyard. If annulled his rights, that which is more usually utilized is treated as if it is less usually utilized. If he rented his rights of domain, that which was less usually utilized is treated as the more usually utilized courtyard. If the occupant of the less usually utilized courtyard prepared an Arab meal with the other, the more usually utilized courtyard has not thereby been rendered permissible for carrying. A resident alien, resident slave, and spiteful apostate lo, such a one is in the status of a Gentile for all purposes. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, a government official imposes a prohibition as soon as he takes up residence, and billeted troops after 30 days. And there is a Tannite authority who teaches, a government official imposes a prohibition after he has been in residence for 30 days, and billeted troops never impose a prohibition at all. He who maintains the view that the government official imposes a prohibition forthwith speaks of one who is in regular residence, and the billeted troops do so after 30 days, specifically in the case of those who are not in regular residence. And he who says that the government official imposes a prohibition after 30 days speaks of those who take up residence with permission, and when he says the billeted troops never impose a prohibition, he speaks of those who enter without permission. R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Eliezer, at issue between them is the possibility of annulling one's right of domain in the courtyard. R. Meir says, one has the right to annul his domain in the courtyard, and rabbis say, one does not have the right to annul his domain in the courtyard. Now if R. Meir says, he has the right to nullify his domain, how can you say that the language make haste applies? Even though R. Meir does maintain that he has the right to nullify his domain in the courtyard, nonetheless he concurs that they acquire domain in the courtyard first. And so it has been taught, it is because he has the right to nullify his domain in the courtyard, just as does an Israelite the words of R. Meir. Whether one did so inadvertently or deliberately, lo, this one prohibits. The correct reading of this passage of the Mishnah is that he does not impose a prohibition on their use of the courtyard. R. Aha in the name of R. Hinana, all parties concur that he does have the right to nullify his domain in the courtyard. Where there is an issue, it has to do with his right to retract. R. Meir says, he may annul his right to the courtyard and then retract his action, and sages say, he may annul his right but may not retract. Now if R. Meir says, he may annul his right of domain and retract, how can you say that the language make haste applies? He Gentile can retract, why bother to make haste? Even though R. Meir does maintain that he has the right to nullify his domain in the courtyard and then retract, nonetheless he concurs that acquired domain in the courtyard first. And so it has been taught, it is because he has the right to nullify his domain in the courtyard, just as does an Israelite, the words of R. Meir. Whether one did so inadvertently or deliberately, lo, this one prohibits. The correct reading of this passage of the Mishnah is that he does not impose a prohibition on their use of the courtyard. 6:3 The men of a courtyard, one of whom forgot and did not participate in the Arab with the others, his house is prohibited, both for him and for them, from bringing things in and from taking things out. And theirs are permitted both for him and for them. They gave him their right, he is permitted, and they are prohibited. They were two, they prohibit one another. For one person gives or takes the right of access. But theirs are permitted both for him and for them, for he has annulled his right of domain. What is the rule as to retracting in return? A disciple of Rab in the name of Rab, the process of nullification may be reversed. Samuel said, the process of nullification may not be reversed. The Mishnah passage differs from the view of Samuel, theirs are permitted both by him and for them, for he has annulled his right of domain, and we have further learned, if they gave him their right of access, he is permitted and they are prohibited. Interpret the passage to represent two distinct cases. It has been taught, one person who did not join in the Arab gives up his right to one who did participate in the Arab. And two who shared in the Arab give their right to one who did not share in the Arab. Two who did not share in the Arab give their right to the courtyard to two who did share in the Arab, or to one who did not share in the Arab. But two who shared in the Arab may not give their right to two who did not share in the Arab, and two who did not share in the Arab may not give up their right to two who did not share in the Arab. For so long as they are living in the courtyard, and one of them forgot and did not share in the Arab, lo, this one prohibits use of the Arab to the others who live there. All have the power to give up their right or take the right except for two who have not participated in the Arab meal. Who can give the right of access but cannot take it? R. Hisday said, each of 10 Israelites dwelling in a single house has to annul his right of domain. Said R. Yaseh, each of 10 Gentiles dwelling in a single house has to rent out his right of domain. Said RBA, there was the case of the wife of a Persian, who rented out the rights of domain of her courtyard without her husband's knowledge. The case came before R. Samuel, who permitted. They reasoned that the same rule applies to the manservant or day laborer. The law thus is that an Israelite nullifies his rights to the common courtyard, while a Gentile rents them out. And why should the Gentile not be able to nullify his rights? He may retract. If that is the case, then even if he rents out his rights of domain, may he not retract? If he should do so, then, funds having been paid over, it is as if he possesses stolen property. To what extent? The answer accords with that which our Yase said in the name of our Mana Bar Tanhum, our Abahu in the name of our Yohanan. A piece of real property is not acquired for the sum of less than a parita. A deed of our Jacob Bar Aha indicates that one may do so even in exchange for a nut or a date. When our Jacob Bar Aha would go out to stay in an inn, if he found it possible to provide a remedy, he would do so. And if not, he would scatter his possessions among the various dwellings, leaving his staff here and his sandal there and his pouch in another place. Said our Matina Yah, that which you have said applies to the case of a Gentile innkeeper. But if the innkeeper was an Israelite, he would not be suspect of moving the objects about. 6:4 By what time must they hand over? The house of Shammai say, while it is still day. And the house of Hillel say, after it has gotten dark. He who gave his right of access and then took something out, whether he did so inadvertently or deliberately, lo, this one prohibit, the words of our Meir. Our Judah says, deliberately, he prohibits the others inadvertently, he does not prohibit the others. The meaning of the Mishnah is, by what time must they nullify the right of access? The house of Shammai say, while it is still day. And the house of Hillel say, also after it got dark. If that is not the correct phrasing of the matter, then the Mishnah's ruling is one in which the house of Shammai take up the lenient position, and the house of Hillel the strict position. He who gave up his right of access and then took something out, the meaning of the Mishnah is, he who nullified his right of access and took something out. Whether he did so inadvertently or deliberately, the meaning of the Mishnah is, he does not prohibit the others. 3 who were living in a courtyard, one of whom died, and the property fell as an inheritance to someone else before it got dark. On the eve of the Sabbath does not prohibit. After it got dark, lo, this one does prohibit. Our Aha in the name of our Hinana, this represents the view of the house of Shammai. For the house of Shammai say, they may not nullify rights of access once it has gotten dark. But the house of Hillel say, they do nullify rights of access once it has gotten dark. Said our Yase Br Bun, if the owner has died, you have no act of nullification of rights of access greater than that, a stranger had a house in that courtyard and he died. And his share of the courtyard fell as an inheritance to one of the people who already was living in the courtyard, before it grew dark, lo, this one prohibits. After it got dark, he prohibits use of the courtyard to the residents. Here too this is the view of the house of Shammai. For the house of Shammai say, they may not nullify rights of access once it has gotten dark. But the house of Hillel say, they do nullify rights of access once it has gotten dark. What is the law as to acquiring rights of access through rental once it has gotten dark? Our Haya, our Yase, our Imma went up to the hot springs of Gader. They asked our Hama Bar Joseph, and he permitted doing so. Our Yohanan heard about the ruling and said, you have done the right thing. Our Simeon B. Lachish heard and said, you have not done the right thing. Do they then differ? Our Zira said, by no means. They do not differ. He who has said, you did the right thing that you rented. He who has said, you did not do the right thing, that you carried objects about in the courtyard. RBA said, they indeed differ. He who has said, you did the right thing, meant, you did the right thing in renting out the Gentiles' right of domain and also that you carried objects in the courtyard. He who has said, you did not do the right thing, meant, you did not do the right thing in renting the Gentiles' right and in carrying objects about in the courtyard. RBA asked, is the same conception applicable to setting up partitions? What would be a practical case? If there were 2 Israelites, and, on Friday afternoon, they prepared a gesture of commingling, and then a Gentile joined them, the Sabbath already has taken effect with the additional area subject to prohibition. If they were 3, and 2 of them prepared a gesture of commingling, and then the Gentile went his way, the Sabbath has already entered at a point at which the permissible area for all 3 had been established. Support for the position of RBA derives from the following: any Sabbath which has taken effect under conditions permitting remains permitted, and vice versa, except for the case of him who nullifies his right of domain. And there is he who says, except in the case of him who nullifies his rights of domain and except for him who rents out his rights of domain. What is the law as to renting a right of domain from an innkeeper? Our Hinana and our Jonathan went up to the hot springs of Geter. They said, let us wait here until the elders come up from the south. Our Ephes the southerner came, and they asked him, and he permitted. Our Simeon b. Lachish heard and said, since a Gentile may come and make us leave, we have not accomplished a thing. Simeon bar Ba said, our Yohanan asked, if that is the case, then even our houses do not belong to us. Our Usti b. our Simon in the name of our Betos, while our houses do not really belong to us for purposes of permanent residence, nonetheless, as to putting us out, they may not put us out. But in the case of an innkeeper, he does have the right to put us out. 6:5 A householder who was a joint holder with neighbors with one in wine and with the other in wine, is in wine and the other is in oil, they do need to prepare an Arab. Our Simeon says, all the same is the rule for this case and for that case, they do not need to prepare an Arab. RBA in the name of our Judah, the Mishnah speaks of common practice. With one in wine and with the other in wine, since the householder will not take account of a mixture of the wine, it is not necessary to prepare an Arab. If one partnership is in wine and the other is in oil, since the householder will take account of a mixture of the two, it is necessary to prepare Arab. RBA bar Kahana, Arhaya bar Ashi in the name of Rab, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which the food is located in a single utensil. Said our Zerakan, the reason for the view of our Simeon is that it is the usual way to drink an oil and wine drink. It has been taught, our Eliezer b. Tadai says, one way or the other, they are prohibited unless they prepare an Arab. Our Aha in the name of Rab, the law is in accord with the our Eliezer b. Tadai. Our Jacob bar Aha in the name of our Zira, the view of our Eliezer b. Tadai accords with that of our Meir. Which statement of our Meir? Said our Mana, it is our Meir who said, it is by means of an Arab meal or a Shittuf meal. Said our Yase b. our Bun, it is the our Meir who has said, they prepare an Arab meal for a man only with his knowledge and consent. The view of our Mana will accord with that of our Zira. The view of Rab will accord with that of our Meir. Our Zira in the name of our Yohanan, in the laws of Arabin and in those of public fasting, everybody follows the view of our Meir. Our Jacob bar Aha in the name of our Yohanan, that is also the case in regard to the rules of reading the scroll of Esther. Everybody follows the view of our Meir. 6:65 Associations who observed the Sabbath in one eating hall, the house of Shammai say, an Arab for each and every association. And the house of Hillel say, one Arab serves all of them. But they concur that, when part of them are staying in private rooms or upper chambers, they require an Arab for each and every association. The eating room is before them, then they are in a situation parallel to houses opening up onto a common courtyard. How shall we interpret the case? If there were curtains reaching up to the beams, then all parties must concur that they prepare an Arab meal for each association by itself. If there are no curtains dividing the groups reaching up to the beams, then all parties concur that they prepare a single Arab meal. Hence we must interpret the issue to involve curtains 10 handbreadths high. Further concur that if they were partners in a piece of dough or a cooked dish, they prepare a single Arab for all the groups. Our Asian raised the question, if that is the case, then even if some of them are located in rooms or upper chambers. RBA in the name of our Judah, in the case of two houses, one inside the other, if one has prepared an Arab for the inner house, the outer house does not have to prepare an Arab. If one prepared an Arab for the outer house, the inner one still has to prepare an Arab. Said R. Phineas, also with respect to courtyards there is this exchange. If one has prepared an Arab for the inner room, he has to do the same for the outer one. If he has done so for the outer room, he does not have to do so for the inner room. R. Jacob bar Aha, R. Abahu in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, even if the people in the inner room have not prepared an Arab, the outer room does not require an Arab. Why? It is treated as a gatehouse. It would then appear that one does not take account of a gatehouse when it comes to dealing with an upper room. A statement of Rab indicates that one does take account of a gatehouse when dealing with an upper room. For RBA, R. Judah in the name of Rab, that which you have said pertains to a gatehouse involving an individual's use only. But as to a gatehouse used by the public, lo, an Arab placed there is valid, and one who lives there, lo, he has the power of prohibiting. RBA in the name of R. Judah, in the case of two men, one of whom enjoys domain and one of whom does not. If this one who has domain in the courtyard prepared an Arab, the one who does not have domain in the courtyard also has been permitted. If the one who does not have domain prepared an Arab, the one who does have domain has not thereby been permitted to utilize the courtyard. 6:7 Brothers who ate at the table of their father but who slept in their respective houses require an Arab for each one. Therefore if one of them forgot and did not prepare an Arab, he annuls his right. Under what circumstances? When they bring their Arab to some other place. But if the Arab was brought to them, or if there were no residents with them in the courtyard, they do not have to prepare an Arab. Where is the principal location of residence? R. Jonah said, there is a dispute between Rab and Samuel. One said, in the location in which their bread. The other said, in the location in which they sleep. Now we do not know which one said this and which one said that. On the basis of that which Samuel taught, the area 10 handbreadths above the ground Sabbath rest. The following passage of the Mishnah stands at variance with the principle of Samuel, brothers who ate. Arhaya bar Ashi in the name of Rab, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which the brothers collect food from their father. In any event, are they not partners in what they eat? Said RBA, R. Samuel explained that their father gives them rights of ownership only over what they eat alone. If that is the case, then even if the Arab was brought to them, they treated the case in the way in which the house in which they leave the Arab meal is deposited is treated. Samuel said, the householder, his sons and dependents make an Arab meal through a single loaf of bread. Now does Samuel differ? There he has said that the principal place of residence is where they eat, and here he has said this. Interpret the rule before us to speak of a case in which they were partners. This statement accords with that which Arahia b. Arzira said, they prepare an Arab meal with a half of a loaf of bread. But we have learned, if one bakes a whole sea of flour, but produces only part of a loaf, this may not be used for an Arab meal. How can you say? Interpret the passage to speak of a case in which two were partners in. As to the house in which they leave the Arab meal, the mother of R. Jacob bar Aha died. Said R. Yase to R. Abahu, repeat the following tradition, so he repeated as follows, the house of Shammai prohibit, and the house of Hillel permit. R. Hamnana said, the house in which they leave the Arab meal requires no further. R. Hisday said, is treated as an partner. Said to him R. Hamnana, the positions of the rabbis do not permit you to take that position. For there is a dispute. In the case of an alleyway, one side of which was inhabited by Gentiles, and the other side of which was inhabited by Israelites, Arhuna in the name of Rab said, if the Israelites prepared a meal of commingling, serving to join ownership of the doors, the Gentile nonetheless prohibits. Abba bar Huna in the name of R. Yohanan, even if they prepared a meal of commingling to serve transportation of objects through the windows, the Gentile does not serve to prohibit their transporting their objects that way. If you say he is in the status of an equal partner, the procedure should be forbidden. R. Jacob bar Aha, R. Yase in the name of R. Yohanan, residents of an alleyway who placed their Arab meals in two separate places if it was because they had no single satisfactory utensil to hold the lot, lo, This procedure is valid. If it was so as to divide up their Arab meal, it is forbidden. Aryase ridiculed anyone who said, the circle is large. Aryase Br Bun said a blessing over it on the eve of the Sabbath, saying that a religious duty had been performed through it. It has been taught, they keep an Arab meal in the house in which it has usually been left, for the sake of peace. Said Arabun, the passage speaks of the residence in which it has usually been left. 6:85 Courtyards open to one another and open to an alley. They prepared an Arab for the courtyards but did nor prepare a shidduch for the alley. They are permitted to carry things about in the courtyards and prohibited from doing so in the alley. If they prepared a shidduch for the alley, they are permitted in both places. They prepared an Arab in the courtyards and prepared a shidduch in the alley, but one of the people who lives in the courtyard forgot and did not share in the Arab. They are permitted both here and there. The people who lives in the alleyway did not participate in the shidduch. They are permitted to carry things in the courtyards but prohibited from doing so in the alleyway. For the alleyway is to courtyards as a courtyard is to houses. And prohibited from doing so in the alley, for the alleyway is to courtyards as a courtyard is to houses. The operative consideration is that they are open to one another and also open to the alley. But if they were open to one another and not open to the alleyway, even if they had prepared a common Arab, they would be forbidden. Said Aryase, it represents an application of the principle of Ar-Akaba, for Ar-Akaba has said, the right of access constitutes grounds for forbidding. If they prepared an Arab for the courtyards but did not prepare a shidduch for the alley, this is the view of Ar-Meir. For Ar-Meir has said, by the Arab and shidduch. Everyone follows the law in accord with the view of Ar-Meir. Ar-Zira in the name of Ar-Yohanan, also in the reading of the scroll of Esther everyone follows the law in accord with Ar-Meir. In the laws of Arabin and in laws governing public fasts everyone follows the law in accord with Ar-Meir. Ar-Jacob bar Aha in the name of Ar-Yohanan in the name of Ar-Eliezer, even though Ar-Meir has said that the matter of nullifying one's domain applies also, he concurs that if one of the residents forgot and did not prepare an Arab, he may rely on his share in the shidduch. Who maintains that it is through an Arab meal and a shidduch? Is it not Ar-Meir, who has said that it is through an Arab meal and a shidduch? You will make it possible for people to forget the laws of Arabin. Ar-Aha, Ar-Ila explained, only one among the residents. Perhaps one of the residents may go to a courtyard which does not require a shidduch. What would be such a courtyard which does not have to participate in an alleyway? It is the innermost courtyard. Now the resident will see that the people of that courtyard have prepared an Arab but not a shidduch, and he too will imagine that the Arab meal suffices without a shidduch, while that is not the case. Another said, perhaps one of the residents may go to a courtyard in which the shidduch has already been prepared, and he will see that the people neither prepare an Arab meal nor provide a shidduch. He too will refrain from preparing an Arab meal and a shidduch. It is self-evident that people prepare an Arab for courtyards and a shidduch for an alleyway. If people have prepared an Arab for courtyards, if they then wanted to take a share in the shidduch covering the courtyard, they may not do so. If they have taken a share in the courtyard's shidduch, if then they wanted to share in an Arab for a courtyard, they may participate in the Arab. It has been taught, people prepare an Arab and also a shidduch as well, the words of Ar-Meir. And sages say, people prepare an Arab for courtyards or they prepare a shidduch for an alleyway. If they have prepared an Arab for courtyards, they are permitted to carry in the courtyards but forbidden to do so in the alleyway. If they have prepared a shidduch for the alleyway, they are permitted to carry in both places. He said to them, then you will make us forget the laws of Arabin, for the alleyway is to the courtyards as the courtyard is to the houses. How many courtyards are there in an alleyway? Both Rab and Samuel say, there may be no fewer than 2 courtyards to constitute an alleyway. Ar-Jacob bar Aha in the name of Ar-Yohanan, even if there is 1 courtyard on one side and 1 courtyard on the other. Ar-Aha, Ar-Hinana in the name of Ar-Yohanan said, even if there is 1 courtyard on one side, a house on another side, a house on yet another side, and a store on the 4th side. Ar Naaman bar Jacob in the name of Ar Yohanan in the name of Ar Yohanan asked, an alleyway is made up of no fewer than 2 courtyards, a courtyard is made up of no fewer than 2 houses. A courtyard the length and breadth of which are the same is not rendered permitted by constructing a side beam and cross beam but rather by setting up boards as is the case for a courtyard. Samuel asked Rab, how much must the length be greater than the breadth, so that it? He said to him, any amount at all. Those who dwell in the land of Israel square the measure. Said Ar Yaseh, when I was over there I heard Ar Judah asking Samuel, if one separated his coin for the shekel tax for the temple and then dropped dead. He said to him, it is to go to the fund for a freewill offering. As to the excess of the tenth of fine flour? Ar Yohanan said, one must dispose of it in the salt sea. Ar Eliezer says, the proceeds are to go to the fund for a freewill offering. They asked before him, what is the law as to nullifying one's right of domain in a courtyard in which he does not dwell? He said to them, one may do so. They asked before Ar Yaseh, just as you maintain there that utensils which were in the courtyard when the Sabbath came into effect may be carried throughout the courtyard, so also do you maintain that utensils which were in the alleyway when the Sabbath took effect may be carried throughout the alleyway. Now they asked this question when they were studying the laws of the Sabbath, and he did not reply to them, for Ar Yaseh would discuss a matter only in its appropriate context. Now when they reached the laws of Arabin, he stated to them in the name of Ar Yohanan, utensils which were in the alleyway when the Sabbath took effect may be carried in the alleyway. Rab said, they may carry them only for 4 cubits. Said Ar Yaseh b'Ar Bun, Rab is consistent with his positions in general, and the same is so for Ar Yohanan who maintains that a crossbeam affords permission to carry in the alleyway, even without preparation of a shidduch, also will take the view in the present case that the utensils may be carried throughout the alleyway. Rab, who maintains that the presence of a crossbeam does not permit carrying in the alleyway without provision of a shidduch as well, also takes the view that they may carry in the alleyway only for 4 cubits. In the view of Ar Yohanan, for what purpose then do they prepare a shidduch for the alleyway anyhow? Said Ar Yaseh b'Ar Bun, it is so as to form all the domains into a single domain. It is self-evident that people may rely on a shidduch for an alleyway. What is the law as to relying on a shidduch in the case of courtyards? Ar Jacob bar Aha and Ar Zira both take the same view, one in the name of Mar Ukban, and one in the name of Ar Naaman bar Judah. They do rely on a shidduch in the case of courtyards, in the case of the first Sabbath, because of emergency. Ar Yaseh b'Ar Bun in the name of Ar Judah, for example, the people of Bar Dali, who are not particular about their bread. Rba in the name of Ar Judah, and even in a case in which people are not like those of Bar Dali, who are particular about their bread. It was taught, there was a case in which people who lived in a common alley were sitting in the open space of a courtyard, and the Sabbath took effect. The case came before Samuel, who said, since the people have begun with a meal while it was still day, it is permitted. The precedent then indicates that it is permitted to provide for the Arab meal even if the people are sitting in the open air of the courtyard. It further indicates that that is the case even if they had not prepared an Arab in advance. It further indicates that that is the case even if they did not have the intention. It further indicates that TWO domains do not make use of a single domain. It further indicates that they do not rely on a shidduch for courtyards in the case of the first Sabbath, because of emergency. It is obvious that it is necessary to put an Arab in a particular house in a courtyard. But does a shidduch require location in a house? Ar Aha in the name of Rab, one places it either in the open air of a courtyard, or in the open air of an alleyway. A statement of Rab thus indicates that the Arab must be located in a house. A statement of Samuel indicates that a shidduch has to be left in the house. The following Tanite teaching stands at variance with what Samuel has said. As to a shidduch, one puts it in the gatehouse. Ar Bun bar Haya, Ar Abau in the name of Ar Yohanan, one puts it in the open air of a courtyard or in the open air of an alleyway. 6:9 2 courtyards, one inside the other, the inner one prepared an Arab, but the outer one did not prepare an Arab. The people in the inner courtyard are permitted, and the people in the outer courtyard are prohibited. Outer not, then both of them are prohibited. This one prepared an Arab for itself and that one prepared an Arab for itself, this one is permitted by itself, and that one is permitted by itself. Our Akabo prohibits in the case of the outer one. For the right of access restricts it. And sages say, the right of access does not restrict it. Said Ar Yase, this represents the view of Ar Akaba, for Ar Akaba has said, the right of access constitutes grounds for prohibiting. Said Ar La in the name of Ar Yane, one who has rights of access both is forbidden to carry in that courtyard and imposes a prohibition on others in the courtyard. 610 One of the people in the outer courtyard forgot and did not loin in the Arab, the inner one is permitted, and the outer one is prohibited. Inner did not prepare an Arab, both of them are prohibited. If they made their Arab in a single location, and someone forgot, whether in the inner courtyard or in the outer courtyard, and he did nor join in the Arab, both of them are prohibited. But if they belong to individuals, they do not have to prepare an Arab. If one of the residents of the outer courtyard forgot and did not join in the Arab, the outer courtyard is forbidden, for it has not been covered by an Arab meal valid for all its residents, and the inner courtyard likewise is forbidden for the people have placed their Arab meal in a location which, in any event, is forbidden. If one of the residents of the inner courtyard forgot and did not join the Arab meal, the inner courtyard is forbidden, since it has not been provided with an Arab meal, and the outer one is also forbidden, for they have located their Arab meal in a forbidden place, since the right of access imposes a prohibition. If one of the residents of the inner courtyard forgot and did not join in the Arab meal, there is no problem in understanding why the outer courtyard should be forbidden, for it has not been covered by a valid Arab. But as to the inner courtyard, why is that the case? Because they have placed their Arab in a forbidden place? Lo, they did not place their Arab meal in a forbidden place. Rather, the operative reason is that the right of access imposes a prohibition. Lo, there is no right of access to impose a prohibition. Said Ar Yase, since they have placed the Arab in a single location, all of the courtyards are treated as a single domain. Ar Huna in the name of Rab, the law of the courtyard's partition does not pertain to a Gentile, the law of partition does not apply to a Gentile. The law of dividing courtyards does not pertain to a Gentile, in that, if he was living in an upper room, you treat him as if he is brought downstairs, so prohibiting use of the courtyard. The law of the partition does not pertain to a Gentile, so that, if he was living in an inner courtyard, you treat him as if he is located in the outer one, so prohibiting use of the courtyard. Our law in the name of Ar Eliezer, the law of the courtyard does pertain to a Gentile, so that if there were an Israelite and a Gentile living in the inner courtyard or in the upper room, the Gentile imposes a prohibition only if there were 2 or more Israelites living there. RBA in the name of Ar Judah, he who has a partition before his house, 10 handbreadths high in the case of an Israelite, it does not impose a prohibition, but in the case of a Gentile it does. The theories assigned to RBA are confused. Their RBA, Ar Judah in the name of Samuel said, a wall surrounded on both sides with ladders they make an Arab individually, and, if they wanted, they may make an Arab collectively. Said Ar Yase B. Ar Bun, there are the ladders regarded as equivalent to openings between the 2 courtyards. But herefore it is the way of people who live on top to go downstairs, while it is not the way of people who live on the bottom to go upstairs. Yerushalmi Arabin. Chapter 7. 7:1 A window which is between 2 courtyards, 4 handbreadths square, within 10 handbreadths they make an Arab individually. But if they wanted, they make a single Arab. Less than 4 handbreadths square or above the ground by more than 10 handbreadths, they make an Arab individually, and they do nor make an Arab jointly. A web of rope diminishes the dimensions of a window for purposes of the Sabbath, but not for purposes of establishing ownership through usurpation of the window. Stubble and straw do not diminish the dimensions of the window. Dirt and pebbles do diminish the dimensions of the window. Said Ar Yase Arbun, if grass grew up in the window it does not serve to diminish its dimensions. They asked before Ar Abba, does the rule applicable to the case of a window between two courtyards also apply to a window between two houses? He said to them, yes. And along these same lines, to a window between two gardens? He said to them, yes. What is the law as to preparing an Arab through hatchways? Said Ar Abba Mari, there is a dispute on this matter, for we have learned there, all roofs of a town constitute a single domain. Samuel said, 2 seas. Rab said, they may carry in such an area even for the extent of a core s or 2 core s space. It is not the end of the matter that all of the area of 4 handbreadths square must lie within 10 handbreadths of the ground. Even if only part of the 4 handbreadths of the other 2 dimensions lie within 10 handbreadths of the ground, it is as if the whole of the 4 by 4 handbreadths lies within 10 handbreadths of the ground. If the window had a circumference of 96 handbreadths, even if any part at all lay within 10 handbreadths of the ground, it is as if the 4 handbreadths square lay within 10 handbreadths of the ground. If the window was round, and it had a circumference of 90, etc. What is the law as to diminishing the dimensions of a window through placing utensils there? Ar Haya Bar Ashi said, they do diminish the distance through the use of utensils. Ar Jonah, Ar Isaac Bar Tabela said Ar Yohanan, they do not diminish the distance of a window from the ground by placing utensils there. There they say, there is a dispute between Ar Haya the elder and Ar Ishmael b Ar Yase. One said, it is forbidden, and the other said, it is permitted. He who has said it is forbidden takes account of the possibility that one may forget and carry. Ar Yohanan Bar Mary gave instructions to put stones on top of. It has been taught, with any sort of materials do they diminish, stones, bricks, or an Egyptian ladder, on condition that one affix the ladder permanently for that purpose. RBA in the name of Ar Judah, even if one did not permanently affix the ladder. And has it not been taught, on condition that one affix the ladder permanently for that purpose? RBA said, and that is the rule if one has designated the ladder for that particular purpose. R. Law gave a decision in accord with this teaching, and that is the case if one affixed the ladder for that purpose. Both Ar Jonah and Ar Yase, one in the name of Mar Ukban and one in the name of Ar Naaman Bar Jacob, the distance between the steps on the ladder must be less than 3 handbreadths. It must be 4 handbreadths broad. The side posts of the ladder complete the requisite breadth of 4 handbreadths. Yase said, a stone which one has arranged for steps serves to diminish the distance between the window and the ground. In any event the side posts do not complete the requisite distance of 10 handbreadths. The post is treated like a thick step. Ar Yase in the name of Ar Bun Bar Kahana, it is necessary that the steps be 4 handbreadths distant from the wall, sufficient to constitute a space of which one would take note. Ar Hezekiah in the name of Ar Bun Bar Kahana, that step which serves to diminish the height of 10 handbreadths of the window is the one that must be distant from the wall by 4 handbreadths, sufficient to constitute a place of which one would take note. Ar Jacob the Southerner asked, if one brought a partition of 7.5 handbreadths and suspended it less than 3 handbreadths above the ground, is permitted. Accordingly, there you have said that only space of less than 3 handbreadths is treated as if it were closed up, while here you have maintained that only space less than 4 handbreadths is treated as if it were closed up. If you want to raise a question, this is the question you should raise. If one brought a partition 4 handbreadths in height plus any small amount, and if one then suspended it 2 handbreadths less any amount above the ground? The answer accords with that which Ar Yohanan has said, the standing part of a wall and the empty space join together to form the requisite measure of 4 handbreadths, so long as the filled-in portion is more than the empty portion of the wall. 7:2 A wall between 2 courtyards, 10 handbreadths high and 4 broad, they make an Arab individually, and they do not make a single Arab. There was produce on top of it, these climb up from this side and eat it, and those climb up from that side and eat it, on condition that they not bring down. The wall was breached to a height of less than 10 cubits, they make an Arab individually. But if they wanted, they make a single Arab, because it is equivalent to a doorway. Larger than this, they must make an Arab jointly, and they do not make an Arab individually. Now why should the Mishnah specify that the wall is 4 handbreadths broad? Even if it were not 4 handbreadths broad. It is on account of the later clause of the same passage of the Mishnah, these climb up from this side and eat it. If the wall were not 4 handbreadths broad, RBA in the name of Rab, it is forbidden to people on both sides. Arzira in the name of Rab, it is permitted to people on both sides. The opinions assigned to RBA are confused. Their RBA, Judah in the name of Samuel said, if one tossed an object, and it came to rest on the top of a partition, he is liable. Here he has said this. In the case of the partition surrounded by neutral domain, you regard the partition as if it were filled with pebbles and stones, but here, what can you say? You may know that this is the case, for Arhinana in the name of Yohanan said, projections and walls which are 10 handbreadths high and 4 broad, one is permitted to utilize the space on them, climbing up from either side, so long as one thereupon does not take an object from one domain, place it on top of the partition, and then take it off on the other side. Yohanan asked, the opinions assigned to RBA are confused. Their RBA, Judah in the name of Samuel said, if one tossed an object, and it came to rest on the top of a partition, he is liable, and here has he said this. Have we heard the rule governing a partition in private domain? We have heard the rule governing partitions in public domain. RBA, Judah in the name of Samuel, a wall which one surrounded by ladders on both sides, they nonetheless prepare an Arab separately, and they do not have the option of preparing a single Arab covering both courtyards. Said Yaseh b Bun, since the ladders are not placed opposite one another, the ladders do not serve as doorways. It has been taught, all ascents had a gradient of 1 cubit in 3, except for the ascent of the altar, which rose at a gradient of 10 handbreadths out of 5 and a third, for the altar is 10 cubits high, and its ramp, 32. If one made a porch along the whole front of the wall, if it is 4 handbreadths broad, the courtyards joined by the wall prepare an Arab separately, and if they wanted, they may prepare a single Arab. If it is not 4 handbreadths broad, they prepare an Arab individually, and they may not prepare a common Arab. If it is 4 cubits broad, they prepare a single Arab for both courtyards, and they may not prepare separate Arabs. That which you have said applies to a large wall, but in the case of a small one, the appropriate measure is the larger part of the wall. What is the definition of a large, and what is the definition of a small wall? A large one is any, the larger part of which is taller than 10 cubits. Lo, if it was breached over the greater part. That which you have said applies to the middle of the wall, but as to the side of the wall, it is not in that case that. What is the definition of the side and what is the definition of the middle? We may say, if there are 4 handbreadths of the wall yet standing, this would constitute the center of the wall, if not, it would constitute the side. 7:3 A trench that is between 2 courtyards, 10 handbreadths deep and 4 broad. They make an Arab individually and they do not make a single Arab, even if it is full of straw or chopped hay. It was filled up with dirt or stones, they make an Arab jointly, and they do not make an Arab individually. Lo, so far as the straw is concerned, if one had the thought of nullifying the effect of the straw, that intent is null. The Mishnah before us then cannot accord with the view of Yaseh, for Yaseh has said, in the case of straw, if one had the thought of nullifying the effect of straw, the presence of the straw is deemed null and of no effect. Yaseh b Bun in the name of Hisda, it represents the view of all parties. That which Yaseh said pertains to a case in which one mixed the straw up with dirt. There is straw with the status of dirt, and dirt with the status of straw. Straw which one is not destined to remove, lo, it is like dirt, and dirt which one is destined to remove, lo, it is like straw. Members of the house of Aryane said, if one covered the trench with mats, its effect is null. Now see here. If one filled it with mats, it would not be nullified, but if one covered it with mats, is it nullified? If one filled it with twigs, it is a question. R. Zerakin, R. Mi in the name of R. Simeon B. Lakish, and even with spit. 7:4 1 put over it a board 4 handbreadths broad, and so, 2 balconies opposite one another they make an Arab singly. But if they wanted, they make an Arab jointly less than this, they make an Arab individually and they do nor make an Arab meal. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, they prepare an Arab separately, and they do not prepare an Arab jointly. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, they prepare an Arab jointly, and they do not prepare an Arab separately. He who has said, they prepare an Arab separately and they do not prepare an Arab jointly refers less than this to the board. He who said, they prepare an Arab jointly and they do not prepare an Arab separately refers less than this to the empty hole. 7:5 A heap of straw which is between 2 courtyards, 10 handbreadths high they make an Arab individually, and they do not make an Arab jointly. These feed their cattle on one side, and those feed their cattle on the other side. The straw diminished to a height of less than 10 handbreadths, they make an Arab jointly, and they do nor make an Arab individually. Said R. Eliezer, this is the meaning of the statement of the Mishnah: these fill their baskets on one side and feed the cattle, and those fill their baskets on the other side and feed their cattle. Said R. Haggai, when we were in session before Menahem, we stated that so that you will not say one is not in the position of destroying a tent but of setting up a tent, since, if the straw is tightly packed, one lays it at the sides of the basket. R. Hoshaya asked, if one leans straw heaps on either side against a chair, what is the law? In this regard the operative criterion has been stated as whether it is temporary or permanent. It has been taught a heap of straw which is between 2 courtyards break open an entry on one side and feed their cattle, and residents of the other courtyard break open an entry on the other side and feed their cattle. If the pile of straw diminished to a height of less than 10 handbreadths, both of them are forbidden, unless they prepare an Arab. Therefore, if one wanted, he may seal up his door or annul his right to make use of the courtyard, in which case he is prohibited from using the courtyard, but his fellow is permitted to make use of the whole thing. It is forbidden to draw water from it from 2 distinct courtyards. But if one of the parties annuls his right to draw water from it on the Sabbath, the other party may then do so. That then indicates that a person resident in one courtyard may nullify his rights to utilize another courtyard. That further indicates that even if they have prepared an Arab, that further indicates that even if they did not have the intention, that further indicates that residents of 2 distinct domains may not in common utilize a single domain. That further indicates that if this party has an entry of his own, and that party likewise, both parties are forbidden. And so is the rule governing a house between 2 courtyards. This does not accord with the view of R. Meir, for R. Meir has said, a house which is locked up remains in the status of a house, and hence its resident is forbidden from using the courtyard, while others are permitted to do so. 7:6 How do they make a partnership in an alleyway? One sets down a jar and states, lo, THIRD-WORLDISM belongs to all the residents of the alleyway. And thus he effects possession for them through his adult son or daughter, his Hebrew slave boy or slave girl, or his wife. But he does nor effect possession in their behalf by means of his minor son or daughter, or by means of his Canaanite slave boy or slave girl, because their hand is as his hand. It has been taught, one does not impart ownership through a jug of wine in the cellar. Said R. Hoshaya, the reason is that he may forget and confuse it with some other jug. How shall we interpret the matter? If we deal with an adult, then she has acquired puberty signs. If it is of a minor, does a minor effect acquisition? Said R. Yudan Bar Shalom before R. Yase, interpret the law to accord with him who said, a minor may set aside heave offering. He said to him, and even in accord with him who said, a minor may not set aside heave offering, may a minor effect acquisition. In the view of rabbis, the rule poses no problem. There they say in the name of R. Naaman Bar Jacob, anyone to whom they give a pebble, and he takes it, a nut, and he throws it out. He who takes property from him is like him who takes it out of the garbage heap. They gave him a nut and he takes it, a pebble and he throws it away. Someone who takes from him commits theft, in the interests of peace. If one gives him a nut and a pebble, and he takes them and puts them away and produces them later on, taking from him is an act of theft, pure and simple. Such a one affects acquisition for himself but not for someone else. Rab Huna says, just as he affects acquisition for himself, so he affects acquisition for someone else. All concur that an act of donation on his part is null, for it is said, when a man gives, that which a man hands over is a gift, and not that which a child hands over, the words of sages. R. Judah b. Pazi in the name of R. Yohanan, R. Jacob in the name of R. Yohanan, under no circumstances is it clearly a matter of theft until he produces 2 pubic hairs. R. Abahu in the name of R. Yohanan, that which you have stated applies to the matter of retrieving the object from the one who has stolen it from the minor. But as to imposing on a thief in such circumstances the requirement to bring an offering or to take an oath, all parties concur that there is such a requirement only in the case of a minor who has produced 2 pubic hairs. But as to the rabbis over here, Aryase raised the question, if so, then even for himself he should not be able to make acquisition. For it is said, to his neighbor, that is, an act of donation is valid when the giver is of the status of his neighbor. Aryase b. Arbun in the name of R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, and note the following concerning children, for we have learned, as to little children, their purchase is valid and their sale is valid in the case of movables. And yet there we have learned, however, let him not say this to his minor son or daughter, to his Canaanite servant or handmaid, for their deed is considered to be his deed. Rabbis of Caesarea say, here we deal with a child who has understanding, and there we deal with a child who does not have understanding. There we have learned, he who borrowed a cow and the one who lent it sent it along with his son, slave, or messenger, or with the son, slave, or messenger of the borrower, and it died, the borrower is exempt. Does this not indicate that the slave made acquisition of the object from his master in behalf of the other party? Said R. Eliezer, interpret the passage to speak only of a Hebrew slave. Said R. Yohanan, no, you may as well interpret the passage to apply to a case in which it was a Canaanite slave. But interpret the passage to speak of a case in which the lender said to him, open the gate for it, and it will follow along on its own. For we have learned that leading the cow is tantamount to drawing it. If one has called the cow and it came after him, he is liable for what happens to the cow just as if he had borrowed it. Arzira derived from the following passage that the slave does not acquire ownership from his master in behalf of a third party, but he does not effect possession in their behalf through his minor son or daughter, or through his Canaanite slave boy or slave girl, for their hand is as his hand. Does that not indicate that a slave cannot impart ownership from his master in behalf of a third party? Interpret the cited statement to accord with the position of our Meir, for our Meir treats the hand of a slave as tantamount to the hand of his master. And has it not been taught that it is his wife that is under discussion? For our Meir treats the hand of a wife as equivalent to the hand of her husband. Our Hananah in the name of our Pinhas, interpret the matter in accord with the following Tanite authority who taught, one's wife does not redeem in his behalf produce in the status of second tithe. One's wife redeems on his behalf produce in the status of second tithe, according to the words of our Simeon b. Eliezer in the name of our Meir. Now this Tanite authority of the views of our Meir treats the hand of the slave as the hand of his master, but not the hand of the wife as the hand of her husband. 7:7 The food diminished in volume, one adds to it and affects possession for the others. And he need not inform them. The number became larger, one adds to the food and affects possession for them. And he does need to inform them. What is the meaning of informing them? If there were new residents, he has to inform them that he has added to the food, and he affects ownership in their behalf. If the food diminished and was used up completely, that it has been used up. Does that then not indicate that he does not impart ownership for them over the body of the food itself? Said our Hananah, interpret the case to be one in which the mice dragged the food away. 7:8 What is its prescribed volume? When they are numerous, food sufficient for 2 meals for all of them. When they are few in numbers, a dried fig's bulk such that may be taken out on the Sabbath. For each and every one. Rab said, the definition of numerous is 17, and the definition of few is 16. Ar Yohanan said, wherever, if divided among them, would not be sufficient to allow for each a volume of food as much as the size of a dried fig, the residents are held to be many, and a quantity of food for 2 meals suffices, otherwise they are regarded as few. They propose to state, now the two authorities do not differ. What Rab said accords with Ar Simeon, while what Ar Yohanan said accords with Ar Yohanan b. Baraka. 7:9 Said Ar Yaseh, under what circumstances? At the beginning of the Arab in the Arab, any amount at all. For they have spoken about preparing an Arab for courtyards only so that children will not forget. What is the definition of what remains later on in the Arab? The answer accords with that which Ar Yaseh said in the name of Ar Hashiah, in the case of a hyssop, if one has been able to dip it and sprinkle water with it one time, that is valid. From that point onward what you have is what remains later on. Here too the definition is the same. Said Ar Joshua b. Levi, on what account do they prepare an Arab for courtyards? It is for the sake of peace. There was the story of a woman who was at odds with her friend. The woman sent her share of the common Arab with her son, and the other woman took him and hugged and kissed him. He came home and told his mother, who said, she really likes me, and I did not know it. On that account they made peace. That is in line with this verse of scripture, her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. 7:10 With anything do they prepare an Arab or a shidduch, except for water or salt, the words of Ar Eliezer. Ar Joshua says, a loaf of bread is an Arab. A baking, even of a whole sea of flour, if it is only part of a loaf they do not make an Arab with that. A whole loaf the size of a small coin which is whole they do make an Arab with that. A man pays over a ma coin to a storekeeper or to a baker so that he will acquire for him a portion in an Arab, the words of Ar Eliezer. And sages say, his coins alone have not acquired for him. But they concur that with any others, his coins do secure for him a share in the Arab. For they prepare an Arab for a man only with his knowledge and consent. Said Ar Judah, under what circumstances? In the case of an Arab serving for the mingling of Sabbath limits. But in the case of Arabs serving to join together courtyards, they prepare an Arab for a man both with his knowledge and consent and without his knowledge and consent. For they acquire a benefit for a man not in his presence. But they do not exact a penalty for a man not in his presence. Ar Abahu in the name of Ar Yohanan, that is to say that, on the authority of the law of the Torah, coins do not affect acquisition. No, that case is different, for the baker may forget and take out. If that is the case, then even if one came to the storekeeper, and sages say, his coins alone have not acquired for him a portion in an Arab. That is to say that the coins do affect acquisition on the authority of the law of the Torah, for the storekeeper transfers ownership through a third party. Ar Aha in the name of Ar Hinana said, Father did not take that view. They concur that with any others, his coins do secure for him a share in the Arab. For they prepare an Arab for a man only with his acknowledge and consent. This statement of the Mishnah represents the view of Ar Meir. Both with an Arab meal. Ar Zira in the name of Ar Yohanan, in the laws of Arabin and in those governing a public fast, everyone follows the law in accord with the view of Ar Meir. Ar Jacob in the name of Ar Yohanan, also in the laws governing the reading of the scroll of Esther, everyone is accustomed to follow the law in accord with the view of Ar Meir. Ar Isaac b. Haktalah in the name of Ar Yudan the patriarch, they prepare an Arab for a person against his will. And so it has been taught, residents of an alley may impose the requirement upon one another to provide a side beam and a cross beam. And has it not been taught, lo, if they told someone to join in the Arab, and he does not decline? But if he had declined to participate, Would they have forced him? Said Aryudan, the cited passage accords with the view of our Meir. Said Aryase B. Arbun, you may interpret the passage to accord with the views of all parties, in an instance in which the man was a Sadducee. And has it not been taught, lo, if someone forgot and did not share in the Arab, and he brought something out into the courtyard, whether he did so inadvertently or deliberately, lo, this one prohibits, the words of our Meir. Our Judah says, if he did so deliberately, he prohibits. If he did so inadvertently, he does not prohibit. Should the one who deliberately failed to join impose a prohibition, when they may prepare the Arab for him against his will? It is merely a penalty. If that is the case, then he should be forbidden, but his fellow should be permitted to do so. Since his fellow had the power to prepare an Arab for him and did not do so, they impose the penalty on the fellow too. Does our Meir not concur in the principle, they acquire a benefit for a man not in his presence, but they do not establish an obligation for a man not in his presence? Our Meir holds the view that this does not constitute a benefit for him. A person does not want anyone else to go into his house except with his knowledge and consent. RBA, son of our papi. In the name of Arhama bar Hananah, there was the case of a woman who prepared an Arab for her mother-in-law without her knowledge and consent, and the case came before our Ishmael. R. Hiah the elder said to him, this is what I heard from your father, so far as you can impose a lenient ruling in matters of Arabin, do so. Yerushalmi Arabin. Chapter 8. 8:1 How do they prepare a shidduch for the Sabbath line? One puts down a jug and says, lo, this belongs to all the residents of my town, to whoever goes to the house of mourning or to the house of celebration. Whoever accepted for himself while it was still day is permitted. After it gets dark is prohibited, for they do not prepare an Arab once it gets dark. Now we note that we have not learned that assign ownership. Why is that the case? Samuel said, there we have learned that the one who sets it up assigns ownership to all the others, from which it follows that it is necessary so to assign ownership, while here, where we have not learned that the one who arranges the shidduch for the Sabbath line assigns ownership to all others, it is not necessary to do so. Our Yohanan said, in fact it is an argument of fortiori that one must do so. That is to say, since, in regard to preparing and rub for courtyards, which derives from the authority of scribes, you maintain that it is necessary to assign ownership, in the case of an Arab for the Sabbath boundary, deriving, as it does, from the authority of the Torah, is it not an argument of fortiori that one indeed does have to assign ownership? The position of Rab accords with the view of Ar Yohanan. Said Ar Yase B. Arbun, the former serves to join all of the distinct domains into one. 8:2 What is its requisite measure? Food sufficient for 2 meals for each one, the food he eats on an ordinary day and not on the Sabbath, the words of our Meir. Our Judah says, on the Sabbath and not on an ordinary day, and this one and that one intend to give a lenient ruling. Our Yohanan B. Baraka says, a loaf worth a pondian, from wheat at 1 selah for 4 seahs of flour. Our Simeon says, 2/3 of a loaf of a size of 3 to a cab. Half of that measure is what is required for a house afflicted with a nega, and half of that is the measure to invalidate the body. Our Meir says, on an ordinary day, for he does not have much to eat, so he eats only a small quantity of bread. On the Sabbath, when he has much to eat, he also eats a great deal of bread. Our Judah says, on an ordinary day, on which he does not have much to eat, he eats a great deal of bread. On the Sabbath, on which he has much to eat, he eats only a little bread. So it has been taught, the opinions of the two in fact are close to one another. Now see here. The one treats a loaf as equivalent in volume to 12 eggs, and the other treats the loaf as equivalent to 8 eggs in volume, and you say this. Arhuna said, you deduct 1/3 for the costs of making the loaf. Ar Yasebi Arbun assigned to bakers in line with that which Arhuna has stated, so long as the volume of bread they have baked is in line with what he has said. 8:3 The residents of a courtyard and the residents of a gallery above a courtyard who forgot and did not prepare an Arab, all the area above 10 handbreadths is assigned to the gallery. Lower than this is assigned to the courtyard. The bank around a cistern and the stone, higher than 10 handbreadths, are assigned to the gallery. Lower than that they are assigned to the courtyard. Under what circumstances? In the case of what adjoins. But in the case of that which is distant, even if it is 10 handbreadths high, it is assigned to the courtyard. What is the definition of adjoining? Whatever is not distant by more than 4 handbreadths. But to be assigned to the residents of the lower part? Said Yudan, that is to say that if the ruin of Reuben is located in the courtyard of Simeon, and Simeon makes use of it, it is as if it belongs to it. Is self-evident that if this side has an entryway to the area, and that side likewise, both parties are forbidden to utilize the area of the house between the two courtyards so far as tossing an object or letting down an object. Samuel said, as to letting something down, it is permitted, for that is an ordinary way of doing things, while as to tossing an object, it is forbidden, for that is not an ordinary way of doing things. Rab said, one has done nothing. The following passage of the Mishnah stands at variance with the view of Rab. All the area above 10 handbreadths is assigned to the gallery. All the area lower than this is assigned to the courtyard. Now is it not the case that this one may toss an object up onto a mound, and that one may let an object down to it? The Mishnah before us speaks of a case in which the mound sets within 3 handbreadths below the upper area, while it is 10 handbreadths above the ground. 3 handbreadths below the porch, it is forbidden for the residents of the upper area to utilize it. Where Rab and Samuel differ, it is in the case of a mound to which equally. Ruin Yohanan said, one assigns the ruin to its owner. Up to this point, we have dealt with a case in which one may make use of the ruin through his own doorway. If, however, one could only utilize the ruin through a window in the name of Jonathan, even so, one assigns the ruin to its owner. Eliezer Simeon in the name of Hoshea, if there were 3 this one utilizes the ruin near his door, and that one utilizes the ruin near his door, and the one in the middle is forbidden. Under what circumstances is this the rule? It is when the middle one belongs to them both. But if the one in the middle belong to a third party, this one utilizes one ruin, and the other utilizes both. Said Yohanan, the standing part of a partition and the empty spaces in it join together to form the 10 handbreadths and the 4. And that is the case only if the standing part is greater than the empty spaces. Zira asked, is that the case only if the standing part on this side and on that side be greater? Said Yaseh, it is self-evident to Zira that the standing part on one side does not join together. It is self-evident to him that the standing part on one side than the empty space in the remainder. It is no issue to him except as to what is required even in the case of the other half of the standing part. Jeremiah in the name of Samuel bar Isaac. The Mishnah from 3 to 4 handbreadths from the gallery. Less than 3 handbreadths, even if it is taller than 10 handbreadths, it is permitted. Less than 10 handbreadths high, it is forbidden. More than 3 handbreadths from the balcony, but it is less than 4 cubits away. That is so where there is no beam. But if there is a beam covering a cistern, whatever the height of the partitions of the cistern, it belongs to the residents of the courtyard. Said Rabbi, that is so when there is no hole. But if there is a hole, the cistern is used through the hole. 8:4 He who places his Arab in a gatehouse, portico, or gallery, it is not a valid Arab. And he who lives there does not prohibit him. In a shed for straw, cattle, wood, or stores low, this is a valid Arab. And he who lives there does prohibit him. Judah says, if the householder has the right of storage there, the other does not prohibit him. Judah in the name of Rab, that which you have said applies in the case of a gatehouse belonging to an individual. But in the case of a gatehouse belonging to the public, lo, it is a valid Arab, and he who lives there does prohibit others from carrying objects in the courtyard. Members of the household of Aryane say, if even a peg for hanging his sandal. Rba Bar Hinana said, even a lid, even a tray. Rab said, but that is on condition that it is something which may be handled on the Sabbath. Said Rba, there was the case of someone who had a chicken coop inside the house of his fellow. He came in without permission of the other. The case came before Rab, who ruled, since he has to give them water, it is in the status of something which may be handled on the Sabbath. R. Jacob in the name of Samuel, disciples of R. Yohanan went up to Akbari, and they relied on this statement of Aryane. Hezekiah did not rule in this way. Rather, R. Hiah, Rasi, and Rmi went up to Akbari, and heard a ruling in the name of the house of Aryane. The law accords with the view of R. Judah. 8:5 He who leaves his house and goes to spend the Sabbath in another town, all the same are a Gentile and an Israelite. Lo, this one prohibits, the words of R. Meir. R. Judah says, he does not prohibit. R. Yase says, a Gentile prohibits, an Israelite does not prohibit, for it is not usual for an Israelite to return on the Sabbath. R. Simeon says, even if he left his house and went to spend the Sabbath with his daughter in that very same town, he does not prohibit, for he already has banished from his mind. This ruling illustrates the position of R. Meir, for R. Meir says, a house that is locked nonetheless imposes a prohibition. Can the Israelite not come along, relying upon an Arab, coming by and returning home? Mar Ukban in the name of Rab, the law accords with R. Simeon. 8:6 A cistern which is between two courtyards, they do not draw water from it on the Sabbath, unless they made for it a partition 10 handbreadths high, whether it is above, beneath, or within its rim. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, the house of Shammai say, below, and the house of Hillel say, above. Said R. Judah, the partition should not be more powerful than the wall which is between. The views of rabbis differ. For R. Jacob in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi said, the law applies if the partition goes down into the water, so that one may let down a bucket. But does it not turn out that residents of two different domains will utilize a single domain? They have estimated that the bucket does not go more than 4 handbreadths down into the water. Artabella in the name of Rab, the rule governing the ruin does not apply to the case of water. If there was a roof, you regard the roof as if it descends and closes off. Along these same lines, if there was a cornice, you regard it as if it descends and closes off. The opinions assigned to R. Judah are confused. There he has said, spice, water, or salt for her dough, they are in the status of the two of them. Here how can he say this? Said R. Huna, the rule applies to a case in which the partition protrudes into the open area of the cistern itself. 8:7 A water channel which passes through a courtyard, they do not draw water from it on the Sabbath, unless they made for it a partition 10 handbreadths high, at its entry point and at its exit point. R. Judah says, the wall which is above it is regarded as a partition. Said R. Judah, there was the following precedent, from the water channel of Abel did they draw water at the instruction of the elders on the Sabbath. They said to him, it was because it was not of the requisite size. The Mishnah speaks of a water channel which is 10 handbreadths deep and 4 broad. But was the water channel not open at both sides? Was open only at one side, in which case they rendered it permitted by setting up a side beam and a cross beam. Or, in the case of a street open at both ends, they rendered it permitted by setting up a side beam and a cross beam on one side, and a symbolic door on the other. But does it not turn out that residents of two distinct domel utilize a single domain in common? R. Yase b. R. Bun in the name of R. Samuel bar R. Isaac. Interpret the case to involve a street on which there were houses on one side. It is obvious in the case of a water channel 10 handbreadths deep but not 4 broad that it is permitted to carry objects in that area, and it also is permitted to draw water from it. It is obvious that if it is 4 handbreadths broad but not 10 deep, it is permitted to carry objects about in it. What is the law as to drawing water from it? R. Hinana said, it is permitted. R. Mana said, it is forbidden. The Mishnah differs from the view of Armana. They said to him, it was because it was not of the requisite size and so did not constitute neutral domain. It was not 10 handbreadths deep or 4 broad. But if it had not been 10 deep but it was 4 broad, would it be forbidden? And even if it were 4 handbreadths broad but not 10 deep, it would be permitted. The case was what it was. 8:8 A balcony which is above water, they do not draw water from it on the Sabbath, unless they made for it a partition 10 handbreadths high, whether above or below. And so 2 balconies, one above the other. They made for the one on top and did not do so for the one on the bottom. Both of them are prohibited unless they prepare an Arab. Zira, Judah in the name of Rab, and this rule applies on condition that the partition extends beneath the surface of the water to the extent of a bucket. Does it not turn out that residents of 2 distinct domains are utilizing a single domain in common? Said Arhuna, and the rule applies only if the partition sets within 3 handbreadths of the balcony. It has been taught, R. Hananiah b. Akabia says, a balcony that overhangs the sea at a distance of 10 handbreadths in height, one makes a hole in the plaster and draws water through it on the Sabbath. R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Yase, and that is the case if the hole is 4 handbreadths square, and that is the case if the partitions are 10 handbreadths in height. There in Babylonia they say, even if the partitions are not 10 handbreadths in height, the case is treated as if with a sharp nail. Aridi said before Arhaya, it is permitted to draw water but forbidden to pour out slops. He said to him, when we appoint sages, we shall count you among them. Armana ridiculed him. Aryase b. Arbun gave a reason, it is permitted to draw water, for he draws the water from within his established partition, but it is forbidden to pour out slops, since he will surely pour the slops outside his partition. Said Arhaya bar ba, R. Hananiah b. Akabia stated his rule only with reference to the Sea of Tiberias, which is surrounded by mountains. Thus, it is as if it has a large-scale partition. R. Eliezer asked R. Yohanan, as to an approach road to a town, what if one throws an object from such a street into an open public road, or from an open public road into an approach road to a town? He said to him, in your view, there can never be an area which is totally in the category of public domain. R. Simeon b. Lakish said, under no circumstances may an area fall wholly into the category of public domain unless it is open-ended from one end of the world to the other. The opinions assigned to R. Simeon b. Lakish are at variance, for he has said, no territory falls into the category of public domain at this time, but only in the age to come, for it is said, every valley shall be lifted up, and every mountain and hill be made low, the uneven ground shall become level, and the rough places a plain. The following passage of the Mishnah stands at variance with the view of R. Simeon b. Lakish. What is public domain? The paths of Bergilgal and the like of them are a private domain in regard to the Sabbath and public domain with regard to uncleanness. Said R. Yohanan, R. Yase has made this statement only with regard to the Sukkah. But as regards the laws of the Sabbath, also R. Yase will concur. A statement of R. Hanana indicates that the rule applies also to matters affecting the Sabbath. For R. Hanana said, a ruler came to Sephoris, and they hung up hangings. R. Ishmael b. R. Yase permitted carrying within their area, in accord with the theory of his father. R. Yase b. R. Bun in the name of R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, R. Yase b. R. Hanana accords with the position of R. Hananiah, and both of them differ from the theory of R. Yohanan. For R. Yudan, R. Yase, and Hananiah b. Akabia, all three of them say the same thing. R. Judah's ruling on the space under bridges. R. Yase in the matter of the Sukkah. R. Hananiah b. Akabia, for it has been taught, R. Hananiah permitted 3 things. He permitted a balcony, the husks of pulse that had been wet down, and the bringing of a towel. R. Abau in the name of R. Yase. That which you have said applies to a case in which the residents of the balconies make use of holes in the floor of the balconies for drawing water. But if they made use of the space outside, it is permitted, and so it has been taught, 3 stories, one above the other, the upper and lower one belonging to one person, and the middle one to another one, should not let down a bucket from the upper one to the lower one by way of the middle one. For they do not let down a bucket from one domain to another domain through a domain. But one may raise up a bucket from the lower story to the upper story, not go through the middle one. Said R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, that which you have said applies within. But as to the area outside, it is forbidden. R. Zira said, whether within or without, it is forbidden. The following Tanite passage stands at variance with that which R. Zira has said. A man may let down a bucket of meat and put it on a projection which is 4 handbreadths broad. A window in between, which is 4 by 4 handbreadths broad, however, it is prohibited to do so. For they do not move objects from one domain to another through yet a third domain. How does R. Samuel bar R. Isaac deal with this passage? He interprets it to speak of a case in which the two are on the same level. 8:9 A courtyard which is less than 4 cubits, they do not pour slops into it on the Sabbath, unless they made for it a hole holding 2 seas, from the edge downward, whether inside or outside. But, that which is outside one has to cover. And that which is inside one does not have to cover. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, a drain which is covered over for 4 cubits in the public domain, they pour water into it on the Sabbath. And sages say, even if a roof or a courtyard is 100 cubits, one should not pour water into the mouth of the drain. But he pours it onto the roof, and the water goes down into the drain. The courtyard and the portico join together to constitute the 4 cubits. And so 2 stories opposite one another, some made a hole, and some did not make a hole. Those who made the hole are permitted, and those who did not make a hole are prohibited. They estimated that a place sufficient to absorb the amount of water used by a person in a given day is 200 cs, and 4 cubits. Absorb the equivalent in volume to 200 cs. If the hole in the ground should be perforated, there is a Tanite authority who says, one has to stop it up. There is a Tanite authority who says, one does not have to stop it up. If the hole in the ground should be filled up, there is a Tanite authority who says, one has to empty it out. And there is a Tanite authority who says, one does not have to do so. Said Armana, it is one and the same Tanite authority in each of the 2 matters. He who has said, it is necessary to stop up the hole, also prohibits pouring out the water, and he who has said, it is not necessary to stop up the hole, also holds that it is permitted to pour out the water. Said to him Arhiah, son of my master, this is what your father, Arjona, maintained in this matter. If the hole was on an incline, flowing inward, then even if the hole is larger than 10 cubits, it remains permitted. But if the flow was outward, then even if the hole was less than 2 cubits, it is forbidden. But we deal with the hole on a level plane. The Mishnah passage before us differs from the view of R. Yohanan. The courtyard and the portico join together to constitute the 4 cubits. Interpret the Mishnah to speak of a case in which the courtyard and the portico are on a level plane. The following Tanite passage differs from R. Simeon B. Lakish, a balcony, roof, and courtyard join together to form the requisite 4 cubits. Said R. Hananiah, this too speaks of a case in which they are all on the same level. You must know that it is so, for it has been said, an upper room, the courtyard adh do not join together to form the requisite 4 cubits. This deals with a case in which they are not all on the same level. Said R. Jeremiah, R. Meir and R. Eliezer b. Jacob have both said the same thing. R. Eliezer b. Jacob, as we have learned, R. Eliezer b. Jacob says, a drain which is covered over for 4 cubits in the public domain, they pour water from the courtyard into it on the Sabbath. And sages say, even if a roof or a courtyard is 100 cubits in area, one should not pour water directly into the mouth of the drain. R. Meir, for it has been taught, culverts that are in cities, even though they are perforated, one may pour slops into them on the Sabbath, the words of R. Meir. So too it has been taught, if it was flowing along, it is permitted to If it was the rainy season, it is permitted to do so. In the case of spouts which pour out into public domain, it is forbidden to pour water into them. And has not Bar Kappara taught, if it was a discreet place, it is permitted to do so? That differs from the view of Rab and cannot be validated. For Rab has said, anything that is forbidden for appearance's sake may not be done even in an innermost room. Yerushalmi Arabin. Chapter 9. 9:1 All roofs of a town are a single domain, so long as one roof is not 10 handbreadths higher or lower, the words of our Meir. And sages say, each and every one is a domain unto itself. Our Simeon says, all the same are roofs, courtyards, and outer areas each constitutes a single domain in regard to utensils which have been kept, therein, for the Sabbath, and not for utensils which have been kept for the Sabbath in the house. Our Yasebi Bun said, there is a dispute between Rab and Samuel. Samuel said, up to 2 seas of space. Rab said, they may carry in a space even of a core or 2 cores. They propose to interpret the dispute between our Meir and rabbis to pertain to a case in which the residents did not prepare an Arab. But if they did prepare an Arab, one may interpret the matter as parallel to a case in which all of the houses belong to a single man. The Mishnah speaks of a case in which the entries serving all the residents were connected to the roofs with a Tyrian or an Egyptian ladder. But if all entries to the roof went up on an Egyptian ladder, except for one which used a Tyrian ladder, that one utilizing the Tyrian ladder is deemed to constitute a gateway, and the rest are regarded as a case in which one goes up or down through climbing. What is the law as to carrying objects about on the whole of the roof? Samuel said, one may carry throughout the whole of it. Rab said, people may carry only for 4 cubits. The following passage of the Mishnah differs from the view of Rab. A large roof near a small one, the large one is permitted, but the small one is prohibited. There is no problem as to interpreting the statement on the larger courtyard. One may say that it is permitted to carry for 4 cubits. But why should it be forbidden to carry in the small one even for 4 cubits? Does a prohibition under any circumstances extend to carrying for 4 cubits? Rab and Samuel say, they do assign 4 cubits to the resident before his doorway. Our Yasebi Bun in the name of Samuel said, if there was an open gate as an entry to the roof from the courtyard, even so it is permitted to carry objects from the larger roof to the courtyard, for the wall demarcating the courtyard is not broken down over the breadth of it, but it is forbidden to do so in the case of the smaller courtyard, for the wall demarcating the courtyard is broken down over the breadth of it. It is prohibited to carry something up or to bring something down from the courtyard to the roofs, or from the roofs to the courtyard. But all which were kept for the Sabbath in the courtyard may be carried about in the courtyard. And those kept for the Sabbath on the roofs may be carried about on the roofs, the words of our Meir. And sages say, each one constitutes a domain unto itself. Said to them our Meir, do you not concede that it is prohibited to bring in or to take out objects from the courtyard to the houses and from the houses to the courtyard? Yet all which were kept for the Sabbath in the courtyard are permitted to be carried about in the courtyard. So what is the difference between the roof and the courtyard? They said to him, if you have stated the rule in regard to the courtyard, underneath which there are no distinct residences, will you state the same rule in regard to roofs, beneath which there are distinct residences? He said to them, so too in the case of a courtyard, sometimes there are distinct residences underneath it. They said to him, no. If you have stated the rule with regard to the courtyard, in which case everyone will not recognize what is his, will you state the rule in the case of roofs, in which case each person recognizes what is his? He said to them, no. If it was divided up, or if it was made in mosaics, will not everyone recognize what is his? Said our Simeon b. Eliezer, up to this point was the reply. Said our Yasebi Bun, at this point they answered before him. They said to him, no, if you have stated your position in the case of a courtyard, the partitions of which do not extend upward to it, will you take the same view in the case of a courtyard, the partitions of which do extend upward to it? And he replied to them, I too take the view that what we extend downward we extend upward. It has been taught, said R. Judah, here is a precedent, in the time of the danger, we would bring a scroll of the Torah from the courtyard up to the roof, and from one roof to another, where we would read in the scroll. They said to him, one may not disprove from what was done in the time of the danger. Said Rabbi, when I was studying with our Simeon in Tekoa, we used to bring oil in an unguent from the courtyard to the roof, and from the roof to the shed, and from one shed to another shed, until we reached the spring. And there we would wash ourselves. It turns out that there are 3 items under dispute. All roofs of a town are a single domain. R. Judah says, the courtyard and roofs constitute a single domain. R. Simeon says, the courtyard, roof, outer area, constitute a single domain in regard to utensils which have been kept therein for the Sabbath, but not for utensils which have been kept for the Sabbath in the house. R. Yohanan said, that is the case when the people did not prepare an Arab for commingling the domains. But if they did so, the courtyard is in the status of the houses, and the roofs constitute a domain unto themselves. Said R. Zira, the same rule applies in a case in which they did prepare an Arab meal and to a case in which they did not do. The Mishnah stands at variance with the position of R. Zira, and not for utensils which have been kept for the Sabbath in the house. If it is not a case in which they did not prepare an Arab meal, then it is necessary to raise this question, if it is forbidden to take from the roof, is it not an argument of fortiori that to the roof? Said R. Bun Bar Kahana, before our law, we deal with a case in which the residents of this area prepared an Arab by themselves, and the ones of that area did likewise. Even so, not for utensils which have been kept for the Sabbath therein. Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of R. Yaseh B. R. Bun. The position of Samuel accords with the view of Rab, and both of them differ from the theory of R. Yohanan. For we have learned, all roofs of a town are a single domain. Samuel said, up to 2 seas. Rab said, even in an area of a core or 2 cores it is permitted to carry objects. 9:2 A large roof near a small one, the large one is permitted, and the small one is prohibited. A large courtyard which was breached to a small one, the large one is permitted, and the small one is forbidden, for it is like a doorway to the large one. The Mishnah speaks of that same roof. But as to a roof belonging to another party, it is forbidden. The Mishnah speaks of a case in which the 2 roofs are not on the same plane. But if they are on the same plane, it is permitted. The following passage of the Mishnah stands at variance with Samuel's position, a large roof near a small one, the large one is permitted as an area for carrying, and the small one is prohibited. But why should it not be permitted to carry in the smaller area up to the point at which the partitions had stood? Associates said before R. Yaseh in the name of R. Ahiah, that which Samuel has said applies to the very same Sabbath, while what the Mishnah passage before us says pertains to the Sabbath thereafter. How shall we interpret the matter? If the people prepared an Arab, then whether it is on the present Sabbath or on the coming one, they should be permitted. If, on the other hand, they did not prepare an Arab, lb at all, then whether for the present Sabbath or for the one coming thereafter, it should be forbidden to carry. As to the actual event, this is how it was. Said R. Bun Bar Kahana before our law, this group made an Arab for the one courtyard, and that group did for the other. Even so, the residents owning the larger courtyard are permitted to carry things about, for the whole of the wall of the larger courtyard has not been breached, while the residents of the smaller courtyard are forbidden to carry objects about, for the whole of the wall of the smaller courtyard was breached. 9:3 A courtyard which was breached to the public way. He who brings from within it to private domain or from private domain into it, is liable, the words of R. Eliezer. And sages say, from within it to the public way, or from the public way into it, is exempt. For is in the status of neutral domain. R. Zerika, R. Jacob Bar Bun in the name of R. Hananah, R. Eliezer's rule applies only to the space in the area of the walls themselves. The rule further applies to a case in which the comers were removed on both sides. Both R. Zira and R. Ila, the view of R. Eliezer that it is forbidden applies to the space not occupied by the walls. But in the area occupied by the walls, even rabbis concur. Said R. Zerakin, I spent plenty of time laying out the law with R. Jacob bar Bun, but I never heard this matter from him. He said to him, and is it not possible that someone heard from an authority something that his fellow had not heard from that same authority? R. Jeremiah, in the name of Rab, the rule applies when the corners have been removed, so long as they are equally 9:4 a courtyard which was breached to public domain on two sides, and so too, a house which was breached on two sides, and so too, an alleyway the beams or side posts of which were removed. They are permitted on that Sabbath, but prohibited in time to come, the words of R. Judah. R. Yasseh says, if they are permitted on that Sabbath, they are permitted in time to come. And if they are prohibited in time to come, they are prohibited on that Sabbath. Why on two sides? Even if it were only at one side. And does it not accord with the view of Rabbi, for Rabbi has said, a courtyard is rendered permitted through setting up two partitions. R. Samuel, in the name of R. Zira, it is subject to dispute. He who maintains the view there that a single partition suffices here will likewise refer to a single partition, and he who said there that two partitions suffice here will likewise refer to two partitions. If it was breached in the middle, it remains permitted. Samuel said, it is forbidden. Said R. Zira, if this statement of Samuel's is not derived from a teaching, there is a question to be raised in its regard. If the entire side of the house is breached, said R. Yasseh br Bun, that would be a colonnade. If it is a colonnade, is it not then permitted? Said R. Yohanan, R. Eliezer has made his statement only in regard to a courtyard and an alleyway. But as to a house, is it in the status of a bridge? Rab and R. Yohanan said, it is forbidden, both on that Sabbath and on the coming Sabbath. Said R. Yohanan, Koschus, a gourd, an alleyway, a proselyte, and an ordinary person are subject to a strict rule. Koschus, as we learn in the following, Koschus, amomum, the principal spices, crowfoot, asafoetida, black pepper, and lozenges of safflower are purchased with money of second tithe, but do not receive uncleanness as food, the words of R. Akiba. Said to him R. Yohanan b. Nuri, if they are purchased with money of second tithe, then why do they not receive uncleanness as food? If they do not receive uncleanness as food, then they also should not be purchased with money of second tithe. R. Yohanan said, it is subject to the following strict rule, it receives uncleanness as food, and may not be purchased with money of second tithe. Gourd, we have learned there, a gourd which they immersed in water which is not suitable for mixing they mix with it before it is made unclean. It is made unclean, they do not mix with it. R. Joshua says, if he mixes with it in the first place, even at the end does he mix with it? If he does not mix with it at the end, even in the first place he should not mix with it. One way or the other he should not collect in it water which has been mixed. R. Yohanan said, it is subject to the following strict rule, they do not mix with it either in the first place or at the end. As to an alleyway, we have learned there, an alleyway the beams or side posts of which have been removed they are permitted on that Sabbath, but prohibited in time to come, the words of R. Judah. R. Yasseh says, if they are permitted on that Sabbath, they are permitted in time to come. And if they are prohibited in time to come, they are prohibited on that Sabbath. R. Yohanan said, it is subject to the following strict rule, it is prohibited both on that Sabbath and on the Sabbaths in time to come. The case of the proselyte, for it has been taught, a Gentile who converted and who had wine and who said, it is perfectly clear to me that it has not been made unclean when others were engaged therewith, it is prohibited to him and prohibited to everyone else. If the man himself, it is permitted to him and prohibited to everyone else. R. Akiba says, if it is permitted to him, it is permitted to everyone else. If it is prohibited to him, it is prohibited to everyone else. R. Yohanan said, he is subject to the following strict rule, the kegs of wine are regarded as prohibited both to him and to everyone else. The ordinary person, as it has been taught, an amhars who took on himself, and who had clean foods, and who said, it is perfectly clear to me that they have not been made unclean when others had been engaged therewith, they are prohibited to him and prohibited to everyone else. Only he himself, they are permitted to him and prohibited to everyone else. Our Akaba says, they are permitted to him, they are permitted to everyone else, prohibited to him, they are prohibited to everyone else. Our Yohanan said, he is subject to the following strict rule, the foods are regarded as prohibited both to him and to everyone else. 9:5 He who builds an upper room on top of two houses, and so too, viaducts they carry objects below them on the Sabbath, the words of our Judah. And sages prohibit. And further did our Judah say, they prepare an Arab for an alleyway which is a thoroughfare. And sages prohibit. Our Hunah said, an area that is roofed over does not fall into the category of public domain. Said our Simeon bar Karsna, but have you not derived these laws from the analogy provided by the situation prevailing in the wilderness? And in the wilderness there was a roofed over area. The Mishnah passage before us does not phrase matters in accord with, but, and so too viaducts they carry objects below them on the Sabbath, the words of our Judah. And sages prohibit. The passage thus states only, and sages prohibit. But, he is liable to a sin offering is not stated here. What is the law as to having to provide a partition? RBA said, it requires a partition. Aryase said, it does not require a partition. Associates said before Aryase, well has RBA ruled, for we have learned, said our Judah, the partition should not be expected to be more powerful than the wall which is between. He said to them, there where there is a roof, it is not necessary to provide a partition, while here, where there is no roof, it is necessary to provide a partition. This is in line with that which our Judah said, that which you have said pertains to a path that opens out into a valley. But if the path opened out into public domain, it is forbidden. That is the case when there is no partition. But if there is a partition, it is permitted. Yerushalmi Arabin. Chapter 10. 10:1 He who finds tefillin brings them in one by one. Rabban Gamaliel says, 2 sets at a time. Under what circumstances? In the case of used ones. But in the case of new ones, he is exempt. He found them arranged in sets or in bundles, he waits until darkness while standing over them, and he brings them in. But in a situation of danger, he covers them up and goes along. He who finds tefillin brings them in one by one, just as they are worn as clothing, one on the head, one on the arm. Rabban Gamaliel says, 2 sets at a time, 2 on his head, 2 on his arm. Our Abahu, our Eleazar, he who puts on tefillin at night violates a positive commandment, for it is said, you shall therefore keep this ordinance from day to day. In the daytime and not by night. Yet lo, our Abahu sat and taught in the evening, with his tefillin on. They were at the side, and it was as if they were a mere bailment in his hand. There is he who wishes to explain as follows, the rule has been stated only in the language of he who puts on, but if the tefillin were on the man while it was still day, it is permitted to leave them on at night. There is he who wishes to explain as follows, the religious duty affecting them applies until the last pedestrians have left the marketplace. There is he who wishes to derive the fact from the following, and it shall be for a sign upon your hand applicable to those days on which a sign is required, excluding, therefore, the Sabbath and festival days which themselves constitute an equivalent sign. But has it not been stated, from day to day? You have, therefore, adequate explanation only on the basis of that which our Yohanan has said, as to any matter for which there is no clear-cut proof, they derive evidence in support of such a proposition from many proof texts. How do we know that women? And you shall teach them to your sons, and not your daughters. He who is liable to study Torah also is liable to wear tefillin. Women, who are not liable to study Torah, also are not liable to wear tefillin. They objected, lo, there is the case of Michal, daughter of Saul, who wore tefillin. The wife of Jonah, furthermore, made a festival pilgrimage, and sages in neither case stopped them from doing so. Our Hezekiah in the name of our Abahu, the wife of Jonah did they send away. Michal, daughter of Saul, found that the sages objected to what she did. They proposed, in the view of rabbis, the matter is not well founded, while in the view of Rabban Gamaliel, the matter is well founded. Said our Jeremiah in the name of our Samuel, they took a measurement and ruled that the place on the forehead at which the tefillin are worn holds up to 2 tefillin. If that is the case, then even on an ordinary day. Said our Haggai, if someone wants to put on he may indeed do so. Said our Zerachah, our Hamnana explained, one puts on tefillin up to the place at which the head of an infant is soft. There we have learned, our Judah B. Baba gave testimony concerning a chicken that was stoned in Jerusalem because it had killed a human being. It saw the soft skull of an infant and went and pecked at it. Said our Yaseh, the meaning of the Mishnah is, and that is on condition that one bring them in 2 at a time. Our Yaseh B. our bun in the name of our Aha, one puts on even 2 at a time. They propose to explain that in the view of rabbis, the matter is not well grounded in proof texts, while in the view of our Aha it is well grounded in proof texts. In any event, why should one not bring the tefillin back in his hand? It is better that one bring them as one wears a garment and not as one carries a burden. It is better to set aside the restrictions of the Sabbath only one time, and not to do so 2 times it has been taught, all the same are a man and a woman. The statement poses no problems to him who maintains that there is ample proof. But from the viewpoint of him who says that there is not ample proof, it cannot be clearly the case that men, while it is clearly the case that women. Said our Eliezer, who stands behind the statement concerning the woman? It is Rabban Gamaliel. But has it not been taught, Tabi, the slave of Rabban Gamaliel, would put on tefillin, and sages did not object? Yet does not the same rule apply to a slave and a woman? Under what circumstances? In the case of used ones. But in the case of new ones, he is exempt from the obligation of putting them into a protected place. Why is this the case? It is because old ones have been inspected, while new ones have not. It has been taught, as to tefillin, it is necessary to examine them once every 12 months, the words of Rabbi Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, it is not necessary to do so. Hillel the elder says, these derive from my maternal grandfather. If one found them arranged in sets or in bundles, he inspects the condition of the first box of the first set, and so in the case of the second and third. Isaac B. Eliezer asked, does one serve to establish the prevailing assumption concerning the condition of all of them, or each one by itself? If you say that one serves to establish the prevailing assumption concerning the condition of all of them, then one inspects the condition of the first box of the first set. If one must examine each one by itself, then one must inspect 3 pairs from each set. But in a situation of danger, he covers them up and goes along. If it was raining, lo, this one covers himself up in a piece of leather, and he covers. Our Aha in the name of RBA, that which you have said applies in the case of a piece of leather which is soft, but in the case of one which is hard, it is in the category of a burden. It further applies to a case in which the place in which the tefillin were located was sloping. But if it was not sloping, it is not in such a place in which one. 10:2 Our Simeon says, he hands them to his fellow, and he to his fellow, until it reaches the outermost courtyard of the town. And so in the case of his son, he hands him over to his fellow, and his fellow, even 100. Our Judah says, a man hands over a jug to his fellow, and his fellow to his, even outside of the Sabbath line. They said to him, this object should not go further than the feet of its master. Both our Eliezer and our Abadimi in the name of Armana, one of them said, speaks of an infant in the time of danger. His fellow answered him, if it deals with an infant in the time of danger, let them bring him in by hand. He replied to him, we deal with a case in which he can bring him in a permitted manner. R. Simeon b. Lachish in the name of Levi Sokaiah, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which one pours water from one jug to the next. If that is not the case, one cannot interpret the passage in accord with R. Judah's views expressed elsewhere, for R. Judah says, flowing liquid. 10:3 He who was reading in a scroll on the threshold, it rolled out of his hand, may roll it back to himself. He was reading on the top of the roof, and the scroll rolled out of his hand, before it falls to within 10 handbreadths, he may roll it back to himself. Once it has fallen to within 10 handbreadths, he turns it over onto the written side. R. Judah says, even if it is distant from the ground by only so much as a hair's breadth, he may roll it back to himself. R. Simeon says, even if it has touched the ground itself, he may roll it back to himself. For nothing which is prohibited by reason of Sabbath rest stands against the sacred scriptures. J. The Mishnah takes the view that in the threshold it is permitted, but outside of the threshold it is forbidden. One may interpret the case to involve someone sitting and reading in the scroll while it was still day, who forgot and then brought it out to the threshold. Before it falls to within 10 handbreadths of the ground, he may roll it back to himself. Once it has fallen to within 10 handbreadths of the ground, it is forbidden it back. R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Yaseh, this represents the view of R. Judah, who has said, it is forbidden to make use of the airspace within 10 handbreadths of the ground. Once it has fallen to within 10 handbreadths of the ground, he turns it over onto the written side to protect it. Why? It is so that the actual writing will not be ruined. This accords with what R. Aha said, R. Samuel bar R. Naaman, in the case of a scroll which is not covered by a cloth, one turns it over onto the written side, so that the writing will not be ruined. R. Judah says, even if it is distant from the ground by only so much as a hair's breadth, he may roll it back to himself. The principles assigned to R. Judah are in a state of confusion. There he has said, it is forbidden to make use of the airspace within 10 cubits of the ground, and here he has said this. Said R. Yohanan, we should have here not R. Judah but R. Meir and sages. R. Yaseh in the name of R. Yohanan, it is not the end of the matter that the rule involves an entire scroll. Even if the man retains in his hand merely a strap. 10:4 A projection before a window. They put things out on it and take things back from it on the Sabbath. Single projection, but if there were two, it is forbidden. Residents of two different domains are forbidden to make use of a single domain in common. That conception pertains when the projection is not 4 cubits. But if it is 4 cubits in size, in line with that which R. Aha said in the name of R. Yohanan, cornices and walls 10 handbreadths high and 4 broad, it is permitted to utilize them from the domain on one side or the other, so long as one does not move. 10:5 A man stands in private domain and moves something about in public domain and moves something about in private domain, on condition that he not move the object outside of 4 cubits. A man should not stand in private domain and urinate into public domain. In public domain and urinate into private domain. And so too he should not spit. R. Judah says, also, he whose spit is loose in his mouth should not walk 4 cubits until he has spit it out. It is not the end of the matter that a man stands in private domain and moves something about in public domain and moves something about in private domain, on condition that he not move the object outside of 4 cubits from where he picked it up. Said Rab, the Mishnah makes the point, a man should not stand in private domain and open a door in public domain and open a door in private domain, unless he has made a partition 10 handbreadths high, the words of R. Meir. Rab said, one's phlegm. R. Yohanan said, one's phlegm, for if that is not the case, R. Judah is consistent in maintaining that any sort of flowing liquid is regarded as connected. It is not the end of the matter that one should not stand in private domain and urinate into public domain. But he should not even stand in public domain and urinate in public domain, so that the drops of water roll along down into private domain. That too is forbidden. Said Aryase B. Arbun, it is not the end of the matter that one should not stand in public domain and urinate into private domain. But he should not even stand in private domain and urinate in private domain, so that the drops of water roll along down into public domain. That too is forbidden. Said Aryase, that then implies, a pipe which stands in public domain, 10 handbreadths high and 4 broad, they do not pour slops into it, which will roll along down. 10:6 A man should not stand in private domain and drink in public domain and drink in private domain, unless he has poked his head and the greater part of his body into the same domain as that in which he drinks. And so in the case of a wine press. A man scoops up water out of a gutter less than 10 handbreadths from the ground. And from a waterspout in any manner he may drink. There is no difficulty in understanding why it should be prohibited to stand in private domain and drink in public domain. But if he stands in public domain and drinks in private domain, is his mouth not above a height of 10 handbreadths? No, the case is differentiated, for the water rolls downward. It has been taught, a camel, the head and greater part of the body of which are inside, they feed it inside. Are outside, they feed it outside. There is no problem in understanding why, if the camel is inside, they feed it inside. But if the camel is outside, is not the mouth of the camel located above 10 handbreadths from the ground? Aryase B. Arbun, the traditions assigned to him are confused. For did not our Jacob bar Aha state in the name of our Hananah, the 3 cubits nearest a partition are regarded as tantamount to the partition? Interpret the matter to involve an object which has fallen outside of 3 cubits, which is not 4 handbreadths broad. If one stuck a reed into the ground, and surrounded it with some sort of a partition, and one tossed something into it from the public domain, R. Isaac B. Eliezer says, the matter is subject to dispute. R. Judah objected, and have we not learned, if the wife was standing on the rooftop and he threw the writ of divorce to her, once it has reached the airspace of the roof, lo, this woman is divorced, said R. Eliezer. The Mishnah deals with a rooftop surrounded by a parapet. And the law applies to a case in which the writ has fallen into the contained airspace of the parapet. In the case of a rooftop lacking a parapet, the law applies when the writ has fallen into the airspace within 3 cubits of the roof. For 3 cubits of airspace nearest to the roof are tantamount to the roof itself. R. Jacob bar Aha, RBA bar Hamnana in the name of R. Ada bar Ava, along these same lines is the law for the Sabbath. For the 3 cubits nearest a partition are deemed tantamount to the partition itself. Said R. Haya, and so is the case of a wine press. This has to do with the matter of tithing. R. Judah said, this represents the view of R. Meir, for he has said, you regard the wall as leveled. R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Eliezer, it represents the view of all parties. We deal with a case in which the wall slants at a grade of 10 handbreadths to 3. Aryase asked, if the wall slants at a grade of 10 handbreadths to 3, then it is in the status of a roof. If there, we maintain that the actual coming to rest of the writ of divorce is not required, the rule is that the writ is deemed in her domain if it comes to rest, here, in which it must come to rest, is it not an argument of fortiori? Said R. Hananah before Armana, in any case it has not come to rest. He said to him, since it is not in the dimensions of 4 handbreadths, even if it has come to rest it is as if it has not come to rest. 10:7 A cistern in the public domain, with its surrounding bank 10 handbreadths high, a window which is above it, they draw water from it on the Sabbath. A garbage dump in the public domain 10 handbreadths high, a window which is above it, they pour out slops into it on the Sabbath. Do you not regard depth as equivalent to height? In which the mouth of the cistern is not 4 handbreadths square. Up to this point close. What is the rule if the cistern or garbage dump is more distant? Rab and Samuel, one said, one puts a board. The other said, one places a reed between the window and the board. Now we do not know which party took one position, and which the other. On the basis of Samuel's statement, the area above 10 handbreadths is forbidden for utilization only as a matter of Sabbath rest. It follows that he is the one who has said, one puts a board. If there were two Amoraim. One said, a space of 10 is required, and the other said, a space of 4. The one who held the view that 10 handbreadths difference must separate the two windows objected to the one who said that 4 suffice. Does it not turn out that occupants of two distinct domains turn out to utilize a single domain? He replied to him, the fact that the public domain nullifies. On condition that the area of the cistern not be more than 2 cs, the partitions not be higher than 10 handbreadths, the breaches therein not be more than 10 cubits wide, and the area of the partition that is standing not be opposite another such area, and a breach opposite another breach. 10:8 A tree which overshadows the ground if its foliage was not 3 handbreadths above the ground, they carry under it. Its roots are 3 handbreadths above the ground, one should not sit on them. A door in the rear court bundles of briars in a breach or with mats they do not stop up an opening, unless they are raised above the ground. Aha in the name of Rab, it is forbidden to tread on the roots of a vine shoot on the Sabbath. The same rule applies to a tree and a cabbage, that is the case if the roots are 3 handbreadths high. But if they are not 3 handbreadths high, they are equivalent to the ground. The Mishnah speaks of a case in which they do not have hinges. But if they do have hinges, that falls under the rubric concerning which we have learned the following: a door which is dragged, a reed mat which is dragged, and screens which are dragged they open and close them on the Sabbath, and, it goes without saying, on the festival. A door which has a hinge they open and close it on the Sabbath. A mat which is affixed and suspended one may open and close it on the Sabbath, and it goes without saying, on the festival. 10:9 A man should not stand in private domain and open a door in public domain and open a door in private domain, unless he has made a partition 10 handbreadths high, the words of our Meir. They said to him, there is this precedent. In the poulterers' market in Jerusalem they used to shut up their shops and leave the key in the window above the door. Ar Yaseh says, it was the market of the wool dealers. Ar Hinana in the name of Kahana, the law is not in accord with the view of our Meir. Abba Bar Papi asked, to what does our Meir compare the wall in which the lock is located? To a wall that is smooth or to one that is perforated? If you say that it is like a smooth one, then even if the lock is higher than 10 handbreadths, it should be permitted, and if you say it is perforated, then even if it is lower than 10 handbreadths, it should be forbidden. The doors of gardens which have gatehouses on the inner side they open and close them on the inside. On the outside, they open and close them on the outside. On one side and on the other, they open and close them on one side and on the other. If they do not have any on either side, and so too, doorways of shops on the public way, our Meir says, when the lock is lower than 10 handbreadths, one takes the key from the threshold and puts it into the lock and opens the door and carries it into the house. And he puts it back into the lock and locks the door and leaves in its place. When the lock is higher than 10 handbreadths, he brings the key on the eve of the Sabbath and puts it into he lock and opens the door and carries it into the house. And he puts it back into the lock and locks the door and takes it and leaves it in its place. And sages say, also, when the lock is higher than 10 handbreadths, he takes the key from the threshold and puts it into the lock and opens the door and carries it into the house. And he puts it back into the lock and locks the door and takes and leaves it on the window which is above the threshold. If the window is 4 by 4 handbreadths, it is prohibited to do so, for they do not carry objects from one domain to another. That is to say that our Meir treats it as smooth. There is no problem in understanding why for a door at the outside, it is necessary to have a gatehouse, but why is it necessary to have one if the door is on the inside? It appears as though two domains utilize a single domain in common. 10:10 A bolt with a knob on its end. R. Eliezer prohibits. And R. Yaseh permits. Said R. Eliezer, MSHB, in the synagogue in Tiberias they permitted, until Rabban Gamaliel and elders came and prohibited it for them. R. Yaseh says, they treated it as prohibited. Rabban Gamaliel and the elders came and permitted it for them. A bolt which is dragged on the ground. They lock the doors with it in the temple, but not in the provinces. and one which rests on the ground both here and there is prohibited. R. Judah says, the one which rests on the ground is permitted in the temple, and the one which is dragged on the ground is permitted in the provinces. Said R. Yasebi, Rabbi, in accord with the view of him who permits, one treats the bolt as secondary to the knob. In accord with the one who prohibits, one treats the knob as secondary to the bolt. What is a bolt? Said R. Yohanan, it is one that is fastened onto the door, even though it is not suspended from the door. Said R. Yohanan, Hilpai took me and showed me a bolt in the house of Rabbi, which was tied onto the door, even though it was not suspended from the door. Said R. Yohanan, the view of an individual here accords with the anonymously stated rule there, and the rule of the individual there accords with the unattributed ruling here. R. Yase asked before R. Jeremiah, how shall we decide a case? He said to him, on the basis of what R. Yohanan has said, Hilpai took me and showed me a bolt in the house of Rabbi, which was tied onto the door, even though it was not suspended from the door. That would indicate that it is in accord with the view of R. Judah that we decide a case. R. Huna in the name of R. Samuel produced the statement, the law accords with R. Judah in a case in which the bolt was attached to the door. R. Yaneh, father-in-law of R. Mi said, in a case in which the bolt was attached to the door. That is the case with an arrangement in which with something that can hold it up the bolt of R. Eliezer was bound up with reed grass. If the bolt fell out, it is forbidden to utilize it. If it was squeezed, R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of rabbis, one may stretch it with his fingertips. All utensil covers, Abba bar Kahana, R. Haya bar Ashi in the name of Rab, the law accords with the position of R. Yase. 10-11 They put back the lower pivot in the temple, but not in the provinces. And the upper pivot of a door both here and there is prohibited. R. Judah says, the upper one, in the temple, and the lower one, in the provinces. They put back a plaster in the temple, but not in the provinces. And to begin with here and there it is prohibited, said R. Yasebi Arbun, not every deed prohibited by reason of Sabbath rest have they permitted in the sanctuary. It has been taught, one should not dry off a plaster so as not to turn out to spread, for one who spreads something on the Sabbath is liable for a sin offering. And has it not been taught, slip downward, one may push it back upward, and if it slipped upward, one may push it back downward? One may uncover a part of the plaster on one side and dry off the wound on that side, and uncover part of the plaster on the other side and dry off the wound on that side, but one may not dry off the plaster itself, so as not to turn out to spread the salve, for one who spreads on the Sabbath is liable to a sin offering. It has been taught, a bandage that becomes moist they put it back on the Sabbath. R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Yase, and that is the case if it becomes moist on the spot facing the wound itself. For has it not been taught, if a plaster slipped downward, one may push it back upward, and if it slipped upward, one may push it back downward, on condition the wound not be entirely broken. R. Yasebi Arbun in the name of R. Yase, in the case of a wound that has healed, they put on it some sort of poultice, because it serves only to protect it. R. Abun in the name of rabbis from over there. They may put such a thing on a wound on the Sabbath, because it serves only to protect the wound. Said R. Tenhuma, the exception is grape leaves, which serve to promote healing. Said R. Huna, as to the pirut, it is very good for healing, when it has 5, 7, or 9 knots, so long as one does not put water on it on the Sabbath. They do not recite a verse of scripture over a wound on the Sabbath. And that formula which they recite against the demon Yebraha is prohibited. Come and recite this verse over my son, because he is suffering, put a Torah scroll on him, put phylacteries on him so that he will be able to sleep. It is forbidden. And lo, it has been taught, they would recite a psalm for the suffering in Jerusalem. Said R. Yudan, here it is when one already has been afflicted, while there, it is prior to one's having been afflicted. And what is that psalm of the afflicted? Many are saying of me, there is no help for him in God. But thou, O Lord, art a shield about me, my glory, and the lifter of my head, and the entire psalm. he who dwells in the shelter of the Most High, who abides in the shadow of the Almighty until because you, O Lord, are my refuge. 10:12 They tie a string in the temple, but not in the provinces. And to begin with, here and there it is prohibited. They cut off a wen in the temple, but not in the provinces. But if it is with a utensil, here and there it is prohibited. Said R. Yase Br Bun, this represents the view of R. Simeon Br Yase. For it has been taught, said R. Simeon B. Eleazar, and is it not so that if they tie it, it produces no sound anyhow? But one threads it down from above and fastens it below. It has been taught, R. Simeon B. Eleazar says, priests, Levites, musical instruments, and the people as well are indispensable to the cult. They cut off a wen in the temple, but not in the provinces. There we have learned, cutting off a wen which is on it do not override the prohibitions of the Sabbath. R. Eliezer says, they do override the prohibitions of the Sabbath. How then can you say this? R. Simon in the name of R. Joshua B. Levi in the name of R. Pedad, it is because of the disarray of the priestly lotteries. Said R. Yase, and that is the case if they already have drawn the lot. Said R. Simeon B. Lachish in the name of Levi Sakaiah, that is the case whether the wen has peeled or not peeled. R. Simeon B. Joachim said, here, we deal with one that bears pus, and there, we deal with a dry one. R. Yase B. Hananiah said, here, it is where it is removed by hand, and there it is where it is removed by a utensil. The view of R. Simeon B. Joachim accords with the position of Bar Kappara, and that of R. Yase B. Hananiah accords with that of R. Yohanan. For it has been taught, all those who do damage are exempt, except for one who kindles a fire and one who inflicts a wound. Bar Kappara said, that is the case, even if the one who does so has no need of the blood of the wound or the ashes of the fire. Said R. Yohanan, and that rule applies only if one has need of the blood or the ashes. R. Aha, R. Hananiah in the name of R. Yohanan, in both places we deal with one that has pus on it. The prohibition applies, then, when one requires the blood. 10:13 A temple priest who hurt his finger one ties reed grass around it in the temple, but not in the provinces. But if it is to remove blood, here and there it is prohibited. They scatter salt on the ramp so that they will not slip. And they draw water from the cistern of the exiles and from the great cistern with a water wheel on the Sabbath, and from the Haktar well on a festival day. Judah B. Rabbi said, they have taught only in the case of reed grass. But as to using a bandage, it is forbidden, on grounds that it is an addition to the priestly garments. The theory expressed herein is that having too many priestly garments is equivalent to having too few of them. R. Jacob Bar Aha in the name of R. Yase, this represents the view of R. Hananiah, for R. Hananiah said, that is on condition only if the covering does not interpose between the priest's flesh and the garment he is wearing, or between one garment and another. In the view of R. Hananiah, then, what is a case in which something is prohibited as constituting the wearing of additional garments? 2 tunics, 2 turbans, 2 breeches, 2 girdles. As to a priest who hurt his finger and wrapped around it a girdle of some kind? Is any sort of girdle, however it is worn, prohibited under the category of wearing only a single girdle, or is it invalid only to wear the girdle as a garment? It has been taught, they draw liquids by means of a siphon on the Sabbath, and water may be allowed to drip from a perforated vessel used in sick rooms on the Sabbath for a sick person. They draw liquids by means of a siphon, a kind of borer. And water may be allowed to drip from a perforated vessel. There is he who proposes to explain that this is in order to wake up the sick person. There is he who proposes to explain that this is a kind of clepsydra. In the case of a courtyard on which it rained, and in which was a house of mourning or a house of festivities, lo, this one may take up the stone and pour off the water, so long as one not do it on the Sabbath in the way he does it on an ordinary day. It has been taught, they do not draw water with a scale on the Sabbath. But if he wanted to save the rope or the cord, lo, this is permitted. they draw water from the cistern of the exiles and from the great cistern with a water wheel on the Sabbath, and from the Haktar well on a festival day. On what account do they draw water from the Haktar well with a water wheel on the festival? But when the residents of the exile came up and camped by it, the prophets permitted them to draw water from the Haktar well on the festival. And not all Haktar wells did they permit, but only that one by they had encamped. Just as you said there, what was permitted, so here too what was permitted was permitted. 10:14 A dead creeping thing which is found in the temple, a priest removes it with his belt, so as not to keep uncleanness. The words of R. Yohanan b. Baraka. R. Judah says, with the wooden tongs, so as not to increase uncleanness. From what areas do they remove it? From the sanctuary, the porch, and the area between the porch and the altar. The words of R. Simeon b. Nanas. R. Akaba says, a place in which deliberately, he is liable for extirpation, and inadvertently, he is liable to a sin offering, from there do they remove it. But all other locations, they simply turn over a sikter onto it. R. Simeon says, wherever sages have permitted something to you, they have given you what already is yours. For they have permitted to you only by reason of Sabbath rest. Said R. Yohanan b. Zerika 2, do you not turn out to keep uncleanness in the temple? Said to, do you not turn out to increase uncleanness? He said to him, it is better to transgress a negative commandment but not through one's own deed, than to violate a negative commandment through one's own deed. Said R. Yase b. Arbun, the dispute before us follows along the lines of the following one, as we have learned there, how do they separate dough offering in uncleanness on the festival day? R. Judah b. Betera says, she should put it in cold water. R. Joshua b. Hananiah says, this is not the sort of leaven concerning which people are admonished, let it not be seen and let it not be found. But she separates it in the normal way, leaving it until the evening, and if it leavens, so be it. Said to him R. Joshua, do you not turn out to burn holy things on a festival day? Said to him R. Eliezer, they are burned without, on their own. He said to R. Joshua, do you not turn out to violate the prohibitions against leavens being seen and being found in one's house? Said to him, it is better to violate a negative commandment not through one's own deed, than to violate a negative commandment through one's own deed. There we have learned, if blood that should be sprinkled one time was mixed up with other blood that should be sprinkled once, each is sprinkled once. If what should be sprinkled 4 times was mixed up with what should be sprinkled 4 times, each is sprinkled 4 times. If what should be sprinkled 4 times was mixed up with what should be sprinkled once, R. Eliezer says, let each be sprinkled 4 times. R. Joshua says, let each be sprinkled once. R. Eliezer said to him, do you not turn out to transgress, you shall not diminish from it. Said to him R. Joshua, do you not turn out to transgress, you shall not add thereto. Said to him, it is better to transgress a negative commandment not through one's own deed than to violate a negative commandment through one's own deed. There we have learned, the leper put his head inside the temple court, and the priest placed blood on the tip of his ear. He put his hand inside, and he placed it on the thumb of his hand. He put his foot inside, and he placed it on the big toe of his foot. R. Judah says, the 3 of them did he put inside all at once. The opinions assigned to R. Judah are confused. There he has said it is permitted to practice deception, and here he has said it is forbidden to do so. There the consideration is that the man should not impart uncleanness 3 times. Here, by contrast, the uncleanness already is present and known. Along these same lines, the theory of rabbis vis-a-vis Judah is confused. There they maintain that it is forbidden to practice deception, while here they hold that it is permitted to do so. There the consideration is that the man may poke his head and the greater part of his body inside the courtyard, and consequently, he will be liable to extirpation. Here, by contrast, the operative consideration is not to bring unclean garments into the temple. Furthermore, it is possible to leave the temple without any real delay in keeping the uncleanness therein. He said to him, it is better to transgress a negative commandment not through one's own deed than to violate a negative commandment through one's own deed has removed from a place in which, if a man entered while unclean deliberately, he would be liable for extirpation, and it fell down in a place on account of which, one is not liable to extirpation, that which he was carrying already has been subjected to the requirement of being taken out. If one found another alongside the one which he has to take out, does one take out both of them, or does he take out only one of them? The laws of the Sabbath, festal offering, and sacrilege are like mountains suspended by a hair, with very little scripture and many laws. So they do not have that on which to depend. Among the 10 things created on the eve of the Sabbath at dusk were the tongs made with tongs. Said Arhanana before Armana, and what do you say in this regard? On the basis of one rule governing tongs, they derived rules covering many tongs, and, along these same lines, on the basis of the rules of Sabbath rest covering one sort of labor, they derived the rules of Sabbath covering many sorts of matters. Chapter 11. The structure of Yerushalmi Arabin. Whether or not the Talmud of the land of Israel is carefully organized in large-scale, recurrent structures, and guided by a program that we may call systematic forms the principal question addressed by an academic commentary. The preceding chapters therefore have pointed toward the presentation set forth here. By structure I mean, a clearly articulated pattern that governs the location of fully spelled out statements. By system, I mean, a well-crafted and coherent set of ideas that explain the social order of the community addressed by the writers of a document, a social philosophy, a theory of the way of life, worldview, and character of the social entity formed by a given social group. I see a collective, anonymous, and political document, such as the one before us, as a statement to, and about, the way in which people should organize their lives and govern their actions. At issue then in any document such as the remarkable one before us is simple: does this piece of writing present information or a program, facts to whom it may concern, or a philosophically and aesthetically cogent statement about how things should be? The connection between structure and system is plain to see. From the way in which people consistently frame their thoughts, we move to the world that, in saying things in one way rather than in some other, they wish to imagine. Modes of formulating thought adumbrate modes of imagining the world in which people wish to live, to which they address these thoughts. If the document exhibits structure and sets forth a system, then it is accessible to questions of rationality. We may ask about the statement that its framers or compilers wished to make by putting the document together as they did. But if we discern no structure and perceive no systematic inquiry or governing points of analysis, then all we find here is inert and miscellaneous information, facts but no propositions, arguments, viewpoints. Now as a matter of fact the Talmud of the land of Israel commonly finds itself represented as lacking organization and exhibiting a certain episodic and notional character. That view moreover characterizes the reading and representation of the document by learned and experienced scholars, who have devoted their entire lives to Talmud study and exegesis. It must follow that upon the advocate of the contrary view, the one implicit in the representation of the document for academic analysis, rests the burden of proof. I set forth the allegation that the Talmud of the land of Israel exhibits a structure and follows a system and therefore exhibits a commonly intelligible rationality. The claim to write an academic commentary explicitly states that proposition. For the tractate before us, I have therefore to adduce evidence and argument. I maintain that through the normal procedures of reasoned analysis we may discern in the tractate a well-crafted structure. I hold that the structure made manifest, we may further identify the purpose and perspective, the governing system of thought and argument, of those who collected and arranged the tractate's composites and put them together in the way in which we now have them. By structure I mean, how is a document organized? And by system, what do the compilers of the document propose to accomplish in producing this complete, organized piece of writing? The answers to both questions derive from a simple outline of the tractate as a whole, underscoring the types of compositions and composites of which it is comprised. Such an outline tells us what is principal and what subordinate, and how each unit composition formed into composites, composites formed into a complete statement holds together and also fits with other units, fore and aft. The purpose of the outline then is to identify the character of each component of the whole, and to specify its purpose or statement. The former information permits us to describe the document's structure, the latter, its system. While the idea of simply outlining a Talmud tractate beginning to end may seem obvious, I have never made such an outline before, nor has anyone else. Yet, as we shall now see, the character of the outline dictates all further analytical initiatives. Specifically, when we follow the layout of the whole, we readily see the principles of organization that govern. These same guidelines on organizing discourse point also to the character of what is organized, complete units of thought, with a beginning, middle, and end, often made up of smaller, equally complete units of thought. The former we know as composites, the latter as compositions. Identifying and classifying the components of the tractate, the composites, the compositions of which they are made up, we see clearly how the document coheres, the plan and program worked out from beginning to end. When we define that plan and program, we identify the facts of a pattern that permit us to say in a specific and concrete way precisely what the compilers of the tractate intended to accomplish. The structure realizes the system, the program of analysis and thought that takes the form of the presentation we have before us. From what people do, meaning, the way in which they formulate their ideas and organized them into cogent statements, we discern what they propose to do, meaning, the intellectual goals that they set for themselves. These goals, the received document they wish to examine, the questions that they brought to that document realized in the layout and construction of their writing, dictate the points of uniformity and persistence that throughout come to the surface. How people lay out their ideas guides us into what they wish to find out and set forth in their writing, and that constitutes the system that defines the work they set out to accomplish. We move from how people speak to the system that the mode of discourse means to express, in the theory that modes of speech or writing convey modes of thought and inquiry. We move from the act of thought and its written result backward to the theory of thinking, which is, by definition, an act of social consequence. We therefore turn to the matter of intention that provokes reflection and produces a system of inquiry. That statement does not mean to imply I begin with the premise of order, which sustains the thesis of a prior system that defines the order. To the contrary, the possibility of forming a coherent outline out of the data we have examined defines the first test of whether or not the document exhibits a structure and realizes a system. So everything depends upon the possibility of outlining the writing, from which all else flows. If we can see the order and demonstrate that the allegation of order rests on ample evidence, then we may proceed to describe the structure that gives expression to the order, and the system that the structure sustains. The present work undertakes the exegesis of exegesis, for the Yerushalmi, like its counterpart in the one of Babylonia, is laid out as a commentary to the Mishnah. That obvious fact defined the character of my academic commentary, since we have already faced the reality that our tractate is something other than a commentary, though it surely encompasses one. The problems that captured my attention derived from the deeper question of how people make connections and draw conclusions. To ask about how people make connections means that we identify a problem, otherwise we should not have to ask, and what precipitated the problem here has been how a composition or a composite fits into its context, when the context is defined by the tasks of Mishnah commentary, and the composition or composite clearly does not comment on the Mishnah passage that is subjected to comment. The experience of analyzing the document with the question of cogency and coherence in mind therefore yields a simple recognition. Viewed whole, the tractate contains no gibberish but only completed units of thought, sentences formed into intelligible thought and self-contained in that we require no further information to understand those sentences, beginning to end. The tractate organizes these statements as commentary to the Mishnah. But large tracts of the writing do not comment on the Mishnah in the way in which other, still larger, tracts do. Then how the former fit together with the latter frames the single most urgent question of structure and system that I can identify. Since we have already examined enormous composites that find their cogency in an other than exegetical program, alongside composites that hold together by appeal to a common, prior, coherent statement, the Mishnah sentences at hand what justifies my insistence that an outline of the document, resting on the premise that we deal with a Mishnah commentary, govern all further description? To begin with, the very possibility of outlining this tractate derives from the simple fact that the framers have given to their document the form of a commentary to the Mishnah. It is in the structure of the Mishnah tractate that they locate everything together that they wish to compile. We know that is the fact because the Mishnah tractate defines the order of topics and the sequence of problems. Relationships to the Mishnah are readily discerned. A paragraph stands at the head of a unit of thought. Even without the full citation of the paragraph, we should find our way back to the Mishnah because at the head of numerous compositions, laid out in sequence one to the next, clauses of the Mishnah paragraph are cited in so many words or alluded to in an unmistakable way. So without printing the entire Mishnah paragraph at the head, we should know that the received code formed the fundamental structure because so many compositions cite and gloss sentences of the Mishnah paragraph and are set forth in sequence dictated by the order of sentences of said Mishnah paragraph. Internal evidence alone suffices, then, to demonstrate that the structure of the tractate rests upon the Mishnah tractate cited and discussed here. Not only so, but the sentences of the Mishnah paragraphs of our tractate are discussed in no other place in the entire Talmud of the land of Israel in the sequence and systematic exegetical framework in which they are set forth here. Elsewhere we may find bits or pieces, but only here, the entirety of the tractate. That statement requires one qualification, and that further leads us to the analytical task of our outline. While the entire Mishnah tractate treated here is cited in the Talmud of the land of Israel, the framers of the Talmud of the land of Israel by no means find themselves required to say something about every word, every sentence, every paragraph. On the contrary, they discuss only what they choose to discuss, and glide without comment by large stretches of the tractate. A process of selectivity, which requires description and analysis, has told the compilers of the Talmud of the land of Israel's composites and the authors of its compositions we may describe with great accuracy the kinds of materials they wish to include and the shape and structure they set forth out of those materials. We know what they did, and that permits us to investigate why they did what they did. What we cannot know is what they did not do, or why they chose not to do what they did not do. People familiar with the character of speculation and criticism in Talmudic studies will understand why I have to spell out these rather commonplace observations. I lay out an argument based on evidence, not on the silences of evidence, or on the absence of evidence that alone, what demands attention, and what does not. Our outline has therefore to signal not only what passage of the Mishnah tractate is discussed, but also what is not discussed, and we require a general theory to explain the principles of selection. For that purpose, in the outline, I reproduce the entirety of a Mishnah paragraph that stands at the head of a Talmudic composite, and I underscore those sentences that are addressed, so highlighting also those that are not. It follows that the same evidence that justifies identifying the Mishnah tractate as the structure of Yerushalmi tractate before us also presents puzzles for considerable reflection. The exegesis of Mishnah exegesis is only one of these. Another concerns the purpose of introducing into the document enormous compositions and composites that clearly hold together around a shared topic or proposition, example my appendix on one theme or another, my elaborate footnote providing information that is not required but merely useful, and the like. My earlier characterization of composites as appendices and footnotes signaled the fact that the framers of the document chose a not entirely satisfactory way of setting out the materials they wished to include here, for large components of the tractate do not contribute to Mishnah exegesis in any way at all. If these intrusions of other than exegetical compositions were proportionately modest, or of topical composites negligible in size, we might dismiss them as appendages, not structural components that bear much of the weight of the edifice as a whole. Indeed, the language that I chose for identifying and defining these composites, footnotes, appendices, and the like bore the implication that what is not Mishnah commentary also is extrinsic to the Talmud of the land of Israel's structure and system. But that language served only for the occasion. In fact, the outline before us will show that the compositions are large and ambitious, the composites formidable and defining. Any description of the tractate's structure that dismisses as mere accretions or intrusions so large a proportion of the whole misleads. Any notion that footnotes and appendices impede exposition and disrupt thought, contribute extraneous information or form tacked on appendages, any such notion begs the question, then why fill up so much space with such purposeless information? The right way is to ask whether the document's topical composites play a role in the representation of the Mishnah tractate by the compilers of the Talmud of the land of Israel. We have therefore to test two hypotheses: 1. The topical composites do belong and serve the compiler's purpose, or 2. The topical composites do not participate in the representation of the Mishnah tractate by Yerushalmi and do not belong because they add nothing and change nothing. The two hypotheses may be tested against the evidence framed in response to a single question: is this topical composite necessary? The answer to that question lies in our asking, what happens to the reading of the Mishnah tractate in light of the topical composites that would not happen were we to read the same tractate without them? The outline that follows systematically raises that question, with results specified in due course. It suffices here to state the simple result of our reading of the tractate, start to finish: the question of structure, therefore also that of system, rests upon the position we identify for that massive component of the tractate that comprises not Mishnah commentary but freestanding compositions and composites of compositions formed for a purpose other than Mishnah commentary. The principal rubrics are given in small caps. The outline takes as its principal rubrics two large-scale organizing principles. The first is the divisions of the Mishnah tractate to which the Talmud of the land of Israel tractate serves as a commentary. That simple fact validates the claim that the tractate exhibits a fully articulated structure. But the outline must also underscore that the Mishnah tractate provides both more and less than the paramount outline of the Talmud of the land of Israel tractate. It is more because sentences in the Mishnah tractate are not analyzed at all. These untreated Mishnah sentences are given in boldface lowercase caps, like the rest of the Mishnah, but then are specified by underlining and enclosure in square brackets. Second, it is less because the structure of the tractate accommodates large composites that address topics not defined by the Mishnah tractate. That brings us to the second of the two large-scale modes of holding together both sustained analytical exercises and also large sets of compositions formed into cogent composites. These are treated also as major units and are indicated by Roman numerals. Alongside the Mishnah paragraphs themselves, they are also signified in small caps. But the principal rubrics that do not focus on Mishnah commentary but on freestanding topics or propositions or problems are not given in boldface type. Consequently, for the purposes of a coherent outline, we have to identify as autonomous entries in our outline those important composites that treat themes or topics not contributed by the Mishnah tractate. A Yerushalmi Arabin 1:1 an alley entry which is higher than 20 cubits 1 should diminish. R. Judah says, it is not necessary. 1I1, R. Yase stated what follows without specifying the name of an authority, R. Aha in the name of rabbis. If the measurement derives from the doorway of the porch, then it should be sufficient if it is 40 cubits high. A. I2, R. Aha, R. Hinana in the name of Kahana, the law does not accord with R. Judah. 2I3, the Mishnah states only, higher than 20 cubits. Low, up to 20 cubits, remains valid. The formulation of the Mishnah accords with the view of Rab, for Rab said, the purpose of specifying exact measurements is to impose a lenient ruling. R. Yohanan said, the purpose of specifying exact measurement is to impose a strict ruling. R. Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, in the case of a crossbeam above an alleyway which is located above 20 cubits, one sets a crossbeam within the space 20 cubits from the ground, and so diminishes the distance to within 20 cubits of the ground. R. Yase said, and that is the case if the entire construction providing the crossbeam lies within 20 cubits of the ground. 3i4, one should diminish. How does one diminish the height of the crossbeam? One makes an attachment at the gate of the alleyway and thereby permits. How broad should this attachment be? Araha in the name of Arhashaya, 4 handbreadths, the breadth of a space. Aryase says, a handbreadth, the breadth of the beam. The associates say, any breadth at all, for in this case there will no longer be a crossbeam set at the excessive height of 20 cubits and a breadth of a handbreadth. If the crossbeam was not 10 cubits high, one has to hollow out. And of a breadth then 10 cubits one should diminish. 1:2:1, and the alley entry of a breadth wider than 10 cubits should one diminish, making it narrower. How does one diminish its breadth? One sets up a beam at the gate of the alleyway and so permits the alleyway. 2:2:2, this statement refers to the breadth of the doorway. And the rabbis treat even if in height. 3:2:3, if the alley entry was 15 cubits wide, RBA and Arhuna in the name of Rab, one sets up a board 3 cubits and a bit more wide, and places it 2 cubits away from the wall. That board and the slight additional amount are regarded as a side wall. And this is so on condition that the standing side beam is larger than the empty space. But why not make the board 4 handbreadths broad? For has it not been taught, in the case of an alleyway wider than 10 cubits, one sets up a board in the middle? Said Rba Bar Papi, it is so as to permit carrying on both sides of the beam without setting up a crossbeam. 4:2:4, an alleyway which is bent and open at both ends are. Yohanan said, one puts a side bar and a crossbeam at one end, and prepares something like the shape of a doorway at the other end as well. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, one sets up either a side post or a crossbeam. 5:2:5, Jeremiah in the name of Arbun, in the case of an alleyway in which there was a breach in the wall at the inner partition facing the gateway to the extent of 4 cubits. If it is at the side only, if the breach is more than 10 cubits, the rabbis of Caesarea said Haya, Aryase, if 4 cubits of the wall are yet standing, one must set up a crossbeam, and if not, it is not necessary. 7:2:7, if there is a single crossbeam, what is the law on its permitting transportation of objects in 2 alleyways? 8:2:8, Zyra asked, how is a courtyard rendered permissible? It has been taught, Rabbi says, it is through setting up a single board. Rabbis say, it is by setting up 2 boards. 9:2:9, Zyra, Arhuna in the name of Rab, an alleyway the breadth and length of which are equivalent is not permitted by providing a side beam and a cross beam, but requires setting up boards as in the case of a courtyard. 10:2:10, there we have learned if one of the occupants of an alley forgot to share in the meal of commingling for the alley, the occupants are unrestricted, since the alley is to the courtyards as the courtyard is to the houses. How many courtyards are there in an alleyway? Both Rab and Samuel say, there may be no fewer than 2 courtyards to constitute an alleyway. R. Jacob Bar Aha in the name of R. Yohanan, even if there is 1 courtyard on one side and 1 courtyard on the other. R. Aha, R. Hinana in the name of R. Yohanan said, even if there is 1 courtyard on one side, a house on another side, a house on yet another side, and a store on the 4th side. R. Naaman Bar Jacob in the name of R. Yohanan, an alleyway is made up of no fewer than 2 courtyards, a courtyard is made up of no fewer than 2 houses. If it has the shape of a doorway, even though it is wider than 10 cubits, it is not necessary to diminish. 1:3:1, and if it has the shape of a doorway, even though it is wider than 10 cubits, it is not necessary to diminish. Hananiah Bar Shalomaiah was in session, teaching Haya, son of Rab. Rab stuck his head out the window and said to him, that is not how matters are. He said to him, and should we not repeat the matter in this way? He said to him, I shall repeat it for you and tell you that that is not how matters are. Abba Bar Huna said, the shape of the doorway of which they have spoken is this, a beam on one side and a beam on the other, forming doorposts, and a reed rope over them. Yan b r Ishmael in the name of r Simeon b. Lakish, a hinge, thus lacking only a door. Hayatot, how do they permit carrying in alleyways with an entryway more than 15 cubits wide that open up outward into public domain? Judah says, one sets up a side beam on one side and a side beam on the other, and a cross beam on one side and a cross beam on the other. And sages say, one sets up a side beam and cross beam on one side and makes something like the shape of a doorway on the other side. 2:3:2, Hananiah, son of the brother of our Joshua, says, the house of Shammai say, one has to put up a door on one side and a door on the other, and, when the people go in or come out, they have actually to close the door. The house of Hillel say, one must put up a door on one side, and the shape of a door on the other. 3:3:3, Ar-Aha gave instruction in the case of an entryway closed up only by a construction in the shape of a door, that it must be set 4 cubits within. 4:3:4, Arzira raised this question, how can it be that while in the area beneath the crossbeam, it is forbidden, the alleyway itself should be rendered permitted? Said Ar-Aha bar Ila, and why not? And do we not find that this very point has been made by Samuel, for Samuel has said, in the area beneath the crossbeam it is forbidden, while in the alleyway itself it is permitted. Arzira in the name of Samuel, under the crossbeam and between the side posts is regarded as equivalent to the threshold. Arzira asked, in what regard is it in the status of the threshold? Is it in the status of the threshold and so permitted, or is it in the status of the threshold and therefore prohibited? 2 Yerushalmi Arabin 1:2 The validation of an alley entry the house o pound Shammai say, it must have a side post and a cross beam. And the house of Hillel say, a side post or a cross beam. R. Eliezer says, 2 side posts. 1:1, with regard to M1:2d, Eliezer's statement what is the meaning of 2 side posts? Does it mean, a side post and a cross beam, in accord with the position of the house of Shammai, or, 2 side posts and no cross beam, in accord with the view of the house of Hillel? And does it involve a cross beam of 3 handbreadths, in accord with the view of Aryase, or of any breadth at all, in accord with the position of rabbis? Let us derive the answer from the following line. T.S. version, there was the precedent, in which R. Eliezer went to Joseph b. Peretta in Ublin. And he saw that he had an alley entry with only a single side post. He said to him, make a second for it. He said to him, do you instruct me to close it up? He said to him, let it be closed up. On what basis did you decide to spend the Sabbath in such wise? In the name of our Ishmael said a certain disciple before our Akiba, the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel did not dispute concerning an alley entry which is less than 4 cubits wide, that it either by a side post or by a cross beam. Concerning what did they dispute? Concerning one which is broader than 4 cubits, up to 10 cubits. 4. The house of Shammai say a side post and a cross beam. And the house of Hillel say, a side post or a cross beam. Said our Akiba, concerning both this case and that case did they dispute. 1:2:1, it has been taught, the law accords with the opinion of the disciple. But if that is not the case, then shall we have to maintain that the law accords with the house of Shammai? And does the law follow the house of Shammai and not the house of Hillel? 2:2:2, as to the view of sages, are, Huna in the name of Rab, an alleyway the entry of which is not so broad as 4 cubits does not require any sort of indication at all. 3 Yerushalmi Arabin 1:3 The crossbeam of which they spoke wide to hold a half brick. And the half brick is the half of a brick of 3 handbreadths. It is sufficient for the crossbeam to be a handbreadth wide, to hold a half brick lengthwise. 1:1, said RBA, is so that LT can hold a row of bricks lengthwise. It has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, it must be such as to be able to take a row of bricks breadthwise. 2:2, in the case of 2 crossbeams, each one a half handbreadth broad, how much space may there be between them? R. Zira said, a half handbreadth. For there will be a half handbreadth on one side, a half handbreadth on the other, and a half handbreadth in between. Our Hashaya taught, a handbreadth. 3I3, if there are two crossbeams, one a third and a bit more and the dug-out space joined together to form the requisite breadth of 4 handbreadths, so long as the standing part is greater than the excavated part. If the space between the one and the other is 3 handbreadths, one has to set a crossbeam to close off the top of the alleyway, and if not, it is not necessary to set a crossbeam there. 5I5, a crossbeam so that one side lies above 20 cubits and the other below the height of 20 cubits. They so regard it that, if one should cut off the beam within 3 handbreadths, the beam would appear to be within 20 cubits of the ground. The arrangement is permitted, and if not, it is forbidden. A crossbeam set at an angle so that one side lies above 10 handbreadths and one side lies below 10 handbreadths of the ground. They so regard it that, if one should cut off the beam within 3 handbreadths of the wall, the beam would appear to be above 10 handbreadths. The arrangement is permitted, and if not, it is forbidden. 6I6, if there were 2 crossbeams, one above the other are Yasebi. Judah says, they regard the lower one as if it goes upward, and the upper one as if it goes downward, on condition that the lower one not be lower than 10 handbreadths, and the upper one not be above 20 cubits. 4 Yerushalmi Arabin 1:4 it should be wide enough to hold a half brick, and strong enough to hold a half brick. Our Judah says, wide enough even though it is not sufficiently strong. 1I1, it has been taught, our Simeon says, it must be sufficiently strong, even though it is not sufficiently broad. 2I2, Rab came to a certain place. He saw an alleyway, which was rendered permitted merely by means of a single crossbeam. He gave it a knock with his staff and knocked it down. Said to him Arhuna, there is a palm tree yet standing. He said to him, does Arhuna have eyes to see, and Rab not have eyes to see? But lo, I shall prohibit them from carrying in the alleyway relying on that crossbeam on the present Sabbath, and for the next Sabbath I shall permit them to carry on the count of the palm tree, and in this way they will know that if the palm tree should be cut down, it will be forbidden to carry in the alleyway. 3I3, for we have learned there, what is the outer area? It is any area near the town, the words of our Judah. The views assigned to our Judah are at variance. For we have learned there, our Judah says, even if there is nothing except for a cistern or a pit or a cavern, they may carry things in that area. And here has he said this? Said Armana, as equivalent to the hut. The Yerushalmi Arabin 1:5 it was of straw or reeds, they regard it as if it were made of metal. 1I1, from whose viewpoint is it necessary to specify? It is important from the viewpoint of our Judah, who has said, it should be wide enough to hold a half brick, even though it is not sufficiently strong to hold a half brick. Curved, they regard it as if it were straight. 1:2:1, aha in the name of our Zirah, this represents the view of our Judah in particular. Our Yase in the name of our Zirah, it represents the view of all parties applies, in particular, to a crossbeam, the curved part of which is on the side. In the case of such a curvature of the crossbeam, that sort of curve does not invalidate the alleyway. But in the case of curvature of the crossbeam which will invalidate round, they regard it as if it were square. 1:3:1, this too represents the position of our Judah. Whatever is 3 handbreadths in circumference is 1 handbreadth in width. 1:4:1, they derived this fact from the measurements of the molten sea. Then he made the molten sea, it was round, 10 cubits from brim to brim, and 5 cubits high, and a line of 30 cubits measured its circumference. It is not possible to say that it is round, for it already has been indicated that it is square. It furthermore is not possible to say that this squared, for it already has been indicated that it was round. If you say it was square, you turn out to say that 160 parts of purification did the sea contain, and if you say it was round, you turn out to say that 120 parts of purification did the sea contain. Accordingly, you must conclude that the 2 upper cubits were round, and the 3 lower cubits were square. You turn out to rule that the sea held 150 parts of purification. 6 Yerushalmi Arabin 1:6 The side posts of which they spoke their height must be 10 handbreadths, and their breadth and thickness may be in any measure at all. Ryose says, their breadth must be 3 handbreadths. 1I1, where the Mishnah presents a dispute on the thickness of the side posts, it speaks of a case in which the side posts are distant from the wall, but if they were adjacent to the alley entry wall, then Ryase also will concur. 2I2, building stones which protrude from the building if there is not a space of 3 handbreadths between one and the other, are regarded as equivalent to side posts. If a corner protrudes on one side, and the corner protrudes on the other, they are treated as equivalent to side posts. 3I3, a wall, one side of which recedes more than the other and which appears even from within but looks to be recessed from without, or appears even from without and looks to be recessed from within, is deemed equivalent to side posts. 4I4, in the case of a wall, one side of which protrudes and one side of which is drawn back, Kahana said, one sets the crossbeam diagonally and utilizes the space diagonally as well. Raha in the name of Kahana, one sets the crossbeam diagonally and utilizes the space diagonally as well, but that is on the stipulation that the crossbeam not be drawn back more than 10 cubits. 7 Yerushalmi Arabin 1:7 With any sort of material do they make side posts, even something which is animate. And Meir prohibits. And imparts Uncle Anas as a sealing stone. But Meir declares it clean. And they write on the words of Meir. And sages say, they do not use an animate object for a wall, but they do use it for a side post. 2I2, Simeon bar Karsna in the name of Raha, Meir, Ryase, and Eliezer b. Azariah all three maintain the same view. Meir, an animate creature used to cover up the entrance of a tomb imparts uncleanness as a sealing stone. But Meir declares it clean. Ryase in the matter of tents, Ryase says, a house located on a ship does not serve to spread about corpse uncleanness. Eliezer b. Azariah, as it has been taught, there was the case of Eliezer b. Azariah and Akaba who were traveling on a ship. Akaba made a sukkah on the bow, and the wind came and carried it off. Said to him Eliezer b. Azariah, Akaba, where is your sukkah now? And Ryose the Galilean declares it invalid. 1:2:1 What is the scriptural basis for the ruling of Ryase the Galilean? Scripture says, a book. Just as a book is not a living thing, so included is anything which is inanimate. Just as a book is not edible, so anything which is not edible is accepted. What is the basis for the ruling of rabbis? Just as a book is something which is not attached to the ground, so anything which is not attached to the ground is acceptable. 8 Yerushalmi Arabin 1:8 A caravan which encamped in a valley, and which surrounded with a fence made out of cattle yokes they carry about in it, on condition that the fence be 10 handbreadths high, and there not be breaks larger than the built-up parts. Any break which is about 10 cubits wide is permitted, because it is tantamount to a doorway larger than that is prohibited. 1I1, Ada in the name of Hisday, to whom is the rule important? It is important to Ryase b. Judah. For Ryase b. Judah says, any partition which is not made up of both warp and woof is not regarded as a partition. But he concurs here. You turn out to rule as follows, as to mixed seeds in a vineyard, if there is a breach less than 3 handbreadths, it is as if it were closed up. If the breach were from 3 to 4 handbreadths, if the standing part of the fence is greater than the broken down part of the fence, it is permitted, and if the breaches were greater than the standing part of the fence, it is forbidden. If the breaches were from 4 to 10 handbreadths, if the standing part of the fence was greater than the broken down part, it is permitted. If the broken down part is greater than the standing part, then opposite the standing part of the fence it is permitted to sow, and in the area opposite the breach, it is forbidden. if it is greater than 10 handbreadths, even though the standing part of the fence is greater than the broken down part of the fence, while it is permitted to sow opposite the standing part of the fence, it is forbidden to sow opposite the broken down part of the fence. 9 Yerushalmi Arabin 1:9 They surround with 3 ropes one above the other, on condition that between one rope and the next there be no space more than 3 handbreadths. The size of the ropes must be so that their thickness is more than a handbreadth, so that the whole will be 10 handbreadths high. 1I1, said Arzira, they have stated this rule only with reference to a partition 10 or more than 10 cubits high. Lo, if it is less than that measure, there is no valid partition at all. And so it has been taught, if one brought a wall less than 10 handbreadths high, and raised it less than 3 handbreadths high above the ground, the arrangement is permitted. 2I2, R. Simeon b. Lachish in the name of R. Judah b. Hananiah, if one inserted 4 reeds into the 4 corners of a vineyard and tied a thread above it, affords protection as a braid, said R. Yohanan, as is the rule governing partitions for the purposes of the Sabbath, so is the rule defining a suitable partition in the case of mixed seeds in a vineyard. X Yerushalmi Arabin 1:10 They surround with reeds, on condition that there not be between one reed and the next 3 handbreadths. And they spoke specifically of the case of a caravan, the words of R. Judah. And sages say, they spoke of a caravan only because of prevailing conditions. Any partition which is not of warp and woof is no partition, the words of Ryoseb R. Judah. And sages say, one of the two. 1I1, in the case of a caravan, they may surround the camp with reeds, the words of R. Judah. Lo, an individual of warp and woof. Lo, from the viewpoint of R. Judah, what is the difference between an individual's making such a partition and a caravan's doing so, and why is it that rabbis do not make a distinction between an individual's partition and a caravan's partition? Let us derive the answer from the following: a caravan which encamped on a mound 10 handbreadths high, or in a crevice 10 handbreadths deep, or in a field surrounded by a fence 10 handbreadths high, they carry objects about in it, on condition that they fill the entire area, and not leave empty an area sufficient for the sowing of 2 seahs of seed. And if the area is only a space of 2 seahs, they carry about therein, even if they do not fill up the entire space. 2I2, a caravan is made up of no fewer than 3 people. A Gentile may not make up the necessary number to constitute a caravan. What would be a practical case? If there were 2 Israelites, and, on Friday afternoon, they prepared a gesture of commingling, and then a Gentile joined them, so adding to the number in the caravan, the Sabbath already has taken effect with the additional area subject to prohibition. If they were 3, and 2 of them prepared a gesture of commingling, and then the Gentile went his way and so diminished the number in the caravan, the Sabbath has already entered at a point at which the permissible area. 3I3, R. Deripa said. R. Nisa asked, what is the law as to assigning to them 3 triangulated plots, in such a way that this one may carry in the 2 seahs assigned to that, and that one may carry objects in the 2 seahs set aside for this one? 4I4, R. Aha in the name of R. Hizday, the view of R. Yoseb R. Judah accords with the theory of his father and also differs from a theory of his father. It accords with the theory of his father in the case of an individual, in regard to an area of more than 2 seahs, and he differs from his father in the case of a caravan, in respect to an area of less than 2 seahs. 4 matters did they declare exempt in a camp: they gather wood from any location. And they are exempt from the requirement of washing hands, and from the laws concerning doubtfully tithed produce. 1:2:1, How large is such a military camp? R. Hananiah said, 100. So Gideon and the 100 men who were with him came to the outskirts of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch, when they had just set the watch, and they blew the trumpets and smashed the jars that were in their hands. Judges 7:19. R. Yohanan said, the camp is 10. When David's young men came, they said all this to Nabal in the name of David, and then they waited. It has been taught in the name of R. Judah. 12,000, the size of the camp of Israel. 2. 2:2, a military camp which goes forth for an optional war may grab freshly cut wood but may not grab seasoned wood. An army which goes forth for an obligatory war may grab both seasoned and freshly cut wood. And from the requirement to prepare an ERUB, that constitutes a requirement based upon the law of the Torah. 2:3:2, Judah b. Tima says, they make camp anywhere, and in the spot in which they are killed, there they are to be buried. That is so that you should not conclude that they should be treated as were the who were slain in the wars. 3:3:3, just as, when they go forth to war, they are exempt from the four matters, so when they come back from war, they are exempt from four matters. Yasebi are bun in the name of Rab, just as when they go forth to war, they are exempt from four matters, so when they come back from war, they are exempt from four matters. 11 Yerushalmi Arab and 2:1 they set up boards around wells. 4 corner pieces appearing like 8, the words of Judah Meir says, 8 appearing like 12. 4 are corner pieces, and 4 are flat. Their height is to be 10 handbreadths, and their breadth 6, and their thickness in any measure at all. And the space between them is to be enough for 2 teams of 3 oxen each, the words of Meir. Judah says, 4 oxen each, tied together and not widely apart, one going in while the other goes out. 1:1, is that the breaches are more than the standing boards, and, accordingly, one has to set up corner pieces, rather than flat boards. 2:2, Jeremiah in the name of Rab, they have permitted the use of strips of wood around wells only in the case of those who make a pilgrimage for the festival alone. Abin said, it is for the time that the pilgrims for the festivals are coming. Jeremiah in the name of Samuel bar Isaac, it is because of those who come up for the festival. 3:3, they propose to say, Meir will concede the view of Judah, but Judah will not concede the view of Meir. Meir will concede the view of Judah. Now Meir holds that the boards may be flat, and you say such a thing? If you make corner pieces you do not make flat boards. Nonetheless he maintains, since one may err and suppose that any sort of partition prepared in the public domain for the Sabbath may be of such a character, so one may go and make such a construction in some context other than, and so incur liability. In the name of Hinana, this one will not concur with the view of that one, and that one will not concur with the view of this one. 4:4, if there was a single stone shaped like a cube, they examine it. If it should be divided, and there would be 6 handbreadths on this side and 6 handbreadths on that side, at the corners, it is deemed equivalent to boards. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, if it should be smoothed down. They propose to rule, he who said, if it should be divided, measures from within, and he who said, if it should be smoothed down, measures from without. 5:5, if there was there a ditch 10 handbreadths deep and 4 broad, with 6 handbreadths on one side and 6 on the other, then it is treated as equivalent to a corner piece. It is not the end of the matter that rule applies to a ditch, but even if there is a heap of stones, part of the corner is made up by a ditch, and part by a heap of stones. If there were 5 reeds, and there were not 3 handbreadths between one and the other, and they cover a space of 6 handbreadths on one side and 6 on the other, they are treated as equivalent to a corner piece. If there were 3 reeds and a reed grass rope above, what is the law as to their affording protection on the grounds of forming a plated partition? 6:6, a wall, tree, or partition of reeds is regarded as equivalent to boards. If they grew up on their own, the people may carry in the space demarcated by them to an area of 2 seas. If one made them on his own, one may carry in the space demarcated by them up to a cor or 2 cor space. If there was the case of a very large cistern, if then for half of it one prepared a wall of boards, and for half of it one did not prepare a wall of boards, for the half for which one prepared a wall of boards, it is permitted, and from the half for which one did not prepare a wall of boards, it is forbidden. If there were 2 cisterns, as to the board in the middle, what is the law on its being assigned both to this side and to that side? 7:7, and from the area enclosed by the boards to the courtyard. There were 2 there, both of them are prohibited. 8i8, said R Yasebi Arbun, they permitted transporting objects in the area marked off by boards around a well only for the purpose of drawing water in that area alone. If water should come into the cistern only on the Sabbath, for the Sabbath has already come into effect at the point at which it was forbidden to draw water from the well. If the well went dry on the Sabbath, it is permitted to use that water, for when the Sabbath came, the well was permitted for the drawing of water. 9i9, it has been taught, is 10 cubits, the words of R Meir. R Judah says, 13 or 14. You take a cubit and a half, with a cubit between them. 12 Yerushalmi Arabin 2:2 it is permitted to bring close to the well, so long as the head and greater part of a cow will be inside when it drinks. And it is permitted to draw them back any distance at all, so long as one increases the number of boards. 1i1, R Jeremiah in the name of R Samuel bar R Isaac, and that measure is the same as the measure stated here, so that even a camel, the whole of which will be outside of the fence of boards, will be permitted. But if less than the stated dimensions, then even a young animal, the whole of which is within is forbidden. It has been taught, R Simeon b. Eliezer says, the dimensions of a camel with its accoutrements. Does this statement differ from the foregoing? As long as a cow may stretch out its neck, so a camel may twist his neck around. 2i2, in the view of R Meir, there may be corner pieces or boards. In the view of R Judah, there must be corner pieces but not boards. 13 Yerushalmi Arabin 2:3 R Judah says, they so far as to leave 2 seas of space. They said to him, the measure of 2 seas space has been stated only in connection with what is required for a garden or an outer area. But if it was a cattle pen, fold, store yard, or courtyard, even a space of 5 cores, even a space of 10 cores, is permitted. So it is permitted to draw the boards back any distance at all, so long as one increases the number of boards. 1i1, what is the rule on the space occupied by the cisterns being included in the 2 seas of space? 14 Yerushalmi Arabin 2:4 R Judah says, if a public path went through them, one should divert it to the side. And sages say, it is nor necessary. 1i1, said R Yohanan, the 2 theories attributed to R Judah are at variance with one another. For we have learned there, and so in the case of viaducts open at both ends, they carry underneath them on the Sabbath, the words of R Judah. And sages prohibit. Said R Eliezer, there is no contradiction. All the same are a cistern serving the public, a well serving the public, and a well serving an individual, they set up boards for them. But for a cistern serving an individual they set up a partition 10 handbreadths high, the words of R Akaba. R Judah B. Baba says. They set up boards only for a cistern serving the public alone. But for the rest they set up a belt 10 handbreadths high. 1. 2:1, what is the difference between a cistern serving the public and a cistern serving an individual? A cistern serving the public is well known, while a cistern serving an individual is not well known. 15 Yerushalmi Arabin 2:5 and further did R Judah B. Baba say, as to a garden or an outer area for more than 70 cubits and 2/3 by 70 cubits and 2/3, surrounded by a wall 10 handbreadths high, they carry about in it, so long as there is a watchman's hut or a house, or it is near town. 1i1, R Samuel bar Naaman in the name of R Jonathan, they derived the stated dimensions from the courtyard of the tabernacle. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere. R Samuel bar Naaman said in the name of R Jonathan, the side of a square whose area equals that of a court 100 x 50 square cubits is more than 70 and 2/3. 2i2, an outer area which covers 2 seas space it is permitted to carry therein only 4 cubits. If there were 2 areas, each one a sea in space, the second lacking 4 cubits, R Zira in the name of R Yohanan, they may carry in the area regarding the second field as completing of the first. R Law in the name of R Yohanan, they do not carry in the area, thus not regarding the second field as completing the requisite space of the first. 3. I3, as to an outer area which covers 2 seas of space, said Arabahu, since such an area may be transformed into private domain through the encampment of a caravan, if one tossed an object from public domain into that area, he is liable. R. Samuel Bar R. Isaac asked, but it is only when a caravan's camping will permit it. 4I4, a courtyard which is open into an outer area, they may carry an object from the courtyard to the outer area, but not from the outer area into the courtyard. 16 Yerushalmi Arabin 2:6 R. Judah says, even if there is in it only a cistern, pit, or cavern, they carry about in it. R. Akaba says, even if there is in it none of these things, they carry about in it. So long as it is of the space of 70 cubits and 2/3 by 70 cubits and 2/3. 1I1, the opinions assigned to R. Judah are at variance with one another, for we have learned there, what is the outer area? It is any area near the town, the words of R. Judah. And here has he said this. 17 Yerushalmi Arabin 2:7 R. Eliezer says, if its length is longer than its breadth even by a single cubit, they do not carry therein. Ryose says, even if its length is 2 times its breadth, they do carry therein. 1I1, it has been taught, R. Eliezer says, if its length is longer than its breadth even by a single cubit, they do not carry therein. R. Yase says, even if its length is 2 times its breadth, they do carry therein. 18 Yerushalmi Arabin 2:8 said Rilai, I heard from R. Eliezer, even if it is a core s space 1. I1, Arabahu in the name of R. Eliezer, 2 seas fit into a core s space, the Mishnah speaks. And so did I hear from him, the inhabitants of a courtyard, one of whom forgot and did not prepare an erub to his house, it is prohibited for him to bring in or take out. But for them it is permitted. 1:2:1, and so did I hear from him, the inhabitants of a courtyard, one of whom forgot and did not prepare an Arab as to his house, it is prohibited for him to bring in something or take it out, but for them it is permitted. There, we deal with the opinion of rabbis, while here it is the view of R. Eliezer. Rabbis hold the view that one may annul his rights of ownership to a courtyard, but he may not nullify his rights of ownership to his house. R. Eliezer says, just as a man nullifies his rights of ownership to his house, so he nullifies his rights of ownership to his courtyard. And so did I hear from him, they fulfill their obligation through heart's tongue on Passover. And I made the rounds of all his disciples, and I looked for a partner for myself, but found none. 1:3:1, we considered maintaining that the reference was only to the matter of heart's tongue. But a teaching turned up that statement pertains to all 3 items. 19 Yerushalmi Arabin 3:1 with any do they prepare an erub and a shidduch, except for water and salt. And any is purchased with money set aside as tithe, except for water and salt. 1I1, said R. This represents the view of R. Eliezer, for we have learned there, they may prepare a meal of commingling for a courtyard or an alleyway with anything except for water and salt, the words of R. Eliezer. Rejecting this view, R. Yase said, the present passage of the Mishnah represents the view of all parties for courtyards for establishing a Sabbath boundary. 2I2, it represents the view of R. Meir, for it has been taught, with any sort of food which is eaten fresh, as is, they prepare a meal of commingling. If it is eaten only with bread, they do not prepare a meal of commingling with it. As to onions, in the view of R. Meir they do not prepare a meal of commingling with them. For it has been taught, R. Judah said, there was a precedent, set when R. Meir spent the Sabbath in Artaxas, when someone came to him and said, I made a meal of commingling with onions, and R. Meir made him stay within his 4 cubits. Accordingly, even though R. Meir has said, they may make a meal of commingling for courtyards or alleyways with anything except for water and salt, that is on condition that it is something which is eaten fresh, as is. 3I3, with any sort of food do they prepare a meal of commingling for courtyards and alleyways, except for water and salt, both in the view of our Akaba and in the view of our Ishmael. Now as to money in the status of second tithe, any sort of food may be purchased with it, in the view of our Akaba, except for water and salt. But as to the view of our Ishmael has taught, and spend the money for whatever you desire, oxen, or sheep, or wine or strong drink, whatever your appetite craves, and you shall eat there before the Lord your God and rejoice, you and your household. And spend the money for whatever you desire. Lo, this is a generalization. Oxen, sheep, wine, or strong drink, this is an exemplification. Whatever your appetite craves, this is a further generalization. Thus we have a generalization, an exemplification of the foregoing, and a further generalization, with the result that you may reason only in accord with what is like those things contained within the exemplification. This then indicates, just as the exemplifications speak explicitly of something which is an offspring of the land, so I may include only something which is an offspring of the land. Our Akaba interprets the matter differently, just as the exemplifications of the generalization speak of what is the fruit of the offspring of the land, or the fruit of what renders that suitable, so I may include only something which is the fruit of the offspring of the land or the fruit of what renders that suitable. 4. With any food do they prepare an Arab and a shidduch except for water and salt, said Ar Yaseh, it is because the body does not derive sustenance from them. Said Ar Levi, it is because through them a curse is carried out. 5. Said Ar Eliezer, if one turn the two into salt water, they may be purchased with money in the status of second tithe. Ar Aha in the name of Ar Mayasha, and that is the case if one put oil into the mixture. Ar Yaseh raised the question, if so, then should one make a meal of commingling only in proportion to the in the mixture? 6. Wine must be enough for drinking along with 2 meals. Oil must be enough to eat with food for 2 meals. Vinegar must be enough for dipping food for 2 meals. Ar Jeremiah in the name of Ar Samuel bar Ar Isaac, it must be sufficient to dip a bundle of vegetables sufficient as food for 2 meals. He who vows from food is permitted water and salt. 1:2:1, he who vows to abstain from food is permitted to make use of water and salt. There we have learned, he who takes a vow not to eat what is cooked is permitted roasted or seethed. The Mishnah has maintained that that which is seethed is called cooked. For we have learned, he would cook the peace offerings or seethe them. 2:2:2, if one took a vow not to eat a loaf of bread, they may use a loaf of bread in a meal of commingling including him. If one declared a loaf of bread to be sanctified, they may not make use of it for a meal of commingling. If one took a vow not to eat a loaf of bread, they may use the loaf of bread in a meal of commingling, for someone else may eat it. If one declared a loaf of bread to be sanctified, they may not make use of it for a meal of commingling, for neither he nor anyone else may eat it. They prepare an erub for a nazir with wine. 1. 3:1, they prepare an Arab for a nazir with wine, for someone else may drink it, and for an Israelite with heave offering, for a priest may eat it. And for an Israelite with heave offering. Sumkos says, with unconsecrated produce. In a grave area. Ar Judah says, even in a graveyard. Because he can go outside and eat. 1. 4:1, and for a priest in a grave area. Now does the statement of the Mishnah accord with the view of the house of Shammai? For the house of Shammai say, they prepare a meal of commingling for a person only if his utensils are in the place in which the meal is set. XX Yerushalmi Arabin 3:2 they prepare an erub with doubtfully tithed produce, first tithe whose heave offering has been removed, and second tithe and consecrated produce which have been redeemed. And priests with dough offering and with heave offering but not with food from which heave offering and tithe have not been taken, first tithe the heave offering of which has not been removed, or second tithe and consecrated produce which have not been redeemed. 1:1, R. Jacob the Southerner raised this question, the rule of the Mishnah does not accord with the position of the house of Shammai. For we have learned, in the status of doubtfully tithed produce, the house of Shammai declare it invalid, and the house of Hillel declare it valid. And as to one in the status of second tithe in Jerusalem, one should not take it up, but if one has done so, his act is valid. He who sends his ERUB with a deaf-mute, an idiot, or a minor, or with someone who does not concede the validity of the ERUB, it is not a valid ERUB. But if he said to someone else to receive it from him, lo, this is a valid ERUB. 1:2:1, Samuel said, of a child 9 or 10 years old, his meal of commingling is valid. 2:2:2, said R. Joshua, on what account do they prepare a meal of commingling of a courtyard? It is for the sake of peace. 3:2:3, he who sends his Arab with a deaf-mute, idiot, or minor, said R. Eliezer, but must supervise him. There R. Yaseh said in the name of R. Sheshet, R. Eliezer bar Yaseh in the name of R. Abun, in the case of someone who says to his fellow, lo, I shall separate tithe through your good offices, he does not have to supervise him, and here have you said this. Said R. Haya bar Ada, here we speak of an adult, and there, we speak of a minor. XXI Yerushalmi Arabin 3:31 put it into a tree if it is above 10 handbreadths, his ERUB is not a valid ERUB. 1:1, lo, this is a valid Arab, but it is forbidden to carry it about. If it was located 3 handbreadths from the ground, it is permitted. Now here is the question, if the Arab is valid, it should be permitted to carry it about, and if it is not permitted to carry it about, then it should not be a valid Arab. Indeed, it would be appropriate for him to violate the restrictions governing Sabbath rest, eat the Arab. It has been taught, he put it into a basket and hung it in a tree above 10 handbreadths, his Arab is not valid. Lower than 10 handbreadths, his Arab is valid. And it is prohibited to handle it. If he put it lower than 3 handbreadths, it is permitted to do so. Now here is the question, if the Arab is valid, it should be permitted to carry it about, and if it is not permitted to carry it about, then it should not be a valid Arab. Below 10 handbreadths, his ERUB is a valid ERUB. He put it in a cistern, even if it was 100 cubits deep, his ERUB is a valid ERUB. 1:2:1, do you not regard a deep place as equivalent to one placed in a high place? He put it at the tip of a reed or at the tip of a stick, when it is uprooted and stuck, even if it is 100 cubits high, lo, this is a valid ERUB. He put it into a cupboard and lost the key, lo, this is a valid ERUB. R. Eliezer says, if he does not know that the key is where it belongs, it is not a valid ERUB. 1:3:1, it is because the reed is uprooted and stuck into the ground. Lo, if it were not uprooted and stuck into the ground, the Arab would not be a valid one. 2:3:2, it has been taught, R. Eliezer says, if the key was lost in the field, it is not a valid Arab, but if it was lost in town, lo, it is a valid Arab. If the key is lost in the field, it is not a valid Arab, for he cannot bring the meal back to the place in which he has acquired his place of Sabbath rest. But if it was in town, lo, it is a valid Arab, for he can bring the meal back to the place in which he is free. XXII Yerushalmi Arabin 3:4 it rolled outside the Sabbath limit, or if a heap of stones fell on it, or if it was burned, or heave offering and was made unclean while it was still day, it is not a valid ERUB. It happened after nightfall, lo, this is a valid ERUB. If it is a matter of doubt, R. Meir and R. Judah say, lo, it is like the ass driver and camel driver. R. Yose and R. Simeon say, a matter of doubt concerning an ERUB is resolved in favor of fitness. Said R. Yose. Ahud gave testimony in the name of 5 elders concerning a matter of doubt in regard to an ERUB, that it is resolved in favor of fitness. 1:1, they have stated only, and was made unclean. If it is a matter of doubt whether it was made unclean while it was still day or after dark. But if it is a matter of doubt whether the Arab meal was clean or unclean, do they regard that as a valid meal of commingling? 2:2, What is the law as to assigning the man 2,000 cubits from the location of his Arab meal to his home? Rba bar Mammal said, they assign him that right. R Samuel bar R Isaac said, they do not assign it to him. 3I3, there we have learned, a matter of doubt concerning him is resolved as clean. R Yase declares unclean. Said R Jonah, R Yase declares unclean only because of the proof. 4I4, the assumption thus far is that one who holds there that the matter of doubt is resolved in favor of cleanness there also maintains here that it is permitted, and he who rules there that the matter of doubt is resolved as unclean will maintain here that it is forbidden. But even in accord with him who said there that it is resolved as unclean here will concur that it is permitted. Said R Hinana, is it not the case, however, that the dispute there concerns merely what is subject only to a decree of sages, and a matter of doubt deriving from a ruling of sages is resolved in a lenient way? But here we deal with the meal of commingling, and the meal of commingling derives from the rulings of the Torah. So a matter of doubt deriving from a ruling of the Torah is resolved in a strict way. 5I5, said R Samuel bar Sistra, as to a meal of commingling, they have treated it as equivalent to the matter of doubt, in matters of betrothal affecting a deaf-mute. XXIII Yerushalmi Arabin 3:5 A man stipulates concerning his erub and says, if Gentiles come from the east, my erub is at the west. From the west, my erub is at the east. 1I1, thus does the Mishnah teach, a man stipulates concerning his Arab. Said R Eliezer, who taught the passage in the language, if they came, and if they did nor come? It is R Meir. Which R Meir? Associates say, it is R Meir of Tractate Kiddushin, for it has been taught, he who says to a woman, lo, you are betrothed on condition that it rain, if it rained, she is betrothed, and if not, she is not betrothed. R Meir says, whether or not it rained, she is betrothed, unless he should state his condition twice. All concur that if he said, after it has rained, if it had rained, she is betrothed, and if it did not, she is not betrothed. R Yase said, it is the R Meir of Arabin. For we have learned there, if it is a matter of doubt, R Meir and R Judah say, lo, this is the case of an ass driver and a camel driver. I2, R Judah bar Shalom, R Judah bar Pazi in the name of R Yohanan, with respect to the conditional writ of betrothal they followed the theory of R Meir of Tractate Kiddushin. 2. I3, if one made no stipulation? Let us derive the answer from the following, prepared in Arab, this one doing so to the north, and that one to the south, this one may go northward in accord with the extent of the Arab of the other in the south, and that one may go southward in accord with the limit of this one in the north. But if they set the Sabbath line in the middle, they should not move from their place. If they come from both directions, then to the place which I shall choose shall I go. If they come from neither side, lo, I am in the status of the other people of my town. 1:2:1, the meaning of the Mishnah is, if Gentiles come from both directions. If they come from neither side. If Gentiles come from the east, his Arab is at the west. XXIV Yerushalmi Arabin 3:6 If a sage comes from the east, my erub is at the east, if he comes from the west, my erub is at the west. If one comes from both directions, then to the place which I shall choose I shall go. If he comes from neither side, lo, I am in the status of the other people of my town. R. Judah says, if one of them was his master, he goes to his master. If both of them were his masters, to the place which he shall choose he goes. 1I1, there is a Tanite authority who formulates the matter in the west. XXV Yerushalmi Arabin 3:7 R. Eliezer says, in connection with a festival day adjacent to the Sabbath, whether before or after it, a man prepares 2 Arabs and says, my erub for the first day is at the east, and for the second it is ar the west. For the first it is at the west and for the second it is at the east. My erub is for the first day, and the second leaves me in the status of the others who dwell in my town. My erub is for the second day, and the first leaves me in the status of others who dwell in my town. And sages say, he makes an erub for a single direction. Or he does not make an erub at all. He either makes an erub for both days, or he does not make an erub at all. What should he do? He sends it on the first day, awaits nightfall for it, takes it, and goes along. And on the second day he awaits nightfall for it, then he eats it. He turns to profit from his journeying and to profit from his erub. It was eaten on the first day, his erub is for the first day, and it is not an erub for the second day. Said to them Eliezer, you concede to me then that they are two sanctification. 1:1, and sages say, he makes an Arab for a single direction. This is the meaning of the statement in the Mishnah, either he makes an Arab for a single direction for 2 days, or he does not make an Arab at all. 2:2, Eliezer concedes that they do not prepare an Arab for half a day for the north and for half a day for the south. For they do not divide up a single day. And sages say, just as they do not divide up a single day, so they do not divide up 2 days. And they concur that he should not put his Arab meal in a basket. 3:3, there we have learned, a flagon which is in the status of tibulyam and which one had filled from a jar containing first tithe which was yet untithed, if he said, lo, this will be heave offering of tithe once it gets dark, lo, this is heave offering of tithe. If he said, lo, this is food for an Arab meal, however, he has said nothing of consequence, because the Arab meal is made of food which can be eaten while it is still day, prior to sunset. But here the food is not permitted to be eaten until sunset, since one cannot consume unclean heave offering, and the wine becomes clean only at sunset. Jonah said Hama bar Akaba raised the question. Surely this passage of the Mishnah cannot accord with the view of Eliezer. For Eliezer has said, they may prepare an Arab meal for a person once it has gotten dark. 4:4, Haggai raised this possibility, if one was standing on Thursday and said, let a place of Sabbath rest be acquired for me for the Sabbath, in the view of Eliezer, he has acquired the place of Sabbath rest, and in the view of the rabbis he has not. 5:5, said to them Eliezer, do you not concede that the one who prepares an Arab with his feet for the first day has to prepare an Arab with his feet for the second day? His Arab was eaten before it got dark, he may not go out depending upon it on the same day. They said to him, true. He said to them, is this not what I said, they are 2 days? They said to him, do you not concede that they do not prepare an Arab on 1 day for its fellow? He said to them, true. They said to him, is this not what we said, they are 1 day? XXVI Yerushalmi Arabin 3:8 Judah says, as to a new year at which one suspected might be intercalated, a man prepares 2 Arabs and says, Mverub for the first day is at the east, and for the second is at the west. My erub for the first day is at the west and for the second is at the east. My erub is for the first day, and for the second, I am in the status of the other people who dwell in my town. My erub is for the second day, and for the first, I am in the status of the other people who dwell in my town. But sages did not concur with him. 1:1, there is this dispute, the leftovers of a wick, fire, or oil, extinguished on the Sabbath, what is the law on kindling them on the adjacent festival day? Both Rab and Hananah maintain that it is prohibited to do so. And Yohanan said that it is permitted to do so. 2:2, in the name of 4 elders they have ruled, if a person's Arab is eaten up on the first day, lo, he is in the status of his fellow townsfolk on the second. 3:3, if one has effected his act of commingling Sabbath boundaries through the use of a loaf of bread on the first, he does the same on the second, so long as it is with the same loaf of bread that he has made the Arab meal on the second day. If he effected an act of commingling by his feet on the first day, he must effect the act of commingling by his feet on the second day. If he has effected an act of commingling of Sabbath boundaries by walking on the first day, he may utilize a loaf of bread for the same purpose on the second day. If he has utilized a loaf of bread, he should not effect his act of commingling through walking on the second day. Does this rule proceed along the lines of that which you say there, so that, if one has made an Arab with his feet, he should not make an Arab with a loaf of bread, and along these same lines, if he has made an Arab with a loaf of bread, he should not then make one with his feet? XXVII Yerushalmi Arabin 3:9. And further did our Judah say, a man stipulates about a basket of produce on the first day of a festival and eats it on the second. And so too an egg born on the first day of the festival may be eaten on the second. But sages did not concur with him. 1:1, our Abin in the name of rabbis over there, they have treated him as one who goes to his town. 2:2, lo, if there was a basket of fruit in his possession, which had not been properly tithed, this day he says, if today is the festival day, nothing that I say is so. But if not, I designate the heave offering and tithes which are in it. And he leaves it. And the next day he says, if today is the festival day, nothing that I say is so. But if not, I designate the heave offering and tithes which are in its pieces of fruit. 3:3, the opinions assigned to our Judah are at variance with one another, for there he treats a single spell of holiness, while here he treats them as two spells of holiness. In that case, there is a single protracted spell of holiness, while here, one day is certainly holy, and the other day is ordinary. 4:4, sages concur with our Judah in the case of the two festival days of the new year they derive from an enactment of the former prophets. XXVII Yerushalmi Arabin 3:10 Ardosa B. Harkinus says, he who goes before the ark on the first day of the new year says, give us strength, Lord our God, on this first day of the month, whether it is today or tomorrow. On the next day he says, if it is today or yesterday. And sages did not concur with him. 1:1, it is because he says, if it is today or yesterday. XXIX Yerushalmi Arabin 4:1 He whom Gentiles took forth, or an evil spirit has only 4 cubits. 1:1, if that is not the explicit rule, then what shall we have to say? Let him be treated as equivalent to one who has gone forth beyond the Sabbath limit with full permission, and assign to him 2,000 cubits of space in all directions. Accordingly, it is necessary to make it explicit that he has access only to the 4 cubits. 2:2, how do we know the limit of 4 cubits? 3:3, our Judah B. Pazi asked, as to the 4 cubits of which they have spoken, do the 4 cubits of which they have spoken constitute a boundary, or do they not constitute a boundary? They brought him back, it is as if he never went out. They carried him to another town, or put him into a cattle pen or a cattle fold. Rabban Gamaliel and our Eliezer B. Azariah say, he may walk about the entire area. 1:2:1, the text states only that they brought him back. Lo, if he went back, he is forbidden. 2:2:2, if a person acquired a place of Sabbath residence, and Gentiles came along and surrounded it with a partition, Arhuna said, this partition has done no good for the man at all. He may walk in 2,000 cubits but carries for only 4 cubits. Hiah, son of Rab, said, he may both walk and carry objects for 2,000 cubits. R. Jacob bar Aha, R. Abana in the name of Hiah, son of Rab, he may walk about for 2,000 cubits, and may transport an object for 4,000 cubits by throwing it. R. Joshua and R. Akaba say, he has only 4 cubits. MSHS, they came from Brindisi and their ship was sailing at sea. Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer B. Azariah walked about the whole ship. R. Joshua and R. Akaba did not move beyond 4 cubits. For they wanted to impose a strict ruling on themselves. 1:3:1, R. Zirah, R. Huna in the name of Rab, since R. Joshua and R. Akaba wanted to impose a strict ruling on themselves, that indicates that the law follows the view of Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer B. Azariah. RBA in the name of R. Hiah bar Ashi, also in the case of a cattle pen or cattle fold, the law is in accord with the position of Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer B. Azariah. XXX Yerushalmi Arabin 4:2 On one occasion they did not enter the harbor until it had gotten dark. They said to Rabban Gamaliel, Is it all right for us to disembark? He said to them. It is all right, for beforehand I was watching, and we were within the Sabbath limit before it got dark. 1:1, Rabban Gamaliel had a tube for measuring distances, through which he could take a visual sighting of the distance on a plane. And what difference does it make to me that the ship had come within the Sabbath limit before it got dark? Even after darkness, for is this not Rabban Gamaliel? Yerushalmi Arabin 4:3 He who went forth beyond the Sabbath line on a permissible mission, but they said to him, the deed already has been done, has 2,000 cubits in every direction. 1:1, For if this were not the case, then how might we have ruled? Let the man be treated as is one who has been forcibly taken beyond the Sabbath limit, who has as permissible space only 4 cubits. Accordingly, it is necessary to make explicit that he has the right to move about in every direction for 2,000 cubits. If he was within the Sabbath limit, it is as if he never went forth. For all those who go forth to save may go back to their place. 1:2:1, said Arjuna, that is the case if the 4 cubits were included, just as does the Sabbath limit of Tiberias lie the Sabbath limit of Magdala. Arjuna in the name of Arada bar Awa, Arla in the name of Ar Simeon b. Lakish, and even if he went forth to Magdala and came back, it is as if he did not go forth. 2:2:2, It has been taught, if Gentiles came against towns located near the frontier, even to grab straw, even to grab a loaf of bread, they go forth against them carrying weapons, and they violate the prohibitions of the Sabbath on their account. If they came against towns, they do not go forth against them armed, unless they came for blood. At first they would leave their weapons in the house nearest the wall. One time they ran about and were in haste to grab their weapons, and they ended up killing one another. They made an ordinance that each one should go home. Yerushalmi Arabin 4:4 He who took up a resting place while on the road, and got up and saw. And lo, he is near a town, since it was not his intention, he may not enter the town, the words of Ar-Meir. Arjuda says, he may enter it. Said Arjuda, such a case happened, and Artarfan entered a town which he had not previously intended. 1:1, said, was not the schoolhouse of Artarfan within 2,000 cubits, or perhaps he had joined himself to the other residents of his town while it was still day. A teaching was found, in the morning, the sun came out. They said to him, Rabbi, lo, the town is before you. Enter. Yerushalmi Arabin 4:5 He who fell asleep on the way and did not realize that it had gotten dark has 2,000 cubits in every direction, the words of R. Yohanan b. Nuri. But sages say, he has only 4 cubits. R. Eliezer says, and he is in the middle of them. 1:1, R. Zira in the name of R. his day, the reason for the view of R. Yohanan b. Nuri is this, if the man had been awake, he would have been able to acquire a place of Sabbath residence on that spot. If he was asleep, has he not acquired a place of Sabbath residence on that spot? He has only 2,000 cubits in every direction. Arjuda says, even if he was awake and did not acquire for himself a place of Sabbath rest, Arjuda says, to whichever direction he wants he may go. And Arjuda concedes that if he made a choice for himself, he cannot then retract his choice. 1:2:1, If one has selected for himself a place of Sabbath residence while it is still daylight, he may retract his decision while it is still daylight. If he did so after it got dark he may choose a different direction and so retract his original choice. But what if he selected for himself a place of Sabbath residence while it was still day, the Sabbath day was consecrated? THIRD Yerushalmi Arabin 4:6 There were 2 persons part of cubits of this one are in the cubits of that one they bring and eat in the middle, on condition that this one not take something out of his area and put it into the area of his fellow. There were 3, with the one in the middle wholly overlapped by the limits of the other 2, is permitted with them, and they are permitted. And the 2 outer ones are prohibited with one another. Said R. Simeon. To what is the matter comparable? To 3 courtyards open to one another and open to the public way. 2 of them were covered by an erub with the one in the middle, that one in the middle is permitted to both of them, and they are permitted to it. But the 2 outside courtyards are prohibited from one to the other. 1. I1, even though our Hananiah b. Antigonos differed from rabbis in the matter of cubits, he concurs with them here in the matter of establishing the Sabbath limit for a town. XXXV Yerushalmi Arabin 4:7 He who was coming along the way and who was concerned that darkness might overtake him, and who knew about a certain tree or a fence and said, my place of residence for the Sabbath will be under it, has said nothing at all. My place of residence for the Sabbath is at its root. He may then go from the place at which he is standing to the root, for the distance of 2,000 cubits, and from the location of its root up to his house, for 2,000 cubits. So he turns out to have the right to go 4,000 cubits after it gets dark. If he does not recognize, or he is not an expert in the law, and said, my place of Sabbath residence is in the place where I am now located, he has acquired 2,000 cubits in all directions from the place where he is located as though it were a circle, the words of our Hananiah b. Antigonas. And sages say, as though it were a square, like a square tablet so that he may enjoy the benefit of the corners. 1I1, if there were 2 people, one of whom knew a spot and one who did not, this one who knows a spot goes along that one who does not know a spot, and that one who does not know a spot goes along with this one who knows a spot. 30 Yerushalmi Arabin 4:8 This is the meaning of that which they have said, the poor man makes an erub with his feet said our Meir, we have only the poor man. Our Judah says, all the same are the poor man and the rich man, they ruled that they make an erub with a loaf of bread only to make things easier for the rich man, so that he should not have to go and make an erub with his feet. 1I1, our Meir maintains the view that the principal act of providing for an Arab meal is done with a loaf of bread. Why have they said that it may be done, instead, with one's feet? It is to make things easier for the poor man who has no loaf of bread. Our Judah said, to the contrary, that the principal mode of providing for an Arab station is done with one's feet. And why have they ruled that it may be done with a loaf of bread? It is to make things easier for the rich man, who is spared the need of actually making the trip on foot. XXXVII Yerushalmi Arabin 4:9 He who went to go to a town with which were making an erub, and his friend made him come back, he is permitted to go to the other town on the Sabbath. But all the other people of his town are prohibited from doing so, the words of our Judah. Our Meir says, anyone who could have made an erub and did not make an erub, lo, this one is like the ass driver and the camel driver. 1I1, one may explain the statements in 2 ways. First, the friend has said, I shall provide an Arab for you and for the residents of your town, and he made an Arab covering the other residents of his town, but he did not prepare an Arab for him. The man then is forbidden to go in that direction, he is permitted to go in all of the other directions of his town. But the other townsfolk are permitted to go in that direction, while they are forbidden to go in the other directions of their town. Second, one may interpret this case in a different way. The friend said to him, I shall make an Arab for you and for the other residents of your town, but he did not prepare an Arab either for him or for the other residents of his town. He may then continue to travel in that direction, since his feet acquired for him the right to move in that direction on the preceding day. But the other residents of his town are forbidden to go in that direction. Then they are permitted to go in the other direction's town. 38th Yerushalmi Arabin 4:10 He who went beyond the Sabbath line, even by a single cubit, should not re-enter. Our Eliezer says, for 2 cubits, he may re-enter. For 3, he may not re-enter. He who was overtaken by darkness outside of the Sabbath limit, even by a single cubit, may not re-enter. Our Simeon says, even if he is 15 cubits outside, he may re-enter. For surveyors do not measure exactly, for the benefit of people who err. 1I1, both are aha in the name of our Hinana and are his day say, has specified only 2. Lo, if he were 2 cubits and a bit more, he may not re-enter. Now the Mishnah indicates the view of our Eliezer, for our Eliezer said, if he went out by 2 cubits, he may re-enter. If he went out by 3, he may not re-enter. 2i2, the disciples wished to propose that the ruling of our Eliezer applies went out. But if he was outside of the limit when it got dark, the same measurement does not apply. But a teaching is available in which the same rule governs both cases. They propose to say that the position taken by our Simeon applies in a case in which one was outside of the Sabbath limit when it got dark. But if he actually went out from inside the Sabbath limit, it is not in such a case that Simeon takes his view. But the same teaching is available to the contrary, indicating that the same rule applies to both cases. THIRD-6 Yerushalmi Arabin 5:1 How do they augment towns? 1 house recedes and 1 house projects, a turret recedes and part projects, there were their ruins 10 handbreadths high. 1i1, 1 house recedes, they bring it out toward the city line. If 1 house projects, they draw the city line out to the house. 2i2, Rab said, they add a limb to a town. Samuel said, they augment from within. The one who said, they add, understands the law to mean that they augment the city with a limb. The one who said, they augment from within, compares the matter to a pregnant woman. 3i3, Ar Yohanan in the name of Ar Hashiah, they add a limb to it. 4i4, Ar Jacob bar Aha, Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Yohanan, at what point do they add? They add from the point at which houses are located along a line with the gateway of the town for a distance of 2,000 cubits. Said Ar Yaseh to Ar Yaseh bar Aha, is it not reasonable that that is the case only for houses in line with the indentations of the city wall? But if the houses are in line with the city, then one may extend the Sabbath limit even for a still greater distance. Or bridges or sepulchres containing a dwelling house, they extend the measure outward so as to take account of them. 1:2:1, said Ar Naaman, at the very outer limits of the town. 2:2:2, Ar Aha said, Ar Hiah the elder and Bar Kapara had a difference of opinion. One of them maintained that pertains to a large town. But as to a small town, the additional area assigned to the town should not be greater than the principal area of the town itself. The other took the position that the same rule applies to both a large town and a small town. One augments the town in either case by the measure of 2,000 cubits. 3:2:3, RBA, Ar Judah in the name of Rab, a town that is shaped like a bow if the distance between the two ends of the bow is 4,000 cubits less 1 measures the Sabbath limits to cover the entire encompassed area as well as 2,000 cubits beyond. If, however, the distance from one end to the other is 4,000 cubits, one measures from the point at which one calculates the Sabbath augmentation only for 2,000 cubits. 4:2:4, RBA in the name of Ar Judah, if there was a large town, with a ditch 10 handbreadths deep and 4 broad running through it, one regards the ditch as if it is filled with dirt and pebbles. But if not, one regards the ditch as if it is open-ended. 5:2:5, Rab said, in the case of a town made up entirely of tents, each resident measures from the location of his tent. If there were 3 huts and 3 towers, one measures from the outermost. And they make it as if it were shaped like a square tablet, so that may gain the benefit of the corners. 1:3:1, the sides are squared so as to correspond to the 4 directions of the world, the western side corresponding to the western side of the world, the southern side to the southern side of the world. Said Ar Yaseh, if one does not know how to square the town so as to make it correspond with the directions of the world, one may go and learn from the passage of the sun through the seasons. The line from the line at which the sun rises on the first day of the season of Tammuz to the point at which the sun rises on the first day of the season of Tevet, these form the eastern side. The line from the point at which the sun sets on the first day of the season of Tevet to the point at which it sets on the first day of the season of Tammuz, these form the western side. and the rest constitute the northern and southern sides. 2:3:2, it has been taught in the name of our Judah, also its cornices and walls are measured with it. R. Hashai raised the question, the contained airspace of a courtyard, what is the law as to its being measured with the town? 3:3:3, if one circumscribed a town by a square and formed it into the shape of a square tablet, and laid out the Sabbath limits in the shape of a square tablet, when one measures, he does not measure from the middle point, because one loses. But one measures from the northeastern corner. XL Yerushalmi Arabin 5:2, they assign the outer area to the town, the words of our Meir. And sages say, they referred to the outer area only when it falls between two towns. If this one 70 cubits and 2/3 and that one interpret a single verse of scripture. Our Meir takes up the clause from the wall of the city. Why does scripture find it appropriate to add outward? It is on the strength of this passage that we learn that they assign an outer area to town. Rabbis interpret with emphasis upon outward. Why does scripture find it necessary to state, from the wall of the city? It is on the strength of this usage that we learn that they do not assign an outer area to a town. And so is the rule for 3 villages arranged in a triangle. If there is a distance between the two outermost ones of 140, 1 1/3 cubits, the middle village makes all 3 of them form one domain. 1:2:1, Samuel said, that is the case when they are arranged in a line. Bar Kappara said, that is the case when they are arranged in a triangle. XLI Yerushalmi Arabin 5:3, they measure only with a rope 50 cubits long, no less, no more. And one measures only with the rope held at a level with his heart. One was measuring and reached a valley or a fence, he takes count only of the horizontal span and continues his measuring. 1:1, what is the measure of the Sabbath boundary? It is that of 40 ropes, not less, for one stretches the rope and so gains, nor more, for curls and causes a loss. 2:2, if from the surveyor to a ravine was a distance of 75 cubits, 2 Amoraim deal with this matter. One said, he measures with a rope 50 cubits long, then he doubles it up to a length of 25. The other said, he measures with a rope of 50 cubits, and as to the remaining distance, he measures with a rope 4 cubits long. If a ravine was narrow at the top and broad at the bottom, up to a depth of 50 cubits, you regard the ravine as if it were filled with dirt and pebbles, but if not, you regard it as if one would climb up and climb down. If he came to a mountain, he takes account only of the horizontal span and continues his measuring. And this is on condition that he does not go outside the Sabbath limit. 1:2:1, our Aha, our Hinana, our Jeremiah in the name of our Samuel bar our Isaac, and that is the rule, if the measure of the mountain is at least 4 handbreadths, a place of which one would take account. If he cannot take account of the horizontal span, in this case, said our Dostai br Yane in the name of our Meir, I heard that they treat hills as though they were pierced. 1:3:1, Yase, our Abana in the name of our Judah, our Yudan presented the view in the name of Rab, as to M5:3/I, piercing mountains, the man on the top holds his end on a level with his head, and the man on the bottom on a level with his feet. All parties concur that they pierce mountains, and even if the upper one holds the measure at his head and the lower one at his loins, all parties concur that they pierce mountains. Where they differ, it is in the case in which the man at the top holds the measure at his feet, and the one at the bottom, at his heart. Our Meir says, they pierce the mountains. And sages say, they do not pierce mountains. 2:3:2, Rabbah in the name of our Judah, our Zirah in the name of Mar Ukba, they measure only with a rope 50 cubits long. Our Zirah in the name of our Hisday says, they do not measure by level distance either in the towns of the Levites or in the location of a heifer whose neck is broken. 3:3:3, and how do we know from scripture that they do not bury the dead in the Levites' towns? XLII Yerushalmi Arabin 5:4, they measure only by an expert. One extended the limit more in one place and less in another place, they observe the greater measure. There was a greater distance for one and a lesser distance for another, they observe the greater measure. Even a slave girl, are believed to state, up to this point is the Sabbath line. For sages did not rule in this matter to impose a strict ruling, but to impose a lenient one. 1I1, in the case of an amateur who extended the limit they do not listen to him. 2I2, said Ar-Hashaya, you have come to the point of the laws governing Sabbath limits, which is that these laws do not clearly derive from the teachings of the Torah. Talmud Yerushalmi Arabin 5:5 A town belonging to a single owner which was converted into public domain they prepare an erub covering the whole of it. And one which was public domain and was converted into one belonging to a single owner they do not prepare an erub covering the whole. 1I1, as to a town belonging to an individual which was converted into a town belonging to many people it has been taught in the name of Judah, they do not provide an Arab for it in parts. Unless one excluded a section of it, the town of Hadashah in Judah, in which there were 50 residents, the words of Judah. Simeon says, 3 courtyards, each containing 2 houses. 1:2:1, unless one excluded a section of it of the size of the town of Hadashah in Judah, for instance, Sanan, Hadashah, and Migdal-Gad, in which there are 50 residents, counting even men, women, and children. Asi said, but that is on condition that they are Israelites. Xliv Yerushalmi Arabin 5:6 He who was in the east and said to his son, prepare an erub for me in the west and said to his son, prepare an erub for me in the east, if the distance between him and his house is 2,000 cubits, and between him and his erub is more than this distance, he is permitted to go to his house and prohibited from going to his erub. To his erub was a distance of 2,000 cubits and to his house a distance greater than that, he is prohibited from going to his house and permitted to go to his erub. He who places his erub in the extended area of the town has done nothing whatsoever. He placed it beyond the Sabbath line, even by a single cubit, what he gains he loses. 1I1, there is a problem troubling Bar Kappara, that east refers to east of his son, and west means west of his son. Xlv Yerushalmi Arabin 5:7 The people of a large town traverse the entire area of a small town. And the people of the small town may nor traverse the entire area of the large town. How so? He who was in a large town but placed his erub in a small town and placed his erub in a large town, traverses the entire area and 2,000 cubits beyond. Ar-Akaba says, he has only 2,000 cubits from the location of his erub. 1I1, this is the sense of the Mishnah, the people of a large town traverse the entire area of a small town, and the people of the small town may nor traverse the entire area of the large town. How so? The words how so do not belong here. 2I2, with regard to the town itself, what is the law as to its being counted with the measure of 2,000 cubits? 3I3, at first the townsfolk of Tiberias would traverse the whole of Hamadah. But the townsfolk of Hamadah went only up to the place of the bow. Now the townsfolk of Tiberias and the townsfolk of Hamadah have gone and formed a single town. 4I4, R. Isaac bar Naaman in the name of Ar-Hananah, and the case of the dispute, the two parties disagree concerning the case in which they placed their Arab in the piazza. But if they put it in houses, also Ar-Akaba concurs may traverse the entire area and 2,000 cubits beyond. 5I5, a city which was destroyed Eliezer says, he may traverse the entire area and 2,000 cubits beyond. Samuel said, he has only 2,000 cubits from the location of his Arab. Rba bar Kahana, Arhaya bar Asi in the name of Rab, he who puts his Arab in a stall or in an enclosed field may traverse the entire area and 2,000 cubits beyond. 6I6, as to a new town, one measures from the houses. In an old one, one measures from the wall. What is a new one, and what is an old one? Xlvi Yerushalmi Arabin 5:8 said to them Ar-Akaba, now do you not concede to me that in the case of one who places his erub in a cave, he may go only 2,000 cubits from the place at which his erub is located? 1I1, Jacob bar Aha in the name of our Eliezer. A more lenient rule applies to the case of one who acquires his place of Sabbath residence in an enclosed field than to the one who places his Arab in an enclosed field. He who acquires his place of Sabbath residence in an enclosed field may traverse the whole of it and in addition 2,000 cubits. But he who places his Arab in an enclosed field may go only 2,000 cubits from the place at which his Arab is located. 2i2, the roof of a tower is deemed equivalent to the town, the roof of a cave is equivalent to the fields. They said to him, under what circumstances? When there are no inhabitants in it. 1:2:1, the roof of a tower is deemed equivalent to the town, the roof of a cave is equivalent to the fields. But if there are inhabitants in it, he traverses the entire area and 2,000 cubits beyond its Sabbath line. It turns out to be more lenient inside than on top of it. As to the one who measures, concerning whom they have spoken, they assign to him only 2,000 cubits, even if his measuring rope ends in a cave. 1:3:1, while if he comes from two directions, he will be permitted. Talmud Yerushalmi Arabin 6:1 He who dwells in the same courtyard with a Gentile, or with who does not concede the validity of the Erub law, this one restricts him, the words of our Meir. Our Eliezer b. Jacob says. Under no circumstances does anyone prohibit unless two Israelites prohibit one another. 1i1, a courtyard inhabited by Gentiles. Lo, it is the equivalent of a cattle pen. It is permitted to bring something in and to take something out from the courtyard to the houses which open onto it, and from the houses which open onto it into the courtyard. And utensils which were kept for the Sabbath in the courtyard it is permitted to carry around in the courtyard. A single Israelite lived in that courtyard. Lo, this one prohibits it, for it is tantamount to his courtyard. 2i2, Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Yohanan, the law is not in accord with Ar Yohanan b. Nuri. Slayath Yerushalmi Arabin 6:2 said Rabban Gamaliel, where was the case of a Sadducean who lived with us in the same alleyway in Jerusalem? And father said to us, make haste and bring all sorts of utensils into the alleyway before he brings out his and prohibits you. Our Judah says it in another version, make haste and do all your needs in the alleyway before he brings out his utensils and prohibits you. 1i1, Ar Aha, Ar Hinana in the name of Kahana, the law does not accord with Ar Judah. 2i2, Jeremiah in the name of Rab, in the case of a courtyard with two gateways, in which an Israelite and a Gentile dwell, in the case of the Israelite, you follow the status of the more usually utilized courtyard, and in the case of the Gentile, you follow the status of the less usually utilized courtyard. If there was an Israelite on this side, an Israelite on that side, and a Gentile in the middle, both for the Israelite and for the Gentile one follows the status of the more usually utilized courtyard. If annulled his rights, that which is more usually utilized is treated as if it is less usually utilized.